In the year 3240 of the Valor calendar, on the continent of Xingzhou, in the northwestern corner of the continent, lies the kingdom of Avesu, secluded by mountains. Within the domain of Prince Suman Isha, the youngest brother of the king. In a daze, Sullian Isha awakens. Where am I? Sullian, having traversed into a new life, feels a foggy haze clouding his mind. Before him lies a European-style ceiling, and in his peripheral vision, he perceives the ornate architecture and a divine aura enveloping him, leading to a profound sense of bewilderment. At this moment, enemy attack accompanies the jarring sound of a magical alarm. An enemy attack? What does that mean? Wasn't I just tinkering with my hazardous creations, and then there was an explosion? Now this is... Instinctively, Sullian yearns to rise, driven by his inner confusion. Yet, as he attempts to prop himself up, he is struck by the startling realization of just how diminutive he feels. Sullian gazes around, recognizing his form seated within a magic circle, atop a cushioned surface. Him in the body of a child? This is a magic circle? A European-style magic circle? Wait, that phrase enemy attack wasn't in my original language, yet I comprehended it instantly and without any sense of alienation. The wide-eyed innocence of his youthful gaze reflects his shock and confusion, his dilating pupils revealing emotions he cannot fully grasp. I have died? I've reincarnated? Just then, bang! A tremendous noise erupts from outside the window. Frostblade Knights, finish it! The sound of a colossal clash reverberates, as if a mighty beast battles fiercely. The fledgling body is flooded with primal terror. Yet, Sullian harbors an overwhelming desire to absorb every piece of surrounding information, to validate whether his thoughts of reincarnation are indeed true. Suppressing his fear, he trembles and gradually scrambles to ascend the chair by the window, hoisting himself onto the table to peer through the brilliantly illuminated window, alight with fire and magic. What he sees is, in this life, no, in this new life, a scene that leaves even a man of 28 years in absolute awe. A towering mech, 5 to 6 meters high, predominantly white with accents of light blue, wielding a blood-stained broadsword with a chip in its blade, illuminated by a powerful light spell, swinging down upon a colossal creature resembling an injured dinosaur with dark fur and 4 eyes. A mech, magic and greatsword, a fearsome beast. This is a magical, otherworldly realm characterized by a man's romance. In merely a minute, the injured furied monster succumbs under the relentless onslaught of the mech's broadsword and perishes as more mechs arrive. A young man, unfamiliar, yet oddly familiar to Sullian, appears among the 5 identical mechs and the fallen beast. Damn beast, daring to launch a surprise attack under the cover of night. How foolish. The young man exclaims in fury, his rage clearly directed not at the attack itself, but rather at the reason for the beast's presence. Sullian does not inherit memories, for a 2-year-old possesses none of any usable recollections, however. Simply by observing his surroundings and the sophisticated mechs that ordinary folk cannot pilot, he understands he has not been reborn into an ordinary family. And that young man is identified by the sole fragment of memory from his childhood, his father. Is everything all right? A young woman's voice calls from below the window. It's fine. We can continue watching Lil Lander, the young man responds. Okay, the young woman replies. Then, hurried yet delicate footsteps ascend the staircase. Clearly, the inquiring young woman is now Sullian's mother, who has stepped outside to assess the situation due to the beast's attack. Now, she returns upstairs, only to be met with a sight more astonishing than that of the beast's assault. Her ailing 2-year-old son has awakened and climbed onto the windowside table. Not knowing what to say, perhaps he is still too young to speak, Sullian simply offers a gentle smile to his mother, indicating his well-being. Yet deep within, he wrestles with a surge of uncontainable excitement. His mother's shock swiftly morphs into delight. She rushes to the window and embraces Sullian with joy, exclaiming to the outside world, "My dear, our child has awakened. Little Lander is alive. Ah, he is indeed alive. I shouldn't have been so reckless as to craft a remote-controlled rocket packed with a detonator bomb. Knowing what I do now, I might have better spend my time on my modified mechanical digger, or perhaps on upgrading my model airplane or optimizing my submarine. Alas, it seems I have no choice now. Being dead, my parents have long parted ways over financial disputes and infidelities. They probably wouldn't mourn my passing too deeply, considering they have other children." Sullian was once a child from a prosperous family in Blue Star. His father, having built a chain of auto repair shops, exposed him to various mechanical tools from an early age, fueling his love for tinkering with discarded materials. By the age of 7, with his father's assistance, he constructed an electric toy car using salvaged parts from a tricycle and an electric bicycle. Afterward, the auto repair chain prospered, and with newfound wealth, his father indulged in extravagances while his mother seemed increasingly discontented. Ultimately, they divided their assets and separated. Sullivan sought independence, preferring to receive a hefty allowance from his parents while pursuing his desires abroad. He bought used excavators to modify violently. He acquired airplane models and crafted parts that nearly caused him to crash a makeshift plane. Dissatisfied, he tried his hand at building submarines, although they could submerge and sustain oxygen. Floating back proved a challenge, compelling him to swim back and salvage them with the excavator. Eventually, he set his sights on rockets. Capable of launching and landing on a designated spot, he aimed to collide with a detonator bomb, ultimately resulting in a successful explosion that claimed his life. What a tragically short yet legendary existence it was, especially when his demise would undoubtedly elicit remarks about a genius fallen. Of course, one might also portray him as a madman who courted death. But alas, now he finds himself reborn. Surveying the surroundings and taking stock of his situation, it appears to be a commendable family, indeed, a twist of fortune. So mused Sullivan. After his mother's brief inquiries were addressed, she called for a priest to check his health and confirm his recovery. With the faint glow of the summoned magic circle and the priest's spell, Sullivan surmised he must have been gravely ill. The magic circle must have been the last resort in his healing process, which, regrettably, failed. Yet, failure has its merits, for it led to his successful reincarnation. Chapter 2. Dalida Gratitude be to the divine for their blessings. Mother performed one last devout ceremony. Little Lyander, are you truly feeling no discomfort? Father inquired. He had also arrived, and the carcass of that colossal beast had been dragged away by the remaining mechs. Thasulian nodded. Just as father finally exhaled in relief and smiled satisfactorily, a mechanical roar echoed from outside. He paused momentarily and then gestured to mother, who promptly lifted Su Lian into her arms. Although perplexed, Su Lian offered no resistance as they stepped outside together. Outside, the snow continued to fall. A row of mechs appeared before their eyes. Leading the procession was an imposing mech towering 7 to 8 meters high. Father, Little Lyander has recovered, father exclaimed joyfully towards the mech. Really? A strangely familiar voice, unmistakably from within the mech, exclaimed in surprise. It was evident that the pilot of the foremost mech was Su Lian's grandfather. Prince Su-Man Isha. Indeed. Look, mother said, cradling Su Lian as they approached. The front hatch of the mech opened, and an elderly gentleman, who was not as imagined yet felt instinctively familiar, gracefully descended from the compartment. Indeed, he floated down, enveloped in a gentle green magical aura. Is this the magic of this world? And that mech, it is simply magnificent. Ha ha ha, splendid. I had just bid farewell to His Holiness the Pope, and the parting was rather disheartening. Yet here I return to witness a miracle. Su-Man Isha laughed exuberantly. The Pope? So that magical array was crafted with the assistance of our nation's Pope. Truly, this is a family of great influence. Little Lyander, quickly call your grandfather. Mother chimed in with a smile. Grandfather? Although the pronunciation was still unfamiliar, Su Lian understood the meaning. Thus, he attempted to mimic the sound, babbling as he tried to call out. Grandfather. His imperfect pronunciation did not seem out of place coming from a child. Ho ho ho, Little Lyander, come here, let grandfather hold you and take a good look. Su-Man Isha said warmly, taking Su Lian from mother's arms. At that moment, Su Lian's gaze shifted to the enormous mech behind his grandfather. As someone who had once been a fervent tinkerer in a past life, even constructing planes, submarines, and rockets only to meet his demise, he found it impossible to resist the allure of the mech. Even if a horde of enchanting beauties stood before the mech, if he could speak at that moment, he would undoubtedly shout, "Away, women, you are obstructing my view of the mech." The control of large machinery, especially the towering mechs that did not exist in his former world, represented the essence of masculine romance, and now, it stood right before Su Lian's eyes. Su-Man Isha noticed Su Lian's fascination. What is it, Little Lyander? Is this your first encounter with the Royal Peachy Knight? Su-Man Isha chuckled. Su Lian nodded. Peachy Knight? Is that the classification and name of the mech? Are all mechs collectively referred to as knights? Oh? It seems our Little Lyander is destined to become an exceptional mech rider in the future. Suman Isha laughed. It is a wonderful thing for a child to have an interest in such matters. Speaking of which, when little Lyander first awoke, he climbed up onto the windowsill to watch Frostblade Knight hunt the invading Wumao dragon. Mother chuckled softly. Is that so? Little Lyander, do you wish to have a knight of your very own to control in the future? Suman Isha inquired, seemingly unconcerned about the Wumao dragon invasion. Su Lian's youthful eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, of course. No man could resist the temptation of a mech. If there were, it would surely be an even larger mech. Su Lian nodded vigorously. I must pilot my own mech, Su Lian, now known as Suman Lienda, while his father is called Suman Pali, a rather unique prefix surname. His mother's name is somewhat lengthy, Ivy Kibo Erosha Miranda, with Kibo being her surname. Both his father and grandfather, as members of the royal bloodline of the Ivy Su kingdom, possess formidable magical talents. They are all powerful magicians, particularly Suman Isha, who has reached the level of a grand magus, capable of casting spells powerful enough to obliterate towns. However, in this era where knights, or mechs, are prevalent, both magicians and warriors utilizing fighting spirit prioritize piloting knights. After all, knights are powerful weapons that can be mass-produced. Naturally, those who can wield standardized armaments would not rush into combat themselves. As for why a world of magic and fighting spirit would give rise to mechs. It primarily stems from a vast race on the continent, the Goblins. The Goblin tribe was originally at a disadvantage on the continent, lacking strong magical and fighting spirit talents, and could only produce some special Goblin weapons to maintain their overall combat effectiveness. Until one day, a brilliant Goblin had a sudden inspiration and created a power core capable of condensing magical elements, using it as a power source to construct towering mechs to compensate for their physical shortcomings. Eventually, the might of these towering mechs became increasingly formidable. With mass-producible towering mechs, physical combat knights could enable even goblins without any fighting spirit talent to defeat fighting spirit warriors. Magic combat knights could effortlessly conquer powerful magicians who require talent and extensive training. If mass-produced war machines can contend with warriors and magicians, why bother investing effort in cultivating and training prodigies? Initially, the goblins referred to these knights as Dalita, meaning noble and colossal weapon. In the time that followed, they finally acquired numerous intact Dalitas through the efforts of their powerful warriors and magicians. Ultimately, under the scrutiny of formidable alchemists, they deciphered the magical element power core. Consequently, Dalitas from various races and nations were produced in a race to imitate. And within the human kingdoms, Dalitas ultimately came to be known as controllable magical machinery, knights. Those who operate knights are referred to as mech riders. Simultaneously, various extended versions of Dalita were created. Depending on their operators, they are primarily divided into three categories. The first category, military standard, any qualified soldier can operate, with a maximum of 3 levels. The second category, warrior mechs, exclusively for fighting spirit warriors, with a maximum of 9 levels. The third category, magic mechs, exclusively for magicians, also with a maximum of 9 levels. In other words, to pilot a more powerful mech, one must also be a sufficiently strong warrior or magician. What Su Lian aspires for is certainly not an ordinary person piloting a military standard mech with a maximum of only 3 levels. Moreover, he harbors even greater ambitions. His royal bloodline undoubtedly grants him that qualification. Chapter 3. To prosper, first build the roads 5 years later. This time, Su Lian, now Suman Lienda, is 7 years old. Over these 5 years, he has displayed unparalleled learning aptitude. He was once an exemplary student, especially excelling in physics, and had pursued mechanical engineering and automation to the level of a doctorate. Naturally, he did not neglect essential computer programming, as excellent machinery requires programming. Additionally, his royal bloodline endows him with exceptional talents. His memory, learning ability, and magical aptitude are all of the highest caliber. While he may not be a prodigy, he possesses an extraordinary level of self-discipline and dedication that drives him to fervently study all knowledge related to magic. His goal is to rapidly enhance his magical prowess and knowledge, while also finding time to learn everything related to knights. His grandfather, being a prince, provides him with easy access to such knowledge. Regardless of whether it is alchemy, potions, or mechanics, he can learn them all. Especially in mechanics, there are many commonalities between the two worlds, allowing him to learn swiftly. In the study, 7-year-old Su Lian sits within a magic circle, meditating. Accompanied by a vibrant magical radiance, a powerful surge of energy erupts from within him. Breakthrough. He has ascended to the rank of High Mage. Su Lian slowly opens his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air. At last, he is broken through. Alas, both father and grandfather are out, or they would surely sense his breakthrough and rush over. Sigh. I can only wait until dinner to surprise them. He initially wore a gloomy expression, but ultimately a sly grin appeared, clearly envisioning the astonished faces of his father and grandfather. A 7-year-old high mage is undoubtedly a genius. However, in reality, it is the result of a combination of talent and effort. And there remains a gap compared to those who effortlessly reach the status of high mage at such a young age. Nevertheless, it is more than sufficient. The stages of novice, intermediate, and high mage typically see most children condensing magical energy by the age of 6. Making Su Lian's achievement remarkable, he could condense a small amount of magical energy by the age of 3, meditate normally and accumulate energy by 4, and only officially cast the simplest spells to enter the realm of novice mage at 5. Regrettably, had it not been for the necessity to first learn this world's common language and script, as well as foundational history and geography, along with certain political and etiquette knowledge that he must comprehend, he could have likely broken through even earlier. Su Lian mused with slight regret. There was no choice. As a member of the royal aristocracy, some things were mandatory for him to learn. However, I have now ascended to the rank of a high-level mage. And coupled with my noble heritage, I am afforded certain liberties even at the tender age of 7. To be candid, while the night mechs of this world are undeniably alluring, I find it utterly impossible to resist their charm. Yet, it has been a full 3 centuries since the inception of the first night mech, Derrida. 300 years. The myriad models have evolved beyond recognition. Could you not slightly divert your technological advancements? Even if not towards warfare, how about in civil applications? It is quite astonishing that, even now, the primary means of transportation remains the horse-drawn carriage. A carriage, for heaven's sake, with the capability to pilot a Gundam or a mech. We are still reliant on carriages for travel. I am aware that the production of magical elemental power cores is exorbitantly costly, rendering widespread civilian use impractical, but can't the nobility at least commission some specialized conveyances for transportation? Su Lian gazes in bewilderment at this world where the violent aesthetics of mechs have led technology astray. However, I understand that there are limitations, as the magical elemental power cores are unattainable for ordinary families. And only those of considerable wealth, like the nobility, can afford to purchase retired knight models. In dire circumstances, piloting one of those for transportation would be far more impressive than a carriage. Furthermore, in this world, danger lurks in every corner, with magical beasts lurking about. Just like that fateful night when Su Lian traversed into this realm, a black-scaled dragon managed to intrude even into a princely territory. Safety cannot be guaranteed elsewhere. I shall first visit the Mage Association in the city to obtain my high-level mage certificate, and then devise my plans. Su Lian rises and opens the study door. Entering the living room, Uncle Ryan, accompany me to the city, Su Lian calls out. Their estate lies not within the city but in a nearby countryside. Going to the city? Young Su Lian, are you? A surprised uncle approaches from the side. Typically, family members refer to him as Little Lion Deer, but Su Lian, having grown accustomed to his name for over 20 years, has requested that his parents call him Su Lian, a contraction of his surname Su and the first syllable of his given name Lion Deer. After all, he is just a child, and the family indulges him without issue. I've made a breakthrough. When father and grandfather return, I shall surprise them, but do not tell mother in advance. Su Lian speaks in a childish tone, trying to appear normal. Ha, that's wonderful, but for safety's sake, Uncle Ryan shall drive the night mech for you. Uncle Ryan replies with a smile. Mimhm, Su Lian nods. Riding in a night mech is an experience that never grows tiresome. After approximately half an hour of travel, they arrive at the Mage Association without any hindrance, marked by the prominent insignia of the royal nobility, amidst the astonished and envious gazes of onlookers. Su Lian successfully passes tests regarding his magical strength, magical capacity, and magical skills, ultimately obtaining his high-level mage certificate. What? You inquire about the written exam. Su Lian had completed the written portion for the next level of Grand Mage last year. Had he not been dragged off to study noble etiquette in various courses, he could have continued taking exams at the Commerce Guild, Lontain. Uncle Emerson. Su Lian quickly follows Uncle Ryan to a trading guild. One closely partnered with his grandfather Su Man Isha, a place he is well acquainted with. Oh, little lion dear, what brings you to the city today? A middle-aged man, elegantly dressed and sporting a high feathered hat, approaches with a smile. I am here to seek Uncle Emerson's assistance. Just as I mentioned last time, I have just secured aid from the Mage Association and will commence work shortly, Su Lian exclaims excitedly, presenting a magical storage ring containing his accumulated pocket money over the years. Little lion dear, are you serious? Emerson chuckles, slightly resigned. Absolutely. I will hire an earth mage to assist with the groundwork. The workers only need to lay the rails and sleepers. Within 3 months, I want to see the railway connecting the mine to the ironworks completed. Su Lian nods earnestly. Indeed, I am constructing a railway for my family's mine and ironworks. I am a merchant. As long as the payment is sufficient, it will certainly be completed. But does your grandfather truly approve of this endeavor? Emerson asks with a wry smile. No problem, the land belongs to my family. So it can be requisitioned at will. The steel and sleepers are my birthday gift, and the expenses are from my pocket money. Today, I also obtained my high-level mage certificate. As long as I don't blow up the mine or ironworks, everything should be fine. Su Lian nods confidently. I am the prince's grandson, possessing both wealth and power. All right, Emerson raises his hands in surrender. But when the land requisition documents reach your grandfather tomorrow, I hope your little behind doesn't get into trouble. Even if it does, the construction must proceed. Su Lian nods resolutely, his youthful eyes brimming with determination, leaving even Emerson somewhat astonished. However, he quickly shakes his head internally. As the prince's grandson, he is merely indulging in some playful antics. As all his actions are within legal bounds, Emerson would never fathom that the constructions he is tasked with would herald a transportation revolution of terrifying proportions. To become wealthy, one must first build roads. Su Lian holds this truth close, as it is one of the cornerstones of his ambition. Chapter 4. 7 years old, aspiring to expand territories. Originally, Emerson thought Su Lian was merely jesting, but when he laid eyes on the meticulously prepared route planning map, which included considerations for streams and mountainous terrain, he realized that this 7-year-old lad was indeed serious. The proposed route not only included the shortest path through the mountains, but also avoided agricultural lands as much as possible, even annotating the conditions of the mountains to be traversed. The official road from the new mine to the ironworks spanned a total of 37 kilometers, but this railway plan reduced it to just 27 kilometers. Could it be our little prince genuinely intends to optimize transportation costs using a peculiar road consisting solely of tracks and sleepers? Emerson found it hard to imagine what mode of transport could traverse such a peculiar road and still outperform the traditional horse-drawn carriage. Nevertheless, with all the materials prepared and the mage hired, there was no reason not to proceed. However, the Isha family seems to bestow quite the generous allowance upon this little fellow. He surely hasn't spent a single coin of it since childhood. Has he? Emerson pondered as he looked at the magical ring Su Lian presented him. That was certainly the case. After all, Su Lian had spent these years focused solely on studying, consistently requesting his allowance, but rarely having the opportunity to spend it. That night, grandfather Su Man Isha and father returned home after attending to business affairs, and they all sat down to enjoy dinner together. However, Su Lian feigned discontent as he pushed his food around the plate. Though this was merely an act, and his childish demeanor went unnoticed. Little Su Lian, what troubles you? His mother was the first to notice the discrepancy. Did you not have your etiquette class today? Father also inquired, aware that Su Lian despised those lessons, finding them tedious and pointless. Humph, that's not it. Su Lian adopted a childish pout. He then discreetly glanced at his grandfather, his little scheme unfolding. Could it be? Father and grandfather immediately understood. Through mental probing, they discerned his magical essence. High-level status. What a clever boy. You have already become a high-level mage. Father exclaimed with joy. Come here, let grandfather give you a hug. Grandfather chimed in, equally delighted. His mother wore an expression of surprise, unaware of the revelation, while Uncle Ryan, seated at the far end, merely chuckled softly. Humph. I want to forgive you for taking so long to notice. You clearly didn't conceal your aura. Su Lian sulked in his practiced childish manner. Hey, you little rascal, are you actually sulking? Father Polly couldn't help but chuckle in reproach. Ha ha, It's our fault. We were too busy today and too exhausted to notice that our little Su Lian has grown into a formidable high-level mage. Grandfather apologized, explained, and then praised, showcasing his seasoned demeanor. I don't care. I'm still mad. Su Lian threw a childish tantrum. Yet, he walked over to his grandfather, who readily embraced him. So, what does our little Su Lian desire as a gift to make amends? Grandfather Isha quickly grasped the child's intent for a present. Though Su Lian's requests have always been rather extraordinary. Hee, that's what you said, grandfather, Su Lian grinned. You little rascal, what are you trying to trick your grandfather into this time? The iron rods you had me order last time are still piled up in the warehouse, rusting away, Father Polly remarked with mild annoyance. He was more worried about the nature of gifts his child might request, fearing they would be meaningless and useless. Humph, this time it won't be so complicated. All I need is your signature and seal on this. Su Lian produced a stack of land requisition documents. Smiling. This is, Grandfather Isha glanced over the documents. He quickly comprehended. You wish to build a new road between the Leon mine and the Wogati factory? But the existing road is perfectly fine, little Su Lian. What do you intend to do? Grandfather inquired, puzzled. Building a road? Father and mother exchanged bewildered glances. Hee, it's a secret. Besides, I have already given Uncle Emerson the funds. All you need to do is sign. Su Lian said mysteriously, am I supposed to reveal that I am about to initiate a transportation revolution? Isha glanced at Uncle Ryan, who nodded slightly, confirming that little Su Lian was indeed serious about his endeavors. Isha squinted his eyes. Since the little one is earnest, let him have his fun for a while. Indeed, they have not coerced us for money in a frivolous manner. It appears that these years have been solely dedicated to learning, and the meager pocket money provided has been of no real use. This does not seem like a jest. Although the purpose remains unknown, should there be setbacks, I shall replenish little Su Lian's pocket money and offer some consolation then. Isha has already made this decision in her heart. Very well, let us proceed with the signing, but it is imperative that the completion of this secret be shown to the elders at the earliest opportunity. Isha laid all the land acquisition documents upon the dining table, retrieving a pin and seal from her enchanted ring. Soon after signing, Su Lian joyfully collected them, ready to deliver them directly to Emerson tomorrow, thereby bypassing the cumbersome submission process. Just as Father Polly was about to inquire, Su Lian spoke first. Grandfather, as a prince with a fief, what is the maximum number of private troops you can expand during wartime? Moreover, if we conquer a region, would it not rightfully belong to us? Su Lian asked directly, his tone surprisingly calm for a 7-year-old child. This unexpected seriousness momentarily startled both Grandfather Isha and Father Polly. Why is this little one asking such questions? The maximum expansion is 50,000, and conquered territories naturally become our own. Furthermore, with territorial expansion, we gain the right to command greater military forces, though it must not exceed 50% of the kingdom's army. Which is 250,000, Isha replied succinctly. However, Polly attempted to add something, but Su Lian interjected. Yet, our Avisu kingdom is situated in the northwestern corner of the continent, with the southeastern region isolated by mountains. The only exit, the northeastern area, is plagued by harsh, perpetual snow. Our only feasible route is to embark from the Seoul coastline to the west, thereby expanding our territory via maritime means. Furthermore, given the ongoing wars in other nations, we enjoy a rare peace due to our unique geographical position, and we need only maintain our self-defense capabilities without entangling ourselves in external conflicts. Su Lian analyzed with remarkable composure. At this moment, Isha and Polly realized that after Su Lian replaced the territorial map, what lay beneath was a complete map of the continent. What is this little fellow contemplating? What is he thinking? Certainly, he aspires to achieve great things. In this world, there is a chance for me to act at will, but first, sufficient funding and resources are essential, so must I not resolve the financial dilemma? If possible, the potential for world conquest is entirely within reach. Provided I complete the magical heavy industrial revolution and construct a magical weapons industry unique to this realm, everything is possible. In due time, I shall pilot my own Dalida, commanding a fleet of roaring magical aircraft in the skies, a torrent of magical steel advancing on the ground, and a fleet of magical aircraft carriers slicing through the waves, all while wielding intercontinental magical weaponry. It is simply exhilarating. Su Lian smiled slightly. Turning to Isha and Polly, Grandfather, father, you intend to send me to the Advanced Magical Academy after I complete my tutoring next year, do you not? Before that, I have one request. Please send me first to our Royal Military Academy, Eins. Su Lian said with a grin. Isha, Polly, and even Mother and Uncle Ryan were all taken aback. A 7-year-old child, a genius high-level magician, has proactively expressed a desire to attend the military academy first, especially after he just mentioned expanding territories, right? Chapter 5. The Transportation Revolution? 3 months later. Isha's princely estate, training grounds. Explosive, swirling, rapid, mysterious, and powerful fire element spirits, heed my plea and summon your formidable power. Magic, explosive flame spiral. Accompanied by an extended incantation, a spiraling flame column approximately 1 meter in diameter was unleashed from the void magic circle before the wand, accurately striking a pile of rocks ahead, boom. With a resounding explosion, the 5-meter-high pile of rocks was utterly obliterated, leaving a crater approximately half a meter deep. The spellcaster, identifiable by his youthful voice, was none other than Su Lian himself. Yet, he felt somewhat dissatisfied with this magic. Tsk.Su Lian mused. The fully chanted high-level spell is merely equivalent to a single air-to-ground missile. Although I still favor mechas, I must acknowledge that a modular, specialized, and integrated warfare model is the optimal approach. Having traversed into this world, at a time when I am part of a powerful family, it would be a disservice not to take advantage of these conditions. Humph. You natives only comprehend the violent magic and fighting spirit. Blinded by the splendor of mechas, let me, who understands the integrated warfare of another world, teach you what true warfare is. Su Lian clenched his fist tightly, his eyes filled with a yearning for various magical machines and a rekindled fervor for war. However, I must proceed step by step. That railway should be completed today, right? With the assistance of earth mages capable of transforming the land, it should be swift. Su Lian gazed into the distance, speaking to himself, then smiled. Uncle Ryan, let us head to the vehicle yard. Along with your knights, summon 5 Frostblade riders to assist me in transporting. Su Lian called out. Understood. I shall arrange it immediately, Uncle Ryan replied. The Frostblade riders serve as key guardians of the estate. With only 20 units in total, mobilizing 5 is already the limit for 7-year-old Su Lian. Soon, under Uncle Ryan's command, 5 Frostblade riders assembled. These are military-grade SNJ mechas, the highest caliber mechas of Avisu Kingdom. Available only to princes like Isha, Su Lian looked up at these towering 5-meter giants, their angular frames, battle-worn paint, and chipped greatswords. They are simply captivating, no matter the time. Even if such things are a waste in terms of warfare. They are undeniably magnificent, Lord Lienda. The squad has assembled. Please give the order. The mecha in the center opened its cockpit, and a red-haired man saluted. He is the captain of this 5-man squad. Let us go. Follow me to carry the materials, Su Lian instructed immediately. The squad captain hesitated momentarily. Carry materials? You summoned us Frostblade riders just to carry materials? What we pilot is a weapon of war. Oh, right. Although it seems unnecessary given the lack of noise. Today, what you transport and what you see must remain confidential, understood? Su Lian stated solemnly. Yes. The captain quickly responded with a serious demeanor. Once the railway begins operation, it will undoubtedly be impossible to keep it hidden. But we shall conceal it for as long as we can. 2 hours later. The 5-meter-tall night mechas carried a 5-meter-long locomotive and 2 10-meter-long empty carriages, all covered with black cloth, arriving in a dense forest. This forest is where the new railway of the mine and ironworks passes through. Meanwhile, Grandfather Isha and Father Polly, who had already been informed, also arrived here. They even set up magical defenses against detection. Is this what little Su Lian has been planning since the year before last, now coming to fruition? Grandfather mused, observing the covered carriages carried by the Frostblade riders, beginning to grasp the situation. Sensing the specially crafted iron wheels beneath the cloth, he understood why they could not be dragged along ordinary roads, hence the need for the Frostblade riders to carry them. Yes, indeed, Su Lian nodded. Peering out of Uncle Ryan's cockpit, he then turned to the Frostblade riders and commanded, gently lower the carriages, aligning the iron wheels with the tracks. Do not misplace them, Su Lian instructed. The Frostblade riders unveiled the black cloth covering the locomotive and carriages, carefully lowering them, perfectly aligned with the tracks thanks to meticulous calculations. Isha and Polly observed the locomotive and two carriages, along with the gravel-covered tracks, falling into a brief contemplation, their expressions growing increasingly grave. "Did anyone see the carriages on your way here, aside from those at the vehicle yard?" Isha inquired. "No. The wheels were specially ordered from another factory and were only assembled with the help of our workers on the way." Su Lian replied with a smile. Isha nodded in satisfaction. Polly understood this as well, turning to the Frostblade riders and stating, "What you see now must remain undisclosed until it is publicly revealed." Polly commanded sternly, "Yes, Lord Polly, Lord Lienda has already instructed us." The captain answered gravely, "He mentioned it before?" Polly glanced at his still smiling 7-year-old son, astonished. "Is this truly the cunning of a 7-year-old child, little Su Lian? Do you understand what this road and these carriages signify?" Isha asked with a serious demeanor. "What does it signify, grandfather?" Su Lian grinned childishly. "Perhaps it is a transportation revolution." A transportation revolution. The 5 mecha pilots were internally astounded. To invoke the term revolution, even Uncle Ryan, who had been prepared, could not hide his shock. A 7-year-old child is instigating a transportation revolution. Large capacity, directed circulation, low labor, combined for high-efficiency mass transportation. 1 carriage in a train requires merely a high-powered magical elemental power core. Su Lian said, extending a small finger with a smile. Uncle Ryan and the captain held their breath. Su Lian's explanation instantly made them realize that this railway, seemingly constructed by a spoiled child, could indeed transform the entire transportation industry. The term revolution is wholly appropriate. Isha and Polly took deep breaths to calm their emotions. "Initially, I was uncertain about sending you to Ein's Academy. Now, I tell you. Next year, I shall personally escort you," Ursha solemnly stated. "Su Lian, you are truly contemplating military matters. Why? Because transportation and logistics are the most solid foundations of military strength. Given this, there is no reason not to send this genius grandson of ours to the Ein's Military Academy for further study. What shall we call this route? What should the train be named?" Boley asked with a light laugh after stabilizing his emotions. "Railway. As for the vehicle, let us call it the magic train," Su Lian replied after a moment's hesitation. "Since we've borrowed the invention, we should at least modify the name a bit. After all, in the past, trains were indeed powered by fire, but in this world, they are powered by magic on the continent of Shenzhou." In the year 3245 of the Waller calendar, within the kingdom of Avisu, the first railway and magic train of this world were unveiled in secrecy. Chapter 6. Studies at the Military Academy the following year. Under the personal escort of his grandfather, Sulman Ursha, Su Lian entered the prestigious Royal Military Academy of Ainz through a recommendation. Although there were suspicions of favoritism and he was merely an 8-year-old child undergoing basic military training, the instructors initially expressed their discontent. However, to their astonishment, the 8-year-old Su Lian not only studied diligently but also kept pace with the early morning and late-night training. They couldn't help but think, no wonder he is the grandson of a prince, and being personally delivered here is not merely for show. He truly possesses some talent. In reality, Su Lian's theoretical knowledge scores were outstanding by the end of his studies. Although he did not consistently rank first, placing in the top 5 at the age of 8 was sufficient to provoke ire from the instructors. The grandson of Prince Ursha is merely 8 years old. 8. And he scores better than you lot, while you all are higher-level magicians still scrambling to learn magic. Are you all useless fools? Particularly during winter mornings when some students were late for drills. Little Lyender arrived punctually every day. Why don't you lot go find a pig to ram you to death? Such outbursts from instructors, accompanied by furious table slams, had become a familiar occurrence within the academy. Su Lian, however, mused, this drill and curriculum? The arrangements I faced in high school were far more grueling. Ultimately, over the course of 2 years, Su Lian completed all the foundational courses at the Royal Military Academy of Ainz. The remaining parts required practical command experience, which he, at the tender age of 10, was unable to grasp. He would need to wait until he turned 16 to wield actual military authority. However, due to his royal lineage, he could enter the National Military Department as early as 14 and directly command 1,000 troops. Yet that also meant he could not return to his grandfather's fief, as royal military authority and fief military authority could not coexist. Nevertheless, Su Lian was indifferent to such matters, for he had no intention of rushing for military power. It was more crucial to enhance his own abilities. During his 2 years at the military academy, he not only engaged in military training but also dual-practiced combat energy, and he had now become an immensely powerful intermediate warrior. His talent for cultivating combat energy was decent, though not on par with his magical aptitude. Achieving intermediate level in just 2 years was commendable. The reason Sulian wished to dual practice was simple. Beyond fantasizing about stepping into greatness through the combination of both strengths, the most critical aspect was self-preservation. While mechas are formidable, they can malfunction, and while magic is powerful, there are times when one runs out of mana. Having an additional skill in combat energy equates to an extra chance at survival. After all, his future ambitions were grand, and without a modicum of strength, he could easily fall prey to assassination, which would spell disaster. After 2 years of study, the moment of culmination finally arrived, the graduation ceremony. Congratulations on graduating from the rigorous Ain's Academy. You will be the hope of the kingdom, the future of the realm. The chief instructor eloquently delivered the graduation speech, so monotonous that Sulian nearly dozed off. Yet he dutifully listened until the end, standing in the front row due to his stature. Moreover, the excitement of graduation always thrummed in the air, especially for certain young scholars, most of whom hailed from noble backgrounds, who would directly enter positions within the national military upon returning. Due to the geographical advantages of the Avisu kingdom, working within the military was assuredly both comfortable and stable. Finally, once the ceremony concluded, Sulian was engaged in completing the requisite formalities. Here is your graduation certificate. Should you wish to pursue a position in the military, this document will serve as your credential, and you are now considered part of the military reserve. You may also make certain requests upon graduation, the staff member stated. Please conceal my mage rank, Sulian smiled. Conceal your mage rank? The staff member hesitated briefly. Typically, such a request indicated a desire to enter the military directly, but it was evident that, as the grandson of Prince Ursha, Sulian had no need for such measures. This could affect your future entry into the Advanced Mage Academy, the staff member cautioned. Once concealed, your credentials from the Mage Association will be nullified, and without appropriate documentation, you cannot enter the Advanced Magic Academy. I'm still young. There is no rush, Sulian replied with a calm smile. Very well. The staff member refrained from further persuasion, understanding Sulian's intent. Normally, entry into an Advanced Magic Academy requires one to be 12 years old, with graduation typically occurring between the ages of 15 and 18. However, Sulian could certainly utilize his connections to gain early admission. After all, Prince Ursha had contemplated sending him early even when he was 8 to thank you. Once the formalities were completed, Sulian made his way to the dormitory to retrieve his belongings for the journey home. There was supposed to be a farewell party, but at just 10 years old, he deemed it unnecessary to participate in such an event, as he walked down the classroom corridor on his way back. A young man greeted him enthusiastically. Oh, little Lynder, are you heading home? This young man, the son of a count named Walker Harimos, had graduated from the Warrior Academy and was now pursuing further studies here. Are you going to the farewell party, Brother Walker? Sulian responded warmly. Yes, I can't believe you're not going. The chief instructor arranged for the kitchen to procure a large amount of game and fruit. Walker said, his face alight with anticipation. Is the wine the most important part? Sulian chuckled. Hey, don't spill the beans. Just as Sulian was about to continue the conversation, he noticed 3 carriages approaching the training ground, adorned with flags not belonging to the Avisu kingdom. Those were the banners of a small kingdom located south of Avisu, beyond the mountains, Yaminik. What's going on? Sulian inquired, puzzled. Oh, students from Yaminik have come over for exchange studies. They worried about difficulties crossing the Hidarui Mountains as winter approaches, so they arrived early, Walker explained, displaying his knack for gossip. It's indeed a wise strategy to avoid conflict, Sulian acknowledged with a nod. You brat, I told you not to spill the beans. Walker playfully ruffled Sulian's hair. The Avisu kingdom, due to its geographical position, was considered a sanctuary. However, other nations were embroiled in various conflicts, with few regions enjoying complete peace. Presently, Yaminik faced imminent invasion risks, hence the urgency for their students to seek refuge here. Wait. Sulian's attention was drawn to a girl among the newcomers, who appeared to be around his age. She had long, straight black hair and a delicate face, her calm demeanor suggesting a composed personality. Oh, a girl of Han nationality. How rare to see one in this group, Walker remarked, having also noticed her. Indeed, Sulian nodded. The Avisu kingdom predominantly featured brown-haired individuals, followed by those with blonde and silver hair. According to his grandfather Ursha, he had inherited his grandmother's silver hair. Otherwise, he would likely have had blonde hair as well. Pure black hair was quite uncommon across the continent. Heh, little Lyander might have a crush on that girl. Should we ask for her name before she leaves? Walker teased. No need for that, Sulian replied, shaking his head slightly, just as Walker was about to say something along the lines of don't be shy. Sulian added, after all, the troops I command will inevitably conquer her homeland. Walker froze momentarily. What? I'm off now, Brother Walker. Have fun at the farewell party, Sulian said, patting Walker's arm, though he was too short to reach his shoulder. As he watched Sulian walk towards the dormitory, Walker couldn't help but re-evaluate this 10-year-old child. For it seemed that among all the arriving students, only he was truly earnest. How intriguing. Chapter 7. Becoming a great leader after a lengthy journey spanning 3 days. Sulian finally entered the fief of Prince Ursha, feeling a sense of homecoming after passing through strict checkpoints. Shortly thereafter, he observed workers laying down tracks, with accompanying mages meditating and resting nearby. Their skilled movements indicated that they were seasoned workers with over a year of experience. Yet even so, Ursha continued to recruit more personnel. How long does grandfather plan to keep this project under wraps, or to report it to the king? Sulian inquired. What we are currently doing has not been made public. There's no rush. Lord Ursha's fief enjoys autonomy. Although some individuals have caught wind of certain information, they merely believe that Lord Ursha is intermittently constructing some peculiar roads, Uncle Ryan replied with a chuckle. Sulian nodded. Accompanying Sulian home was Uncle Ryan, and they were now in the same carriage. Originally, Frostblade Knights were supposed to come to fetch him, but Sulian had declined, asserting that he was not a child anymore. He also understood that the Frostblade Knights had been dispatched to various key areas where tracks were under construction to prevent any unexpected monster attacks from causing damage. Indeed, should any unexpected events arise, Uncle Ryan's prowess would be more than sufficient to safeguard him. As for Uncle Ryan's response, it is quite comprehensible. The railways currently under construction remain unconnected, all lingering in the final stages of completion. This deliberate lack of cohesion serves to maintain a certain level of secrecy. It is rather peculiar that such infrastructure is laid out without a clear beginning or end, making it difficult for outsiders to scrutinize. Even if they were to investigate, they would find themselves at a loss, which explains the existence of these intermittent and curious routes. Upon returning home, grandfather and the others had naturally prepared a sumptuous dinner to welcome their academically accomplished prodigy. Ha, little Sulian, your grandfather has missed you dearly. Come, let me see if you've grown taller. Grandfather was the first to greet him, while Father Polly followed behind, shaking his head in mild exasperation, and Mother Ivy chuckled to herself. I'm not a dwarf. How could I not have grown? Sulian replied. Perhaps your body hasn't grown much, but your ambitions certainly have soared, Polly remarked with a hint of seriousness. That is undoubtedly true, Sulian laughed in response. Mother Ivy's expression dimmed slightly. She was not in favor of Sulian's involvement in military matters, especially not for the sake of glory. As a mother, naturally, she wished for her child to avoid the battlefield. Let's eat, I'm famished. It's been ages since I've had a feast. Sulian, noticing his mother's unusual demeanor, deftly shifted the topic. There surely isn't much to eat at Ain's Academy, but we've prepared your favorite dishes tonight. So indulge yourself, little Sulian, grandfather beamed. Really? That's wonderful, Sulian responded, displaying the exuberance of a typical child, perhaps a gesture to ease his mother's heart. Just as they settled down, a sudden, clear cry pierced the air, prompting Mother Ivy to instinctively rise. Sulian paused in surprise. Humph, you little rascal. I had planned a surprise for after dinner, but now I must tell you in advance, Father Polly said, somewhat irked. Am I to be a brother? Sulian quickly grasped the situation. Indeed, you've been away at Ain's for an entire year, and your parents, displeased, have decided to give you a little rival for the inheritance. Isha chuckled, clearly pleased by the prospect of another grandchild. After all, due to grandmother's circumstances, Isha had only one son, Polly, and the addition of a family member was a source of joy. Is it a brother or a sister? Sulian inquired. A sister, Mother Ivy replied as she cradled the little one. Once back in her arms, the infant ceased her wailing. Let me see, Sulian exclaimed, excitedly approaching. A sister. In his previous life, he had a sister, but their relationship was rather ordinary. What is her name? Sulian asked. Saiwiya, Mother Ivy answered with a gentle smile. Su man Saiwiya. Sulian teased the little one, who gazed up at him with her innocent, wide eyes, filled with curiosity. So adorable. I suggest we have another. Sulian laughed, eliciting chuckles from Ivy and Isha. Do you think such things can be simply found? Polly retorted with a smirk. Hee hee, Sulian chuckled in agreement. Having a sister at home to keep Mother Ivy company was indeed a splendid affair, especially since he would not remain at home forever. Always preparing for the expansion of territories, after a delightful dinner, Isha dismissed the servants, leaving only Polly, Ivy with the baby, and Uncle Ryan in attendance. Clearly, serious matters were about to be discussed. The main rail lines to the mining areas, industrial zones, and ports have been largely completed. Within a month, we can connect both ends and commence operations, Isha stated succinctly. The magical vehicles custom-ordered from various shipyards are stored in the warehouse, along with the necessary materials for mass production, allowing us to initiate preliminary operations on the railways within 3 months. Additionally, the substantial quantities of steel and lower-grade magical element power cores negotiated overseas can be shipped to our port at any time. Isha continued, having personally set up defensive magic to conceal their discussions. You little scamp, we have prepared for those ideas you previously mentioned. However, you must be aware that our territory's finances are beginning to show signs of deficit. This situation cannot be concealed for long, especially since we are procuring war materials, Polly stated bluntly. Can those items remain with the seller for a year or two? Sulian inquired. A year or two is no issue, as we have already paid a substantial deposit, but if unforeseen circumstances arise, we cannot guarantee it is best to transport them to our territory first to settle the balance and ensure peace of mind. Isha replied, that is understandable. Both your grandfather and I comprehend this. If your vision can indeed be realized, then our kingdom, Avisu, will undoubtedly amass formidable strength through its natural geographical advantages. At that point, we may even possess the capability to conquer vast territories. But all of this hinges on the feasibility of your plans. Polly remained cautious, considering Sulian was still only 10 years old. Father, speaking not of my plans, the mere potential of a nationwide railway network, with its formidable logistical capabilities and personnel mobilization, is sufficient to create a significant gap between us and other nations. You and grandfather have recognized the potential of railway transport, which is why you are willing to take the gamble. Sulian replied with a smile. Polly still appeared somewhat hesitant. Little Sulian, sometimes I truly believe you do not resemble a 10-year-old child. Isha sighed. Is it not the mark of great achievers to exhibit extraordinary qualities from a young age? Sulian replied with a grin, producing several test papers from Ain's military academy. I self-evaluated. Perfect scores. Isha was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, in his previous life, Sulian had been exceptionally talented and now, with royal blood and unparalleled diligence, his achievements far surpassed mere appearances. His written examinations typically placed him in the top 5, occasionally first, but that was merely him intentionally underperforming. Those who only sought glory could never compare to someone like him, who possessed both innate talent and determination. You rascal, stealing military academy exam papers is a serious offense. Isha laughed as he confiscated a few of the test papers. Sulian stuck out his tongue and shrugged with a chuckle, as if to say, is that really a crime? In the year that followed, Sulian once again requested Isha to escort him to the academy, though this time it was a rather special institution, the Knight Research Academy. As the name suggests, it was the place dedicated to the study and construction of knights for the Avisu Kingdom, where the currently utilized frost blade knights were developed. A year would not suffice to master the craft entirely, but gaining knowledge of the entire manufacturing process, key technologies, and overall design principles would be ample. Coupled with his prior expertise in mechanical engineering and automation at a doctoral level, as well as various advanced theories, a year would be more than sufficient. Ultimately, at the age of 11, Sulian had cultivated his combat energy to the high-tier warrior level, 3rd stage, and his magical aptitude to the grand sorcerer level, 4th stage. He graduated from the foundational theory of the military academy and completed the basic theory of knight research. Additionally, he had studied all essential subjects: introductory alchemy, introductory forging, introductory potion making, intermediate magical array theory, and intermediate magical transmission theory. Of course, his most outstanding achievement was in advanced mechanics. Having attained a doctoral level in his previous life, he was no novice in this field. However, due to his status as a military reservist, The external information generally available about him was limited to grandson of Prince Isha, possessing mediocre magical talent, and a prodigy at the age of 11 who was a high-tier warrior. Nothing more. Everything else was concealed. This is about right, Sulian mused, gazing at the distant railway snaking through the mountains as he returned home. Little Sulian, Uncle Ryan approached, knowing that actions were imminent. Have we confirmed that grandfather has obtained the royal decree for the new transportation routes? Sulian inquired. Confirmation received. From now on, all new transportation routes within the kingdom will be under Lord Isha's purview. The construction cost will be borne by us, and we shall permanently retain 80% of the resulting profits. With the remaining 20% allocated to the kingdom, Uncle Ryan stated. And we hold the right of requisition during special circumstances, correct? Sulian asked. Indeed, Uncle Ryan affirmed. Humph. My dear uncle certainly isn't losing out here. We're the ones constructing these new transport routes, yet we still receive 80% of the benefits permanently, and during special times, we can requisition as well, Sulian noted. From the outcome, it is indeed favorable. After all, the king remains unaware that Lord Isha intends to construct railways, and he has also reached agreements with other princes, dukes, and earls who possess vast lands. We have nearly secured control over the entire railway transport rights of the Avisu kingdom. Uncle Ryan replied. Indeed, once they realize the terrifying transportation capabilities of the railways, it will already be too late. Sulian couldn't help but chuckle, envisioning the regretful expressions of the king and other nobles, lamenting their fate with no recourse. Monopoly. The railway transport industry of the entire Avisu kingdom was merely their first step. Therefore, the first course of action was clear. Grandfather, let's connect all the railways within our territory and prepare for the trial operation of the magical vehicles. Sulian stated as he entered Isha's study. And the blueprints? Isha inquired. The blueprints are the prerequisite for action. Here are 2 copies of the first generation, Sulian replied, placing the plans on Isha's desk, spreading out the blueprints. If one were a denizen of Sulian's original world, they would instantly recognize what these were. These 2 drawings depict a tank and a propeller aircraft. Moreover, these blueprints represent his paramount objective in attending the Knight Research Institute. Aside from his utmost aspiration of becoming a mecha knight, for he is acutely aware that the comprehensive performance of mecha knights is woefully inadequate, and the nations of the world are utterly entranced by this aesthetic of brute force. After systematic study, Sulian has roughly calculated that the exorbitant cost of knights in this world is more than sufficient for him to fabricate 10 tanks or 5 aircraft. Furthermore, with ample steel and relatively easy-to-manufacture low-tier magical elemental power cores, mass production could be streamlined. The cost-performance ratio far surpasses that of knights. We can proceed with this, right? Isha exclaimed with palpable excitement. As for the specifics of the cost-performance ratio, he had certainly gleaned that from Sulian. According to what he learned at the Knight Research Institute, the tank, which is essentially a vehicle equipped with a magical cannon on specially designed tracks, should pose no issue. The main uncertainty lies with the aircraft, which is intended for air superiority. I am not entirely certain. This involves aerodynamic theory, and I cannot guarantee that my blueprints are flawless or that they will achieve the desired flight. Therefore, I shall tentatively label them as the first generation. Sulian stated candidly. He certainly would not presume that merely through a year of studying knightly research, he could independently design viable tanks and aircraft. That will suffice. I will have others refine the blueprints and enhance the manufacturing process subsequently. The issue of flight is simple. We can merely incorporate some wind-based magical assistance. Although, as per your suggestion, it would be optimal not to require additional magical support to avoid wasting magical energy. Isha nodded. Such blueprints are more than adequate. The remaining tasks can be entrusted to the other technicians, so, shall I prepare to head to the port to retrieve our order? Polly appeared at the study door and inquired. I believe we are nearly ready, Sulian replied with a smile as he turned to face his father. Go ahead. With the extensive steel shipments concealed under the guise of railway construction, it should not draw too much attention. The low-tier magical elemental power cores can temporarily be presented to my elder brother, the king, as necessary for the magical vehicles. Isha, indeed. The steel and magical elemental power cores they previously procured were not intended for constructing magical vehicles. Rather, they were meant for the fabrication of aircraft and tanks. Hence, they had hesitated to transport them back. However, the factories for the mass production of tanks and aircraft will undoubtedly be difficult to conceal. Won't they? Su Lian inquired with a wry smile. You could say they are simply rather large. Isha replied with a sly grin. I know nothing, for I am but an 11-year-old child. Su Lian shrugged with a chuckle. You little rascal! Polly couldn't help but laugh. The 3 generations exchanged knowing glances, erupting into hearty laughter. No one understood better than they did. They were on the brink of altering the entire landscape of the continent. Su Lian could already foresee the moment when the external nations were embroiled in a fierce struggle with traditional Derrida, while the steel tide of the Avisu kingdom, led by specialized knights, collaborated with an array of aircraft to pierce the skies and shatter the Black Daryu Mountains, astonishing the world. Invasion? No, no, no. We are here to assist the world in ending war, merely through the means of unification warfare. On the Holy Continent, in the year 3250 of the Vale calendar, as spring arrived to In Prince Isha's territory of St. Peter, all significant areas were interconnected by railways. Simultaneously, under the auspices of convening various merchant associations, Isha, having secured land acquisition approval, initiated railway construction nationwide. Gravel was laid, tracks were installed, and ties connected. Amidst the perplexed expressions of the populace, he withstood 2 months of public scrutiny and managed to complete a total of 1,000 kilometers of foundational railway in 10 different regions across the nation. When asked why the pace was so swift, the kingdom's approval, along with the mobilization of numerous earth-based magic-wielding mages, meant that the workers merely needed to lay down tracks and ties. Could it not be expedited? With seasoned laborers who had honed their skills over 3 years leading the charge, each region averaged 1 to 2 kilometers of railway laid per day. Approximately 50 kilometers per month, totaling 100 kilometers in 2 months, truly astonishing. Ultimately, all public chatter ceased abruptly when Isha commanded the transportation of the first magical vehicle, comprising 5 carriages with dual-directional locomotives, to the capital, positioning it on the tracks leading to the mining and ironworks outside the capital. The collective reaction was remarkably uniform. Initial mockery transformed into sheer astonishment. Moreover, the various princes and dukes were left with a sense of regret, for they had been entirely monopolized by Prince Isha. Chapter 9. Polaris Academy. As the harsh winter waned and the chill lingered, the largest comprehensive elite academy in the Avisu Kingdom, Polaris Academy, opened its doors. Unlike academies that primarily trained specialized mages or warriors, Polaris Academy is a multifaceted institution that encompasses the training of mecha riders. Today marked the opening ceremony of Polaris Academy, where Su Lian, donned in light armor and bearing a standard longsword, stood with poise among the multitude of students. Now 12 years old, he was of appropriate age for enrollment. As a high-ranking warrior, he fully met the Academy's admission standards. In fact, only a mid-level warrior was required, as students aged 6 to 12 still needed to acquire fundamental knowledge, including literature, mathematics, history, geography, and biology. No1 desired a combat-obsessed illiterate. By the way, Su Lian's actual mage level had reached an astonishing magus, 5th-tier rank, even surpassing some of the magical instructors. After the customary enrollment speech by the headmaster, students proceeded to their respective classes. In the semicircular tiered classroom, 30 students were sparsely seated, and the proportion of nobles among them appeared limited. Simultaneously, Su Lian noticed his light armor was somewhat conspicuous, prompting him to return to his dormitory to change into a uniform. This also birthed a minor issue. Excuse me, may I sit beside you? A charming blonde girl, also clad in uniform, inquired. Of course, Su Lian replied with a smile. Thank you. The girl exhaled with relief as she took a seat. It was evident that she sought companionship among those not male or overtly noble. Hence her desire to sit next to him, who wore a uniform. However, just to clarify, I am male, Su Lian remarked. Ah? But you? The adorable girl expressed surprise. At-12, Su Lian had a delicate visage, and his height was unremarkable. With relatively long hair in the absence of gender-specific uniforms, he indeed exuded a somewhat androgynous charm. Additionally, his voice was currently rather soft. Furthermore, in the Avisu Kingdom, silver hair is typically a trait associated with females. And having inherited his grandmother's silver locks, he had been mistaken for a girl more than once, especially since he had tied a short braid at the back of his head with a specially crafted deep blue ribbon. Considering these factors, it was hardly surprising that he was misidentified as a girl, as for the reason behind the ribbon. Any sufficiently skilled mage would recognize it as a magical artifact, providing resistance against mental magic attacks from behind. It was quite reasonable for Su Lian, as a warrior, to possess an item to counteract mental magic, right? Of course, in truth, this was merely a guise, as the true purpose of the magical artifact was to suppress and conceal the immense magical power within him. I am Su Lian, and you? Su Lian introduced himself to alleviate the awkwardness. Oh, I am Zuasandi. Zuasandi Animi Shur, Driasi. The charming girl reciprocated with a brief introduction. Animi Shur? It appears you are not of noble lineage. As I have not heard that surname before, it seems foreign to our nation. Likewise, the adorable girl Zuasandi found it peculiar that Su Lian had not elaborated on his name. Could it be that he was simply called Su Lian? Yes, my surname is Su Lian clarified. Oh, such a succinct name and surname, Zuasandi remarked with curiosity, but she did not press further. Indeed, Su Lian currently went by that name, as his identity for attending school had been arranged by the military department of the kingdom. After all, he was an outstanding graduate of the military academy and a high-achieving student who had studied at the Knight Research Institute for a year. It was essential to safeguard his identity. Please quiet down. I will take attendance to ensure no one has wandered into the wrong classroom. A middle-aged teacher, wearing glasses and holding a folder, announced from the podium. The classroom fell slightly quieter. With 30 students in total, as the teacher called the roll, Su Lian began to ascertain the noble lineage present. Oh, be honest. Although he was the grandson of Prince Isha, he had declined many necessary banquets under various pretexts of study. Thus, he had primarily heard of the names of nobles, but had rarely encountered them, let alone their offspring. Yes, for why he had not made an effort to familiarize himself to expand his social network? Because Isha himself had remarked, those nobles are all merely enjoying the peace brought by the geographical factors of the kingdom, lagging behind in everything. They are useless, if any decent nobles exist. I shall arrange for you to meet them. Otherwise, it would be better for you to get to know people in the military, even if many of them are also useless, on the first day of school. There were essentially no arrangements. After a simple opening ceremony, attendance was taken and textbooks distributed. The students quickly transitioned into free activity time. I and a spectator stand on the school playground. Su Lian sat, a magical artifact the size of a button emitting a faint glow from his collar. Meanwhile, on his ears, concealed beneath his silvery hair, was a similar magical device akin to headphones. Can you hear me, uncle? Su Lian inquired softly. Yes, my lord Su Lian, came the voice of Uncle Ryan through the magical device in Su Lian's ear. That's good. Let's communicate through this magical device from now on. But to avoid eavesdropping, it's best to keep the distance short for each transmission, Su Lian advised. At that moment, Uncle Ryan was seated on a bench in a small grove outside the playground, as the newly established Polaris Academy still allowed visits. All right, Uncle Ryan, by the way, have you managed to obtain the list of new students and current faculty? Su Lian asked. I've gathered the basics, but since you require more detailed personal information, it still needs some organization, Uncle Ryan replied. That's acceptable. Please deliver it to the agreed location in 3 days, Su Lian instructed. The reason Su Lian sought this information was straightforward. He needed to identify potential talents and, if possible, familiarize himself with them, ideally cultivating friendships. I shall return to my dormitory now and enjoy my campus life. Contact me if anything arises, Su Lian stated. Dio, remember to keep in touch regularly? Uncle Ryan reminded. I know, Su Lian replied. Subsequently, the magical communication ceased, and Su Lian rose to leave the playground. At that moment, in the faculty area of the academy, a voluptuous red-haired woman posed a question to an elderly gentleman clad in the standard faculty attire. What do you think, Dean? I begin to understand why Prince Isha would send someone to request that I take special care of his grandson, the dean replied. The materials sent to our academy are quite limited, indicating that his decision to enroll his beloved grandson in Ain's military academy was indeed genuine. Furthermore, the subtlety and discretion exhibited are traits not easily found in an ordinary child, coupled with the railways and magical vehicles developed by Prince Isha. This grandfather-grandson duo is quite intriguing, mused Brown Namaya, the dean of Polaris Academy, with a faint smile. Let us not forget that Prince Isha and his kin are all magicians, the red-haired woman reminded playfully. Indeed, the offspring of a magician are highly likely to possess magical abilities as well, the dean acknowledged with a smile. Even from hundreds of meters away, I can sense something unusual about Su Lian's headband. Chapter 10. The first practical training for Su Lian, the normal academy life was rather comfortable. Unlike the military academy and Knight Research Institute, which imposed various stringent requirements, the schedule at Polaris Academy was from 9:30 a.m. to 5 p.m., with ample time for lunch and a lengthy afternoon nap, rendering the day quite leisurely. There was also a method to further indulge in leisure, such as, "Next, I shall teach you the fundamentals of magical theory. Have you all brought your textbooks?" A young male teacher stated expressionlessly. "Teacher, we are warriors. Is it necessary for us to learn about magicians?" One student questioned in confusion. "Exactly. The subject of magicians is quite headache-inducing." Another student chimed in, holding up the textbook. Indeed, for warriors inclined towards training, the study of magic was perceived as rather tedious. Since you are all warriors, you must understand that one day you will confront magicians. Would you wish to face an opponent whose magic you do not comprehend, hoping they would engage you in combat merely with their staffs? The teacher replied coldly. Various reluctant exclamations arose, clearly indicating their unwillingness but lacking grounds for rebuttal. "Then let us all open the table of contents in our textbooks. I will guide you through the topics we will cover this semester." The teacher prepared to continue the lesson. "Excuse me, but you haven't introduced yourself yet." Su Lian raised his hand to signal. "Oh." The teacher paused slightly. "My name is J. Christie. You may call me Teacher J. Well, Teacher J, I happen to have previously aspired to become a magician and studied these subjects. Here are my scores from the preliminary written exam. May I apply to self-study this course in the future?" Su Lian presented his long-ago exam results. "Oh? May I see?" Teacher J appeared somewhat skeptical. "Here." Su Lian handed it over. Teacher J scrutinized the document and suddenly noticed a detail. The recorded exam from 3243? This little fellow was only 5 years old at that time, wasn't he? Teacher J felt a slight shock. "Is there an issue?" Su Lian inquired. "You wouldn't happen to have noticed that my grandfather modified my name with magic, would you?" Su Lian felt a bit anxious. "Very well, you may arrange your own study for this class. However, if you do not pass the final exam, you will have to attend supplementary classes during the break." Teacher J did not probe further and returned the exam results to Su Lian. He then addressed the other students. "Do any of you have records of having taken the preliminary written exam for novice magicians like Su Lian here? If so, please submit your records. You too may self-study this course, provided you can pass the final exam. Is that permissible?" "What if I barely passed?" a student inquired. Naturally, there were a few who had previously aspired to be magicians and had studied, albeit in limited numbers. "Can you assure me that you still remember the material? At least a passing grade is required." Teacher J coldly declined. "Ah," the student exclaimed, reluctantly lowering their hand. "Well then, Teacher J, I shall take my leave." Su Lian politely bowed slightly. "Machem, off you go," Teacher J replied. The remaining students could only watch with envy as Su Lian departed, relishing the privilege of self-study. "Humph, lucky guy. Next semester will be foundational theory for intermediate and advanced magicians. Let us see how he manages that." Among the envious, there were those who harbored jealousy, albeit murmured quietly to themselves. Su Lian, upon hearing this, could not help but smirk disdainfully. "Intermediate? Advanced? My grandfather is already a magus. How could I possibly fail those exams?" However, Trosandi observed Su Lian's departure, her large, innocent eyes harboring a hint of confusion. Su Lian, not a noble. The study of magic is not something an ordinary person could access before entering the academy. Could he be a child of a merchant or something? Upon returning to his dormitory after leaving the classroom, Su Lian retrieved a thick textbook on Knight modifications from his magical ring. Although he did not continue at the Knight Research Institute, he had taken with him the primary textbooks he could. While the magic of this world is indeed fascinating and enchanting, what truly captivates me remains the mechas. Once railway transport begins to yield profits, I must procure the finest materials to craft a mecha uniquely my own. The cost-effectiveness is one aspect, but the sheer coolness is undeniable. Moreover, in terms of individual capability, a fully equipped knight mecha is undoubtedly formidable. Otherwise, it would not have altered the course of previous wars. I must still learn what is necessary. Alas, the journey to conquer the world is a long and arduous one. Su Lian mused, diving once more into the ocean of knowledge. It was inescapable. While he might not be keen on studying other subjects, this was mecha, glorious mecha. What man could possibly resist a mecha so grand that it could only be gazed upon in awe? Absolutely not. Even men who could stare for half a day at excavator operations could never turn down the romance of mechas. Thus, Su Lian, employing similar rationalizations, transformed all courses related to magic into self-study sessions. Though somewhat ostentatious, it did free up considerable time for him. Yet, such ostentation would only be temporary. After all, when a classmate frequently misses certain classes and does not engage in conversation with others, most would eventually forget about him. Su Lian primarily communicated and familiarized himself with those he deemed valuable, entirely disregarding the rest. Consequently, it was not long before he became an almost transparent presence in the class. Before long, 2 months of the semester passed in a blur. Today marks the first practical training outing for you, lasting 5 days. The academy will arrange for teachers and knights to accompany you, as well as upperclassmen to undertake escort duties. The leading teacher announced from the stage. Theoretical knowledge and academy exercises are certainly insufficient to meet the growth needs of a normal warrior or magician. Hence, practical training is an essential component of the curriculum. The practical training at Polaris Academy is generally conducted in nearby areas. For instance, the destination for this outing will be the Saji Forest to the east of the academy. This peripheral area is home to numerous magical beasts ranging from novice to advanced levels, which should be manageable for the new students, who are at least intermediate warriors, of course, given the practical nature of this training. There is a risk of death. Thus, the academy takes it seriously, arranging for teachers and knights to accompany you, while also assigning upperclassmen protective tasks to join the escort ranks. However, Su Lian's gaze was entirely captivated by 5 mechas towering 6 meters high. Wow! The retired modified version of the Frostblade Knight? Truly, Polaris Academy is impressive. They have managed to procure military retired knights as academy guardians. This version is grander, capable of wielding even heftier greatswords, with enhanced armor protection and stronger magical attack capabilities. Unfortunately, it lacks in speed and is slightly costly, leading to its retirement. Yet, the grandeur of it all. It's simply magnificent. Chapter 11. Caspa Josh now, we shall begin the grouping die in accordance with the realities of life. Teammates are naturally to be sought out by yourselves. No one will assist you in making selections. The teacher in charge announced, following the standard adventure team format, with a maximum of 7 and a minimum of 3 members per group. You are to organize yourselves accordingly and then register with me. The matter of grouping has already been widely discussed among the senior students. So many in the class had privately formed their teams well in advance. This practical exercise involves 2 classes, totaling 60 individuals, which, based on an average of 5 per group, would yield approximately 12 teams. Once the groupings are complete, the senior students assigned to protective duties, along with their accompanying teachers, will also be allocated to discreetly safeguard the participants. Su Lian felt indifferent about this, preparing to seize an opportunity to gather teammates. After half a minute had passed, the teams were nearly formed by the students themselves, as they had already conferred in private. Consequently, some of the more reserved individuals were left out. Su Lian observed that there appeared to be around 7 or 8. Lian, shall we form a team? Zhuosangdi approached with a hint of nervousness. That sounds good. If calling me Lian is awkward, you may also refer to me as Su Lian. Su Lian replied with a gentle smile. Lian, your name is indeed quite unique. Zhuosangdi exhaled in relief. I'm fortunate that Lian is willing to team up with me, especially as a high-ranking warrior. Otherwise, as a mere intermediate mage, I wouldn't know what to do. May I join you as well? Came another anxious inquiry. I have no objections. Su Lian nodded. Excellent. Now we have 3 members. Zhuosangdi expressed her joy. The newcomer was a classmate from their group, also a rather introverted individual. Su Lian, having gathered information, recognized him as the son of a merchant named Rex Bloor, a high-level mage adept in versatile fire magic, with intermediate earth and low-level wind magic skills. I'll take the front line. Rex will provide magical output, and Zhuosangdi can support with wind magic and water healing. It's a perfect combination, Su Lian strategized. Originally, there was another solitary student from their class, but Su Lian had noticed that he had been taken by a noble team. One could easily surmise that the leading noble child intended to recruit him as an underling, treating him rather like a servant. Zhuosangdi seemed somewhat excited. It was likely her first practical drill. She then observed, Lian, don't you have a magical ring? Why are you carrying a spare sword as well? Zhuosangdi was puzzled. The school had provided each student with a storage ring capable of holding approximately half a cubic meter. And Su Lian possessed a large capacity one as well, which led to her confusion. Su Lian had not only one sword at his side, but also 2 more crossed on his back, appearing as backups, one long and one short. The swords are quite sturdy. They can deflect attacks from behind, Su Lian explained succinctly. "Do I see. So that's why warriors prefer to carry spare weapons on their backs." Zhuo Sangdi finally understood. Su Lian smiled subtly. "Of course, I want to divulge that I am particularly skilled with dual swords. The extra one happens to be my specially crafted magical sword." Group formations are finalized. The teacher in charge is calling for people. We haven't elected a team leader yet," Zhuo Sangdi exclaimed in mild panic. Typically, the leader would approach to discuss essential matters. "Let us have Rex take the lead. A mage is certainly more composed than I, a mere warrior," Su Lian suggested, prioritizing Rex. "Oh, very well." Rex, who was somewhat reluctant to accept, lacked the strength to refuse. Zhuo Sangdi felt a twinge of confusion. Lian appeared more like a natural leader. So why had he so quickly stepped back? Su Lian's approach at the academy was straightforward. Focus on learning and maintain a low profile. Rex led them forward, where they received special magical items from the teacher in charge, which could be used for urgent communication and as verification for hunting spoils, along with a special rescue magic scroll for emergencies. The next matter concerned the teacher or senior student assigned to their group. However, with only 3 of them, no teacher could be allocated, leaving them. Su Lian noticed an individual wearing glasses, a peculiar fellow burdened with a large pack despite possessing a magical ring. He appeared frail and ill-suited for combat. Had he come to partake in the protective task as well? It made sense. Given his research-oriented nature, he likely lacked sufficient credits in this area, so taking on a protective role for lower-year practical exercises was a fitting choice. It was a splendid opportunity to foster a connection, but alas, the captaincy had been relinquished by Su Lian. Senior Josh, are you also participating in the protective task? How rare. Su Lian approached him, feigning familiarity. Casper Josh, a senior student majoring in magical alchemy, was precisely the technical talent Su Lian aimed to befriend. Su Jr. Hello. Casper initially appeared taken aback before recollecting their prior brief encounter in the library. Is he an acquaintance of yours? Rex inquired eagerly. Having acquaintances was certainly advantageous. Su Lian smiled inwardly. This was precisely the effect he desired. With their group initially lacking, no strong senior was inclined to guide such a small team. As the credit yield was minimal to the captain, Rex was concerned about the allocation of a protective senior, and having an acquaintance could facilitate a direct request. Yes, I previously met Casper Josh in the library. He excels in alchemy and can craft various magical items, Su Lian succinctly introduced. Splendid, Senior Casper. Would you be willing to serve as our group's protector? Rex hastily inquired. An alchemist was likely at least a high-level mage. And with a stroke of luck, perhaps even a grand mage or a sorcerer. Haha, I'm not as impressive as Su Jr. described, but I'm certainly competent. Rex immediately felt reassured. A grand mage would ensure safety in the vicinity of beginner to intermediate magical beasts. Is that settled then? Zhuo Sangdi asked joyfully. The others nodded in agreement. Senior Casper, I'm Zhuo Sangdi Anamiki, an intermediate mage. She introduced herself. Rex Bloor, high-level mage. Rex shyly added. Though Su Jr. has already mentioned it. I am Casper Josh. It's a pleasure to meet you. Casper smiled back. It was evident that all 3 possessed rather reserved dispositions. Su Lian was quite satisfied with this. Such a team was less likely to encounter conflicts. And they could navigate this practical exercise discreetly. Most importantly, he would have the opportunity to engage with Casper. Chapter 12. Saji Forest. The Saji Forest spans a vast area, interspersed with small mountain ranges, with a maximum diameter reaching 500 kilometers and a minimum of 200. It is said that deep within the forest lies a formidable 8th-tier magical beast, potentially even a dragon. Alas, the scope of this event is limited to the periphery. Otherwise, with my prowess, hunting a 4th-tier magical beast would pose no challenge. A lavishly dressed youth, wielding a staff while mounted, proclaimed this. He was Connie Alfred, a grandson of one of the 3 dukes of the Avisu kingdom, specifically the second son of Hodge Alfred's 3rd son, distinguished among his cousins for his outstanding magical talent. Regrettably, his young age and overall capabilities rendered him somewhat ineffectual. A typical dandy, presently, he was a 4th-tier mage, the apparent strongest in Su Lian's class, mastering fire and lightning magic, yet devoid of any knowledge beyond offensive spells. That is a certainty, with our great mage Connie present. 4th-tier magical beasts will not withstand a single blow under his powerful offensive magic, a fellow student remarked. Hailing from an ordinary middle-class family, Su Lian had not even bothered to remember the name of the sycophant who displayed such obsequiousness upon encountering the Duke's grandson. Naturally, during last year's family trials, he had effortlessly slain 2 fourth-tier magical beasts, rendering him devoid of any fear. "How impressive, Lord Connie! What manner of fourth-tier beasts did you conquer?" exclaimed 2 rather charming girls. Clearly of at least middle-class descent, their admiration evident. "Humph! Merely a Carlosi earth dragon and a Yalu black bear, both easily dispatched by me," Connie continued to boast with pride. "Wow! Truly remarkable." The cacophony of boastful claims and exclamations reached even the teachers at the forefront and the rear. Including Su Lian.it seems quite impressive, remarked Swasandy, a naively innocent girl, her eyes wide with surprise. "Indeed, they are genuine fourth-tier magical beasts," Rex agreed. Josh, however, held little interest, while Su Lian felt a twinge of disdain. His grandfather's words rang true. There were far too many worthless nobles in the kingdom of Avisu. The Carlosi Earth Dragon was merely a trainable beast from the Earth Dragon cavalry, most likely a rejected dragon from Duke Hodge's ranks. As for the Yalu Black Bear, it was a favored culinary delicacy among the nobility, its fur highly prized. However, under the onslaught of fire magic, preserving its pelt would be unlikely. It would serve as a fine practice target for this fellow before becoming a sumptuous addition to the evening feast. "Attention all groups, we are now entering the saggy forest. Once inside, each group will act independently. We shall reconvene in the designated area 5 days hence. The success of your beast hunts will affect your academic credits. So please prioritize your safety. In case of danger, utilize your magical tools to communicate immediately," the leading teacher called out. The students responded with a variety of excited exclamations. For these newcomers, such practical exercises were exhilarating. "Our group, led by me, Connie, is destined for first place. No objections, I trust?" Connie proclaimed loudly. "Ha! Who would dare to disagree? After all, Lord Connie is a distinguished grand sorcerer," came the eager affirmations. Yet, from a distance, some students whispered their discontent. What an insufferable show-off. This is troublesome. Even if I want to compete for first place, he will surely hold a grudge against me. Sigh. Nobles are truly detestable. How domineering. Swasandy pouted in displeasure. "Ha ha, as if we could ever hope to seize first place." Rex remarked with a light-hearted acceptance. "Josh, do you have any recommendations for areas we should explore?" Su Lian inquired directly. Since he was not leading the group, avoiding Rex's erratic wandering would be preferable, and allowing Josh to decide would be much better. "What do you mean by not much?" Su Lian feigned ignorance. "I suggest you wait for their group to depart before heading in the opposite direction." Josh advised. "Exactly. Let us do that." Swasandy immediately concurred, evidently disliking Connie's pretentious demeanor. "Well then, let's wait a bit." Rex, showing no strong opinions of his own, felt grateful that Su Lian had consulted Josh. This was precisely the outcome Su Lian desired. Connie's 7-member group was the first to enter the Saga Forest, even competing for that. Su Lian and his companions chose to enter last, opting to skirt the edges of the forest for a while to avoid encountering Connie's group in the same area. They tethered their horses to a large tree with ample grass, knowing someone would come to take them away, and then the 4 of them ventured into the forest. Before entering, Su Lian cast a glance back. This area should be beyond the constant mental coverage of that 7th-tier Grand Mage teacher, meaning that even should an unexpected situation arise requiring him to reveal his strength, it should not pose a significant issue. Chapter 13. Magical Beasts. The practical exercises in the Saggy Forest proceeded relatively smoothly. The outer regions indeed housed numerous 1st- and 2nd-tier magical beasts, none particularly ferocious, easily manageable by even the more robust hunters. Even the more troublesome 2nd-tier beasts fell before Rex's magic, allowing Su Lian to comfortably assume a frontline role. If they maintained their steady pace, they could meet the minimum hunting requirements within 3 days. And indeed, they were accomplishing just that. Su Lian delighted in the leisure of the activity, engaging in casual conversation with Josh while showcasing some alchemical knowledge to cultivate common ground. After all, he was a novice alchemist and could easily masquerade as a high-tier warrior with an interest in alchemy. "Wow! In just 3 days, we've captured enough magical crystals to pass," Swasandy exclaimed after tallying their spoils. It was now nightfall, and they sat around a campfire. This area is rife with magical beasts. Yet their strength is not overwhelming. The Academy has deliberately controlled this environment, ensuring that as long as you hunt normally, you should all meet the minimum requirements. After all, you've only just begun your studies. And we 1T impose overly stringent demands, Josh remarked with a gentle smile. Magical beasts in this world can be categorized into two types. The first are natural magical beasts, which arise from the convergence of various complex magical elements from the world, ultimately forming magical crystals that give birth to these creatures. Upon defeat, their corporeal forms swiftly dissolve into magical elements, leaving behind only the condensed magical crystals. Furthermore, due to the unpredictable nature of natural magical beasts, they can even manifest in areas where human activity is stable, including cities. Consequently, magical beasts summoned through typical summoning magic are usually of this natural variety. However, the magical crystals produced through summoning magic do not last long and will eventually dissipate. The second type is reproductive magical beasts, which arise from the union of magical beasts or through special forms of reproduction. When defeated, their bodies are not much different from ordinary beasts and are even edible. Typically, the stronger the reproductive magical beast, the more robust its flesh. Similarly, they also contain magical crystals, but these are more stable and suitable for use in magical arrays and magical item crafting. Hence why the magical crystals from reproductive magical beasts are often referred to as magic cores. For summoners, however, it is impossible to temporarily summon reproductive magical beasts. Controlling and summoning them requires prior defeat and the signing of a contract, which is a rather cumbersome and challenging task. As for the superiority of natural versus reproductive magical beasts, there is no definitive assessment, as there have been terrifying embodiments of both. Well, we can take things a bit easier from now on, Su Lian remarked with a faint smile. Aren't we going to strive for a better ranking? It could elevate our average credits, Sandy responded, puzzled. Over the past 3 days, she had felt her own exertion, while Rex had remained tense. Yet Su Lian exuded an air of ease, even engaging in light conversation with Josh during battles. He appeared completely unconcerned about the outcomes of this practical exercise. It's not about high scores. Just passing is sufficient, Su Lian replied with a tone of seasoned wisdom. I share your sentiment, Rex chuckled. You two boys are so dull, Sandy pouted slightly. Meanwhile, Josh smiled quietly, feeling relaxed himself. After all, his primary goal was to secure credits through the protection of the younger students, and as long as they remained safe, his credits would be assured. Just then, Su Lian's sorcerer-level mental acuity detected a surge of potent magical energy. This sensation, could it be that kind of magical beast? How intriguing. I'm feeling sleepy. I think I'll rest now, Su Lian declared, feigning fatigue as he settled beneath a large tree. So early? Rex was taken aback. Humph. I'm going to sleep too, Sandy said, still somewhat displeased. Rest easy. I've set up magical tools around us to detect any dangers, Josh assured with a smile. Although the protective mission was meant to be covert, Josh was not a combat-oriented student. To better ensure the fulfillment of such protective tasks, he was permitted to offer limited assistance. Good night, Su Lian waved his hand. Good night. The others responded simply, each leaning against their respective trees and drifting off to sleep. Approximately half an hour later, a faint magical fluctuation quietly spread through the air. Wind type, first tier magic, sleepy breeze. At that moment, Su Lian opened his eyes. Mental perception. Have they all fallen asleep already? The enhancement of sleep magic was perhaps a tad superfluous. Stretching his body gently, he departed from the group. Dark type, first tier magic, dark sight. On a rocky outcrop within the saggy forest, a group of adventurers, dressed in various attires as though they had formed a makeshift team, sat around a campfire. Ha, you lost again. Hurry and fork over the gold. Damn, your luck is like cheating. They were engaged in a card game reminiscent of poker, though sadly, such a thing did not exist in this world. Oh, good evening, folks. Oh, no older ladies here, Su Lian greeted them. What do you want, kid? One of the men, happily collecting his winnings, asked nonchalantly. They had noticed Su Lian long before but continued their game. 10 gold coins. Could you possibly keep an eye on my classmates while I hunt? Su Lian tossed a small pouch, landing precisely on the stone where they were playing. Oh, do you have a target for self-hunting? The man inquired with a knowing glance at Su Lian. Su Lian was a warrior but could not easily detect the unusual magical beasts that they themselves had failed to notice. To understand it is merely a peculiar magical artifact. Su Lian casually tossed a magical item of unknown purpose as he spoke, implying that he had discovered this artifact. The older man squinted at Su Lian. while the others regarded him with scrutinizing gazes. This young manis he of noble lineage, or perhaps the son of a wealthy merchant? Neither seemed likely. It was rather perplexing. Very well, we shall undertake this task. However, should your instructor later consider this as seeking external assistance and deduct credits, do not blame us, the elder remarked, promptly distributing 5 gold coins, 2 to each individual. Regardless of identity, as long as the payment is made. That suffices. Thus, Su Lian unsheathed the long sword from his left hip with his right hand, while his left hand drew a slightly shorter blade from behind. A combat stance, thank you, in an instant. He dashed into the dense forest with remarkable speed. An intriguing young fellow, the elder chuckled. That demeanor hardly resembled that of a pampered noble heir. But who cares? As long as he does not pose a threat to my esteemed one. He may set the forest ablaze for all I care. Let us continue playing cards. It seems we have money once more, soon. They entirely forgot about Su Lian's visit, merely shifting a little more attention to the tasks of protecting their respective young masters and mistresses, while still keeping an eye on Zhuosang Di and his companions. Chapter 14. 5th Grade Magical Beast. Black Gale Magic Tiger Night fell over the forest. 2 moons of varying shapes and colors. Alongside the starlight, illuminated the scene, a shadow darted swiftly through the Saji forest. Indeed, the feeling had not been mistaken. Su Lian felt a surge of excitement. A 5th grade magical beast, the Black Gale Magic Tiger. This creature is one of the most coveted 5th grade beasts among summoners. Even if one cannot successfully defeat it and establish a summoning contract, the slain Black Gale Magic Tiger is still a treasure trove of resources, particularly its magic core, which serves as an excellent material for crafting puppets of the dark summoning type. Summoners who specialize in both summoning and puppet magic absolutely adore such beasts, although my grandfather had taken me to the magical beast market before. That particular specimen was merely a feeble 3rd grade creature. This, however, is a genuine 5th grade beast. Yet, with the 3rd grade magic core, I had already completed my experiment back then, proving my theory to be valid. Regrettably, 5th grade Black Gale Magic Tiger cores are in high demand and short supply in the market. Even my grandfather could not procure one immediately. I cannot let this opportunity slip away. 5th grade Black Gale Magic Tiger, here I come. With a swish, Su Lian maneuvered through the dense underbrush, transforming into a silver streak as he charged toward a massive beast measuring 5 meters in length. Combat technique, Silver Moon Slash. Su Lian wielded a long and a short sword, unleashing a silver flash that struck the waist of the Black Gale Magic Tiger, which was currently savoring its prey. A howl of pain erupted from the beast. Its fierce, glowing eyes glared furiously at Su Lian for daring to interrupt its feast. High-level warrior-grade fighting spirit. The Black Gale Magic Tiger sensed the intensity of Su Lian's fighting spirit and became even more enraged. A mere 3rd grade high-level warrior dares to ambush a 5th grade magical beast? Seeking death, with a furious roar, it lunged at Su Lian. He swiftly dodged. Ha! Truly worthy of being a 5th grade beast. Even a surprise attack on its most vulnerable spot left only a wound that barely hindered its movements. The speed of its counterattack was astonishing. Had I not anticipated it, I might not have evaded in time. However, Intermediate Enhancement Magic, Swift Leopard, Intermediate Enhancement Magic, Iron Armor, Intermediate Enhancement Magic, Brute Strength, Intermediate Enhancement Magic, Physical Enhancement, Intermediate Enhancement Magic, Perception Boost. I am a dual practitioner of magic and martial arts. In mere seconds, Su Lian, a 5th grade magus, rapidly cast 5 intermediate enhancement spells on himself without incantation, augmenting his physical abilities while evading the Black Gale Magic Tiger's assault. Just as he successfully dodged one of its lunges and arrived at its side. Combat technique, Swift Blade Spiral. Su Lian explosively surged forward, his body spinning while crossing his long and short swords. Lowering his stance as he aimed to shred the tiger's forepaws, splatter, blood spurted forth. Su Lian's attack left a gory wound on the right forepaw of the Black Gale Magic Tiger, exposing visible bone. Tisich. Feeling somewhat dissatisfied, Su Lian immediately created distance, 5th grade indeed. Even with enhancement magic, that strike could not sever a single claw. Yet, it was sufficient. According to the battle strategies against magical beasts, incapacitating any limb of a quadrupedal beast significantly diminishes its mobility, affecting all physical actions aside from its biting force, at least. Based on the results, I have succeeded. But Su Lian understood that this was merely the beginning. The Black Gale Magic Tiger, being a magical beast proficient in both dark and wind attributes, undoubtedly possessed its own innate magical abilities. With its physical attacks curtailed, it would surely retaliate with magical strikes. Roar. The Black Gale Magic Tiger let out a deafening roar. He could clearly sense the tumultuous magical energies of two elements surging within it. Hey, big kitty, try not to make too much noise. I'd rather not have that esteemed magus instructor of mine discover me. Su Lian chuckled, a hint of chill in his tone. He knew that his strength was ample to deal with the already injured 5th grade beast. His only concern was making too much noise. Then, let the slaughter commence, sword in hand, onward. Approximately 3 minutes later, with all limbs except for the right hind paw injured, the 5th grade Black Gale Magic Tiger, having expended much of its magical energy through the continuous use of various innate spells, lay defeated in a pool of its own blood. The surroundings were a chaotic mess. The destructive power of 5th grade magic could effortlessly clear a radius of 100 meters. Thankfully, the innate magic of the Black Gale Magic Tiger was predominantly single target with immense power yet limited range. Otherwise, the ruckus would have been quite troublesome for Su Lian, as for the devastation caused. The rampaging 5-meter-long beast was more than capable of wreaking havoc on the nearby trees and stones within just 3 minutes. Oh dear, Su Lian leaped onto the twitching body of the Black Gale Magic Tiger. With one sword plunged into its chest, he crushed its heart. The magic crystal of magical beasts is typically found in their skulls or hearts. For the Black Gale Magic Tiger, it resided in the heart. Making it Su Lian's primary objective, magic control, absorb, an egg-sized, irregular diamond-shaped magic core emanated a faint glow before Su Lian's eyes, floating gently in the air. The complete magic core of the 5th grade Black Gale Magic Tiger. Quite satisfactory, Su Lian nodded in approval. Indeed, prior to enrollment, accompanying Uncle Ryan to undertake hunting tasks for practical training and challenging various 6th grade magical beasts in the arena of our territory was a wise decision. Although this was not his first time personally slaying a 5th grade beast to retrieve its magic core, it was the first time he had accomplished it entirely on his own without Uncle Ryan's protection. Quite commendable indeed, yielding substantial rewards. Su Lian felt elated within himself regarding his complete solo hunt of the 5th grade Black Gale Magic Tiger. Mental sensing. No other high-level beasts had been drawn to the battle, and the formidable magical energy radiating from that esteemed magus instructor remained undisturbed in its original position. That concern was alleviated. After all, this area could hardly be considered the periphery. It was still quite distant. Even if that instructor sensed a battle involving a 5th grade magical beast here, unless he specifically came to investigate, it would be unlikely for him to discern that it was a high-level warrior. Additionally, the wilderness beyond the periphery was populated with many Black Gale Magic Tigers foraging at night. Such skirmishes would likely go unnoticed by him. Relax, no detection, and objectives achieved. Time to head back. Su Lian stood up cheerfully. However, he glanced once more at the Black Gale Magic Tiger beneath him. Such a large creature had many useful physical materials, and it would be a waste not to bring it back. Unfortunately, the magical ring he carried did not have the extra space to accommodate this 5-meter-long behemoth, which gave him a headache. There was no choice but to proceed. Extending his hand, he summoned his magic. Wind attribute, basic magic, seal breath. Ice attribute, intermediate magic, freeze. Earth attribute, intermediate magic, earth split. First, he sealed the Black Gale Magic Tiger's scent of blood, then froze it to prevent decay, and finally caused the earth to crack, burying it at least 5 meters deep. Although freezing and digging are basic magics, the sheer size of this creature necessitated the magical energy equivalent to intermediate magic. All right, I'll have Uncle come and dig it up later. Su Lian clapped his hands and announced. Lastly, water attribute, intermediate magic, cleanse. He simply washed away the blood and lingering scent before departing from the site. Chapter 15. Urgent notification, however, as Su Lian left, he remained unaware of the dangerous magical energy fluctuations emanating from deep within the Saji forest. In fact, even the powerful magus had yet to detect it due to its currently faint intensity. The following day, they continued their hunting activities as usual, though it was somewhat peculiar that the number of magical beasts seemed to have increased. Moreover, it was not only the naturally occurring beasts. Even the numbers of breeding beasts had risen. It is worth noting that breeding beasts generally possess territorial instincts, and a single area typically does not harbor an excessive number. Strange Su Lien perched on a branch of a large tree, tasked with reconnaissance, gazing into the depths of the Saji forest. He could faintly sense a disquieting disturbance in the magical elements. Yet, if this were indeed the case, his significantly stronger Magus instructor should have already detected some anomaly. In any genuinely perilous situation, an immediate order would be issued to cease the practical training, allowing the instructor and seniors to lead the newcomers to safety. "Have you discovered anything?" Shuasangdi called from below. "The vicinity has fallen silent with regard to the presence of magical beasts. It appears they have been completely eradicated." Su Lien expressed his relief. "Excellent." Shuasangdi promptly collapsed onto the ground, hastily entering a meditative state to replenish his magical energy. Rex did the same, while only Joshua, who had not directly engaged in combat, maintained a vigilant stance. At that moment, Su Lien leapt down from the tree, inadvertently stepping into a pool of blood, splattering a bit of mud. Surrounding them lay 7 corpses of magical beasts and 5 crystals evidently formed from the dissipating remains of natural magical creatures. This indicated that they had just endured an assault from a total of 12 magical beasts. Although most were of the first and second tiers and did not attack simultaneously, there were still 2 formidable third-tier beasts, making it a challenging battle. The sheer number of magical beasts was clearly suspicious. "Tsu, you are truly impressive. You seem rather unfazed," Joshua remarked in admiration. "It's merely a result of regular training and good stamina. Besides, my primary role was to defend. Rex handled the offense, so I suppose it was a bit easier for me." Su Lien replied with a faint smile. "Good stamina, you say?" Joshua's expression shifted slightly. He was not adept in combat, but as an alchemist and magician, he was far from naive. Su Lien's combat abilities were evidently not those of a mere novice. He must have undergone professional training or even had experience as an adventurer to exhibit such prowess. Whether it was the coordinated multi-angle defense against magical beasts or the efficient conservation of energy to achieve defensive objectives while awaiting Rex's magical assault, these were clearly not feats achievable by a beginner. Shuasangdi and the others were still oblivious to this. They simply perceived Su Lien as being more capable than themselves without understanding the underlying reasons. Could it be that Su Lien is the offspring of a powerful adventurer? Su Lien also noticed the change in Joshua's expression. After enduring days of battle, particularly today's intense skirmish, has he finally recognized it? The objective has been achieved. I must leave a lasting impression on him, then later engage him in discussions about alchemy to build rapport. When the time for vacation arrives, I can invite him to my home, and together with my grandfather and the others, we can recruit him into the research department. This would be a promising development point. One of Su Lien's primary reasons for continuing his studies at the academy was to personally encounter talented individuals, and once a certain level of familiarity was established, to leverage his status as a prince of Isha to recruit them. Under normal circumstances, with the dual factors of friendship and noble status, successful recruitment was virtually assured. Of course, exceptionally talented individuals would inevitably attract the attention of the kingdom. Whether he could secure them would depend on the conditions offered and Su Lien's own abilities. A 5th-tier wind magic spell. Wind of transmission enveloped the students carrying special magical artifacts, allowing them to immediately sense a connection of mental energy. Greetings to all students. I am Grand Magus Bunyan Johnston, a professor in the alchemy department. I come to deliver an urgent notice. All student groups are to reach the designated area before sunset tonight. Should you encounter magical beasts en route, do not engage in combat. Prioritize avoiding conflict and hasten your arrival. Additionally, I am introducing a reward of extra credits. The first group to arrive will receive an additional 5 credits, with subsequent groups receiving a decreasing amount of 1 credit each, limited to the first 5 groups. Professor Bunyan's proclamation left many students momentarily stunned. Whether they were like Su Lien, surveying from the trees, or counting their spoils, confusion surrounded the cause of this emergency notice. The more astute students quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. "Why are we suddenly ending things early?" Shuasangdi inquired, puzzled. "Perhaps a powerful magical beast has been sighted in the Saji forest, prompting us to return for safety," Rex speculated. After all, being a merchant's child, he was relatively quick-witted. "Let us go. I'll lead the way," Su Lien declared, drawing his sword. Was it indeed an issue stemming from the forest? That subtle sense of impending danger felt far from simple. This meant Datsu, the direction you are heading isn't directly towards the camp, Joshua quickly pointed out, consulting his magical compass. Shuasangdi and Rex looked at Su Lian with confusion. Yes, the direction veers slightly away from the forest, as our chosen area is quite distant from the meeting point. If there is indeed any danger, it might be safer for us to break through the forest rather than proceed to the rendezvous. Su Lian explained plainly so that's the case. Lian, you are quite clever. Shuasangdi expressed a hint of admiration. Shall we then bypass the forest entirely and go around it? Rex proposed that one do. If it isn't a powerful magical beast, it would certainly not choose to head towards the convergence point, where the Grand Magus poses a magical threat. Joshua promptly rejected the idea. Not a powerful magical beast. Shuasangdi was momentarily taken aback. Casper, do you mean? Rex quickly pieced it together. A magical disaster, Su Lian stated directly, articulating another hypothesis. A magical disaster. The pupils of Shuasangdi and Rex dilated, an evident look of terror surfacing in their eyes. At this moment, Joshua glanced at Su Lian, who remained remarkably calm and unflustered, further solidifying his belief. Su Lian, he is certainly no ordinary student. He had even considered both the occurrence of powerful magical beasts and the danger of magical disasters, which led him to contemplate that specific route for convergence. For if it were an indiscriminate magical disaster, then it would be far safer to head towards the Grand Magus Bunyan rather than blindly flee into the forest. Let us move, Su Lian commanded. Oh, yes, Shuasangdi, momentarily startled, quickly nodded. Rex silently followed suit, while Joshua prepared for battle, retrieving his staff from his magical ring. Simultaneously, with his experience, Joshua utilized his magic to assist Su Lian and the others, temporarily collecting the magical crystals and cores from the magical beasts they had just slain. Wind System, Advanced Group Support Magic, Dream of Dandelion. A collective support spell, upon Joshua's incantation, was cast upon all. Their speed surged instantly to a higher tier. With such magic, both Shuasangdi and Rex felt somewhat reassured. Only Su Lian remained, his mental focus persistently directed towards the depths of the Saji forest, keenly discerning whether it was a powerful magical beast or a magical disaster. If it were a powerful beast, that would be manageable, but if it were a magical disaster, then indeed, danger loomed. Chapter 16. Magical disaster, is it confirmed? In the designated convergence area, hovering among the treetops, stood a middle-aged man with brown hair clad in the robes of an academy instructor. Another teacher approached him, exuding an aura of a Grand Magus. It was Bunyan, and the one who joined him was Jay, whom Su Lian recognized. Jay was also a fifth-tier magician and shared the alchemy department with Bunyan. Both were instructors familiar to Joshua, have already sent a request for support to the academy and the nearby kingdom's military. Our current mission is to ensure the safety of the students at all costs, Professor Bunyan stated with a serious expression. How could we encounter such a situation? Our luck is utterly terrible. Jay replied, his irritation palpable. Magical elements in the Saji forest are inherently chaotic, and such disasters can occur in any region, potentially every few years or even decades. Fortunately, this time it was only an 8th-tier disaster. Though its coverage area may be extensive. 8th tier. Even if one is not in the core zone, at least a 5th-tier magician or moonlight warrior can ensure their safety. How can you speak so lightly of this? Considering they are all new students, Jay expressed his discontent. Precisely because they are new students, their activity range is limited, and they will quickly converge, Professor Bunyan responded. Let us hope so. I will check on the group of students farthest to the east. Jay sighed. Understood, Professor Bunyan replied. Their conversation and demeanor made it evident that the situation they faced was exceedingly perilous. Meanwhile, on Su Lian's side, with a protective mission at hand, Joshua, equipped with a special communication magical artifact, received the latest news. Casper, Joshua, can you receive this communication? The voice of the lead instructor resonated in Joshua's ears. Responding with his magic, Joshua confirmed that the signal was received. It's good to hear. Casper, as a senior student, your group is small and lacks a teacher. If you have not managed to converge, you must ensure the safety of 3 new students. Listen, the emergency situation has been confirmed. Maintain your composure and prevent the new students from sensing panic. The magical disaster erupting in the Saji forest is an 8th tier. Remember, 8th tier. You must lead your group to the convergence point. Teacher Gino is already on his way to assist you. Please remain calm and complete your protective task. The magical communication was cut off, indicating urgency as they moved on to notify the next group. Joshua's heart began to fill with panic. After all, this was a magical disaster, an 8th tier. Su, Joshua called out. Su Lien, sword in hand, was forging ahead. Yes, Su Lien nodded. He understood Joshua's intent. The situation had evidently been confirmed as a magical disaster, necessitating a direct move to the convergence point, where they would be far safer under the protection of Grand Megaspunian. Adjusting their course slightly towards the rendezvous point, Su Lien felt the shift in direction and Joshua's call. Even Zhuosangdi, who was somewhat slow to react, could grasp the urgency of the situation. A magical disaster. A magical disaster. If described using knowledge from Su Lien's original world, it would be akin to the sudden onset of earthquakes, typhoons, or tornadoes. The calamities wrought by magical forces in this world are merely the result of various chaotic magical elements coalescing to a significant degree within a certain area. Thus, such occurrences can manifest in any locale, provided the concentration reaches a sufficient threshold for an eruption to ensue. The most commonplace of these magical disasters take the form of familiar phenomena such as earthquakes, storms, and wildfires in this realm. Such ordinary magical catastrophes are typically classified at a maximum of the 6th tier. While they may pose challenges for the average person, these disasters do not constitute a substantial threat to mages or warriors. At the very least, when faced with an impending eruption, they possess the potential for brief self-preservation and escape. However, should the intensity exceed the 6th tier, it would signify that this is no ordinary tempest or inferno. Instead, it would be the tumultuous energy of magical elements, surging forth with the ferocity akin to a 3rd-tier offensive spell, suddenly targeting Zhuosangdi. Just as Zhuosangdi attempted to evade, it was too late. There was no escaping. The spell, an unvoiced basic defensive magic, could neither be summoned in time nor withstand the onslaught. Caution. Suddenly, Su Lien turned back. Channeling his fighting spirit into a single strike, he cleaved through the magical energy. Zhuosangdi, still shaken, gazed at Su Lien, momentarily at a loss for words. The magical upheaval had already commenced. Soon, a frenzied tide of magical beasts would emerge. They needed to regroup swiftly. Su Lien seized Zhuosangdi's wrist and ran. Fortunately, Zhuosangdi was not so frightened as to lose her footing and managed to keep pace. Once she regained her composure, Su Lien released her hand, continuing to lead the way with his sword drawn. Josh looked on in astonishment at Su Lien's retreating figure. That recent strike, utilizing his fighting spirit, he had directly severed the point of magical energy accumulation, dissipating a force comparable to a 3rd-tier single-target spell with minimal expenditure of his own energy. Experience? Coincidence? Or perhaps innate magical talent? Suddenly, Josh sensed something. Su Lien, be cautious, ahead. His mental acuity detected the presence of 3rd-tier magic fluctuations in the vicinity. 2 3rd-tier magical wolves, clearly newly manifested, they had materialized within the range of Josh's mental perception. The 2 wolves also spotted Su Lien, charging straight towards him. Su Lien felt exasperated. His luck was truly abysmal. Even Zhuosangdi now sought to cast a spell for support, particularly as Josh had disregarded the prior prohibitions against direct intervention. The situation had shifted to one of protection, and she was prepared to hastily invoke a 3rd-tier spell. Just then, Su Lien's left hand arched backward, executing the martial technique, Silver Moon Slash. He transformed into a streak of silver light. Propelling himself forward, the urgency of the situation demanded that these 2 3rd-tier beasts not waste any more of his time. With 2 swift strikes, he accurately cleaved the heads of the 2 magical wolves, shattering the recently coalesced unstable magic crystals. This left Zhuosangdi, Rex, and Josh in a state of shock. How formidable! He had actually slain 2 3rd-tier magical wolves in a single flurry, even if they were just recently materialized. The strength of their magical essence was still not insignificant. Yet, those 2 strikes would have cleaved through the skull of an ordinary magical wolf without a doubt. Su Lien was unexpectedly powerful. Moreover, he wielded dual swords. The blade at his back was not merely a spare weapon. Rather, he fought with dual swords, continuously channeling an offensive spell while maintaining his momentum. Zhuosangdi prepared to conjure a basic water bubble. Can you do it? Su Lien called back. Rex silently ran while chanting a spell, and Josh nodded slightly. I'm not too familiar with bubbles, but I'll do my best to maintain it. Zuasandi bit her lip. The bubble, a defensive magic that forms a water shield, is a low-level water magic that is generally weak. Typically, novice water mages prioritize healing spells, which is why Sulian had inquired about her proficiency. Then let's keep moving swiftly and regroup with the teacher, Sulian. Yes, Rex and Zuasandi responded in unison. Josh, however, was slightly taken aback. How does Sulian know that a teacher will come to our aid? Chapter 17. Full-scale regroup. To be honest, Sulian was not overly concerned for himself. He sensed that they were situated at the periphery of this magical disaster, and with his strength, he could easily ensure his own safety. His primary concern lay with Josh. As he was the target of his aspirations, Sulian's mind raced. Our position should be the furthest west among all teams, and should such a situation arise, a teacher would undoubtedly come to assist. If my mental perception is correct, the powerful wave of fighting spirit rapidly approaching us should belong to the 6th-tier Sun Radiance warrior, Teacher Gino. As long as we regroup with him, we should be safe. However, at this pace, we would need at least 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Sulian's peripheral vision glanced towards the depths of Saji Forest, and within his mental sensing, he could clearly detect a tide of beasts coalescing from at least 7th or even 8th-tier magical disasters was already gathering amidst the tumultuous magical elements. Without a doubt, within 2 minutes, a horde of low-tier magical beasts of the 1st and 2nd tiers would soon surge toward their location. Looking back at Zuasandi, a mere 12-year-old girl who was relatively frail as a mage. Even with Josh's magical assistance, she was now out of breath from running. For her to continue for 3 more minutes might result in her collapsing from exhaustion mid-escape. Sulian gritted his teeth. This was the only way. Sheathing his 2 swords, he swiftly altered his position and halted, causing the already fatigued Zuasandi to collide into his stopped form, Alien. Zuasandi had yet to register what had happened. Sulian promptly hoisted her onto his back and turned, shouting, "If you wish to survive, run now, run with all your might." Rex gritted his teeth in response. Even though his mental prowess was not as strong as Sulian's, he too sensed that a beast horde must have already emerged from the depths of Saji Forest. If they did not regroup with the teacher before then, they would. The beast tide is approaching. Run diagonally, Josh shouted at that moment. Directly regrouping would undoubtedly lead them to collide with the beast horde midway. Thus, they could only run towards the forest perimeter while heading in the direction of Teacher Gino. At least the speed of 1st and 2nd tier magical beasts was not particularly fast, which could delay their confrontation. This was the optimal solution. However, this would inevitably extend their running time and distance. As a high-tier warrior, Sulian could manage carrying Zuasandi, whose small frame was relatively light. Yet Rex might not be able to sustain such a distance for long. This was why Sulian had not proposed such a plan. Drink this. Josh handed Rex a vial of green potion. Rex looked at Josh in confusion. An alchemical potion that could provide a speed boost equivalent to a high-level wind magic spell and lessen physical weight. Though afterward, you might find yourself bedridden for a day, Josh quickly explained. All right. Rex did not hesitate, taking the vial and drinking it down. Compared to his life, the side effects were hardly a concern. Josh followed suit and consumed a vial as well. Sulian couldn't help but smile wryly. Although he was aware that Josh had studied potion making, he was surprised he hadn't discarded such a potion with such severe side effects. Nevertheless, this would make things much easier. Focus your legs, burst forth. Huh? Rex and Josh gasped in astonishment. How is this possible? Sulian, carrying Zuasandi, was actually able to accelerate. His speed had been suppressed until now. Is he perhaps of orc descent? Unlike the thoughts of the 2 boys, Zuasandi's mind was in a state of disarray. This was her first experience of such intimate contact with a boy. Already flustered by the magical disaster, Sulian's sudden action overwhelmed her young heart. Lien is carrying me. His hand is wrapped around my thigh. I'm draped over his back, and my face is so close to his. No, this is not the time to think about such things. Zuasandi, you must remain calm, remain composed. Lien is worried that I can't keep up, so that he is worried about me. No. What am I thinking at a time like this? We are facing a magical disaster. Calm down, I must stay calm. Lien, what should I do now? Zuasandi asked. Her cheeks flushed. It was unclear whether it was due to exhaustion from running or simple shyness. Continue maintaining the bubble. if beasts appear. Throw it out to block them. I have no time to engage in combat now, Sulian replied coolly. Phew, thankfully this little girl hasn't succumbed to fear and still knows to ask me what to do. Alright, Zuasandi responded softly. Huh? Why does she sound so subdued? Never mind. As long as she can use magic, we need to keep running. To Sulian, Zuasandi was merely a 12-year-old girl. In his eyes, she could easily be likened to an elementary school student. Continuing their dash, with Josh's alchemical potion enhancing their speed while significantly reducing fatigue, they could run even longer. Almost there. I sense Teacher Gino is just ahead. We should meet within a minute. No, half a minute, Josh encouraged. Although Gino is a warrior, he possesses a magical artifact that can track their location, allowing him to adjust his direction as soon as they change course. Half a minute. Huh. While it would realistically take closer to a minute to meet up, I don't mind this comforting notion of reaching a goal. However, even without using my mental power, I can feel the beast horde closing in on us. The roars of the beasts have already reached my ears. This comforting talk only heightens the urgency. SSS. An eerie sound echoed, signaling the approach of magical beasts. Zuasandi. Sulian shouted immediately. Zuasandi had long prepared the bubble, which she released directly. A large bubble exploded, sending the attacking beast flying to the side. Although it inflicted no harm, it at least served to obstruct their advance. Continue. Sulian. Him Zuasandi. Meanwhile, Rex and Josh also began to chant their spells. Rex was casting an offensive spell, while Josh prepared to envelop them all in magical shields, employing a 4th-tier defensive magic. If they could just hold out for the last half a minute, Teacher Gino would arrive. At this moment, Sulian believed that Teacher Gino, sensing the proximity of both sides, had begun to unleash his full speed, likely to converge sooner than anticipated. At last, the rendezvous was imminent. Sulian's eyes pierced through the dense foliage, catching sight of Teacher Gino, who was rushing towards them with all his might. The man who, in Sulian's memory, was robust and somewhat unkempt. Simultaneously, he felt a looming threat. Ah! As Zuasandi cried out, Sulian hurled her towards Teacher Gino with all his strength. He swiftly drew his long sword to defend himself. Clang! The clash of claws and metal pierced the air, the explosion of magical energy sending Rex and Josh staggering away. Is that a 5th-tier mutated black gale magic tiger? Go! Sulian shouted. Rex, who had just been knocked back, rolled twice upon landing but quickly gritted his teeth and got up, charging towards Teacher Gino, who had just caught Zuasandi. Josh, who had merely been jolted and not knocked down, glanced at Sulian before sprinting away. Only Gino could save them. The two feeble mages could do nothing but complicate matters at this moment. Chapter 18. The Release of Magical Energy Drink? Sulian shouted as he swiftly sidestepped, casting aside the black gale magic tiger that lunged at him. He immediately rolled to the side and leaped onto a large tree. Come quickly, Teacher Gino called out. Having set Zuasandi down, he understood that by decisively throwing Zuasandi away through Sulian's actions and parrying the attack of the 5th-tier black gale magic tiger, the one that needed protection most was not Sulian. In fact, he himself could potentially hunt this mutated black gale magic tiger, which had been driven mad by the chaotic magical elements. The beast tide was already upon them. This black gale magic tiger was one of the leading beasts in this oncoming horde. Sulian sensed that Rex and Josh had reached Gino's side, and with his greatsword, he swiftly dispatched several nearby 2nd-tier natural beasts. They were all relatively new to the fray, allowing for quick kills, with their magic crystals dissipating shortly after. Meanwhile, the mutated black gale magic tiger prowled slowly beneath the tree where Sulian stood, seeking an opportunity to pounce, obstructing his escape. For as soon as Sulian attempted to leap to another branch, it would leap into the air, leaving Sulian suspended in midair, with no means of evading its assault. Teacher Gino, go save Junior Sulian first. I can hold on for a while here, Josh immediately stated, beginning to chant a spell to fend off the surrounding 1st and 2nd-tier beasts. Good, just hold on for a bit, Gino nodded. Although Josh was not a combat mage, the power of a great archmage was substantial enough to handle the low-tier beasts surrounding them. However, just as he prepared to act, Gino insisted, first, let us head to the rendezvous point. Mages are ill-suited for battles where they are surrounded on all sides. I can break through alone. Sulian drew his short sword from his back once more. Combat stance. Did he truly intend to slay this mutated black gale magic tiger in such a situation? Jino instantly understood. The magic core of the black gale magic tiger was a highly sought-after prize in the market. Sulian was displaying his combat confidence. Don't be greedy. This is an 8th-tier magical catastrophe. No matter how skilled you are, you're still just a high-tier warrior. Jino was not at ease. In his eyes, students were merely students. No matter how strong, they remained students. The situation became slightly tense. Thanks to Jino's presence, the black gale magic tiger hesitated to attack Sulian in the tree, yet the surrounding low-tier beasts continued to close in. Well, teacher, you should know better. You can protect yourself adequately, but ensuring the safety of 3 mage students will be quite challenging. They are still rushing here, severely drained of stamina and magical energy, and Rex and Josh have consumed alchemical potions with side effects. Don't let my presence endanger them all. Go. Sulian urged again. Jino's expression darkened, and he quickly weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Indeed, while Josh might manage, Rex was in dire condition. Though Zuasandi had been carried by Sulian, she was merely a mid-tier mage. They had just come from a battle where their magical energy had been nearly exhausted. In other words, follow me, Jino decisively commanded. Protecting the 3 mage students took precedence in his judgment. But teacher, Lien, Zuasandi began to protest. The beast tide is upon us, Rex interjected sharply. He and Josh could clearly sense more low-tier beasts charging out from the depths of Saji Forest. This meant that even with Jino present, they might not be safe. They could only trust Sulian's judgment, Josh added, having sensed that Sulian's strength surpassed his outward appearance. Zuasandi wanted to argue further, but she too felt the stronger beast tide approaching. And at that moment, Sulian directly descended to the ground, engaging with the mutated black gale magic tiger. It was now impossible to easily extract him from this situation. Thus, there was only one choice. Stay close to me, Jino commanded, turning decisively. Rex hesitated for a moment, but chose to follow. Josh, trusting Sulian, quickly followed Jino without hesitation. Zuasandi, though still uncertain, ultimately chose to follow teacher Jino in the face of the overwhelming beast tide. The only one she could rely on was the powerful 6th-tier daylight warrior. She could only silently trust Sulian's judgment and wish him good luck. Lien, you must return safely. At this moment, Sulian, having leaped onto another large tree, watched as teacher Jino led the 3 away. After the black gale magic tiger snapped a thick tree branch, it jumped to another branch, distancing itself further from Jino and the others. Clearly, he was prepared to fight to the end amidst this beast tide. Humph! Did the big black cat follow me due to the lingering scent of blood? Sulian taunted, gazing down at the black gale magic tiger. It responded with fury, snapping another branch, forcing Sulian to leap to the opposite side once more. The answer was evident. Sulian's cleansing magic from the night before had not entirely eradicated the scent of blood. It had merely been cleaned to a degree undetectable by Josh and the others, yet still perceptible to a creature like the black gale magic tiger. The scent of its kin's slaughter drove it to attack Sulian. Roar! The black gale magic tiger opened its mouth, unleashing a dark lightning magic attack. Fortunately, Sulian had anticipated this and managed to evade. A realization struck Sulian. Indeed, it had mutated. Due to the magical catastrophe, this beast, originally of dark and wind attributes, could now wield lightning magic, complicating matters slightly, however. Sulian sensed Jino and the others moving further away. With the magical catastrophe and the chaos of magical elements, he need not worry about that teacher detecting anything. With a hint of disdain, he sheathed his swords. This abnormal behavior made the black gale magic tiger feel a twinge of unease. Despite Sulian having sheathed his swords, the underlying threat seemingly intensified. Worthy of being a magical beast. Its instincts as a wild creature are quite sharp. Sulian was not surprised, then. Sulian drew another sword from behind him. This sword radiated a distinctly different aura from the other two, with a unique groove in its blade. This was not designed for bloodletting, but rather for a smoother infusion of magical energy. Indeed, this was a magic sword, specifically crafted for those who practiced both martial and magical arts, capable of adding both fighting spirit and magic to the sword during combat. Simultaneously, the deep blue ribbon binding his ponytail unfurled and automatically wrapped around his arm under the influence of magical energy. The suppression and concealment of magical energy were lifted. Release magical energy. The powerful 5th-tier mage-level magical energy radiated forth. Coupled with the magic sword in his hand, it posed a far more substantial threat to the Black Gale Magic Tiger. Big Black Cat, let's play again, Sulian said with a chilling smile. Ugh! The mutated Black Gale Magic Tiger let out a low growl. Sulian leaped from the tree, his magic sword erupting with crimson magical energy. Martial Magic Dual Cultivation Technique, Wrath of the Magical Flame, Chapter 19. The reason for the hunt. Sulian's somewhat slender figure darted through the forest amidst the chaotic magical elements, where numerous 1st and 2nd-tier magical beasts were charging. On the other side, a massive yet agile shadow, scorched by the intense flames engulfing its body, roared and launched an attack at Sulian. It had become so frenzied that even magical beasts would perish under its assault. Yet, even so, it found it difficult to land a hit on Sulian, who was bolstered by wind attribute auxiliary magic, explosive, swirling, rapid, mighty and mysterious fire elemental spirit. Heed my call and summon your powerful strength. Magic, explosive flame spiral. As Sulian retreated, the magical ring adorning his left hand enabled him to swiftly unleash this high-tier, powerful fire magic. Upon completing the spell, he swiftly shifted his stance, wielding the magic sword and charging forward. Localized enhancement magic, explosive flame arm. At this moment, Sulian's left hand ignited with a blazing inferno, the strength of his entire arm surging explosively to its zenith. This was the utmost power he could unleash within the confines of his arm's capacity. Intended to synergize with the attack of the explosive flame spiral, delivering devastating damage to the Black Storm Demon Tiger. With a single strike, the outcome was sealed. Roar. The Black Storm Demon Tiger, bracing itself against the formidable onslaught of the explosive flame spiral, sought to breach the magical barrier and slay Sulian, who might expose a vulnerability while casting his spell. Yet, what awaited it was a diagonal slash ascending at a 45-degree angle. Fiery crimson flames cleaved through the beast's neck. The deep gash even severed bone. The massive body of the Black Storm Demon Tiger tumbled violently, drenched in its own blood, only ceasing its roll after crashing through 2 great trees, without pausing. Sulian swiftly pursued, thrusting his sword into its heart, directly manipulating his magical energy to extract its core. Subsequently, sealing breath, freezing, earth splitting. The gaping earth resembled a colossal maw, voraciously consuming the lifeless body of the Black Storm Demon Tiger. Swiftly cloaked beneath layers of rock and soil. After completing these tasks, Sulian leapt several times to the highest tree nearby. Mysterious, graceful, tranquil, great and inscrutable child of the wind, grant me the breath of nature, that I may meld into the vastness of the cosmos. The spell, Veil of the Green Wilds, Sulian's magical ring in his left hand, unleashed a rich torrent of wind elemental magic. Maximizing his ability to complete this 5th-tier spell, Veil of the Green Wilds, which concealed his presence, as the magic took effect, his body entered a semi-ethereal state, his aura indistinguishable from the trees and foliage surrounding him. Even in the eyes of others, should they catch a glimpse of his translucent form, they would perceive nothing but a chaotic tangle of branches and leaves unless they cast detection spells. Furthermore, this magic would adapt to his movements among grass or rubble, maintaining its effect. Among 5th-tier spells, aside from light-based invisibility magic, this was the most effective concealment incantation. However, light-based invisibility was ill-suited for this scenario. The area was rife with beasts possessing keen senses. Conversely, the wind-based magic, which cloaked both his presence and breath, combined with his camouflage among the trees, offered him much greater safety. Below, over a dozen 1st and 2nd-tier magical beasts suddenly lost their target, gazing up in confusion as they scanned their surroundings. Even a pack of 3rd-tier wolf-like beasts approaching from the opposite side departed reluctantly, bewildered, as they retreated with a throng of magical creatures rushing towards the outer expanse of the Saji forest. Sulian exhaled deeply. Indeed, it was somewhat strenuous. Had I not practiced switching spells for a long time, I would have perished under the onslaught of the Black Storm Demon Tiger. Yet, there remained room for optimization. Next time, I shall strive to release spells like the explosive flame spiral without incantation, achieving a seamless transition to combat techniques or enchanted attacks without diminishing potency. After all, chanting spells during close combat is somewhat foolish. There is still much effort to be exerted. Su Lian gazed at the newly acquired core of the Black Storm Demon Tiger, his heart slightly dissatisfied, yet he smiled nonetheless. With 2 fifth-tier cores of the Black Storm Demon Tiger, one of which was a variant, the steps towards constructing the mecha I envision at this stage have progressed further. Su Lian mused contentedly. Indeed, the reason he sought the cores of the Black Storm Demon Tiger is that he possesses a complete design for the Dalita. Among the most suitable cores, the Black Storm Demon Tiger's core was one of several. He had already conducted experiments with a 3rd-tier core. Now, with 2 in hand, he had sufficient materials for his crafting. His goal for the first mecha is a 5th-tier battle aura warrior mecha. According to the classification of mechs in the Avisu Kingdom, it is termed the Pyaki Knight. This was the same class of mecha Su Lian had first encountered when he saw Isha pilot one. Though for Isha, it was merely a vehicle for his daily outings. Calculating the time, Josh and the others should have rendezvoused with Bunion. If I recall correctly, Professor Bunion and Su Lian glanced towards the direction of their meeting point. Suddenly, an intense magical fluctuation emanated from that direction. A magic circle. Su Lian was momentarily startled. This level of fluctuation suggested a 7th-tier magic circle. It appeared the rendezvous point had long been prepared with the main body of the magic circle, ready to be swiftly completed and fortified upon encountering a situation. He felt a slight sense of relief. That should suffice. With a 7th-tier magic circle as protection, as long as they were not at the epicenter of this 8th-tier magical disaster, they could rest easy. However, regarding this magical disaster, I hope the kingdom's military nearby responds swiftly. Otherwise, the nearby villages may face calamity. There is little choice in ordinary regions. The emergence of a magical disaster is typically first detected by nearby mages, who promptly notify local military organizations. This occurrence, however, is situated within the Saji Forest, which is teeming with magical beasts and possesses a complex magical elemental environment. Even Bunion, who had accompanied them, only confirmed the 8th-tier magical disaster at the moment of its eruption. Regardless, according to Su Lian's estimation, under normal circumstances, it is quite precarious. The Avisu Kingdom is relatively stable. Domestically, the kingdom's military, at most, can muster around 500,000 troops. The Saji Forest is not the domain of any noble, and thus the kingdom's army must handle the situation. Although there are stationed troops near the Saji Forest to guard against ordinary beast tides, their numbers are not substantial. The standing army consists of approximately 2,000 personnel, with the number of knights likely ranging from 30 to 50, varying in rank. It seems that future military reforms will necessitate bolstering garrisons in potentially perilous regions, Su Lian observed below, where numerous 3rd-tier magical beasts were already emerging in a tide. Resolutely murmuring to himself that however it seems this will indeed be needed. This time, Su Lian then turned his gaze to another direction, voicing a perplexing thought. Chapter 20. Magical Transport, Emergency Dispatch. At this moment, in the territory of Peter Saint, within Prince Isha's manor, while handling official duties, Isha suddenly received an urgent communication via a long-range magical communication device. General Monslu, what is the matter? Isha inquired as he connected the call. The use of this special magical device for urgent communication clearly indicated that something unusual was afoot. A somewhat fuzzy image materialized, revealing a resolute middle-aged man clad in Avisu military attire, adorned with badges and insignia on his arms and chest. Your Highness Prince Isha, Professor Bunion from the Polaris Academy has sent an urgent message. An 8th-tier magical disaster has erupted in the Saji Forest. I have already ordered the nearby 17th Legion to rush to provide support. I suddenly recalled that one of the magical transport routes you oversee has a station in the town of Onglai, near the Saji Forest, correct? General Monslu inquired swiftly. Saji Forest? 8th tier? Isha's brow furrowed. Little Su Lian should be conducting combat drills there recently, shouldn't he? However, with his strength, as long as he is not in the central area, he should be safe. Please hold on. I will check for you now. Isha immediately utilized magic to bring up the recently updated construction map after surveying the Saji Forest. Onglai Town is part of the intercity route between Kexifuno and Lagaji Alfu, currently in the trial operation phase. Indeed, there is a line, and it has only been operational for less than half a month, with only empty transport trains having run a few times. The trial operation phase has yet to pass inspection. Do you wish to proceed? Isha asked. There is no time to deliberate. I must have the 17th Legion rush to provide support swiftly. The station troops in the Saji forest cannot hold out. Please contact your technical and driving personnel to prepare the magical transport train immediately. I will dispatch the elite portion of the Legion to the nearest town of Shulukfu. General Monsolf quickly arranged for deployment. Understood that I will now order the magical transport team of Kexafuno to mobilize. We should be able to dispatch 3 train sets. TO balance speed and safety. Please ensure that each magical transport train does not have more than 100 knights assigned and that the total number of accompanying personnel does not exceed 3,000. If they can complete loading within 10 minutes, they could reach Onglai within an hour. Isha rapidly coordinated. No problem. We are counting on you. Your Highness Prince Isha. General Monslu nodded solemnly, a look of excitement flashing across his face. Everything was proceeding smoothly. In just 1 hour, they would be able to swiftly assemble 300 knights and nearly 10,000 troops. This is the reliability and fearsome power of Prince Isha's magical transport. Orders. All personnel of the magical transport team in Kexafuno immediately cancel the trial operation of the Kexafuno Legagi Alpha route and promptly adjust the carriages to their maximum length, clearing the cargo compartments and leaving only the train chassis. You have 5 minutes to vacate 3 carriages and set off for Shulukfu. An 8th-tier magical disaster has erupted in the Saji forest. We require the fastest transport of the 17th Legion to provide support. Simultaneously, all personnel must remain at the station upon task completion and prohibit any internal or external communication. Now, move. Isha's orders were swiftly relayed through magical communication to the distant station in Kexafuno. The personnel at the station were left in a state of shock. Isn't this a trial operation? It hasn't even passed yet. Why suddenly escalate to a military level? An 8th-tier magical disaster? How unfortunate. Yet the station manager paid no heed to such thoughts. Failure to handle this properly would mean severe punishment. If they managed to execute this well, it could lead to a bright future. So he urgently issued orders to the staff. Ensure the carriages are cleared within 5 minutes and connect them to their maximum length. We have mages at the station. They should be able to accomplish this in time. Attention, all personnel of the 17th Legion. I have successfully communicated with His Highness Prince Isha, commanding you to mobilize the elite 300 knights and 9,000 soldiers to immediately head to Shulukfu town to board the magical transport heading to Onglai town. The situation is dire. Regardless of your experience with the magical vehicle, whether your knights grasp the vehicle's platform with their arms or soldiers hold onto anything stable, it is imperative that you ensure support reaches the Saji forest within 1 hour. Do you understand? If you comprehend, then set off immediately. The orders from General Monslow have also been swiftly conveyed through magical communication. To be honest, the 17th Legion is somewhat bewildered. The Legion commander has just gathered the troops. And now the route has suddenly changed on a magical vehicle? Although unclear, many routes should still be in trial operation, right? Have you ever loaded such a contraption? Can it bear the weight of knights, reaching up to 5 meters tall and weighing approximately 15 tons? Not to mention 300 vehicles along with 9,000 soldiers. With doubts lingering, yet an unwavering attitude towards the orders, the Legion commander still mobilizes the required number towards Shulukfu. Thus, the Kingdom of Avisu witnesses its first emergency military loading and transport of magical vehicles amidst an 8th-tier magical disaster in the Saji forest. Panic, skepticism, and concern abound. Various emotions unfold in what should have been a methodical experiment and trial of transportation, now executed under emergency conditions and urgent commands. There is no choice but to proceed. On the side of Sulian, he has gradually followed the beast tide, leaping among the great trees, nearing the edge of the forest. He estimates that the powerful mages from Polaris Academy should also be arriving to provide support. However, their primary objective will undoubtedly be to establish magical arrays in the nearby villages, prioritizing the protection of residents and crucial areas. The task of exterminating and repelling the beast horde must fall to the military. According to the Kingdom's military ranks and responsibilities, the emergency command for this magical disaster should be under General Monslow, with the nearest legion being the 17th Group Army of Kexaflu. The station troops outside the city number 12,000, with 123rd tier knights, around 200 second-tier knights, and approximately 500 first-tier knights. However, our nation's first-tier knights, known as Ajin class. Sulian can't help but smirk bitterly and shake his head. The Ajin class first-tier knights of Avisu barely stand under 3 meters, barely qualifying as additional support. At this moment, Sulian has already leapt onto a large tree at the forest's edge. and he can now gaze into the distance at the village, commencing the defensive magical array. If the powerful mages from Polaris Academy do not arrive soon, they will only be able to hold out for about 3 more minutes. They should be able to endure a bit longer. Now it depends on the performance of the Academy's instructors and the military. Sulian sits directly on the tree branch, showing no intention of moving. The ground below is swarming with magical beasts. Even if he wished to assist the village, dashing through such a multitude would likely turn him into a liability, an injured hindrance. It is meaningless. He can only watch, anticipating the instructor's prowess and the terrifying transport capabilities of the magical vehicle. I believe that it will certainly astonish them, Sulian chuckled, comfortably leaning against the tree trunk. Chapter 21. Support and Death Goodness. They really transported it away. The commander of the 17th Legion, Tuttletoy, gazed in awe at the magical vehicle that had completed its loading and was now in motion, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. The loading process was remarkably smooth, for knights do not require auxiliary loading like tanks. Knight mechas can ascend on their own and grasp the vehicle's platform. Soldiers merely need to hold onto the knights or crouch securely to stabilize themselves. However, with 3 third-tier mechas or 4 second-tier mechas on one platform, plus room for personnel, how terrifying must the weight capacity be for a magical vehicle with 30 platforms? Furthermore, it truly moved, accompanied by the engines at the front, rear, and connection points. Powered by 4 high-capacity magical elemental cores, it actually transported 100 knights and 3,000 people. This peculiar road, laid with gravel and iron tracks, can bear such immense weight? My God, is this truly Prince Isha's magical vehicle? How frightening! They genuinely transported it away, and the speed is increasing. The road and iron rods remain intact, almost unbelievable. The soldiers were equally stunned. They may have known of the existence of magical vehicles, but for the vast majority, this was their first encounter, let alone witnessing such a formidable transport capability that completely overturned their understanding of traditional transportation. To be clear, their perception of transport still lingered with horse-drawn carriages. Knights always moved on their own. What horse-drawn carriage could haul such heavy iron contraptions? Horse carriage? Magical vehicle? The disparity is simply too vast. The next magical vehicle is arriving. Shouldn't you hurry aboard? You inexperienced wretches, Tuttle scolded, kicking and slapping. Oh, received? Wait a moment, weren't you just as astonished? Indeed, it's likely your first time seeing it too. The soldiers who were kicked and slapped murmured quietly. What are you muttering about? The mission regarding the 8th tier magical disaster. Hurry up and board. Tuttle scolded again. A bunch of inexperienced fools. This is my first time seeing such a thing, yet I am not allowed to assert my authority. But this vehicle is indeed terrifying. Tuttle glanced again at the second magical vehicle that was swiftly loading, as the knights climbed aboard the platform and secured themselves, while the soldiers quickly boarded and steadied themselves. His evaluation of the magical vehicle once again soared. This contraption is indeed formidable for warfare, a terrifying transport capacity. The shock of boarding the magical vehicle gradually settled within the soldiers' hearts, accompanied by the rhythmic clattering of the vehicle traversing the tracks. Slowly, it morphed back into the initial panic of receiving an urgent rescue mission. After all, they were heading towards a place where an 8th-tier magical disaster had erupted, to repel and exterminate the beasts spawned by the magical catastrophe. The vast majority of them were merely ordinary soldiers, with the slightly stronger ones being high-tier warriors. In the face of the beast tide from an 8th-tier magical disaster, it is highly probable that this mission would be one way. Unlike a typical forced march, where the prolonged journey could alleviate fear through exhaustion, now, clang, clang, clang. Each time the magical vehicle advanced, the sound echoed, signaling their approach closer to the magical disaster. There is no turning back. They cannot even flee, for they know well that the magical vehicle heading for support will not halt until it reaches the destination. For the soldiers of a stable kingdom, the magical disaster is undoubtedly a heavy burden. Yet, it is precisely because they are soldiers that they cannot evade it. Meanwhile, on Professor Bunian's side, Zuasandi and the others have arrived smoothly, shielded by Professor Bunian's powerful magical array, remaining unscathed despite numerous attacks from low-tier magical beasts. Is everyone here? Bunian inquired. Professor Bunian, 2 are missing, the leading teacher replied, his expression darkening. Point 2? Bunian frowned slightly. Although he anticipated that there might be casualties among the students, hearing the number still weighed heavy. Point 1 is the high-tier warrior Abbot Marcus from Connie's group. Confirmed dead by team members, the leading teacher stated. Connie? Bunion quickly understood. It was a member of that noble wastrel group. If Sulian were present, he would immediately recognize that this was a classmate who had been drawn into Connie's group before he could join Sulian and the others at the initial grouping. The nominal team formation was merely a guise for Connie to find a subordinate he could manipulate. Introverted individuals are the most suitable targets for him. How did the accident occur? Although you were somewhat close to the depths, you should still be near, right? Bunion directly questioned Connie, disregarding any noble status. Huh? What kind of look is that? He fell behind on his own. Can he blame me? Connie responded with arrogance, his expression betraying a hint of guilt. Is that so? Bunion glanced at the rest of his group. High-tier warriors, without using their skills, could outrun a mage like Connie, who only knows how to attack with thunder and fire magic. Yes, that's right. He fell behind. Connie's lackey forced a righteous demeanor. Humph. It better be that the unfortunate incident was caused by that classmate's own shortcomings. Bunion huffed coldly. In his heart, he already had a rough idea of the truth. And the other one? Bunion inquired. Teacher Gino has gone to search. It is Rex's group member, high-tier warrior Sulian. Tio save his teammate Zuasandi. He threw her away when attacked by the 5th-tier mutated Black Gale magic tiger and was subsequently detained by that beast. He voluntarily allowed Gino to prioritize escorting 3 mage students away while he battled the magical beast. As of now, it remains uncertain. The leading teacher expressed regret. Bunion looked at Zuasandi, who was still weeping, and the comforting Rex and Joshi beside her. Only a trio of student guards, with the intermediate mage being a young girl. Indeed, in such circumstances, it would be best for a high-tier warrior boy to carry her away. However, Tio timely react to the 5th-tier beast's attack, throw the girl off his back, and still possess such awareness, is evidently not something an ordinary student could accomplish. This name is not that of a noble. Is he the child of some renowned adventurer? Perhaps, there is still hope. Bunion felt slightly relieved inside. Humph. A 5th-tier Black Gale magic tiger, especially a mutated one, is a dangerous magical beast that is not even a match for me. There is surely no saving him. Why go to such lengths? It would be better to stay behind and protect me. Connie mocked. You speak nonsense. Lien will definitely be fine. He is very capable, Zuasandi retorted with a choked voice. Ah? Have you been rendered speechless by fear? With such a colossal horde of beasts, including 5th-tier mutated monsters, how could a mere high-ranking warrior possibly survive? It seems that even the legendary resurrection would be of no use, as the body would be reduced to mere fragments, mocked Connery with a delightfully wicked sense of humor. Wuwa! Zhuangdi cried even more sorrowfully. Originally, Sulian had carried her so far, only to be left behind in a bid to save her. Ha ha ha, she is truly amusing, Connery chuckled, forming a stark contrast with the weeping Zhuangdi. Even the sycophant who had just spoken found himself unable to join in the laughter. Silence! Bunyang barked in admonishment, a terrifying mental pressure, akin to that of a grand mage, bore down upon Connery. Instantly, Connery trembled in fright, frozen in place. Get out of the way and sit down. If you dare utter another word, I shall cast you out of the magic circle to feed the beasts. Bunyang fumed. Nobility? He showed no leniency whatsoever. Chapter 22, Wuka. More than an hour has passed since the outbreak of the magical disaster. On the side of the students and teachers, it was a heavy heart that bore the news. Teacher Gino had returned with only a magical artifact for positioning. With this artifact in his possession, Sulian's fate remained uncertain. Perhaps the only glimmer of hope was the absence of blood or bodies nearby. It could merely be a case of accidental loss, and all they could do was cling to such hopes. Meanwhile, the formidable mages from Polaris Academy, under Professor Bunyang's directive, hastily arrived at the nearby village. Before the pre-allocated magic circle could be destroyed, they reconstructed a new, vast magic array to protect the safety of the populace, which included Onglai Town. The mages responsible for safeguarding this area also received orders to ensure the protection of the railway section towards Kexafluo. Although she herself expressed skepticism about it, could this meager path of iron rods and stones truly transport a large number of knights and soldiers? TSK. There are simply too many beasts attacking the magic circle. Were it not for the need to maintain it, she would have relished the opportunity to unleash some powerful spells to eradicate them all. This blonde-haired teacher muttered with great displeasure. It was impossible. The residential area of the town spanned 3 kilometers in length and over a kilometer in width. Even for a 7th-tier mage of the Grand Mage level like her, it was quite a challenge to maintain such a massive magic array under continuous assault. Additionally, she had to extend her magical power to protect a lengthy stretch of railway from being ravaged by beasts, leaving her no energy for anything else. Brant, go out and eliminate some beasts. Otherwise, my magical energy will deplete far too quickly, the blonde-haired teacher exclaimed. Certainly, Teacher Mavis, I shall ensure the task is accomplished. A student clad in a mage's robe flew out. He specialized in wind magic, thus able to match the flight speed of his teacher from Polaris Academy to provide support at the same time. This blonde beauty was named Mavis Halifax, a Grand Mage at the AV Academy, specializing in potions and machinery. Her expertise in potion-making stemmed from her own family's specialization, yet she harbored a fondness for knights, prompting her to study machinery as well. Presently, she even held the honorary title of professor at the kingdom's Knight Research Institute. Therefore, she was well aware of the weight of knights, casting doubts on the capacity of magical vehicles and railways. Just then, ding ding ding, the newly constructed station in the town emitted a signal indicating the impending arrival of the magical vehicle. A special magical artifact linked to the vehicle and the station. What is that? The blonde beauty Mavis inquired with confusion. That is the magical vehicle. It signifies that the magical vehicle is about to arrive. This sound always precedes the arrival of the vehicle that was previously in trial operation. Someone immediately responded. A magical vehicle? Has it truly arrived so swiftly? Kexafluo is 50 kilometers away in a straight line. Not to mention the need for preparation and loading. This is absurd. How could that be possible? Mavis exclaimed in disbelief. Mental perception. The extending mental power quickly provided Mavis with a shocking answer, causing her pupils to constrict and her mouth to fall agape in astonishment. The magical vehicle, maintaining a speed of at least 80 kilometers per hour, was carrying nearly 100 knights and thousands of soldiers. The iron tracks, winding through fields of crops in the plains of Onglai, resonated with the roar of the magical elemental power core. The long, iron beast, thundering forward, shook the tracks and gravel beneath it, approaching with a full load of troops. The unfortunate beasts that lingered on the tracks were directly crushed by this colossal creature. As the national flag and the flag of the 17th Army fluttered in the wind, the slowing magical vehicle heralded the arrival of support for the kingdom's army. All military personnel, prepare for battle. Tatel shouted from a specially designed mech, his voice echoing across the ranks. Regardless of panic or trembling, everyone seized their weapons at that moment. All knights prepared to release their grip on the carriages. As soon as the speed diminished, they would be ready to disembark and launch an attack. As the speed decreased, the massive magical vehicle, carrying a staggering number of troops, passed through the astonished and excited faces of the residents of Onglai. Meanwhile, amidst the residents' puzzled expressions, it gradually departed from Onglai and came to a halt at that moment. Ding ding ding. The magical vehicle's arrival signal sounded once more. The magical vehicle, laden with troops, was followed by 2 more. Goodness! Teacher Mavis, it seems the entire 17th Army has arrived. Brant, who had just flown out to cast spells, joyfully returned to relay the situation outside. In that instant, everyone comprehended why the first magical vehicle had to leave Onglai town before halting. As 2 more loaded with support were on the way, all were at full capacity, nearly transporting the entirety of the 17th Army. It truly... Mavis gazed at the magical vehicle not far away in utter disbelief. And those knights and soldiers, prepared for battle, surpassed her understanding. In merely an hour, from Kexafluo City, the entire stationed force of the kingdom's 17th Army was transported here. Transportation? What had once been an image of a vast convoy of horse-drawn carriages? What a joke! Compared to this, the carrying capacity was minimal, the speed sluggish, and the frail horse-drawn convoy ought to be tossed into the trash. All soldiers, disembark and form ranks. Mech riders, check the performance of the machines. Prepare for battle, Tatel bellowed. Simultaneously, as the last magical vehicle came to a gradual stop, the soldiers who had long been ready jumped down first, allowing the knights above to stand and adjust themselves. Attention, all personnel, target, the horde of beasts, engage in free attack mode. Charge with me, Wooka. Tatel unleashed his battle cry, Wooka. The soldiers echoed, charging towards the horde with shields raised. Wuka, in the Avisu language, signifies kill and charged. This moment. It is commonly used for collective shouting, serving to boost morale, and at the moment they surged forth, boom boom boom. The magical cannons mounted on the third-tier knights unleashed a torrent of raging magical elements. Releasing a barrage of thunder and fire, they soared over the heads of the charging soldiers, tracing long arcs before plummeting. Each shot possessed the power of third-tier area magic, detonating within the distant horde of beasts. Thousands of soldiers surging forth along the railway, in tandem with the second-tier knight mechs and the continuously firing magical cannons of the third-tier knights. A lengthy battle line, the cries and roars of the army, and their fearless, fierce charge shattered the oncoming wave of beasts. The still student Brant was rendered speechless by the overwhelming spectacle. That moment, the blonde beauty teacher Mavis appeared as if she were a dazed young lady, completely astonished by the surge of masculine fervor and battle spirit. Her initial skepticism regarding the transporting capacity of the magical vehicle had been directly confronted by the sight of the 17th Army laid out before her. What a cruel irony! What a heart-stirring revelation! Militia, follow me, alongside the kingdom's army, and annihilate these monstrous intruders that destroy our fields and homes. Kill Wuka. The original militia and guards of Onglai, along with the robust hunters, seized their weapons and joined in. Though they were born in a stable kingdom, none of them showed any signs of cowardice at this moment, with the kingdom's army present and the grand mages from Polaris Academy here. What was there to fear? Chapter 23, Casualties, over by Sulien. Listening to the distant rumble and confirming the emergence of numerous magical and battle auras through his mental perception, he could not help but rise from the branch. Gazing at the dwindling horde of beasts below, feeling considerably reassured, "It should be fine now," Sulien murmured to himself. "From my perception, it should be a force of thousands. It seems grandfather directly dispatched 3 fully loaded magical vehicles. The 17th Army, in conjunction with the station troops here, along with the militia and guards from each village and town, would form a defensive and counteroffensive center around the magic array set by the Academy's teachers. With the arrival of the magical students from Polaris Academy, combined with various area magic attacks, the situation would essentially be resolved. As for the elite beast wave following the 8th-tier magical disaster. By the time the 4th and 5th-tier beasts coalesce, the nearby strong individuals should have arrived as well. At that point, even the single or multiple 8th-tier beasts that may emerge would similarly be eradicated. After all, it is merely a natural beast born amidst the calamity of magical energy, arising within a short span of time. There exists a significant distinction when compared to natural beasts that are formed over an extended duration. Sulien pondered this and felt a profound sense of reassurance. He decided to assist the army in battle, ultimately reuniting with the commander later. The commander of the 17th Army Corps, if memory serves correctly, is Tatal Tommy, I believe? Sulien mused aloud as he unsheathed 2 swords. He then leaped down from the towering tree, swiftly dispatching 2 second-tier magical beasts. In doing so, he inadvertently drew the attention and ire of the surrounding creatures, prompting him to charge towards the army stationed at Onglai town. He was indifferent to any injuries he might sustain. After all, his sole objective was to join forces with the army. In fact, sustaining some wounds might be preferable. He would eventually return to the academy, and if he were to come back unscathed from an 8th-tier magical calamity, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. The initial phase of the magical calamity, characterized by a surge of beastly hordes, was successfully endured thanks to the valiant resistance of the 17th Army Corps, holding out until the 15th Army Corps arrived as reinforcements. Additionally, the support of powerful mages dispatched by the Academy unleashed wide-area magical assaults upon the vast swathes of beasts, swiftly alleviating the overall pressure. The nearby church was prompt in mobilizing a substantial number of priests to provide aid, tending to the injured soldiers and comforting the local populace. Members of the press, who had caught wind of the situation, were barred from entering under the pretense of military operations. Subsequently, the issue of the elite beast horde arose. The known circumstances were not entirely clear, but a credible version suggested that nearby reclusive experts, alongside the headmaster of Polaris Academy, had joined forces to confront the source of the magical calamity, suppressing and dispersing its chaotic and colossal magical elements through some means. they managed to eliminate the newly formed 4th and 5th tier magical beasts while preventing further emergence of 8th tier creatures. An even more outlandish rumor claimed that deep within the Saj forest resided a 9th tier dragon, dissatisfied with the magical calamity affecting its home, which had intervened to assist. The veracity of these tales remains uncertain. However, prior to the official release of details, the local residents were relieved to know they were safe. The focus then shifted to casualty reports and post-disaster reconstruction. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, the magical calamity that erupted around 3 in the afternoon saw the army, arriving at 4, engage in 5 hours of intense combat before they could finally rest. At this moment, they were engaged in clearing the battlefield. Most of the magical beasts had been vanquished, and any remaining stragglers were manageable by the less severely wounded troops, as the soldiers in the army were, after all, mere mortals. Even those who practiced martial energy had only reached mid-tier proficiency. Those at higher levels were not common soldiers. Consequently, the task of eliminating the remaining magical beasts during the night fell to the warrior students of Prosperous Academy. The 17th Army Corps, having sustained considerable casualties, remained temporarily stationed in the vicinity, while the 15th Army Corps, which had come to their aid, suffered relatively minor losses. After compiling casualty figures and performing a basic cleanup of the fallen, they boarded magical vehicles to return to their original station. Lord Tatel, the casualty report has been compiled and submitted by each squad, the secretary announced gravely as he entered the tent with the report in hand. Read it? Yes, due to the hurried march. Various units had encountered issues with incomplete equipment, particularly the heavy infantry, which lacked sufficient heavy metal gear while at the forefront, resulting in 372 fatalities, with all remaining soldiers injured. The other infantry units suffered 223 deaths, 546 severe injuries, and 2,728 minor injuries. The archers and mages reported no fatalities. However, due to the archers' frontline engagement, there were 25 severe injuries and 57 minor injuries. Among the knights, 13 Tier 3 Terry Knights were destroyed, with 29 heavily damaged. The Tier 2 Deva Knights lost 37 units, with 56 sustaining severe damage. The mechanized riders only had a few lightly injured, with the rest unscathed. The secretary closed the report and bowed his head in silence. A total of 1,595 casualties. Tatel sighed slightly. Despite being in a stable kingdom, the magical calamity had led to such a staggering loss of life among the soldiers, while the 15th Army Corps had arrived late. They had participated in 3 hours of combat, and their losses were not negligible either. Adding the militia and the guard, the total sacrifices could very well reach 2,000. Tatel clenched his fists, but restrained himself from expressing his emotions. Submit the data to the Central Military Command. He ordered the soldiers to intensify nighttime patrols of the villages to prevent further casualties from sporadic magical beast attacks. He also instructed some soldiers to escort the severely and lightly injured back to Kexiflu City via magical vehicles for timely treatment. Ensuring that they did not overwhelm the local priests with additional burdens and the civilian casualties? Surely not significant? Tatel inquired, his tone laced with a complex mixture of apprehension and hope. Not significant. The secretary's expression brightened slightly. In fact, it can be described as minimal. Aside from a few isolated individuals living in the wilderness, or those engaged in farming and hunting at a distance, there have been no injuries. That's good to hear, Tatel exhaled in relief. Although the losses were severe, at least they had succeeded. At that moment, a report came in. A high-ranking warrior youth bearing a secret decree from Prince Isha seeks an audience with Commander Tatel. The guard's voice echoed from outside the tent. From Prince Isha? Tatel paused in surprise. Did he arrive on the recently dispatched magical vehicle? Allow him to enter. Yes. Shortly thereafter, Su Lian, clad in a black cloak with a large hood, entered the tent under the guidance of a guard, who then withdrew. May I ask who you are? Tatel inquired. Su Lian glanced at the secretary beside him, confirming that he was not an outsider before lifting his hood. Greetings, esteemed Commander Tatel. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Su Lian, the grandson of Suman Isha, currently studying at Prosperous Academy. Su Lian smiled gently as he introduced himself. Tatel was momentarily taken aback. The grandson of Isha? What brings you here? As a new student, I came to the Saj Forest for practical training. Given my concealed identity, I was unable to return to my unit until now, and I find myself in need of a small favor from you. Commander Tatel, Su Lian explained. This was one of the primary reasons for his presence, as being rescued by the army provided an excellent justification. You wish for me to send a message to Polaris Academy? Correct. That is no problem. It's a minor task, Tatel nodded. Understanding Su Lian's intent, I will dispatch someone to do so shortly, and I will arrange for your treatment. Tatel was about to call for assistance. Albeit somewhat reluctantly, there's no rush. The church and accompanying priests should be attending to those in need. My injuries are minor, Su Lian replied. Tatel raised an eyebrow slightly. Impressive. This lad. I expected the prince's grandson to be somewhat pampered. Yet he prioritizes the medical care of the injured over leveraging his status to cause trouble, however. Minor injuries, you say? Quite intriguing that a high-ranking warrior cannot merely sustain minor injuries amidst an 8th-tier magical calamity. Nevertheless, since the general is willing to assist, I must express my gratitude in advance. Su Lian smiled subtly. Not at all. We owe our thanks to your grandfather's magical vehicle. Had Lord Isha not secured permission from His Majesty the King to construct such a formidable means of transport, we might not have been able to contain this magical calamity in time, leading to far greater casualties and destruction in surrounding villages and towns, Tatel remarked with a sense of relief. Regarding the magical vehicle, that is also one of my primary objectives for being here, Su Lian stated. Oh? Tatel was somewhat surprised. But you are only 12, what could you possibly have to say about such a formidable transport? First and foremost, although I understand that it may not be the right time to mention this, I must address something to prevent similar situations in the future. Regarding the casualties this time, do you not feel a tinge of shame, Commander Tatel Tommy? Su Lian's tone turned icy. What do you mean? How dare you question the commander? The secretary bristled with indignation. He had just delivered the casualty report and was already in a heavy mood. And now Su Lian dared to speak such words. Calm down. Tatel shot a glare at the secretary, signaling him to maintain his composure. The secretary bowed his head slightly, refraining from further comment. Speak, Tatel urged. His demeanor remaining unusually calm. Su Lian couldn't help but feel a measure of respect. The ability to remain composed under such pressure was commendable for a leader of thousands. While the magical vehicles are only beginning to be constructed nationwide. And aside from our Peter Saint territory, most are still in the trial operation phase or just completed, not to mention the organization of military transport drills. We had long since reported our estimated and actual operational capacities to the Central Military Command, distributing the information to every Army Corps, brigade, and battalion. There are clear specifications indicating that each magical vehicle can standardly carry 60 tons. The open-top cars arranged by my grandfather for you have a maximum capacity of 70 tons. Currently, the Frostblade Knights, fully equipped, weigh merely 15 tons, and each car can accommodate 3 units with an additional 25 tons of carrying capacity. Yet it is evident, the heavy infantry units for this mission did not bring their equipment. Did they? Was it deemed too tiresome to transport from Kexaflu to Shilikofu, or did you believe the magical vehicles could not accommodate them? Su Lian questioned pointedly. He was acutely aware of the heavy casualties. His mental acuity allowed him to grasp the situation surrounding the temporary encampment. However, he soon discerned the underlying cause. The 15th Army Group, for reasons unknown, had not fully equipped their heavy armaments. Tatel gazed at Su Lian in silence for a moment before taking a deep breath. I sincerely apologize, Your Excellency Su Lian. I must admit that when I first received the report, I dismissed the capabilities of the magical transport as mere exaggeration, a ploy by Lord Isha for the sake of honor. This led to my decision to ensure the trial operation route remained within my personal understanding of capacity, resulting in the order for the re-equipped infantry to abandon some of their armaments at Shilukfu, including even the partial removal of the knight's defensive armor. This is my grave oversight. I will provide a detailed account in my subsequent report and will personally seek to atone to the Central Military Command. Tatel lowered his head, speaking with an earnest and solemn tone. Indeed, from the outset, he had not fully embraced the sudden emergence of this transportation tool, regarding its described capacity with disdain. It is well known that many innovations tend to exaggerate their capabilities at the outset, and the load capacity of the magical transport, in comparison to traditional horse-drawn carriages, was simply unfathomable, causing most military leaders to scoff at the magical transport report. Some leaders did not even bother to glance at it, only aware that some large-capacity transport method was being deployed nationwide, with no further understanding. Tatel had read it, yet questioned its authenticity. Even with Isha having provided the boarding standards, he had personally chosen to reduce the equipment carried. The soldier casualties and night losses would rest heavily upon his conscience. Commander Tatel. The secretary was somewhat incredulous. He had indeed addressed Sulian with honorifics and had explicitly acknowledged his own errors. Humph, I have no authority to reproach you, General. I am merely dissatisfied with your skepticism towards my family's magical transport. What you choose to do henceforth is your own affair, Sulian replied with a cold snort, yet still maintained a respectful tone towards Tatel, for he remained his junior. I shall remember this failure, and once again express my profound apologies for my haughty skepticism. Tatel confessed openly, which was somewhat unexpected for Sulian. The most formidable and perfect transport tool in the world, without exception, Tatel responded with swift decisiveness. This left Sulian momentarily taken aback. Your change of heart is rather abrupt. Sulian remarked, I have been thoroughly convinced by the magical transport. Any doubts I held have crumbled in the face of undeniable facts, Tatel asserted. It is indeed remarkable and astounding, the secretary added. Sulian felt a stir within, a rational pragmatist. Perhaps, it seemed the tangible results had been sufficiently realized. Though it should not be so, one could not deny that this magical disaster had indeed brought some advantages. Moving forward, the planning of magical transports within the kingdom would undoubtedly gain the military's endorsement. Free from any further skepticism, Tatel was quite an impressive individual, exhibiting straightforwardness, composure, and a willingness to take responsibility, a rare presence in an army that often sought merely to pass the time in a stable nation. His internal assessment of Tatel had risen appreciably, just as Sulian was about to speak. Hurry and report. I am an honorary professor of the Knight Research Institute and a professor of potions and machinery at the Polaris Academy. I demand to see your army commander at once, came a somewhat discordant voice from outside the camp. Chapter 25. The Beautiful Professor. Sulian and the two others exchanged glances, seemingly asking, do you know her? Clearly, none did, as all three bore expressions of confusion. Tatel glanced at Sulian, seeking his input. He was aware that Sulian was concealing his identity while studying at the Polaris Academy, and it was evident that the newcomer would reveal her identity. So, Sulian nodded. Ahem. Let her in. Tatel called out directly. Yes, came the response from outside. A stunning blonde beauty strode in with purpose, quickly locking her gaze on Tatel before approaching him and standing beside Sulian. However, her attention was entirely focused on the commander of the 17th Army Group. General, I sincerely apologize for my reckless intrusion. I am Mavis Halifax, a magical systems professor from the Polaris Academy here to provide assistance. Though I may be presumptuous, I kindly request that you allow me to closely observe the magical transport and, within permissible limits, grant me, the honorary professor of the Knight Research Institute, access to the most comprehensive data regarding the magical transport. Thank you very much. Mavis spoke rapidly, her excitement palpable. After completing her defensive mission, she was eager to see the magical transport, which she had previously dismissed with derision. However, it had already departed, transporting troops at that time. Now that she finally had another chance to see the magical transport, which was now being used to transport the wounded, she was met with refusal. She was completely barred from viewing it, as it was under orders from Prince Isha and the military that all aspects of the magical transport must remain confidential. As a member of a family renowned for potions yet studying machinery, Mavis had a keen interest in night mechas. How could she possibly resist the allure of such a colossal iron transport beast that was transforming logistics? Absolutely not. Professor Mavis, is it? Please calm down. I assure you that arrangements can be made for you to see it. I understand your current feelings, but I kindly ask that you remain composed, Tatel said, attempting to soothe her. He genuinely understood. For he had once been a staunch skeptic himself. Now, if his attitude could change so drastically, how much more so for someone from the Knight Research Institute? Can you arrange for me to see it? When? And what about the data? Mavis quickly inquired. Well, Tatel found himself slightly exasperated. Mad scientists were the most challenging to handle. As a commander, he had encountered many eccentric individuals from the Knight Research Institute, mad old men and women obsessed with alchemy and potions. It was quite a headache. The magical transport is not a high-end technology. Its significance lies in the design philosophy. Professor Mavis, I kindly ask you to remain calm, Sulian interjected. What do you know? Often, philosophy can be far more valuable than rigid technology. Mavis retorted instinctively. I fully understand, But this is indeed something that a powerful nation could quickly replicate upon seeing it. Compared to the technological achievements of knights, there is a distinction. Therefore, your desire to view it should not be difficult given your status. So please just calm down, Sulian replied with a gentle smile. You are? Mavis finally took notice of Sulian. Evidently, his words had made an impact, and his demeanor suggested he was no ordinary person. Ahem. Since you wish to learn about the magical transport, you can ask him. Among those present, no one knows more about it than he does, Tatel remarked. How could he not know? It's his family's. Mavis expressed her confusion. This young man, who appears no different from a fresh student at our academy? Wait, a student? Isn't that the uniform of our academy? Only then did Mavis notice that beneath Sulian's cloak was the attire of Polaris Academy. I should introduce myself again. I am the grandson of Prince Isha, currently attending Polaris Academy under the name Sulian. I am also a student of the Knight Research Institute, temporarily graduated. You may recall the topic efficiency of magical energy conversion and magical metal patterns from last year at the Institute. I was present at that lecture. Sulian succinctly introduced himself, adding a bit more for Mavis's benefit. Tatel was also slightly astonished. This young lad had actually completed his studies at the Knight Research Institute? Suddenly, he recalled the news about Prince Isha personally escorting his grandson to Ain's academy. Oh? Mavis appeared momentarily stunned, her beauty caught in a daze. The grandson of Prince Isha? A Knight Research Institute student? An academy student? The magical transport? A knight? Oh, Mavis connected the dots. You have the most detailed data on the magical transport, don't you? Can you also take me to visit your magical transport production facility? Mavis eagerly grasped Sulian's hands, her excitement evident. You've only just realized? Sulian replied, exasperated, though he was taken aback by the close proximity and fragrant allure of the beautiful professor. Was this enchanting blonde truly a professor of potions and machinery? I do have data for passenger, freight, and military use, but it's currently for the initial model of the magical transport. There will be optimized routes and upgraded military versions in the future, Sulian said, retrieving a manual from his magical ring. Wow! Mavis's eyes instantly sparkled with enthusiasm. Observing her current state of excitement, Sulian couldn't help but think, I feel like I could sell her this little booklet. Feel free to take a look, he said, handing it to her. Thank you so much, Sulian, Mavis exclaimed, pulling him into a quick, enthusiastic embrace, with Sulian finding himself buried in her soft warmth. She then swiftly found a seat nearby. Eagerly flipping through the manual, Sulian felt somewhat bewildered by the encounter, while Tatel wore a teasing expression, seemingly asking, How does it feel to be smothered in such affection, young lad? Sulian looked at him with a hint of disbelief. Indeed, despite being a commander, certain male thoughts seemed to persist. I will be returning home shortly. If Professor Mavis is interested, you are welcome to accompany me. Visiting the magical transport production facility is not an issue. Sulian stated directly. Yes, yes, yes. Mavis nodded repeatedly, her eyes gleaming as she continued to peruse the manual's data. Are you really paying attention? Sulian expressed his skepticism. Let us continue with our previous discussion. Sulian cast a glance at Tatel. Despite some minor interruptions, they did not detract from the experience. Rather, one could argue it was a gain if possible. It might even lead to the addition of a researcher to their ranks. Tatel, he began. It is quite simple. I wish to extend an invitation on behalf of my grandfather, Prince Isha, for you, General Tatel, to assist in promoting the magical vehicles within the military. Furthermore, your esteemed regiment, having had practical experience with operational deployments, is encouraged to conduct a comprehensive military transport exercise, refining and optimizing the related processes before extending them to the entire army. Sulian spoke earnestly. Oh? Is that so? Tatel scrutinized Sulian closely. Here was a 12-year-old boy, who, by all accounts, should have just begun to navigate the world of combat and academia. Could he truly represent Prince Isha? Chapter 26. What are the benefits and drawbacks? The military exercises require approval from the Central Military Command. However, regarding the mobilization of magical vehicles, our preferences will certainly be taken into account in this regard, as long as my grandfather provides a recommendation. Even the military's top brass, be it the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd Army groups, would likely adjust their stance. After all, the military knows little about magical vehicles. If that were not the case, General Monslow would not have been so tardy in considering their use for troop transportation. Sulian spoke directly, stirring something within Tatel. He had surmised that General Monslow had only contacted Prince Isha after gathering here. Was it not a guess that it was Prince Isha who informed him? No. If there were a magical artifact capable of contacting Prince Isha, then the very prince would be conversing with me directly. Before the construction of the National Magical Vehicle Railway commenced, our territory had already completed trial operations in all major regions. Surely, you do not believe we have not conducted simple drills regarding loading and transportation speeds? After all, I was present on site, and even though you arrived lightly equipped, you were still sluggish in terms of distance, data, and efficiency. Aside from my grandfather and father, no one knows better than I do, Su Lian stated with confidence, implying that his grasp of the situation ran far deeper than appearances suggested, including matters of power. What do you seek? Tatel inquired, and a faint smile played at the corners of Su Lian's mouth. Your title is commendable. Wind element, second-tier magic, soundproof barrier. Tatel's brow furrowed slightly. It's quite straightforward. Military transport exercises and subsequent procedural streamlining require our personnel, Su Lian asserted. The secretary was taken aback, quickly grasping the implications. Even Mavis, who had been engrossed in her booklet, paused momentarily. If individuals from Prince Isha's circle were integrated, they could swiftly master the entire process. Why did Prince Isha not attempt it himself? A mere prince with such a small private army. What purpose would that serve? Why not involve the first, second, and third army groups? Because their absolute loyalty lies with the kingdom. Making infiltration impossible. This implies that Prince Isha and his associates harbor different intentions. This does not bode well for me, does it? Tatel mused gravely. What benefits and drawbacks? Su Lian replied. Your regiment has heroically resisted an 8th-tier magical disaster. It is entirely normal for equipment loading to experience discrepancies due to adapting to a new transport tool. Thus, it is imperative to enhance training and grow stronger. The sacrifices endured necessitate replenishing troops, which is commonplace. To tackle various complex situations, a military unit comprising veterans, wounded soldiers, and recruits is the norm, making it ideal for military transport exercises. Is there any issue or impropriety, General Tatel? Su Lian inquired with a serene smile. Benefits. We can assist in defending against the repercussions of erroneous decisions due to doubts. The prestige of having the first batch, the 17th Army Group, will undoubtedly increase. Drawbacks? What issue lies in supplementing new recruits? Would it not be more suitable to have new soldiers involved? Currently, the 17th Army Group is the only one with a significant number of wounded and a forthcoming influx of new recruits, making it the most fitting representation of a wartime army. What benefits and drawbacks exist? Are there any? Tatel inhaled deeply. Can you contact Prince Isha? Tatel asked. Are you speaking on behalf of Prince Isha? Can you truly represent him? I am my grandfather's only grandson. What do you think? Su Lian replied with a smile. As for following instructions, I can recite lines, but I cannot engage in conversation alone. The only ones speaking here are you and I, to represent Prince Isha. What a jest. The inheritance rights rest solely with me, as his grandson, and no one can substitute for that. What do you think? Perhaps we can indeed negotiate for a transport exercise. Tatel's expression grew resolute. With a clear objective, for enhanced military strategic capabilities, General Tatel, you must also strive diligently. I wish you success in your endeavors. However, do remember to balance work and rest. Having just endured a great battle, a little relaxation is in order. By the way, here are 2 annual passes for the Magical Vehicle Service. Present. There is a splendid sea of flowers blooming in the territory of Peter. So if you have a holiday, do take the opportunity to unwind. Su Lian produced 2 specially crafted golden alchemical cards, adorned with the emblems of the kingdom and Prince Isha, alongside the image of a magical vehicle. Tatel glanced at them. Then I thank you for your thoughtful gesture, Lord Su Lian. He accepted them graciously, and no need for thanks, Su Lian replied with a smile. The secretary, meanwhile, held his breath, acutely aware that the conversation between the two was far from ordinary pleasantries. As the soundproof barrier magic dissipated, Su Lian inquired, Might I trouble you, General, to arrange a simple tent for me? It is rather late, and I find myself somewhat fatigued and a tad hungry. He stretched lazily, his tone becoming considerably lighter. That is simple enough. However, the military provisions consist solely of coarse grains, so I ask for your patience, young prince, Tatel responded. At this moment, Su Lian turned to leave the tent. As long as there is something to eat, But do remember that if the priest is available later. Su Lian suddenly paused. Rest assured, arrangements for treatment will certainly be made, Tato replied without perceiving any issue. Such half-completed remarks could be understood, and the omission was likely a matter of character rather than anything significant. Then I thank you. Su Lian turned back with a smile. And Mavis, please remember to return the booklet to me later. It can be perused, but it must not leave your possession. Yes, yes, I will let you know once I finish. Mavis waved her hand, still focused on the booklet. Su Lian exited the tent, while Mavis's peripheral vision lingered on him. Guiding him to a new tent, Tato called out to the outside. Yes, the soldiers outside responded promptly. What of Professor Mavis? If she requires temporary accommodation, I can arrange a tent adjacent to yours, young prince? Tato inquired. Then, please do assist me with that. I appreciate your help, General. Mavis nodded. Subsequently, Mavis also departed. Within the tent, only Tato and his secretary remained. Tato exhaled deeply. The secretary, too, appeared to be breathing more easily, as if having just released a held breath. Lord Tato, what are your thoughts on Su Lian? The secretary asked. Never underestimate him as a mere child. Among the younger generation, not even noble offspring or princes can compare to him. He is calm and composed, with clarity of thought, and his command of language surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Originally here with a purpose, he even seized the opportunity presented by the unexpected arrival of Professor Mavis to extend a precise olive branch. Moreover, he possesses a remarkable degree of restraint and self-control. Tato articulated with clarity. Restraint and self-control? The secretary queried, perplexed. You can see Mavis's beauty and figure. A different noble boy would likely reveal all manner of awkwardness under her embrace. Yet he merely appeared surprised by her actions at the same time. It seems that the seemingly research-obsessed Mavis might be testing whether he is indeed a person capable of delivering on promises. And were you completely captivated by him? Have you forgotten that he is a high-level warrior? The soundless second-tier soundproof barrier magic was cast by him, not Mavis. Tato replied coldly, clearly dissatisfied. Oh. The secretary finally grasped the situation. He had indeed been captivated. The ability to cast silent second-tier magic should indicate he is at least a fourth-tier mage, if not a fifth-tier sorcerer. His concealed reality and low-profile conduct are not characteristic of the ostentatious, ineffectual noble children one typically encounters. Considering the current monopoly on magical vehicles, the future, power, influence, and status, while he may not be the first, none would dare to contest his claim to the second position. Chapter 27. Return to the Academy and doubts the following day. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, the 17th Army Group continued to garrison near Onglai Town, with necessary provisions transported via magical vehicles. Alleviating any concerns, the practicality of the magical vehicle was once again reaffirmed. After obtaining the data she sought and receiving Su Lian's promise to tour the magical vehicle manufacturing workshop, Mavis agreed to feign ignorance of his identity and return to the academy ahead of schedule. Su Lian, escorted by 2 soldiers, rode back to Polaris Academy in the afternoon. Given Su Lian's military credentials, no one doubted his fortunate discovery of a cave to take refuge from danger, leading to his rescue and safe return. The academy was understandably pleased. The new student had faced a magical disaster during a practical exercise, with only one casualty, which was deemed acceptable. However, Su Lian encountered an unexpected surprise. He had not anticipated that upon seeing him, Sandy would throw herself into his arms and weep. According to Rex, under the scornful remarks of Connie, she had believed Su Lian to be dead, which had caused her immense sorrow and guilt. Upon witnessing Sandy's profound reaction to the news of Su Lian's survival, it is entirely understandable. Simultaneously, Su Lian himself became acutely aware that he had merely exchanged casual greetings in class and had not taken the initiative to engage with his peers during the grouping process. He was struck by the news of the death of his classmate, Abel Marcus, who had once been under the protection of Count Connery. This only served to deepen his disdain for the traditional aristocracy. Upon returning to his solitary dormitory, he shed his garments, preparing to indulge in a thorough wash. Truly, he had not anticipated that Sandy could weep with such sorrow. Could it be that she has developed feelings for me? Su Lian mused aloud. Though it may seem somewhat narcissistic, he could not help but acknowledge that his current handsome visage indeed portended a promising future. Let us hope not, he thought, as he stepped into the bathroom. Yet, rather than turning on the hot water immediately, He gazed into the mirror, his expression clouded with bewilderment. Lifting his arms, he examined them, twisting to inspect his back and lowering his gaze to his legs. Not a single bruise marred his skin. Remarkably, there was nothing. Su Lian's confusion deepened. He could not help but reflect on the events of the previous day. I dashed from the edge of the Saji forest all the way to Longlai town, shielded by my magical barrier, which prevented any fatal injuries. Though I did sustain minor wounds after the barrier was breached, I distinctly remembered the 3 gashes inflicted on my left arm by a wolf's claw. Yet now they were entirely gone. Even after the priest's visit last night, I concocted an excuse to send him away, for by that time, all my injuries had mysteriously healed. In fact, I had noticed the inexplicable improvement in my condition even before departing the Tatal encampment. How peculiar! Su Lian furrowed his brow, scrutinizing his reflection once more. It appeared eerily strange. When he departed the Tatal encampment, the reason for his hesitation regarding the priest's words was not due to any habitual pause in his speech, but rather an instinctive awareness of his own body. The areas that had previously throbbed with pain were now entirely unscathed. At that moment, he had questioned whether it was merely a figment of his imagination, and after a brief exchange, he had checked his injuries in the tent, only to find the same miraculous healing. He was convinced that he had not subconsciously activated any healing magic of water, light, or nature, as he was not yet skilled enough to employ such restorative spells in the heat of battle. Let alone unconsciously. Even if he had, it should have only mended a small portion of his injuries, not rendered his entire body free of wounds. Could it truly be a matter of physical constitution? Su Lian speculated. My father and mother are both ordinary folk, and as for my grandfather, the same applies. The question lies with my elusive grandmother. Is there a lineage endowed with self-healing abilities? Should I consult Uncle Ryan? No, that seems unnecessary. If my grandfather had not directly informed me, even if Uncle Ryan were aware, he would not divulge such information. I shall have to inquire with my grandfather during my visit home next weekend. Su Lian resolved within himself. Speaking of which, it seems that apart from that severe illness in my childhood, any minor injuries, such as scrapes or bruises, have always healed swiftly with the application of healing magic. Even during my experiences as an adventurer in the hunting grounds and the arena, any injuries were promptly attended to. Su Lian mused, shaking his head slightly. Indeed, I have never had the opportunity to bear lasting injuries. Hence I have never discovered this anomaly. This time, in an effort to conceal my magical abilities, I relied on the military's assistance instead of seeking timely treatment, only to inadvertently uncover this little secret of mine. Bathing completed, I must prepare for a study session at the library. Su Lian turned on the hot water. As this world has yet to devise the luxury of a showerhead, the cascade of steaming water was invigorating. With the warmth enveloping him, he found little time to dwell on other matters. What? A bathtub? As an ordinary student, merely having a solitary dormitory is a boon. To expect a bathtub is utterly preposterous. Before long, the incident involving the 8th-tier magical disaster became fodder for casual conversations among the students, who expressed their heartfelt condolences for those lost. For the students, the sight of Abel Marcus's grieving parents at the school, sorting through their child's belongings, served as a stark reminder of the tragedy wrought by the magical disaster. Concurrently, an investigation into the Connery group commenced, confirming that Abel Marcus had indeed perished as a result of the magical catastrophe. Testimonies from the Connery group members aligned, but due to the identity of Count Connery's grandson, they ultimately refrained from pursuing further inquiries. Conversely, Su Lian unexpectedly received commendation from the Academy, the rationale being his swift decision-making and proactive assistance to the frail intermediate female mage, carrying her to safety whilst evading a 5th-tier mutated beast's assault. Su Lian found this recognition somewhat absurd, believing it unnecessary. Yet, he understood the Academy's need to project a slightly positive image following the tragic loss of a student, aiming to mitigate the adverse impact. Reluctantly, he accepted the accolades. It seemed as though everything had returned to normal, if only it were not for that particularly conspicuous transfer student. Chapter 28. The Transfer Student, Na Lin Sethit. Friday afternoon. During the final class of the day, the Magical Studies course titled Runic Magic and Principles of Magical Artifact Creation commenced. Typically, Su Lian would have skipped such classes, having already mastered these subjects through various private lessons from Isha. However, runic magic was a realm that ordinary tutors could not adequately cover, thus he attended with earnestness. He had initially intended to choose a seat at the back by the window, but alas. The rear was occupied by ruffians and idlers. Even arriving early would not guarantee a quality learning experience. Moreover, Su Lian noticed that Sangdi had taken to him quite noticeably in recent days. Whenever he occupied a window seat, she would coincidentally find herself without a place to sit beside him. Given that both she and Rex shared a similar introverted disposition, it was not entirely unreasonable. Thus, Su Lian resolutely opted for the front row, center seat directly facing the podium, a sacred spot that no one dared encroach upon. In this position, it was unlikely that Sangdi could conveniently sit next to him. Once again, we find ourselves in a tedious class that the warriors crave yet the mages disdain. How tiresome! A student grumbled even before the lesson commenced. Warriors undoubtedly relish the prospect of wielding powerful magical artifacts that can be easily charged and transported. Yet the creation of such items is notoriously challenging. Few mages, who can already cast spells, would take the time to study this craft for others. This explains why Isha had not managed to find Su Lian a particularly specialized tutor in this field. Such experts are exceedingly rare. Why not skip it? Are you out of your mind? This is Professor Bunyan's class. Well, I was merely suggesting. Bunyan, notorious within the academy for his stern demeanor, had witnessed the aftermath of the magical disaster firsthand and had shown no leniency towards the nobility. The familiar sound of his boots echoed down the corridor, and the students quickly fell silent, save for Connery, who remained in the back row, grumbling in discontent. Truth be told, had it not been for his family's insistence on maintaining his attendance record, he would have skipped this class without a second thought. Prepare for class, Bunyan announced as he stepped onto the podium, surveying the 29 students present. Those without their textbooks may consult their classmates. Should anyone fail to answer questions by the end of the lesson, it will be marked as an absence. At once, Connery's expression soured, for he was the only one without a textbook. Hey, give me back my book. He called out loudly to the person beside him. Huh? Oh, my apologies, Lord Connery. Your notes are just so impressive that I lost track of time. The sycophant quickly returned Connery's book. Bunyan paid no mind. Opening his lesson plan, however, instead of launching into the lecture, he glanced up once more at the assembly, as if preparing to announce something significant. Just then, amidst the hushed corridor, the sound of light, graceful footsteps echoed. Su Lian felt a flicker of curiosity. An inexplicable sensation coursed through him, accompanied by a hint of sanguine energy. I seem to sense that person. This peculiar feeling appears to be connected to blood. What could this mean? Before Su Lian could ponder further, Bunyan continued, this matter should have been announced by your class advisor, but since I am here and aware of the situation, I shall take it upon myself. The students exchanged confused glances, wondering what was occurring. Come in, Bunyan called towards the door. As their gazes turned, a black-haired maiden, graceful and elegant, glided into the classroom. She approached the podium, performing a refined, courteous bow, and then lifted her gaze to meet the students with a warm, composed smile. Her porcelain skin, perfectly proportioned features, and delicate oval face were complemented by a subtly developed figure and flowing black hair that reached her hips. The overall impression she exuded was one of ethereal elegance, tinged with a touch of melancholy. Even if one merely gazes upon her for a fleeting moment, it feels as though one is ensnared in a profound darkness where silence envelopes the surroundings. Leaving only her, bathed in the gentle glow of moonlight, gazing quietly back. Particularly striking are her eyes, a deep blue reminiscent of the vast ocean, as if they could draw one's very essence into their depths. It is as though she has cast a spell, ensnaring all who behold her. The boys in the class are momentarily lost in a daze, and even the girls are taken aback. Only Su Lian, with a slight furrow in his brow and narrowed eyes, scrutinizes her azure gaze. Notably, she, too, seems to have taken note of Su Lian, her expression tinged with a hint of confusion as she observes his dark blue eyes. Who is this person in their minds? A fleeting notion of recognizing something peculiar about one another arises, only to dissipate as their gazes swiftly part. Bunyan pays no heed to the student's momentary lapse in composure. After all, even he must admit that this young lady is undeniably beautiful. In a couple of years, she will undoubtedly blossom into an enchanting beauty that no man could resist. This is your new classmate, a transfer student from the kingdom of Yamani, who fortuitously joins your class just as it was one student short. As for her name, let her introduce herself. Bunyin states simply. Yamini, Su Lian muses, suddenly understanding that so it is her, the one who came from the kingdom of Yamini for an exchange program just as I was departing from the Ain's military academy. Back then, her long, dark hair had captivated my attention, even prompting Brother Walker to mistake her for someone of Han Dong descent. Now, in close proximity, it is evident that she is far more complex than that. Considering the timeline, her 2 years of military training have indeed concluded. It seems that her delayed transfer by 2 months must have involved procedural and identity concealment matters, Su Lian quickly concludes. He also realizes that this is the very girl he had seen from a distance on the day he left the academy at the age of 10. The timeline fits perfectly. Hello, everyone. I am from the kingdom of Yamini, and my name is Nalin Seedite, a high-level mage. She begins her introduction simply, tracing her name with crimson magic that contrasts with her demeanor. Seedite in red so that it. Su Lian immediately connects the dots, understanding that her use of the red font is meant specifically for him. Their glances cross once more briefly, and in that instant, both recognize and confirm a certain suspicion in their hearts, that of the other's true identity. So, the recent surge of bloodlust he, truly is chapter 29. A dangerous thought, all right. Please find a seat. If you haven't yet received your textbooks, you can share with your classmates for now. Bunyin, disliking any delay, states. Understood. Nalin nods gently. Finding a seat? Sharing textbooks? Suddenly, the boys in the classroom are ablaze with excitement, instinctively straightening their postures, and those who have studied noble etiquette display their signature smiles, eagerly anticipating that this newly transferred beauty might sit beside them. This includes Connie. He even feels that the girls who usually surround him are eclipsed by Nalin's allure. The only one harboring different sentiments is Su Lian. Not merely different, but damn, she wouldn't sit next to me, would she? I have no interest in a girl who appears 12. This is a significant inconvenience. Nalin's gaze briefly meets Su Lian's, and in that fleeting moment, it seems she comprehends his apprehensions. Su Lian, in turn, perceives a glimmer of mischief within her fleeting glance. Clearly, things have not gone as he had hoped. I indeed have yet to receive my textbooks. To better follow the lesson, I shall sit in the front row. Nalin states simply and proceeds to take a seat directly in front of Su Lian. Excuse me, would it be all right for me to sit beside you for now? Nalin inquires with a smile. Su Lian and the other boys simultaneously express their discontent inwardly. He finds it troublesome. While they are envious, "It is my honor, please," Su Lian responds with a smile, though internally he curses. Nalin chuckles, and Su Lian can distinctly sense the pride and teasing within her smile. This girl undoubtedly possesses a rather troublesome personality. With Nalin's arrival, the sentiments of the class explode. The jealousy among the boys is palpable. Why does this seemingly inconspicuous individual, who is rarely seen in basic magic classes, enjoy such fortune? And didn't you typically prefer a window seat? Why sit in the front row today? Jealousy? Regret? This includes Sandy, who, with puffed cheeks, laments not having the audacity to sit beside Su Lian. Connie, on the other hand, feels a surge of anger. This commoner. I am a noble, the grandson of an earl, and yet this fortunate fellow sits alongside Nalin. The only one who should be beside her is me. Connie's fists clench tightly, his eyes burning with rage, unable to conceal his desire to harm. Were it not for the fact that Bunyin is teaching this class, Connie would have undoubtedly stormed over to pull Su Lian aside and claim the seat next to Nalin for himself. However, this is Bunyin, a powerful 7th-tier archmage with absolute authority in alchemy within the kingdom. He is utterly unsparing towards nobles, viewing every student through the lens of obedience or disobedience. Thus, Connie is left to endure his fury in silence, while those nearby can clearly sense his agitation and dare not speak freely. The classroom is enveloped in an unusual silence. Bunyin relishes this environment, though he is acutely aware that the atmosphere feels somewhat peculiar. The use of inscription magic in creating magical artifacts demands high-quality materials, thus often necessitating alchemy. Bunyin adeptly expounds on the subject. Those who wish to listen do so attentively, while those disinterested direct their gazes solely upon Nalin, ignoring Bunyin and the podium entirely. Su Lian has resigned himself to this reality. Since Nalin has already taken her seat, he hands her his textbook, opting to take notes on his own. Soon, the lesson reaches its midpoint. Na Lin appears rather indifferent to the course content, yet Su Lian perceives her keen observation of him. Was there anything you did not understand regarding the fundamental principles of crafting? Bunyan inquires after concluding a segment. Professor Bunyan, Su Lian raises his hand. What is your query? Bunyan asks. He has long heard of this student's exceptional knowledge in magical theory, which allows him to skip many classes while still passing assessments, and indeed, the intricacies of magical artifacts are not easily grasped. The fuel for lamps or specially crafted magical powder can explode under specific conditions within a suitable container, causing significant fire element damage. Therefore, if we apply a specialized inscription magic, such as inscribing a fire attribute explosion spell onto a particular metal, what would occur if we use such an inscribed metal to craft a container filled with fuel or magical powder? Would the fire element damage and the explosive magic enhance one another? Or would they conflict and weaken the effect? Or could it potentially trigger a fusion? Su Lian queries directly. Bunyan furrows his brow slightly upon hearing this. Could such a question genuinely come from a newcomer? This sounds akin to military-grade weaponry using ordinary magical powder. A third-tier explosion spell combined with third-tier alchemical metal could yield a power comparable to a fifth-tier magic. Bunyan replies directly. The students display mild surprise. Is it truly possible to exceed one's tier? Yet, it seems that third-tier specialized alchemical metal is difficult to procure, and the need for specific containers is understandable in terms of cost. It is indeed stackable, Su Lian understands. The foundational components differ, thus one cannot apply conventional explosive theories from his original world, but since Bunyan is so certain, he can certainly experiment with this later. However, precautions must be taken. He has no desire to blow himself up again. What was the source of your idea? Did it come to you suddenly? Bunyan inquires, skeptical. In ancient gnome creations, there exist powerful artillery such as magical cannon and magic crystal cannon. Yet, due to the genius gnome's invention of the magical elemental power core, which can directly utilize condensed magical elements and is armed with specific magical inscriptions to launch magical artillery, these older models have been rendered obsolete. Su Lian succinctly expresses his thoughts. Your reasoning is both feasible and intriguing, yet it is also perilous. Fortunately, you are not a mage and cannot conduct such experiments yourself. But I hope you refrain from encouraging others to undertake this idea. The inherent dangers of inscribing explosive-type magic are exceedingly high, and those who craft magical artifacts typically avoid such endeavors. Let alone incorporating magical powder, Bunyan emphasizes the dangers, primarily to caution the other magical students. For Su Lian, merely a warrior, Bunyan considers this a fleeting whimsy and does not worry about him attempting an experiment. Well then, do any other students have questions? Bunyan inquires. Silence reigns. If there are no further inquiries, we shall continue with the lesson, Bunyan states, oblivious to the fact that this small interlude may lead to terrifying consequences for Su Lian. Rest assured, experiments will undoubtedly be conducted. Chapter 30. You are truly a good person soon. The class concluded, and as the bell rang, Su Lian, seated in the front row, hastily rose to leave the classroom. Eager to avoid any ensuing troubles, he even neglected to reclaim the textbooks he had temporarily lent to Na Lin. Observing Su Lian's decisive departure, the other boys, although unable to confront him, felt considerable satisfaction in his lack of interest in their new class beauty. This was especially true for Connie. Miss Na Lin, the moment class ended, Connie approached her directly. The remaining boys felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. It was over. They were out of luck, having attracted the attention of this notorious playboy. Sighing, Na Lin smiled in response. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Connie Alfred. I am the grandson of Duke Hodge Alfred, one of the 3 great dukes of the kingdom of Avisu. It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Na Lin. Connie presented himself with utmost gentlemanly decorum, adhering to impeccable etiquette. Wow, that's quite impressive, Na Lin replied, and Connie felt a swell of pride within him. Of course, aside from royalty, my title as Duke is the highest. No woman could. However, I apologize, but Lian forgot to take back the book he lent me. Do you know which dormitory he resides in? Na Lin inquired earnestly. Connie's expression froze, and the corners of his eyes twitched slightly. Are you serious? My grandfather is a duke. Do you even understand what that means? Here I am, making an effort to greet you. And you think of returning a book to that commoner? You want to go to his dormitory? You don't know? Then I shall seek him out while he hasn't gone far. Na Lin said with a light smile, turning on her heel without any intention of pausing. Wait, Connie shouted, his voice laced with irritation. What is it? Did you remember which dormitory he lives in? Na Lin asked cheerfully. Connie's expression stiffened again, but this time he quickly regained his composure. No, I don't know, but I can accompany you to find him. Since you're new to the academy, you surely need a familiar guide to help you navigate. Right? Connie managed to maintain a strained yet courteous smile. Yes, Na Lin exclaimed, as if just realizing something. Well, Connie began to say, then thank you for your suggestion. I'll go find Lien, and after returning the book, I'll invite him to dinner as a token of gratitude and ask him to show me around the academy. I must hurry to catch up. Goodbye. Na Lin finished, and with that, she briskly exited the classroom. Connie stood frozen, his smile utterly faltering, and he struggled to comprehend what just transpired. Just as he was about to explode with anger, Na Lin suddenly turned back at the door. Oh, by the way, you are truly a good person, Connie. She smiled sweetly before leaving. Good person. Connie's expression finally shattered. His countenance twisted in a way that was almost grotesque, as if he had been humiliated. The other students desperately stifled their laughter, mindful of Connie's noble status, and hastily exited the classroom to suppress their amusement. How could the grandson of a duke, while earnestly attempting to curry favor, be outshone by a mere commoner? Moreover, it seemed he was effectively sewing a wedding dress for Su Lien. This was utterly intolerable. With a furious kick, Connie struck the seat where Su Lien had been sitting. Bastard! That despicable commoner! Connie spat, his rage spilling forth. The sycophants and the girls surrounding him dared not utter a word. How could he, a noble duke, be brought to shame? He vowed that this commoner would pay dearly for this affront. Clenching his fists in fury, Connie's internal magic surged violently. He realized that trouble was inevitable. Although, to a significant extent, Na Lin was responsible for this predicament. No, to be precise, she had orchestrated it intentionally. Zhuo Sandy watched from the sidelines, her concern growing. I must inform Lien. Yes, I will go to the dormitory to find him. With that thought, Zhuo Sandy exited the classroom. However, upon reaching the boys' dormitory area and arriving at the floor where Su Lien's room was located, she found he was absent. Had he gone to eat? Perhaps I should check the dining hall and then the library he frequents. Yet, no matter where Zhuo Sandy searched within the academy, she could not locate him. Outside the academy, along the back door leading to the snack street, approximately 500 meters away on a small hill that wrapped around to the back, a stark contrast emerged. Unlike the front, which was frequently occupied by couples on dates, the back hill lacked any scenic spots. With the only lookout tower in disrepair and rarely visited, at this moment, darkness had fallen. The dimly lit back hill, accompanied by the chilling winds of impending night, felt somewhat eerie. Oh dear, inviting a girl to such a deserted and dark place at this hour is quite frightening. Na Lin's voice echoed. Indeed, a pureblood vampire is afraid of the night? Su Lien responded. That depends on whom I am facing. After all, the other party is quite a fearsome character at night as well. Na Lin chuckled. Rest assured, I am a half-blood. My family, who are aware of the reality, have yet to inform me. I only recently began to notice something unusual and fortuitously met you, a fellow bloodline. To confirm my suspicions, Su Lien remarked, turning to look at Na Lin and At that moment. In each other's eyes, their deep blue, dark blue irises emitted a faint glow beneath the enveloping night. Su Lien's deep blue radiance exuded an inexplicable brutality that instilled fear, while Na Lin's dark blue shimmer held a mesmerizing beauty, though Su Lien perceived the allure as concealing boundless danger. Indeed, I mentioned that I felt nothing before entering the academy, Na Lin said, shaking her head slightly in regret. Raising her hand gently, she returned Su Lien's book to him through the manipulation of magic. Bloodlines exist in this world too, albeit with slight variations among races. However, since Su Lien could traverse into this realm, the information regarding bloodlines was somewhat similar on both sides. For instance, Na Lin's surname, Sethate Es, is one of the 13 great bloodline clans. Having lived abroad for many years, Su Lien possessed considerable knowledge on such matters. Therefore, upon hearing the name, especially when Na Lin inscribed it in crimson magic, he understood immediately and confirmed the reason for his regenerative abilities. By the way, is it truly acceptable for you to enroll using your real surname? Su Lien couldn't help but inquire. You truly are uninformed that we bloodlines use our surnames based on our sentiments. aside from our kin and you outsiders. No one knows the surnames of our clans, Na Lin explained, curiosity glinting in her eyes. My relative's self-written notes provided some insights, and it's entirely possible to ascertain without a surname. Su Lian fabricated a casual excuse. After all, he couldn't reveal that he had prior knowledge from his past life. Could he? That makes sense, Na Lin nodded, not suspecting anything amiss. Chapter 31. Blood magic and talent. Though I am not entirely certain, you must have utilized some form of blood magic to acquire a noble title in the kingdom of Yamnik, allowing you to transfer to our relatively stable kingdom of Avisu, right? Su Lian inquired. My self-introduction did not mention that I am a noble, Na Lin remarked, gazing at Su Lian with intrigue. You truly enjoy playing games, Su Lian replied, shaking his head in exasperation. I left a military encryption command in the textbook I lent you. If you could comprehend that and come here, how could you possibly be unaware? Indeed, Na Lin's arrival was largely due to the information Su Lian had embedded in the textbook he had lent her. Yet, given Na Lin's current disposition, he suspected she would have covertly followed him regardless. Just as I thought, your name is not the Su Lian inscribed in the textbook. If I recall correctly, it should be Su Man Liandel, right? The name of the Su Man royal family, Na Lin said with a hint of pride in her smile. I'm impressed you could deduce that from the information, Su Lian admitted. Feeling a sense of admiration, Su Lian also grasped how she had arrived at her conclusion. Initially, when their gazes met, he had not seemed surprised by her presence, indicating that she had likely seen him before. Coupled with the fact that he had deliberately left a military encryption message, it was clear he had anticipated she would come from the Ain's military academy. Thus, even if Na Lin had not seen him prior to his departure from Ain's, she would have heard the rumors about the grandson of Prince Isha, who had just graduated. There was only one grandson of Prince Isha, and that was Su Lian Mandel. Furthermore, during class, it was evident she had been observing him. Realizing that despite Connie, the Duke, having shown interest in her, Su Lian displayed no concern whatsoever, exuding a genuine sense of calm that was not feigned or naive, but rather an innate assurance. When pieced together, it was not difficult to deduce that Su Lian's status far surpassed that of the so-called Duke, Connie, who was merely one of many grandsons, Su Man Liandel, one of the contemporary princes of the kingdom of Avisu, and the only grandson of Prince Ishad. It was no wonder he could navigate a foreign kingdom and attend school without a hitch. He was undoubtedly a clever individual, Su Lian couldn't help but think. I possess a legitimate identity, Na Lin declared proudly. Disguises are ultimately just that, disguises. Having more authenticity can be more reassuring, don't you think, Su Lian? Oh? What do you mean? Na Lin sensed something in his tone. I shall not beat around the bush. The purpose of our conversation in such a place is not mere casual chit-chat. My intention is straightforward. I wish to learn about your unique blood magic. A skill inherent to vampires. In return, I can offer you greater assurance and convenience under the guise of Prince Isha, and perhaps even facilitate the exchange of tangible benefits. What do you think? Su Lian inquired candidly. Upon confirming Na Lin's identity in his mind, he quickly clarified what he desired. Just as he had considered the possibility of winning over Mavis, his former teacher, upon her unexpected appearance, he felt a similar inclination to seek practical benefits for himself. What level are you currently at? Na Lin asked directly. It seemed she was not surprised that Su Lian was a mage, despite his still being merely a warrior at this moment, a 5th-tier mage, adept in the mainstream 7 elements, capable of mastering at least 3rd-tier offense, defense, and support magic. The wood element passed down among the elves, the ice element from the far north, and similarly for enhancement magic, Su Lian explained as he removed the headband from the back of his neck. Releasing his magical power, so that headband, which appeared to resist mental attack magic, actually suppresses and conceals your magical energy, Na Lin remarked. If there are requirements to learn blood magic, how does my level measure up? Su Lian queried. There are no requirements. I was merely inquiring, Na Lin replied with a smile. Your character truly leaves much to be desired, but that is of little consequence. Su Lian felt no discomfort in revealing his strength. Indeed, he believed that showcasing greater power might facilitate better negotiations with Na Lin. Na Lin, smiling, did not take his assessment to heart. However, since you wish to learn blood magic, why not have your grandfather or father assist you in finding a more powerful member of the bloodline? My own strength is only at the 6th-tier Grand Mage level, after all, Na Lin stated. You disguise your 6th-tier Grand Mage status as a 3rd-tier High Mage for enrollment? That seems a bit excessive. Given my innate magical talent displayed since childhood, if it were easy to find a suitable teacher, my grandfather would have done so long ago, Sulian replied bluntly. Your grandfather, then? So your mixed heritage comes from your grandmother? Nalin quickly grasped the implications. There is no issue with the trait. After all, my rather incompetent father never forbade me from teaching. But are you truly fine with this? Nalin inquired. Perhaps your family would object to your involvement with blood magic? Furthermore, in the kingdom of Avisu, there are no explicit regulations regarding blood magic, nor is there any discrimination against it. However, across the continent, particularly in powerful empires, blood magic is viewed with great disdain. Some nations even categorize it as a form of dark magic. An absolute heresy. I once asked my grandfather about it, as I understood the conveniences blood magic offers. His reaction was as indifferent as my inquiries about learning curse magic. Sulian recounted, You've even studied that? Nalin couldn't help but feel somewhat exasperated. Curse magic, in certain respects, is as formidable as blood magic, perhaps even surpassing it. Given my uncertainty about reaching the pinnacle of magical cultivation, mastering a broader array of spells is undoubtedly a prudent choice. Sulian declared, his objectives cleared. He was a realist, unwilling to gamble on fortuitous encounters or magical advantages. He preferred to cultivate his knowledge and thereby strengthen himself. Thus, diversifying his skills would provide him with a clearer perspective on the world. If he aspired to accomplish great feats, possessing a wider range of capabilities would undoubtedly confer an advantage. To be honest, if you wish to grow stronger, I believe it would be wise to return home and have your grandfather help you awaken and acquire warrior abilities. Nalin suggested directly. Why is that? Even though my grandmother is pureblood, my mixed heritage is only 1/8, Sulian queried, puzzled. A person's magical talent is inherently limited. While many divine mages exist among humanity strong, they are born from a vast population base. Compared to the innate advantages of the bloodline's blood magic and the elves' natural affinity for elemental magic, the growth disparity remains significant. Nalin explained succinctly. Is that so? Sulian pondered seriously. It seems that talent and bloodline are considerable advantages in this world. Indeed, it resembles the phenomenon where an artistic genius can produce works in mere weeks that would take an ordinary person years to achieve. Chapter 32. Understood. Coincidentally, I shall return home this week. Would you care to accompany me? If you are concerned that I may not be able to provide you with the tangible rewards you desire, Sulian asked directly. Oh? You barely met me half a day ago. And you're already inviting me to your home? How dreadfully aristocratic of you. Prince of Avisu. I'm only 12. After all. Nalin feigned a look of sorrow and fear. Enough of that, Sulian replied, speechless. Hee, Nalin chuckled. By the way, you should be older than 12, right? Vampires live a long time, Sulian remarked. Asking a girl her age is quite impolite. Nalin retorted, So you are indeed of considerable age. Sulian mused. Nalin's smile faltered momentarily. A lowly old lady? That seems unlikely, but she is certainly not a young maiden. You must have some particularly unique titles in mind for her. Nalin smiled, exuding the terrifying aura of a 6th-tier Grand Mage wielding blood magic. You misunderstand, beautiful Miss Nalin. I merely wish to convey that regardless of your actual age in my eyes, you remain eternally youthful and radiant, Sulian asserted, his desire to survive exceedingly strong. I see your mental age is quite mature. Since you appreciate me as I am, are you a legendary lowly enthusiast? Nalin teased with a smile. I can assert with unwavering conviction that I am not. However, upon encountering Miss Nalin, I cannot help but be captivated by your beauty. Even enamored, Sulian complimented. Oh, really? How delightful. You're quite the charming lowly enthusiast yourself, Lian Kuan. Nalin feigned shyness. At least in your presence, Miss Nalin. I wouldn't mind embodying such a persona. Therefore, would you kindly sheath that blood magic of yours? It appears rather perilous, Sulian suggested, gesturing to the crimson scythe poised at his neck. He had no doubt that this potential lowly old lady could cleave him in two, with Uncle Ryan absent. And as a young lad, he needed to cultivate an exceptional sense of self-preservation. My apologies. Upon hearing you wish to learn blood magic, I couldn't resist demonstrating a bit, Nalin said with a light laugh. Though her tone retained an undercurrent of threat, demonstration? more like an overt threat. You lowly old lady. Ultimately, Na Lin did not disclose her actual age. Sulian was certain she was not 12 after all, with the maturity of a 28-year-old soul combined with 10 years of a newly born spirit. He could engage in normal conversation with this adorable little lowly, which clearly could not be achieved by an ordinary 12-year-old. Thus, Sulian continued to harbor suspicions that Na Lin might indeed be a lowly old lady. Yet, such a title was better left unspoken, for should he voice it, Na Lin would likely silence him. The next day, in the early morning, at the newly constructed and operational magic train station in the southern part of Polaris Academy, Uncle Ryan looked on in confusion at Sulian, who was accompanied by a stunning blonde beauty, Mavis, and a striking dark-haired beauty, Na Lin. What on earth is going on? Wasn't he young Lord Sulian supposed to return home today to report on matters and consult with Lord Isha? Is he discussing marriage, with two at once? Or is there a significant age gap involved? Clearing his throat, Sulian felt a tinge of embarrassment. This is our Academy's potions and mechanics teacher, Mavis Halifax, an honorary professor at the Knight Research Institute, who is here to attend the magic train production workshop. Oh? Ryan nodded, indicating his understanding. This is my classmate, Na Lin Sethit. For now, let us just consider her a friend. Sulian said, uncertain of how best to introduce her, especially with Mavis nearby. Hey, Liankuan, how unfair. We had such a lovely conversation last night at the back mountain, and now you only consider me a friend? I am so heartbroken. Na Lin feigned a hurt expression. Sulian. What on earth? Last night, at the back mountain, heartbroken? Please refrain from using such misleading phrases. Understood. Uncle Ryan nodded seriously. Ryan, you're misunderstanding the situation entirely. What kind of expression is that? You seem to think I'm a debauched aristocrat who would bring home girls after just 2 months of study. And why do you have that disapproving attitude toward the actions of a noble? Surely, my grandfather must have intended for you to supervise me, which is why you came along. Liankuan, I had no idea you. Mavis looked utterly disillusioned, her expression tinged with sadness. Sulian, I initially believed you to be different from the others, but it seems even a girl who just transferred here for a day. Mavis appeared at a loss for words. What a ridiculous stereotype for nobles, no? Sulian found himself at a loss. How am I to explain this? No. If Na Lin doesn't cooperate, it will be impossible to clarify. At that moment, Uncle Ryan patted Sulian on the shoulder. Young Lord Sulian, Ryan said earnestly. Huh? Sulian inquired, puzzled. While I understand your age, it would be better to choose a more appropriate setting than the back mountain at night. Ryan, Sulian replied, resigned. Forget it. No need to explain. Absolutely. The more one explains, the darker it becomes. Sulian cast a glance at Na Lin, who continued to feign sadness while secretly stifling laughter, and couldn't help but curse inwardly. That detestable lowly old lady, on the magic train. Being seated in the first-class section, they found themselves exceedingly comfortable and at ease. To prevent a situation where a spoiled noble like Connie might attempt to commandeer their compartment, Sulian had Uncle Ryan hang the banner of Prince Esa outside, at least to signify that this compartment was reserved for the prince's entourage. So, this is the magic train for passenger transport? Teacher Mei Wei Si was exhilarated by this new mode of transportation, which surpassed horse-drawn carriages in speed and offered an unparalleled level of comfort. It was an exquisite indulgence for her. So this is what first-class seating is like. Although it wasn't Na Lin's first experience, as she had ridden this train upon transferring, it was her first time in the first-class section. What beverages and snacks would the two young ladies like? Uncle Ryan inquired. He was well aware of Sulian's preferences, hence he usually wouldn't ask. Just some ordinary black tea and pastries will suffice, thank you, Na Lin replied, her demeanor generous and natural. I would like the same. Thank you, Teacher Mei Wei Si added, slightly slower in her response. Please wait a moment. Uncle Ryan summoned a server using a magical device. Soon, the drinks and pastries arrived. However, at that moment, Teacher Mei Wei Si had already slipped away to explore the other carriages. Unable to sit still, now, only Uncle Ryan, Sulian, and Na Lin remained in the compartment. Uncle Ryan, Sulian. Uncle Ryan. You must truly understand now, right? Sulian questioned. Miss Sethit, may I inquire what your father's name is? Uncle Ryan asked directly. He had genuinely grasped the situation upon hearing the name, though he needed to maintain a semblance of normalcy due to Mei Wei Si's presence. August, Na Lin replied with a mild trace of disdain in her tone. August Sethit, Nalin's father's name. I see. Uncle Ryan nodded, now fully comprehending. Chapter 33. The Magic Train Manufacturing Plant in the Territory of Prince Esa, Peter Saint. Due to the northern location of the Avisu Kingdom, it was only now spring within the realm. Along the route in Peter Saint's territory, many residents could be seen engaged in farming, and those who spotted the prince's banner would bow slightly in respect. The passers-by wore smiles, indicating a generally positive atmosphere. It had long been said that Prince Esa treated his subjects well, and the respect the populace held for him, along with their spirited demeanor, was commendable. Teacher Mei Wei-si was also a little surprised. In noble territories, the policies of the nobility significantly influenced the quality of life. In the Avisu Kingdom, nobles with fiefs possessed a degree of autonomy, with the extent typically correlating to their rank. For instance, Prince Esa held legislative and military powers over his territory. The only restriction was that his legislative authority must not contravene the fundamental moral principles of Avisu, and the military forces he commanded could not exceed 50% of the kingdom's army at any time. Essentially, as long as no major incidents occurred, Prince Esa could govern his territory as he pleased. That's because my grandfather has always treated the subjects well, and our family does not indulge in extravagance. So many benefits naturally prioritize the populace. There have even been times when my grandfather, short on funds, shamelessly approached my great-uncle, the king, for assistance. Su Lian explained succinctly. Is it because Prince Esa is the youngest that he is more favored by his older brothers? Na Lin inquired curiously. Pretty much. My grandfather was only 7 when my great-uncle ascended the throne, so power struggles had little to do with him. Su Lian replied. I see. Na Lin responded. The previous king of Avisu abdicated voluntarily, but at that time, Esa was only 7, which also indicates that the previous king was quite robust, she added. Thus, when my grandfather proposed to the king that he personally finance the construction of new roads for the entire kingdom and manage the operations of those roads, he was granted approval without delay. Because in the web of power relations, my grandfather was the weakest among the princes, there was little concern that we would cause trouble. At worst, we would just end up a bit wealthier. Considering our territory is rather small, however, it seems my great-uncle has already realized that matters are not so straightforward, Su Lian remarked, smiling as he gazed out the carriage window at the scenery. At this moment, the surroundings had transitioned from farmland to a more wooded area, and they could even see guard posts along the route. This was because they were not heading directly back to the manor, but were prioritizing a visit to the magic train manufacturing plant. Additionally, Prince Esa was present there today, so their visit posed no issues. Teacher Mei Wei-si furrowed her brows slightly, sensing something amiss. Teacher Mei Wei-si, I know you hail from a family renowned for potions. Yet you pursued mechanical studies due to your passion for night mechas. After studying abroad among the goblins, you returned to teach at Polaris Academy and became an honorary professor at the Night Research Institute. Therefore, I would like to ask, if there were opportunities to create large-scale machinery beyond night mechas, would you be interested in learning more? Or perhaps even participating in the manufacturing process? Su Lian inquired, his tone suggesting that this was not merely casual conversation. The atmosphere had shifted subtly. Both Mei Wei-si and Na Lin had become aware of this change. Su Lian's seamless transition into this topic indicated that it was not a simple chat, but rather a prelude to this momentous inquiry. Mei Wei-si Halifax, the golden-haired beauty professor, was indeed one of Su Lian's targets for alliance. After all, possessing the dual titles of 7th-tier Grand Mage and Potion Mechanical Professor at such a young age, coupled with her keen interest in night mechas, made her an ideal candidate. However, in Su Lian's hierarchy of priorities, she fell into the 2nd tier, as her family was located in the domain of another prince. To recruit her would essentially be akin to poaching. If something were to occur, could I pretend not to see it? Mei Wei-si asked. What could you possibly see? Teacher Mei Wei-si, you are merely here to observe the magic train manufacturing. Are you not? Su Lian replied, fully understanding her implications. Then let us observe the new magic train. Mei Wei-si acquiesced. The new magic train. What? The gates of the magic train construction site swung open. Nestled against the mountains, the magic train manufacturing plant had been expanded from the original carriage factory 4 years prior. Surrounded by lush forests on 3 sides, the facility was backed by a range of towering mountains. And beyond the last peak, approximately 1,000 meters high, lay a picturesque bay that met the sea. This isolated bay area within Peter Saint's territory was the only section of coastline that remained entirely undeveloped. Su Lian was the first to disembark the carriage. Space magic, intra-level spell, short-distance teleportation. A complex pattern of a magic array enveloped him from head to toe. Su Lian's Polaris Academy uniform transformed back into the research attire stored in his magical ring, marked with specific identifiers. Wow, you can use space magic like this? Na Lin exclaimed, somewhat astonished. Aren't you worried that your clothes might get caught on your body during the change? She added. Not at all. I simply prioritize magical coverage of my skin, demarcate the area for magical application, and ensure to avoid any entanglements during the spatial transformation, Su Lian explained succinctly. This idea had stemmed from his programming studies, and he noted that such intricate concepts could indeed be interconnected in certain aspects. Can I try it in the carriage? Na Lin asked, her curiosity piqued as she retreated into the carriage. You've even studied space magic? Mei Weiqi remarked, surprised. Given her prior experiences with Su Lian's magic, she wasn't astonished by his abilities. It's quite challenging to reach the intermediate level, Su Lian admitted. Before long, Na Lin emerged from the carriage clad in a cute gothic dress. Let us go. I'll give you both a tour, Su Lian announced. The two ladies nodded in agreement. They were able to visit various sections of the manufacturing plant, including the research workshop for the latest model of the magic train and the development workshop for various control instruments. Mei Weiqi was thoroughly exhilarated, eagerly querying the principles behind each area they visited. Na Lin, on the other hand, appeared somewhat indifferent, instead curious about how many eyes were watching them from the shadows. Those individuals were surveillance personnel assigned by ESA, positioned between the researchers and workers, all possessing at least high-tier magical abilities. Any intruder would be swiftly monitored. Even when Su Lian brought others, they would remain vigilant, effectively serving as a form of covert protection for him. The magic train manufacturing plant was extensive, albeit with many repeated sections, so it only took nearly an hour for Mei Weiqi's tour. At this point, they were resting in the lounge. Mei Weiqi was perusing a new booklet on the design concepts for the new magic train. It seems there are very few people from the kingdom here, Na Lin finally observed, having been discreetly watching the surroundings. My grandfather generously allocated most of the workers and researchers involved in magic train operations to the king, allowing him to establish new manufacturing plants and train new personnel. Thus, this relatively remote initial manufacturing plant naturally lacks outsiders, Su Lian explained. Your arrangements are quite thorough, Mei Weiqi complimented. Of course, our magic train manufacturing plant is quite large, so having our own personnel facilitates management. Su Lian chuckled. It merely large. Perhaps it's not as simple as that. Chapter 34. Ursa Arsenal. Haha, little Su Lian, this is where you went wrong. If you bring guests and friends from the academy, why not introduce them to grandfather first? The voice of Prince Esa echoed from the lounge outside. Prince Esa? Mevis paused, about to prepare to bow, but was halted by Su Lian. As ordinary guests, we prefer to forego formalities, Su Lian said with a faint smile. Mevis nodded. Prince Esa, I apologize for not being aware of your presence and for any disturbance I may have caused. Although her gestures adhered to the noble etiquette befitting a regular visitor, her words were tinged with deep respect. Greetings, Your Highness, Na Lin added, offering a simple bow. Oh? Prince Esa looked at Na Lin. What a beautiful girl. Is she the future granddaughter-in-law that little Su Lian brought back? Ha. Esa teased. I will try my best, Su Lian shrugged. Ha. Just this little lowly old lady? Perhaps we can consider it if she grows a bit more. Esa laughed. You brought her back without even courting her, and in such a dull place, little Su Lian. Your actions are rather disappointing, Esa chided with a chuckle. This place is quite interesting, Na Lin politely responded. Ah, so this little lowly old lady does have some manners. That hint of respect suggests her actual age must differ significantly from her appearance, Su Lian mused internally, thinking that if he voiced that opinion, Na Lin would surely retaliate. Well, it's just a bunch of iron shanties. Later, let little Su Lian take you around the estate, Esa remarked. Then we shall speak of it later, Su Lian signaled to Mevis. Esa naturally understood. Professor Mevis, right? It is a pleasure to welcome you. Esa extended his hand. It is my honor to visit the magical vehicle factory, which is set to revolutionize the entire transport industry, Your Highness. Esa. Mevis replied. Would you be interested in viewing even more exceptional creations? Esa inquired. Mevis hesitated slightly. Despite having pondered for a long while, she found it difficult to make a decision when faced directly with Prince Esa. After all, continuing down this path might conflict with her family's interests, yet it could also lead to encounters with something far more enchanting, a strong premonition stirring within her heart. "May I accompany you?" Na Lin interjected. Everyone paused momentarily. Of course, Esa replied with a smile, his gaze shifting directly to Mevis. "Then, let us take a look." Mevis consented. "Ha ha. Then, Professor Mevis, please follow me," Esa said, and Uncle Ryan stepped forward to lead the way. As Esa and Mevis departed the lounge, Sulian and Na Lin followed at a slightly slower pace. Sulian glanced at Na Lin, who playfully winked at him with a smile. "Indeed." Sulian smiled back. "Thank you," he murmured softly, and Lin giggled and quickened her pace to catch up with Esa, followed closely by Sulian. Initially, Mevis had been torn between the decision to go or not. However, Na Lin's innocent curiosity about joining them had effectively shifted the conditions of the dilemma. Mevis had already agreed to go, and now the question was whether Na Lin could accompany her. If Mevis were to refuse, it would simultaneously mean rejecting Na Lin's innocent request. Given that Na Lin was, after all, her dear student, it would be rather difficult to turn down such a naive and curious plea. The scales of hesitation tipped, clearly in favor of acceptance, and Lin had indeed assisted Sulian and the others. And he understood this well. Uncle Ryan's guidance led them deeper into the magical vehicle manufacturing facility. The corridors transitioned from those with windows revealing the outside world to entirely enclosed lower levels, where numerous sealed doors awaited them, each requiring specialized magical tools for access, illustrating their stringent security measures. Ultimately, they arrived at a vast circular chamber approximately 20 meters high and 100 meters in diameter. A 10-meter-tall metal door loomed on the opposite side. This place was akin to a secret military base, wasn't it? Na Lin inquired with a curious innocence. One responded, for the answer was all too apparent. "Open the door," Esa commanded directly. "Yes, Your Highness." The guards accepted the magical tool from Esa's hand, embedding it into the metal door, which slowly creaked open with the heavy sound of interlocking metal. Behind the dark, elongated door, light from magical sources flickered on, extending back for at least several hundred meters. Mevis had already sensed that they had entered deep within the mountains behind the magical vehicle factory, and the existence of such an extensive tunnel hinted that the mountainous area beyond had likely been entirely excavated. Her heart began to race with anxiety. What exactly was Prince Esa manufacturing back here? Night mechas for waging war? No. Night mechas, unless they were of the lowest tier, akin, first tier, required high-powered elemental energy cores. If Prince Esa were to secretly procure or manufacture these in bulk, it would be impossible for the king not to notice. Even for a prince deemed least threatening. After all, as a prince, he would certainly be under at least duke-level scrutiny, wouldn't he? So then, let us proceed, Esa said. Very well. Mevis's thoughts were interrupted. The current situation left her no choice but to press on. Her curiosity battling against her rising trepidation. In the depths of this mountain, what secrets lay behind such an enormous tunnel? At the end of the tunnel, a dazzling light greeted them. Before their eyes unfolded a scene of chaos. This machine tool is misaligned. Hurry and adjust it. Retract the landing gear and bring over the newly developed cannon. Watch it. Be careful. You nearly killed me. 1, 2, down. Down. Hey, good. Stop. Numerous researchers and workers bustled about, some even clad in military garb, each engaged in their respective tasks. Most astonishingly, there were a significant number of individuals from other races present, with the Goblin race being the most conspicuous. Goblins were among the research staff here. Moreover, it was enormous. The space was overwhelmingly vast. As far as the eye could see, it stretched at least 2 kilometers in length and seemed to match in width, suggesting an area close to 400,000 square meters, a colossal weapons manufacturing facility. The most crucial aspect was that, aside from one section where Mevis recognized the night mechas, she was unfamiliar with anything else. Mevis, it seems we've arrived at Esa's military factory. Sulian gestured widely to welcome them. These are, Mevis still struggled to comprehend the scene before her. The half-finished tanks, the incomplete aircraft, and various bionic weapons crafted from the magical puppets of this world filled the expanse. The sheer number and diversity were staggering. Although most were constructed from conventional metals, even where alchemical metals were required, they seemed to be on par with akin, first tier, night mechas, indicating remarkably low production costs. Yet, without exception, every unfinished weapon exuded an aura of danger. Aside from the specialized night personal armaments, all the weapons here employed low-tier magical elemental energy cores and were predominantly fashioned from ordinary metals, Sulian explained succinctly. Ordinary metals? How can they withstand magical attacks? Mevis questioned immediately, perplexed. Quite simply. Once you see the finished products, you will understand, Sulian replied. At that moment, Uncle Ryan called over a figure, specifically a goblin. Oh? The little boss is personally bringing people here? I see from the attire that they are from Polaris Academy? A goblin elder, covered in grease, approached. Hello. I am Mevis Halifaxes from Polaris Academy. Mevis introduced herself, extending her hand. The goblin elder glanced at Mevis's clean, fair hand. My hands are all dirty with oil. Just call me Cam. He waved dismissively. He quickly turned to ESA. By the way, big boss, are you sure you want to bring back a better batch of magical cores? Last time, we ruined several while testing the tank's speed due to overload. Cam the goblin elder directly inquired of ESA. You really think the king won't keep an eye on me? All these low-tier magical cores are inconsequential. I can't risk acquiring a large quantity of better ones. ESA chuckled. Don't be such a coward, big boss. You are someone destined for greatness. Cam the goblin elder retorted boldly. You're not afraid. But what? You can just run away, right? ESA shook his head in disbelief. Cam the elder scoffed, clearly unimpressed. Their rapport was evident in their casual exchange. Ready to see the finished products? This way, Cam indicated to Mevis. He drove over in a transport vehicle powered by minimal magical elemental energy cores, making it easy for several people to board. Yes, Mevis acknowledged. As they climbed aboard the transport vehicle, it began to move slowly without any issues. Also, little boss, according to your revised design for the tank, its overall metal weight will exceed that of Darlita by quite a bit. Especially since you want to create a heavy-duty model, one tank will weigh at least as much as 2 Darlitas combined. Cam remarked. After all, night mechas are humanoid, and compared to the square, bulky shape of a tank, they are not particularly lightweight. Just now, Professor Mevis was asking how we can withstand magical cannon fire from night mechas without going heavy-duty. Sulian inquired. What are you afraid of? I'm going all out with lightweight high firepower. If you can hit me even once, I would have already taken out several of your machines, Uncle Cam responded. Is it really that fast? Meiwei quickly grasped the situation. Of course, within level 5, a Dorita, unless it's a specially made model, cannot surpass the mobility of a lightweight tank. Uncle Cam queried, within level 5? Are you saying that even knights, which require warriors and mages to operate, cannot outpace your new weapon? Meiwei was taken aback. Huh? Didn't you come here by magic vehicle? Uncle Cam asked in confusion. Of course. Meiwei was about to say something when she paused. Wait, magic vehicle? Didn't Sulian mention that the maximum speed of passenger magic vehicles can reach up to 110 kilometers per hour? But a magic vehicle has a designated path. Conventional weapons cannot possibly maintain such speed in complex terrain, right? Meiwei remained skeptical. You'll see for yourself soon enough, Uncle Cam replied, reluctant to explain further. Explaining new weapons entails discussing concepts and design philosophies, so it's better to let someone see the finished product directly. With strong curiosity, Meiwei awaited the slow advance of the transport vehicle, while Na Lin curiously looked around. Undoubtedly, this was an area hollowed out within the mountains, and Na Lin couldn't help but marvel. Such a vast excavation of the mountain must have required the assistance of numerous earth mages. Right? There were plenty of goblins here, and their earth mages could indeed hollow out such a large area in no time. Even, Ina Lin attempted to extend her mental energy downward. Don't extend your mental energy downward. It will trigger a counteraction from the anti-detection magical array, Su Lian cautioned, having guessed her intentions by observing her gaze. There really is something below, Na Lin exclaimed, surprised. The warehouse area contains various initial models, experimental models, and finished products manufactured since we began work, Su Lian explained broadly. How long did it take you to dig all this out? Na Lin asked, exasperated. Not long, just 4 years, Uncle Cam replied. With so many earth mages assisting for 4 years? It seems the entire underground of this mountainous region has nearly been excavated, right? Luckily, there are no mines here. Otherwise, even with earth magic, the development speed wouldn't suffice, Su Lian added. The ores in this world. According to elemental theory, are known as strong elemental crystals. Earth magic cannot easily analyze and break them down. Even ordinary soil and rocks nearby are difficult to decompose. So when it comes to ores, traditional methods of mining are still necessary. Unless a mage proficient in earth magic at level 5 or above assists in analyzing the soil and rocks surrounding the ores, but where would you find such high-level mages to work as miners? Here we are, Uncle Cam said, looking at the new metal door ahead. Open the door, you little rascals. Is there another mechanic here to view the finished product? Wow, and it's a stunning beauty. Hurry up. Open the door and use the new weapon to attract and keep this beauty here. The multitude of men instantly became excited. Get to work, Uncle Cam exclaimed, slamming a glove down. All day long. All you think about is women. You'll end up in trouble. They continued to laugh and opened the door. A new tunnel appeared, evidently leading towards the sea. According to the original map of this area, the tunnel should lead to an entirely undeveloped bay, isolated by mountains on all sides. But now it was a military port. Upon exiting the tunnel into a bright expanse, the first sight to behold was a massive ship docked in the harbor. Before Mei Wei Si could take a closer look, boom, a lightweight tank, accompanied by the roar of a magical power core, whizzed past them at approximately 50 kilometers per hour. It even leaped slightly over a small incline, moving with such speed that it seemed to fly for a moment. The most astonishing part was that, as it soared, it fired a magical cannon shot from its barrel, hitting a large target on the distant mountainside with precision, causing a tremendous explosion. In Mei Wei Si's mind, only the most straightforward adjectives emerged: swift, accurate, heavy firepower. This was her pupils dilated in shock, expressing her astonishment. Chapter 36, Tank Driving. Wow, what a fast vehicle, Na Lin exclaimed. Having spotted the wheels and thus referred to it as a vehicle, Su Lien looked at Na Lin with a hint of disbelief. What do you mean, a fast vehicle? That could be interpreted in various ways. Though only he understood the nuances. What kind of weapon is this? It must be entirely made of steel, right? Fully metallic, and even without the cockpit, it probably weighs around 15 to 20 tons. Our Kingdom of Avisu's new Tier 3 Frostblade Knights can only reach a speed of 30 kilometers per hour at full gallop, and that cannot be sustained for long. Otherwise, the magical energy would overheat, damaging the alchemical fibers that drive the joints. That speed we just witnessed must have exceeded 40 kilometers, or even 50. How is this possible? Mei Wei Si bombarded with questions, her astonishment causing her to forget her ladylike demeanor. Shall I explain, or will you? Uncle Cam asked. You explain it to the teacher, Cam. I haven't been here for 2 months. And you might have developed new things since then, Su Lien declined. Tisk, it's not good to be lazy at your age, Uncle Cam retorted. I'll go prepare a training tank and let Mei Wei Si try it herself. Go ahead, but don't use the number 8. It was smoking all morning due to that brat Fa Airtong, Uncle Cam instructed. All right, Su Lien replied. Su Lien and Uncle Ryan went to prepare the training tank while Na Lin and Isha stayed behind. Observing as Uncle Cam explained the basic design concepts and principles of the tank to Mei Wei Si, Isha smiled softly, evidently pleased about the potential addition of a new mechanical engineering professor. While also discreetly observing Na Lin, whose attitude towards these new weapons was clearly not that of an average 12-year-old girl. Before long, Uncle Cam had explained most of the details, and Su Lien and Uncle Ryan arrived with 2 training tanks. Unlike the tanks from Su Lien's original world, which required multiple personnel for command, driving, and firing, with some even needing loaders, the tanks designed based on magical principles could be operated by a single person. Inside the driver's cabin, a specially designed magical device emitted a light magic screen that provided a clear 180-degree view through the tank's metallic armor and was still undergoing optimization. This meant that one person could clearly see everything in front during the driving process. Command, driving, and firing could all be handled by a single individual. This was the convenience brought by magic, maximizing operational efficiency. At this moment, Mei Wei Si had already entered the tank's driver cabin. Teacher, do you need me to teach you? The training tank has a designated co-pilot seat, Su Lien inquired. I'll take a look first. I'm not in a hurry. Mei Wei Si responded excitedly. As the developer of the night, her own driving skills were competent, and the tank's design had made some adaptations to facilitate operation for the people of this world. Essentially, she could manage it without issues, especially since the training tank's magical cannon had very low power, posing no risk of injury from misfire. If you think you can manage, I'll use another tank to engage you in a mock battle. Just hit me with the magical cannon once. Su Lian suggested, which was the reason for bringing 2 tanks. I'm not very good at combat, Mei Weiqi stammered. While she could develop and operate night mechs, her combat skills were virtually non-existent. Just being able to drive this completely unfamiliar tank and fire the magical cannon was already quite a feat. How could she engage in battle? Don't worry. I'll drive slowly, and I'll have Uncle Ryan bring over a knight for you to try hitting. Su Lian reassured with a smile. Oh. All right then, if you're going to go easy on me, I should be able to hit it, right? I want to give it a try too. Na Lin suddenly chimed in. You seemed rather indifferent to these things on the way here, Su Lian remarked with slight curiosity. I was quite astonished. All right? Na Lin replied with a smile, completely failing to convey any surprise. Very well. But if you end up feeling nauseous from the quick maneuvers, I won't take responsibility, Su Lian warned. Nauseous? What's that? Na Lin asked, puzzled. Look over there, Su Lian gestured towards a tank that had just come to a stop in the distance. The driver, unable to contain himself, climbed out of the driver's cabin and leaned against the tank, promptly throwing up, and Lin was taken aback. Driving this thing has side effects? He has been driving for 2 months. How can he still be sick? Su Lian replied, equally bewildered. What can I say? Every time he drives, he treats it like flying a plane. He is skilled, but the fact that he gets sick for 5 minutes after 30 minutes of stable driving is quite annoying. Uncle Cam lamented. All right then, we'll have to rely on him for performance testing. Let us arrange for a priest to accompany him later. Su Lian had already equipped himself. Uncle Cam shrugged disdainfully. Just as he finished speaking, a priest rushed over to provide him with treatment. Su Lian, Na Lin. This fellow is simply toxic. Mei Weiqi had spent some time self-studying and was nearly proficient. Operating the tank was significantly simpler compared to the night mecha that Su Lian also brought Na Lin into another coach tank's cockpit. Buckle your seatbelt, like this, Su Lian demonstrated it. Oh, Na Lin followed suit. Teacher, are we sure the seatbelt, magic cannon valve, and light frequency display are all in order? Su Lian shouted from inside the tank. We'll set off now. Within the designated area, any attack on us will mark the end. Su Lian activated the magical elemental power core. All right. Mei Weiqi, tank, start. The magical core roared to life, and the tracks began to spin, accelerating. Su Lian drove the coach tank at great speed towards the distance. His movements fluid and graceful, and Lin sat beside him, curiously observing Su Lian's driving. He reviewed all the operations, including turning, climbing, and cannon adjustments, as he certainly did not wish to be obliterated by Mei Weiqi in a single shot. Hey! The little boss is personally taking a girl out driving. Really? Who is the other one? Seems like a new mechanic, and I heard she is a stunning beauty. The other trainees in the military training ground couldn't help but gather around to observe. Some even beginning to bet on when Su Lian would be hit. Come on, beautiful mechanic, blow up the little boss's tank. Yes. Dare to take a girl driving? Blow them all up? Whoa, the big boss is watching over there. Keep it down. Clearly, Isha's authority still held sway here. Only someone like Uncle Cam could casually converse with him. These little rascals, Uncle Cam couldn't help but scold. Having energy is good, but to keep them quiet. Staying in such a place for too long can get them restless. Isha was unconcerned. As long as the money is sufficient, they'll be happy even locked up for long periods. Why worry? Haha, Uncle Cam chuckled. Chapter 37. Irresistible temptation. Mei Weiqi had yet to start, seemingly waiting for the signal to begin. Just start directly, he'll dodge, Uncle Cam advised. All right, Mei Weiqi replied. Tank, start. Although she had just practiced starting and driving a short distance, she still felt nervous preparing for combat readiness. Remember to shift gears after accelerating. Otherwise, the wear and tear will increase, and the coach tank can't withstand much abuse, Uncle Cam reminded. Huh? Mei Weiqi clearly didn't understand. Even though magical power didn't require a clutch, suddenly asking Mei Weiqi to shift manually was likely a bit challenging. Forget it, do as you please. I doubt you even know how to operate the gear lever on your right. Uncle Cam conceded. Tank, accelerate, charge. Whoa! Mei Weiqi exclaimed, startled by the rapid acceleration. In a moment of distraction, she mismanaged the steering and crashed sideways into a small slope. Uncle Cam and Isha burst into laughter. This must be what the little boss refers to as a road killer, Uncle Cam noted. She only had 2 small slopes in front of her. If she had turned even slightly off, she wouldn't have crashed so precisely. Fortunately, being someone capable of driving a knight, Mei Weiqi gradually calmed her nerves, and her driving finally became more stable. However, even at a speed of 20 kilometers per hour, she dared not accelerate too quickly. Wow, this beautiful mechanic is completely lost. How can she possibly blow up the little boss? When I first got in, I was zooming at full speed. Then I crashed into the guardrail and got scolded and punished by the boss to clean the toilets all night. The onlookers resumed their chatter. Smoke magic device. Su Lian had already begun moving and released a smoke screen. Whoa! The little boss is even laying down smoke. How ruthless. Beautiful mechanic, quickly give the little boss a shot of wind element. The switch is on your left-hand side, second row. Then quickly switch back to thunder and fire elements and hit him. The onlookers began directing her, eager for Su Lian to be taken down. There was no helping it. Who would not feel animosity towards Su Lian for bringing a beautiful girl to play? Bang. Mei Weiqi fired the magical cannon. Although it was slightly off target, it did activate the wind element, dispersing some of the magical smoke, yet Su Lian's tank was still nowhere to be seen. Just like that, fire another shot of wind element. Mei Weiqi attempted again but found the magical power recharge interval similar to that of the knight mecha, leaving her momentarily frozen. Oh no. Once the magical cannon cools down, just move, don't freeze in place, or you'll get hit. Mei Weiqi finally snapped back to reality and hurriedly accelerated again. Isn't the little boss incapable of firing cannons? Isn't he just trying to scare her into action? Makes sense. A group of spectators reveled in the chaos. Eventually, under the chaotic guidance of the onlookers, Mei Weiqi successfully grazed Su Lian with a fire element magical cannon after 10 minutes. The impact was minimal, but as long as it hit, that was all that mattered. All coach tanks operated on that principle. By the end, Mei Weiqi was drenched in a sheen of sweat, feeling exhausted but largely due to excitement. Experiencing such a novel large-scale mechanical weapon, her thoughts began to undergo a transformation. The desire to remain here began to outweigh the urge to return to her family. How does it feel? Su Lian asked as he drove the tank back, poking his head out of the cockpit. Na Lin also poked her head out, squeezed in beside Su Lian, as it was rather stuffy inside. Yes, amazing. Mei Weiqi replied excitedly. After quickly cleansing herself with water magic, she too poked her head out from the cockpit. Let us go. I'll take you to the next one. Su Lian smiled. Huh? The next one? Mei Weiqi was momentarily taken aback, looking somewhat dazed. Isn't this the best new weapon? Look, Su Lian pointed skyward with a smile. Up there? What is Vroom? 3 propeller aircraft soared directly over Mei Weiqi's tank, creating a strong gust that tousled her hair. Mei Weiqi was instantly mesmerized. New weapon, and it can fly. Not flying magical beasts or air cavalry, nor the prohibitively expensive specially designed Earth-type anti-gravity magic, but magical mecha created with wind-type flying magic. Uncle Cam exhaled a puff of smoke, leisurely holding his pipe. I enjoy bringing newcomers to see. Their astonished expressions are utterly delightful. This is merely the initial model, according to little Su Lian. Isha chuckled. Talking about this makes me furious. This brat has had new designs for ages, but keeps them hidden, waiting for us to fully grasp this set and complete practical training before unveiling them. Uncle Cam grumbled. There's no helping it. Our resources are limited at present. Without capturing new territories that belong to us, we cannot develop better equipment, lest the formidable empire learns from us. I trust your word, but there are too many hired hands. One must always be cautious. Isha understood as well. Anyway, I still have some years left to live. Whatever I should see, I will see, Uncle Cam replied. That's only natural to Isha. Having recovered from her astonishment, Mei Weiqi could no longer maintain her ladylike demeanor. Ignoring whether Na Lin was truly Su Lian's girlfriend, she rushed forward, grabbing Su Lian's hand, eagerly inquiring about the flying object above. What exactly is that? Why can it fly without the aid of wind magic or similar spells? Constructed of metal, it clearly carries magical weapons. A noble aerial cavalry that can be mass-produced. What is its name? What are the principles behind its creation? It must be more complex, right? Not just flying, there's more. Mei Weiqi was so excited she could barely articulate. What are the transportation tools in this world? Horse-drawn carriages. Although there are knight mechas, those are weapons of war. This thing made of abundant steel and metal could easily be civilianized. Revolutionary? Absolutely revolutionary. Professor Mei Weiqi, Please, calm down, Su Lian said with a gentle smile. Yes, this is the expression. This is how it should be. Every time I see others astonished by tanks and planes, it truly brings me immense joy. Anyone who loves machinery, especially night mechas, simply cannot resist the allure of tanks and planes. Who could possibly refuse the temptation of 99 and 20? Absolutely no one. Professor Mei Si, how do you feel about the tank? Are you interested in joining us? Isha approached and inquired. Apologies, Prince Isha. I lost my composure. Mei Si blushed as she apologized. Stealing a glance at Na Lin beside Su Lian, she felt even more embarrassed, as the 12-year-old girl seemed far more composed than she was. Let me clarify my stance. I, Mei Si Halifax, am willing to join your military research institute, Prince Isha. Initially, she might have considered weighing her options regarding the tank. After all, it was a weapon of war, however. That thing in the sky. Please, allow me to be part of its manufacture and research. The employment fee is negotiable, as long as I can join. Everything else is secondary. Mei Si had completely shed any hesitation. Would she be drawn into the wars initiated by Prince Isha? Would there be danger? Absolutely. No need to consider. The weapon before her. A groundbreaking invention capable of transforming paradigms. Embodying absolute innovative thought is sufficiently compelling for her to disregard all else and remain here. Chapter 38. Ascension. Isha smiled, taking her time to respond. Mei Si, puzzled and a bit anxious, wondered if there were additional conditions for joining. Teacher, you can perform flight magic, right? Su Lian inquired. Indeed, Mei Si replied. Shall we take a short flight first? Su Lian asked with a smile. Is that possible? Mei Si exclaimed, filled with excitement that of course, Su Lian said, let us head straight to the tarmac. Normally, conventional propeller aircraft require extensive runways for both takeoff and landing, but that is not the case here. Although Su Lian stipulated that the flight must not rely on wind magic or other prolonged supportive magic, as it would significantly deplete the magical energy of the flight core, it does not preclude the use of flight-related assistance. For instance, during takeoff and landing, the initial speed required for takeoff can be achieved with a direct wind magic boost. The necessary deceleration can be accomplished by ceasing the propellers and utilizing the reactive force of wind magic to halt mid-air, followed by a vertical descent in a hovering manner. This means that a magic-based aircraft can indeed take off over short distances and land vertically. It is precisely for this reason that their aircraft test flights can occur within this small bay, which also accommodates tank training. Allow me to introduce our finest pilot, Gabby Walton, who excels in flying skills. Unlike that tank operator, Su Lian stated. Greetings, Lord Lynder and Prince Isha. Gabby saluted. He was selected from Isha's private army, hence his serious demeanor. The original plan was for me to pilot, with him accompanying me. But I think he should take you instead, Su Lian declared. I assure you, the task will be completed, Gabby replied. His serious attitude brought a sense of reassurance, easing Mei Si's tension somewhat. Is this an invitation? Na Lin teased. Then don't go, Su Lian replied with a hint of disdain. The change of plans was prompted by her. After having her drive a tank, he realized Na Lin would undoubtedly be interested in joining for a flight. The two aircraft were undergoing adjustments, as is customary before any flight. Report. All systems are functioning normally, the technician announced. Very well, Su Lian acknowledged. Report. No fishermen have been spotted in the waters. They all returned to port. Another individual reported. Beyond the nearby mountains lies the only harbor within their territory, frequented by fishermen. However, after their prolonged activities here, it was already evening. Given the likelihood of magical beasts roaming the waters at night, fishermen typically return before dusk. Apply soundproofing magic, Su Lian commanded. The mage responsible for this task cast soundproofing spells on both aircraft. As they were to depart from the military port, the noise of the propellers was still quite loud. And in the vast expanse of the ocean, such sounds could carry far. Furthermore, a large magical array had already been established around the military port point. One of its primary effects was soundproofing, as they would be conducting test firings of magical cannons, which generate significant noise. Additionally, there were concealment spells in place to ensure that any passing mages or individuals inadvertently entering the remote mountains would not discover that this area had been transformed into a military port. The coverage area included the solitary massive ship docked in the harbor. Let us board. This model is also a two-seater, Su Lian instructed. All right, Mei Si replied, casting a simple levitation spell before gracefully entering the rear seat. Gabby expertly climbed aboard the aircraft. Su Lien also took Na Lin onto another plane. Let us have some tasks. Are there still targets in the designated area? Su Lien inquired. Report, there are, Gabby confirmed. Then let us each destroy 3 targets and return. Is that acceptable? Su Lien directed. Understood, Lord Lyonder, Gabby affirmed. Prepare for takeoff, Su Lien instructed. Ground personnel began signaling for takeoff, and under Su Lien's flag signals, the two initiated the propellers. Propeller speed stable, all magical indicators normal. Signal for takeoff. Wind magic assistance, short distance launch. The aircraft ascended at an angle, lifting off the ground. Amidst Mei Weizi's astonishment at the gusty wind, the aircraft piloted by her and Gabby swiftly climbed to altitude. It truly was that simple. Mei Weizi could barely articulate her amazement. As a 7th-tier archmage, she was acutely aware of the minimal magical energy consumed during takeoff, which is insignificant compared to conventional night matches. It is noteworthy that the aircraft employed was still powered by the most basic low-tier magical core. How astonishing, however, what Mei Weizi did not realize was that during last year's aircraft development, the aerodynamic design had caused much hair loss for him and Uncle Cam, among others. Although Su Lien had constructed small planes in his previous life, many of the components were purchased. He had never built one entirely from scratch, especially not one that met the stringent requirements for combat and had high aerodynamic standards. Gabby, you take command, Su Lien communicated via a magical device. Yes, Lord Lyonder, Gabby replied. As we are about to enter nighttime conditions. Activate night vision magic assistance. Following standard training protocols, Gabby began issuing commands in the most conventional manner. Su Lien's intention in allowing this was straightforward, to showcase a normal operational state to Mei Weizi. If he were to take the lead, it would carry a different significance. Maintain steady flight for a while. We are approaching the designated airspace. Keep an eye on the sea surface targets and check the status of the magical cannon's charge. Gabby instructed. Ready? Su Lien responded in kind. At that moment, they had reached waters where magical beasts were known to appear, and fishermen would not venture here. Floating buoys, magically secured, awaited to detect targets. Upon detection, they would prepare for combat. Over 20 targets detected. Maintain current altitude for high anti-air firepower, Gabby commanded. Magical attacks have distance and altitude limitations. Beyond these, the magical energy wanes, with weaker magical attacks diminishing even more. Thus, in conventional warfare, as long as traditional aerial knights maintain a certain altitude, ground-based night mechs cannot engage them. Lock onto targets, engage freely, Gabby ordered. Received, Su Lien affirmed. Following standard commands, Su Lien lowered the aircraft's altitude, directly aiming and firing the magical cannon at the sea surface buoy. The lightning elemental cannon fired, striking true. On the other side, Gabby also hit a buoy, and after successfully hitting their targets, they swiftly ascended again, waiting for the magical cannon to recharge before repeating the action. It was all executed with remarkable precision. Yet, to Mei Weizi, this was nothing short of astonishing. For Su Lien and his cohort had indeed managed to create a flying weapon powered by an inexpensive low-tier magical core, capable of unleashing 3rd-tier night-level attacks to obliterate ground targets. Aerial knights reigning supreme in the skies, only specially crafted night mechs could contend. What a farce! This relatively economical, mass-producible aircraft was the true sovereign of the skies. Chapter 39. The Speed of the Fighter Jet. After successfully hitting 3 targets, the duo piloted their aircraft back. Teacher, how was the experience? Su Lien inquired. Absolutely fantastic. There is no finer flying weapon. Mei Weizi unabashedly expressed her excitement. And you? Do you feel nauseous? Su Lien turned to Na Lin. Not too bad, just a headache from the wind, Na Lin replied. Then you should use magic to shield yourself, Su Lien said, somewhat exasperated. Wind magic, adeptly applied, created a wind barrier. He cast a wind magic spell to protect Na Lin, concerned she might hesitate to use magic freely during the flight. How considerate. I'm a bit shy now, Na Lin remarked playfully. Indeed, Miss Na Lin, so beautiful and charming. It is only fitting for me to do so, Su Lien replied helplessly. Hee, Na Lin giggled. How old is this guy? Sometimes mature, yet at other times like a child. As they returned, night had fallen. The 2 aircraft landed smoothly at the designated location, marked by an H. amidst lights that were incomprehensible to Mei Weizi. Oh dear, what a pity. If I hadn't known that the little boss was bringing a lady up, I would have definitely launched an attack to give you both a thrill. As they disembarked, a nonchalant voice rang out. Turning to the source, they saw Isha and Uncle Ryan accompanied by several others, dressed in what appeared to be aerial night attire. Uncle Cam was absent, likely preoccupied with his own affairs. Isha's aerial nights? Mei Weizi pondered internally. Bro, don't get any ideas. Our aircraft is a trainer model, completely incapable of engaging your 5th-tier aerial nights. Su Lian cautioned. At 5th tier? Mei Weizi exclaimed. Somewhat taken aback. Mei Weizi is a grand mage. You'd be shot down if you dared to engage her. Na Lin interjected with a defiant expression. A grand mage? Wasn't he the newcomer a mechanic? So young? The individual referred to as bro by Su Lian expressed surprise. Generally, individuals who are young and delve into academia seldom master magic as well. Both disciplines are time-consuming, especially magic. It is not merely a matter of accumulating magical energy and reciting spells to progress and cast magic. Spells serve merely as guiding conditions or commands, akin to directing a military offensive. The specifics of how those soldiers, the magical energies, are mobilized, and the intricacies of that process require the mage's direct control. Mastering this process to the point of casting without incantations is incredibly challenging, let alone for someone like Mei Weizi, who concurrently studied potion-making and mechanics. It is noteworthy that prior to his transference, Su Lian often remarked, those who advise others to pursue medicine deserve to be struck by lightning. The breadth of knowledge required in the field of alchemical studies is indeed vast, and the same can be said for mechanics. Thus, the remarkable achievements of the young Mavis are truly commendable. Are you afraid now, Na Lin? Indeed, there is a sense of trepidation. Yigu nodded and turned to inquire of those beside him, which little rascal just attempted to fool me into making a move? Do you recall? There were many individuals present, yet it was certain that a pilot was among them, presumably hoping to witness our blunders. Darn! These scoundrels, unable to best us, they resort to such underhanded tactics. Through their exchange, Mavis began to piece together the situation. These individuals were likely unverified aerial cavalry, as the number of air cavalry under Prince Isha's private army was quite limited, particularly the 5th-tier ones. Any significant movements would easily attract attention, suggesting these individuals were mercenaries. However, the manner of address indicated a reasonably amicable relationship. Their purpose for coming here was straightforward, to accompany the aircraft in aerial combat drills. Clearly, facing traditional beastly aerial cavalry, especially with a 5th-tier leader, the pilots, who had only recently begun flying and whose aircraft were not particularly exceptional, had encountered considerable difficulties. You are comparing yourselves to 5th-tier aerial cavalry? Mavis exclaimed in astonishment. Did you not take her for a spin? Yigu inquired, puzzled. Report. I am in command. Due to combat regulations, non-emergency combat situations are not permitted to overload the magical core, which would lead to significant magical energy depletion. Otherwise, whether returning or in terms of the magical cannon's power or frequency, it would be severely diminished, Gabby explained. Is it possible to go faster? Mavis asked, astonished. That would be rather dull. It is only fair for the beautiful mechanic to experience your aircraft at its maximum speed. Is it not? Yigu retorted. What is the maximum speed? Mavis quickly queried. The speed we just attained. I felt it surpassed the majority of 1st and 2nd-tier avian beasts, with only a few specialized 3rd-tier avian beasts able to keep pace. Yigu candidly admitted. When you present those statistics, I cannot gauge them. Let me put it this way. These fellows, when faced with our potential maximum speed, would find that even my purple feather griffin could not keep up and would have to wait for their magical energy to deplete. Yigu confessed that a 5th-tier purple feather griffin can reach a maximum speed of 500 kilometers per hour. You cannot keep up, Mavis exclaimed in shock. Indeed, I cannot keep up, Yigu affirmed. Quickly, take me for another flight. Mavis immediately turned to Gabby and commanded. But, Gabby glanced at Su Lian. Isn't the night training about to commence? They have all arrived, Su Lian chuckled. The reason Yigu and the others are here is precisely for the night training. In a sparring format. Wait, this stunning beauty won't be throwing magic at us, will she? Yigu hastily inquired, though not jest. She is a 7th-tier archmage. A mere flick of her wrist could unleash a 5th-tier area spell that might cost them their lives. My study of magic is for self-defense and research. I harbor no desire for combat, Mavis stated. Listen, you can master self-defense and research to the level of an archmage, Yigu exclaimed. Isha had relayed something to Uncle Ryan. Later, I will escort Professor Mavis back to the manor. Lord Su Lian and Miss Nalin should return with Lord Isha first, Uncle Ryan suggested. Very well, we shall return for dinner then. You may continue your experience. Professor, Su Lian said to Mavis to Mavis's mind had already soared away, following the warplane set for night training. Su Lian shrugged. The objective for bringing Mavis had been achieved. Henceforth, they would have an additional young genius professor of mechanics. Along with alchemical studies, truly perfect, returning for dinner, night had already fallen. Consequently, Isha utilized magic to swiftly carry Su Lian and Nalin back to the manor, as for when Mavis would return, or whether she would remain nestled within the military research facility. Learning the fundamentals from Uncle Cam and his colleagues, that was a matter for another time. Next, it was time for Su Lian to attend to his own pressing affairs, concerning the racial talents bestowed upon him by his grandmother and Nalin's study of blood magic. Chapter 40. Nalin's heritage within the manor's castle. At the lavish dinner table, grandfather occupied the seat of honor, with parents seated to the right, while Su Lian held his sister and Nalin to the left. There was but one servant, who exited after serving the dishes. The atmosphere felt unusually frugal. Although the table was laden with sumptuous and delicious fare, the quantity did not exude extravagance. After all, this was a prince's household. Isn't it a bit surprising? Su Lian inquired. Indeed, it is somewhat unexpected that there are not a plethora of servants attending to this, Nalin candidly replied. And my apologies, little Nalin. We tend to maintain a certain modesty. I only learned this afternoon that you would be joining us, so the preparations were somewhat rushed, Mother Ivy expressed with a hint of regret. The customary self-introductions had already been completed upon their return home. Aunt Ivy, you are too gracious. This is already quite ample. I am merely taken aback by the frugality displayed by your family, Nalin remarked. Haha, speaking of which, this is little Su Lian's first time bringing a peer home. Previously, whether attending any academy or engaging in private tutoring in the city, he has always been solitary, Isha remarked with delight. Am I truly that special? Nalin teased, glancing at Su Lian. There tends to be a generational gap with those who are too young. It is difficult to connect, Su Lian replied nonchalantly. Nalin, I sense that indirectly suggesting she is older? That cheeky little fellow. He must be secretly dubbing me lowly aunt or lowly old lady. How infuriating. Little Su Lian, such behavior is quite impolite. At the very least, little Nalin is still a guest, is she not? Father Polly interjected with slight seriousness. A good relationship allows for some light-hearted banter, does it not, classmate Nalin? Su Lian smiled. Indeed, that is true. Nalin responded with a smile. Humph, you little rascal, just wait. Ha. Will the lowly aunt bite me? Isha and the others could distinctly sense the playful rivalry between the two, albeit unaware of the reasons behind it. After all, they were both individuals with significantly mature mentalities despite their youthful appearances. Therefore, they shared an inexplicable aversion to each other's attempts to appear younger, even if Nalin was unaware of Su Lian's specific circumstances. Brother, I want to eat this, his younger sister Saivia said, pointing at a piece of chicken breast on his plate. The little one, just over 2 years old, was beginning to articulate her words clearly. All right, but you must finish your vegetables on your plate first, Su Lian gently replied. Must I finish them? Saivia looked at Su Lian with a somewhat pitiful expression. Mother Ivy shook her head in resignation. Saivia particularly despised eating vegetables. In contrast, with an older brother as well-behaved as Su Lian, Saivia's occasional stubbornness could be quite vexing for Ivy. Then how about eating half, and your brother will finish the rest for you? All right, Su Lian suggested. Well, fine. Saivia reluctantly agreed. Su Lian then used a small wind blade spell to separate the vegetables, ensuring that Saivia received fewer pieces. This brought her a bit more joy. Little Saivia, if you do not like eating vegetables, would you like your sister to perform a magic trick to turn them into meat? Nalin softly inquired from the side. Is that possible? Saivia asked, intrigued. Indeed, observe. Nalin then summoned her magical energy, which enveloped the vegetables designated for Saivia, causing their exterior to transform into the appearance of chicken breast chunks. Wow, sister, you are amazing, Saivia exclaimed in delight. Give it a taste, Nalin encouraged Damim. Saivia nodded, awkwardly managing her little fork as she speared a piece of vegetable-turned chicken and popped it into her mouth. It really is chicken breast, sister. You are so impressive. Saivia beamed with happiness. Would you like me to transform that naughty brother's vegetables, which he just snatched from you, into meat that you love? Nalin smiled. Su Lian, what do you say? Sure, why not? Saivia replied eagerly. The little one quickly forgot about her brother in her excitement over the food. Although Su Lian felt a bit exasperated, he soon smiled again. As long as his sister was happy, he had no qualms, especially since she was finishing her meal without being picky. Ivy and the others smiled appreciatively, privately resolving to inquire about Nalin's magic later on. They could certainly use it if the little one became fussy about her food in the future. As dinner concluded, Saivia's fondness for this unfamiliar big sister Nalin rapidly soared. She transitioned from clinging to her brother in his embrace to wrapping her arms around Nalin and refusing to let go. Su Lian thus commented, I believe cats are your totem. Nalin responded. Respect the elders and cherish the young. While giving some good-natured teasing to those in the middle, Su Lian quipped Nalin. After a while, the well-fed Saivia soon grew drowsy and was taken off to bed. Once the table was cleared, they remained seated in the dining room. It was time to discuss serious matters. Nalin, you are of the bloodline, correct? The daughter of Augustus? Isha directly inquired. Yes, that scoundrel father taught me blood magic for a year before abandoning me. Just as he had cast aside my mother, Nalin expressed her dissatisfaction clearly. I have indeed heard of that individual's situation. Do not dwell too much on it, Isha comforted, albeit a bit awkwardly. Su Lian, Ivy, and Polly exchanged puzzled glances. Nalin cast a glance at Su Lian, noticing his confusion. Augustus, among the 13 major clans of the bloodline, is the most exceptional genius of the Sethate clan in nearly 500 years. A 9th-tier archmage with formidable power, and his overall strength ranks among the top 10 within the bloodline, Nalin succinctly explained. Su Lian furrowed his brow. An unsettling feeling washed over him. Are you implying that having such a powerful father is normally a matter of great pride? However, he is nothing more than a wretched creature, akin to an uncivilized beast, driven solely by the instinct to propagate, even if not through forceful means. Yet, confronted with his elegant and handsome exterior, it is no wonder that my naive mother, a noblewoman from the noble house of the Viscount of the Yamnik Kingdom, fell in love with a stranger who had stayed for less than a month. The precarious situation is evidently clear. In such circumstances, both Nalin and her mother likely faced considerable ostracism within that Viscount's family. Ultimately, various troubles ensued, as you are well aware, especially since I fortuitously inherited the majority of his vampiric bloodline. My family gradually began to notice my exceedingly slow growth, sparking their suspicions. It can only be said that the only noteworthy deed my scoundrel father undertook was to sense my existence through blood magic. Then he appeared from an unknown location to teach me blood magic for a year. Regardless of how much I learned, he left behind a tome of magic and cast blood magic to obscure my family's perception of me before vanishing once more. Nalin briefly outlined her circumstances regarding her father and her lineage. She is indeed a noblewoman of the Yamnik Kingdom, a half-blood of human and vampire descent, albeit with a greater inheritance from her vampiric side. Excelling in blood magic, Chapter 41. Vampires and werewolves. Su Lian also grasped the general situation. It seems that there are indeed some similarities with my former life. Perhaps she is better off, after all. My parents in my previous life were both rather extravagant. Particularly, my siblings grew up amidst their cold wars and quarrels, proving that such parents are universally detestable. Such a father is hardly worth concerning oneself with. I can simply live my life with the blood magic and talents he bestowed upon me, and perhaps, should I grow strong enough, I might return to deliver a few well-deserved blows to him. Su Lian openly expressed his thoughts. However, the former version of himself had never acted on such notions. He merely tinkered with things he enjoyed, as his parents in his previous life provided him with a monthly allowance, albeit a sum that was likely less than 1% of what they earned. This idea has merit. I shall have my apprentice deal with him, Nalin. Su Lian suddenly found himself disinclined to learn her blood magic. Ahem. Ursha steered the conversation back to seriousness. Since it concerns August, it is more manageable. After all, he is a vampire familiar to your grandmother, albeit with a rather poor reputation. Ursha remarked in kind. Your grandmother knows him as well? Given the long lifespans of such powerful beings, it is indeed quite plausible that they are acquainted, which makes perfect sense. To be honest, young Su Lian, did you know? matters regarding your grandmother, and even your grandparents, were initially intended to be revealed once you had made more friends at the academy and gained a deeper understanding of interpersonal relationships, including the awakening of your bloodline. However, how should I put this? Young Su Lian, you have consistently given me the impression that your progress has been far swifter than I anticipated. You know? Ursha struggled to find the right words. Polly, as a father, nodded in agreement emphatically. Only Na Lin remained perplexed. Indeed, I initially planned to teach you magic at the age of 4, considering that most children begin around 5 or 6, and I thought an earlier start would be beneficial. Yet, you took it upon yourself to delve into magic books at the age of 3 and awakened your magical abilities. Once you mastered your first spell, I intended for you to experience various forms of magic. Instead, you had already gone through the introductory spells of all magical disciplines. Afterward, I realized your magical talent was exceptional, coupled with a strong desire to learn, so I thought to introduce you to potions, alchemy, and mechanics. Yet, you had already assembled a mechanical bicycle and were riding it around the estate. As for potions and alchemy, you cured sick poultry in the backyard with experimental potions and used alchemical explosives to demolish a withered tree that we had planned to clear. Can you imagine that feeling, young Su Lian? Ursha asked with a hint of exasperation. Perhaps? Su Lian scratched his head awkwardly. With so many novel things in this world, how could I possibly remain idle? Speaking of which, could it be that they discovered I am a reincarnated soul? While it is impossible to know, I wonder if there exists any form of reincarnation magic in this world? You are truly remarkable, aren't you? Just how much have you learned? Na Lin couldn't help but express her curiosity. While other children were busy playing games, he was already conjuring fireballs and creating things. It is worth mentioning that the magical vehicles, tanks, and airplanes were all his handiwork. Ursha felt an inexplicable surge of frustration. As a grandfather, every time he attempted to teach his grandson, he found that the boy had already learned quite well on his own. Self-taught, you say? Very well, but there is only so much one can learn independently. There is still much I can teach afterward. Yet, what do I find? By the age of 7, he devised the concept for a magical vehicle. And upon returning from the Knights Research Institute, he immediately produced tanks and airplanes. What more is there to teach? No one could manage what he has accomplished. He is even capable of teaching you. Did you truly design all of these? Na Lin could no longer contain her astonishment. Regardless of whether it was tanks or airplanes, she had maintained a composed demeanor while riding, but that did not mean she was unaware of their significance. The fact that all of this was designed by Su Lian was utterly unfathomable. Su Lian did not nod, merely adopting an attitude of tacit acknowledgement. In reality, he felt a touch of embarrassment. For these creations were the fruits of the wisdom of those who came before him in his original world. He had merely appropriated them upon arriving in this new realm. The same applies now. Previously, you mentioned blood magic, and I had contacted your grandmother to help you find familiar bloodline vampires, while also allowing you to learn more about your grandmother and see if you could awaken a commendable bloodline talent. Yet, here you are, having brought back a young vampire girl ahead of time. And not just any girl, but the daughter of August. Given your circumstances, you must now have a clearer understanding, right? Ursha's tone grew increasingly agitated, revealing both her exasperation and perplexity. Ahem. To be honest, it was somewhat unexpected. Su Lian felt a bit awkward. Originally, I was completely unaware, but during the recent magical disaster, due to special circumstances, I intentionally sustained some injuries. When I arrived at the military, I realized I had already healed on my own. Very few races possess self-healing abilities, and upon reflection, it seems our family has always lacked a certain metal ornament. Furthermore, when you provided me with pocket money, it was always in gold coins. When I went out, Uncle Ryan accompanied me, so he handled all the change, which I never kept for myself. This means I have never been in contact with silver items since childhood. Lastly, Na Lin happened to transfer to my school, and I inexplicably sensed the essence of blood, thus confirming my suspicions. Your grandmother is a vampire werewolf, isn't she? Su Lian articulated the basis of his deduction. This world indeed shares many similarities with Su Lian's original realm, yet it is not entirely the same. For instance, in this world, werewolves and vampires are considered a part of the beastman race in legends. Yet they possess formidable blood powers and prefer to roam at night, which is at odds with traditional beastmen, leading them to be categorized separately as bloodkin. Some nights, they even favor their human forms. only transforming into werewolves during combat. Those unfamiliar may mistake them for ordinary werewolves among the beastman race. Vampires also dislike daylight. However, unlike in Sulian's original world, where sunlight is lethal in this world, they are akin to unique beastmen similar to bats, thus not fearing sunlight. Naturally, there are many similarities as well. For example, concerning surnames, Sulian was initially uncertain, but Na Lin's descriptions confirmed the identity of their shared surname. Additionally, in this world, the relationships between werewolves and vampires, both blood kin, are rather tenuous. They essentially coexist separately, ignoring one another. Regarding blood power, vampires excel in blood magic, while werewolves specialize in blood combat techniques. Thus, even among beastmen, there is a certain level of fear regarding their powers. Particularly, vampires do indeed drink blood, and werewolves hunt fresh flesh. However, the distinction lies in the fact that these actions are not driven by primal instincts, but rather by the requirements of their training. Nevertheless, following several historical purges targeting the bloodkin, vampires no longer utilize blood consumption to practice blood magic, and werewolves have ceased hunting fresh flesh for the sake of honing their blood combat skills. Such is the general state of bloodkin in this world, encompassing both vampires and werewolves. Chapter 42. Not a family, not entering the same door. Is your grandmother a pureblood werewolf as well? Na Lin inquired curiously. She opted to address Su Lian as Lian, to maintain consistency during their time at school. Yes, she is a pureblood, and also a being of godlike prowess. Ursha nodded, a godlike warrior, on par with a magic god of the 9th tier. Isn't Ursha a 7th tier grand mage? Or is it that humans have relatively short lifespans? So how, are you perplexed? Ursha gazed at Na Lin. Apologies, I am indeed a bit confused, Na Lin admitted sheepishly. Haha, no need to worry. Aside from my princely status, I truly possess no attributes worthy of her. This also leads me to a point of frustration regarding young Su Lian, which is his tendency to conceal his true self. I had originally intended for him to learn this before attending the academy. Ursha cast a reproachful glance at Su Lian. Why? Because when Su Lian graduated from Ainz at the age of 10, he took the initiative to request that his status as a mage be concealed. Indeed, he even concealed his mage rank, while Ursha had already planned to send him to the Magic Academy. Indeed, as a full-fledged mage, it is rather excessive to enroll under the guise of a high-level warrior. Na Lin nodded. You, a grand mage, have no right to criticize me for transferring as a high-level sorcerer. Do you? Sulian was left speechless. Is your situation truly akin to mine? Na Lin inquired. Yes, Miss Na Lin, you are absolutely correct, Sulian began again. Isha and the others observed the two with a hint of confusion. Not so. Sulian is quite accommodating towards girls. Huh. I never noticed before. It seems I never had the chance to discover this, as he had always been a lone wolf until now. So, grandfather, please do not tell me that you are also at the level of a mage god now? Sulian asked. You don't seem particularly surprised, little Sulian, Isha replied. Should I be surprised, grandfather? You are of royal lineage. Attaining the level of mage god is hardly an outrageous feat, is it? Conversely, I've always thought your prowess as a grand mage seemed a bit lacking. It would be more reasonable if you were an 8th tier holy mage. Sulian critiqued instead. I truly am at the level of a holy mage, Polly replied with a gentle smile. Goodness, my grandfather, once a 7th tier grand mage, has now become a mage god, while my father, a 6th tier mage, is a holy mage. How can you claim that your dear grandson or son is adept at hiding? Don't tell me you've been concealing your true ranks all along. Harboring some special intentions? Sulian began to piece things together. It cannot be helped. I was born too late to contend for the throne, and although I possess some capability, it felt somewhat unjust. However, my third brother, the current king, has been governing the kingdom quite well, so why should I plunge the already stable Avisu kingdom into chaos? Thus, I merely saved a little from past expenses, accumulating some wealth. Yet your father has little interest in such matters. He prefers to delve into the study of magic, only assisting me with political affairs when necessary, Isha explained. I suspected as much. Our family is typically frugal and does not exploit the populace. How could there be so much money for constructing military research facilities, let alone hiring so many people? It seems it was akin to my initial savings for railway construction. Just normal savings without spending. Sulian mused, finally understanding. He had indeed been puzzled before. Based on his estimates, after purchasing a considerable amount of steel and magical cores, they would enter a fiscal deficit, waiting for the magical vehicles to recover the costs. Yet, his grandfather claimed a deficit while curiously recruiting for the military research facility, goblin engineers, dwarf craftsmen, aerial cavalry, and the like. There were indeed quite a fewed. It turns out he is also a hoarder, capable of stockpiling resources. Impressive. You truly are a family of similar ilk. Nalin couldn't help but remark. All of you are patient types, part of the hoarding faction, as the saying goes. If you are not of the same family, you will not enter the same door. Thus, I am quite vexed. I originally intended to nurture little Sulian to see if he could achieve great things. But by the age of 7, he was already eager to embark on grand endeavors, wanting to attend the military academy as soon as the magical vehicle was developed. Isha brought up this topic once more at him. Sulian felt a bit awkward. Surely, I cannot claim that all of this stems from the thoughts and knowledge I brought over from my past life. Can I? Now that the general situation is understood, do you require me to teach you or your group blood magic? Nalin inquired. With mutual understanding of each other's circumstances, they could now engage in formal discussions. We shall forego it. Excessive magical research will not enhance our strength. It would be more prudent to continue honing our respective specialties. At most, you may teach Sulian, and we will merely be aware of these spells and how to defend against them. Isha stated. What do you desire then? Your former national identity should be untenable by now, Sulian speculated. Monetary interests? A more reasonable identity as part of the Avisu kingdom? Or something else? Indeed, my mother, who constantly yearned for my wretched father, became exhausted and passed away before I arrived in Avisu. With no emotional ties left, I chose to accompany those I exchanged knowledge with to Ainz, Nalin replied calmly. However, Sulian could clearly sense that Nalin's calmness was laced with pretense. I currently lack for money, but to be safe, I shall still collect some tuition fees. I had your military department assist in forging my identity, yet it feels rather unreliable. Do you have any methods to optimize it? Nalin inquired. Just this? Sulian questioned, puzzled. Such compensation seems far too simple for them. Moreover, if you teach me blood combat techniques, I would like to learn as well, Nalin added. Do you practice fighting spirit? Sulian asked, intrigued. Indeed, Nalin replied. Her eyes flashing with a blood-red hue, her body seemingly shedding some form of restraint, and the aura of a fifth-tier moonlight warrior emanated from her. Her prowess as a warrior is surprisingly formidable. Sulian was taken aback. This is blood. Although her fighting spirit is somewhat unstable, it is indeed fifth tier. Polly nodded in agreement. She just recently advanced, and compared to the magical talent of having long since attained the status of Grand Mage, it is indeed quite lacking. Nalin. Sulian is this the advantage of longevity? What does Euro signify? Nalin asked with a smile. It is merely an expression of admiration for your possession of both exquisite beauty and formidable strength. With no other implications, Miss Nalin, Sulian replied, filled with a strong desire to survive. Humph, Nalin. With such excessive praise, she found it difficult to be incensed. So, is that settled? You will teach me blood magic, and when I begin studying blood combat techniques, we shall learn together? Sulian inquired. I have no objections, Nalin confirmed. Sulian looked towards Isha and Polly, both of whom nodded in agreement. What of my mother? Is it acceptable for me to learn blood magic? Sulian still sought her consent, of course. That poses no issue, Ivy replied, somewhat taken aback that Sulian would inquire about her opinion. After all, Sulian, who had known many matters since childhood, seldom sought her counsel on anything. Chapter 43. Ambition. The learning of blood magic was thus temporarily established. As for the awakening of Sulian's werewolf bloodline, according to Isha, his ability to self-heal indicates that he has already begun to awaken. However, he must cultivate a unique blood-fighting spirit to better harness the power of his werewolf lineage and elevate it to a normal level. Isha directly imparted the methods for cultivating blood-fighting spirit and combat techniques to Sulian, but did not recommend that he begin training immediately. Since his father, Polly, had not inherited much of the werewolf bloodline, he himself had not trained in the powers of a werewolf. This blood power is perilous. Sulian, who is not a pureblood werewolf, would face certain dangers if he commenced training independently. Thus, he must wait for his grandmother to arrive, which should take about a month. Perhaps there are preparations to be made, and he must also await his grandmother's return, within the manor. After the discussions concluded, Sulian, at Ivy's behest, took Nalin for a stroll around the estate. He was not truly a child and could roughly comprehend his mother's intentions. Na Lin, of course, understood as well, but on the surface, she did not refuse Ivy's request and merely wandered aimlessly. You seem unfazed by your family's concealments regarding you, Na Lin casually remarked. Am I the sort to possess a child's temperament? They have their reasons for not informing me directly, allowing me to strategize for war. Do you think they harbor some strange notion of wanting to keep me from danger so that I may live a peaceful life? Sulian truly did not mind. Moreover, he had been engrossed in studying various knowledge. Even if they did tell him, he would hardly have the time to learn. Do you truly wish to instigate war? Na Lin expressed surprise. War is no trivial matter. It is best if it never occurs. Sulian replied. Then why do you still wish to pursue it? Na Lin questioned, perplexed. Avisu's geographical position is advantageous, hence it remains stable. You should be more aware than I of the conditions between the neighboring nations. Sulian posited. Indeed, as it stands, Yeminik has been compelled to war with the Lanka kingdom. If no surrounding nations intervene, it may not be long before Yeminik is swallowed by Lanku. This is merely a conflict between two small nations. Not to mention the grand wars instigated by powerful empires like the Kinrumi Empire, which are truly monumental. Na Lin replied. Do you believe the flames of war will reach Avisu? Sulian inquired. Perhaps they will. Or perhaps they will not. After all, there is little benefit in forcefully attacking here. Once a truly powerful empire achieves unification, Avisu will undoubtedly shrewdly declare submission, Na Lin acknowledged. She too was a student of the Ain's military academy. Even if merely for exchange studies, if unification truly occurs, will war come to an end? Sulian asked. How could it? Historical records speak of the unification of the human race, yet merely after a few centuries. The descendants of former heroes, those feudal lords and dukes, grew increasingly powerful, ultimately leading to renewed warfare, especially with the multitude of cultures involved. Na Lin shrugged. Indeed, war will never cease, particularly as long as the imperial mindset endures. The specter of war will forever linger. The first generation of emperors, the second of wise kings, the third of enlightened rulers. What of the fourth, fifth, or sixth? An empire cannot ensure that every generation possesses wisdom. Folly, ignorance, debauchery, weakness, and cruelty. Any one of these could herald the impending collapse of an empire, with ambitious ministers and nobles breeding within their progeny as well. Sulian was acutely aware of the fates of various dynasties throughout history. Empires are forever in a cycle of overthrowing and establishing anew, never ending. You are indeed no ordinary 12-year-old child, Na Lin couldn't help but conclude. Because I harbor rather ludicrous notions, Sulian, oh? Na Lin. Overthrow the imperial regime, Sulian. Na Lin was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, utterly incapable of maintaining her composure. Ha ha, indeed, it is quite amusing. Any reasonable person would never utter such words, especially a mere 12-year-old. It's akin to standing atop a mountain and proclaiming, I shall be the hero who saves the world and vanquishes the Dark Lord. Na Lin's laughter bore no pretense of mockery, for it truly belonged to the realm of fanciful daydreams. I anticipate studying at Polaris Academy for 3 years. And I may even have the opportunity to study abroad at the academies of other races, such as the Goblin Kingdom, Sulian suddenly declared. Na Lin inquired, her laughter subsiding. Regardless of where I venture during that time. Before graduation, I shall conquer the southern territories of Avisu, Yeminik, Lanku, and the Kingdom of Spy, expanding my army from 50,000 to 250,000, with an additional reserve force of 250,000. Sulian articulated his vision with remarkable tranquility, so serene that it betrayed no hint of falsehood or cowardice. Na Lin turned her gaze, her expression finally earnest, as she regarded this boy, whom she had previously perceived merely as a child. You must understand, the combined size of Yeminik, Lanku, and the Kingdom of Spy is nearly equivalent to that of your Avisu kingdom. Crossing the Black Darius mountain range to wage a rebellion-level war? 50,000 troops. What are your odds? Na Lin inquired seriously. There are over 100 nations and regions inhabited by various races across the world. If I cannot conquer 3 small nations, how can I hope to realize my ambitions? I must admit, I revel in war. I delight in the mechanical might displayed within it. I shall savor the exhilaration of an invincible army composed of a torrent of steel, toppling all decayed imperial regimes. dynasties, empires, they will all serve as the foundation for a new world and order. Sulian's words resonated with unwavering determination and strength. It was as if a new star were heralding its emergence amidst the night sky. You truly do not seem to be jesting, but do you believe that your preparations are sufficient in 3 years? Furthermore, have you forgotten that I am a subject of the kingdom of Yeminik? Na Lin retorted with a smile, laced with cold mockery. Whether the time and preparations are adequate, you shall come to understand in due course. As for your country, if you genuinely cared for your nation, would you depart while Yeminik is mired in the quagmire of war? Would you seek a new identity in life within the kingdom of Avisu? You must, indeed, harbor a disdain for your country. Do you not? Sulian's final inquiry was simple, as if he had pierced through Na Lin's innermost thoughts. She paused for a moment, then smiled in response. Perhaps, but what reason do you have to inform me? Na Lin asked. You are astute and possess a remarkable calm that surpasses the ordinary. Though your personality can be a bit vexing, it does not hinder my belief that you are someone I can utilize. If you dislike the term utilize, then perhaps I could invite or employ you, just as you became my blood magic instructor. What say you, Miss Na Lin? Sulian extended his hand earnestly. Na Lin glanced at Sulian's outstretched hand but did not reciprocate the gesture. After you conquer those 3 nations, I may consider it. Na Lin replied with a smile. Then it shall be up to you to prove whether you possess the capability to join me. Sulian also smiled. Beneath the bright moonlight in the manor, the two exchanged knowing smiles, as if they had reached some form of agreement. Chapter 44. The council at Peter St. Square the following day in the early morning. Sulian and his 2 grandparents rose early, dressed in exquisite noble attire and meticulously groomed. It was evident that their outing was far from ordinary. Sulian unexpectedly donned a pair of glasses, imparting an air of elegance. Are you all busy today? Na Lin yawned as she inquired. Having just awoken. Indeed. How did you sleep last night? Sulian asked. Much more comfortably than in the academy. Na Lin replied. That is good to hear, Sulian said. The 3 of them adjusted their attire, checked the contents of their magical rings, ensuring nothing was amiss. We are heading to the council at Peter St. Square, where all the nobles, estate owners, and village chiefs within the territory will gather to discuss future agricultural reforms and economic matters. Would you care to join us? Sulian asked. Agricultural and economic matters? Na Lin paused. Could it be related to what he mentioned last night? If you wish to go, we can wait for you. There is still time. Sulian smiled, having discerned Na Lin's intentions. If we are late, do not blame me. Na Lin replied. Worst case, we can fly over, Sulian said. After a brief grooming session, Na Lin departed with bread, fried eggs, and milk in hand. Peter St., the name of the nearby city, also serves as the name of the entire territory. At present, the Peter St. Square was filled with individuals clad in luxurious attire, already seated in their designated positions. In the center of the square stood a constructed platform, awaiting the arrival of important figures. The surrounding streets were crowded, with many townsfolk and merchants drawn to the scene, having heard that today their esteemed Prince Isha would announce something of great significance. Tiske, what is the prince up to? He has set the deadline for all land requisitions to today. It is quite vexing, indeed. I am uncertain of his intentions. I have not dared to sow the lands I previously rented. And if this drags on, the spring planting season will pass. The surrounding nobles and estate owners showed no restraint in their arrogance. Even the village chiefs and mayors seated alongside them seemed to them but mere inferiors. Fortunately, the spring sun shone warmly, and the gentle breeze alleviated their inner agitation. They're here, at that moment, someone in the crowd whispered. Suddenly, from the main street, a luxurious carriage, flanked by 10 frostblade riders, slowly approached, escorted by a formidable private army. Prince Isha has arrived. As the carriage rolled into the square and drew up beside the platform, the nobles rose to pay their respects. The prince stands. Do they dare sit? Esteemed guests, I thank you for your patience. Prince Isha spoke with authority. It is entirely our honor to await your arrival. My lord, a nobleman was the first to respond. Please be seated, Isha said. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Sit? How can we sit? You do not sit down. How could we dare take our seats below? Please be seated. Today's agenda will be somewhat lengthy, so do not concern yourselves with trivialities, Polly said with a gentle smile. Since Lord Polly has spoken thus, we shall graciously oblige. Only then did the crowd muster the courage to sit down. Isha glanced at those who had seated themselves, confirming that no one had arrived late, and signaled to the soldiers below. The soldiers understood, and the 10 Frostblade riders promptly took their designated positions, encircling the square to ensure that no residents obstructed their line of sight. Wow, such a solemn atmosphere. This is the first time witnessing Prince Isha conducting a public council, is it not? Completely open? It must be a significant matter. Previously, I heard that councils were held either in the manor or within the cathedral. Is that boy Lord Lander? He actually came along. By the way, his hair is silver white. He looks so adorable. The surrounding townsfolk whispered among themselves, clearly aware that today's council would be of utmost importance. I shall refrain from unnecessary words. Today's agenda is extensive, and I do not wish to squander time on trivialities, Isha announced, producing a stack of documents. Simultaneously, Polly and Sulian also revealed stacks of documents. Leaving the crowd puzzled so much, what could even the 12-year-old Lander have to say? Next, regardless of what I announce, I kindly ask everyone to maintain silence as much as possible, especially to control your emotions and refrain from excessive excitement, Isha prefaced, serving as a precautionary measure. The crowd could not help but feel even more bewildered, particularly the nobles and estate owners, who sensed an underlying tension, some unease. First, I shall showcase some new machinery, after which we will proceed with today's agenda, Isha said, gesturing to the soldiers below. Amidst the crowd's confusion, the sound of machinery roared from the main street. 5 uniquely designed, somewhat peculiar machines, moving with strange treads, slowly entered the square, prompting the onlookers to make way for these contraptions. What is this? What purpose do they serve? Surely they are not weapons of war. Everyone was undoubtedly curious about the inventions created by my grandson, Solomon Lander. Now, let us invite our ingenious mechanic to provide a brief explanation, Isha said with a gentle smile. The prince's grandson invented these? He is a genius mechanic? I have never heard any such news. The crowd looked at Sulian, who was adorned with glasses today, and indeed, he exuded an aura of a researcher, yet their curiosity remained. Allow me to introduce myself briefly, as I seldom make public appearances. I prefer to tinker with my inventions, so you may not be well acquainted with me. My name is Solomon Lander. Sulian introduced his new persona succinctly. He genuinely rarely made public appearances, having avoided various noble banquets since childhood. So the nobles present indeed held a faint impression of him. As for the common folk, there was no need to mention it. He was not one to parade around with attendants, and thus, most only knew of him but had seldom seen him. Turns out that Lord Lionel is indeed an aficionado of mechanical studies. No wonder he is seldom seen on ordinary days. However, what precisely has he invented? It does not appear to be related to warfare. Surely it must be something remarkable, given the solemnity exhibited by Lord Isha. The onlookers quickly accepted this premise. The prodigious mechanical engineer from the princely family, Su Lian, was also quite pleased with this outcome. Thus, allow me to formally introduce to everyone these 5 magical tilling machines that will revolutionize agricultural practices. Su Lian extended his hand, gesturing towards the 5 machines. Magical tilling machines? The crowd inquired, puzzled. Are they intended for cultivation? Perhaps a brief demonstration would suffice, Su Lian suggested. The first magical tilling machine activated and slowly traversed a distance of approximately 5 meters before coming to a halt. The crowd's bewilderment deepened, with only the residents on either side and behind displaying expressions of astonishment. What were they so amazed by? Is that wheat? One resident exclaimed in disbelief. Wheat? Could it be? The estate owner responsible for agriculture immediately rose and approached, prompting the others to follow suit. Upon reaching the front, their expressions were even more incredulous than those of the oblivious residents. For all the wheat had been evenly scattered across the ground according to the required spacing for cultivation. If this were in a flatter region, would it not mean that this magical tilling machine could effortlessly complete sowing in one round? Lord Lionel, what is the principle behind this machine? Is it capable of mass production? One estate owner hastily inquired, his enthusiasm palpable. It is quite simple. Mechanized collection, seed distribution, and equipped with mechanical claws for tilling the soil. It merely needs to follow a fixed route across the land to efficiently accomplish sowing, maximizing the savings in labor and time costs. Moreover, even without carrying seeds, it possesses the ability to till the soil, effortlessly loosening it. The adjacent machine is the corresponding magical harvester, which, once the wheat matures, can harvest all crops along the predetermined path, separating and loading the wheat from the straw directly, Su Lian succinctly explained. The estate owners were left in stunned silence. Automatic tilling, sowing, harvesting, and loading? With such a contraption, why would we need to employ laborers? This is simply marvelous. For them, it was an invention far more practical than the magical vehicle. If the magical vehicle can achieve mass production, then does that not imply? Hold your excitement. There are still 3 machines remaining, Su Lian chuckled. Oh. The estate owners nodded in agreement. However, the surrounding populace could scarcely contain their excitement, beginning to whisper fervently. The 3 remaining machines were designed for the excavation and packaging of tuberous crops like potatoes, the harvesting and packaging of tall crops such as corn, and the harvesting and packaging of cotton crops, respectively, Su Lian briefly elaborated. The astonishment of the estate owners was palpable, their expressions scarcely able to contain their amazement. What a monumental invention this was! Su Lian smiled gently, satisfied with the outcome, though internally he felt a pang of guilt for appropriating the wisdom of predecessors from another world. These machines were crafted using low-power, low-level magical elemental energy cores, with little concern for operational duration. Conveniently, most areas within our territory are quite flat, making them exceptionally suitable, Su Lian noted. Remarkable. One estate owner finally exclaimed, unable to restrain his enthusiasm. Isha frowned. My apologies. Please, continue, Lord Lyondell. The estate owner quickly suppressed his excitement. I will have the magical vehicle manufacturing facility clear space for mass production. Once the other region's magical vehicle manufacturing facilities are established, our manufacturing capacity will be liberated. Thus, there is no need for concern. Both efficiency and output can be assured, Su Lian stated. The estate owners nodded in agreement. Yet, the village chief, the town mayor, and many residents began to express their concerns. For if the estate owners ceased to employ numerous laborers, what would become of their livelihoods? What is Lord Isha truly contemplating? Thus, my presentation is largely complete. I shall now hand over to grandfather. Su Lian concluded, redirecting the attention of the crowd back to Isha. Lyondell's explanation has concluded. I trust you now comprehend the implications of this development? Isha remarked, slightly embarrassed, struggling to maintain his authoritative demeanor. Curse it, having grown accustomed to calling him Little Su Lian, the change to Lyondell felt rather disconcerting. We understand. The estate owners nodded vigorously, their heads bobbing like chicks pecking at grain. Let us now have Polly announce the first significant reform in the Peter Saint territory. Isha proclaimed. Polly, who had been managing many of the territory's administrative affairs, was entrusted with this announcement. As my father has advised, let us refrain from undue excitement, Polly said with a serious tone. The crowd nodded once more. From this day forth, the first reform in the Peter Saint territory. All lands within the territory shall no longer be leased to any estate owners or nobles. All lands formerly belonging to the princely family shall be unconditionally leased to the citizens of the territory. And under normal circumstances, land will be allocated to every household based on a standard of 5 individuals. Polly announced loudly to Everyone was momentarily taken aback, whether estate owners, nobles, or the town mayor and commoners. All uttered expressions of disbelief that echoed throughout the square. Even Na Lin, seated in her carriage, was left stunned, her mouth agape in astonishment. Land unconditionally granted to the commoners. Are we mad? Even in the so-called most humane United Kingdom, commoners must pay fees to lease land long-term. Nay, Lord Polly, you cannot possibly mean to withhold land from us. The estate owners stammered, utterly bewildered. Land? Gone? In the future, will they have to seek the very commoners they have always looked down upon and even withheld wages from to lease land? They were utterly flabbergasted. The nobles could not remain idle either. Aside from the small portions of land granted to them by the king, much of their holdings were also rented from the state. Now, however, as Isha's territory, it meant they were no longer leasing from him. To add insult to injury, land was being distributed to the commoners. Are you jesting, Lord Polly? One noble, unable to contain himself, stood up to inquire. Count Virginia, do I appear to be jesting? Polly retorted coolly. The prince has long adjusted all rental contracts to conclude this year. Do not tell me this was not premeditated? Another noble queried. When did the construction of the magical vehicle railway commence? Polly countered. Everyone fell silent. They all knew that the peculiar railway that had puzzled so many within the territory had indeed begun construction 5 years ago. Su Lian smiled faintly. That was when he was 7. Having just demonstrated the magical vehicle to Isha and Polly. Long ago, he had prepared for this, even sharing his ideas with Isha in detail. However, at that time, Isha could not make an immediate decision. And Su Lian felt it was not yet the right moment, thus adjusting the contract to 5 years later. If feasible, it would be implemented directly. If not, they could simply continue leasing to the estate owners and nobles without any impact. Lord Polly, are you suggesting that we will henceforth enjoy fixed land usage rights without needing to pay rent? A town mayor cautiously inquired. He was uncertain, even reluctant to believe this was true. Despite the announcement being so advantageous to them, they hesitated to cheer in celebration. The surrounding populace remained unusually quiet, as if any sound could disturb this sudden windfall and cause it to vanish. Indeed, and it pertains to arable land. It is not intended for you to clear forests or mountains. Furthermore, in areas with higher populations, we may exchange certain portions for ponds or larger, uncultivated areas for your use. It is a lease, yet we will not charge you any fees, nor will you be required to submit a portion of your harvest. It will be entirely free of charge, Polly stated with a gentle smile. The expressions of the townspeople contrasted starkly with those of the estate owners and nobles. Even so, they still struggled to believe that this was indeed real. Father, if they are still hesitant to believe. Let them be, Su Lian interjected at the opportune moment. One of his objectives for being here was to seize the opportunity to speak at critical moments, leaving a lasting impression on the populace. Indeed, Polly nodded, turning his gaze toward the nobles and estate owners. Do you not wear such grim expressions? After all, having collaborated for so many years, we will not leave you without any means of livelihood. Please, Lord Polly, do enlighten us, Count Virginia replied, suppressing his indignation. He was the highest-ranking noble within the Peter Saint territory, with significant ancestral lands that had been diminished due to certain circumstances, ultimately resulting in a larger portion being granted to Isha. His countship had thus become a fraction of the princely territory. Although he had autonomy within his domain, he had previously rented a considerable amount of land to maintain his status. Now, with this sweeping reform, he found himself with scant land available for use. Considering the unconditional transfer of land to the citizens of the territory, it is indeed somewhat wasteful if you have no other use for it beyond mere cultivation. Thus, we present you with a choice. For those who wish to farm the land themselves, we shall not interfere. However, should you choose to return the usage rights to us, we will cultivate your lands collectively and compensate you annually with a sum equivalent to the international price of wheat. Based on the expected yield of your land, in essence, even if you do not engage in farming, you will receive sufficient funds to purchase food. Moreover, as landowners, you already possess ample connections and economic foundations, making it unlikely that you would continue to lease your land to others for cultivation. In the future, we will grant you access to nationwide magical vehicle transportation rights, allowing you to engage in trade under more favorable conditions. This is not limited to Peter's territory, but extends across the entire nation. Polly's voice grew increasingly impassioned. The expressions of disbelief on the faces of the village chief, town mayor, and the common folk began to transform into joy, as it seemed this was indeed a reality. The landowners and nobles, initially taken aback, felt their previously simmering discontent shift towards astonishment. Why? Because the common people were no longer oppressed. They were now citizens enjoying fundamental rights, though the wealthy landowners and nobles would lose significant benefits within Peter's territory. The green light from Prince Isha, granting them nationwide magical vehicle transportation rights, placed them in a position that others could scarcely compete with. From now on, all citizens of Peter's domain will have their basic food needs met, enabling them to pursue more lucrative or meaningful endeavors. You can construct new factories, engage in high-yield agriculture in our managed crop areas, or find employment in these new factories. We shall even enhance the benefits for the territorial military, ensuring that those who enlist will also receive substantial rewards. As long as the landowners of Peter's territory continue to pay taxes to us, we will consistently provide them with the advantages of nationwide magical vehicle transportation. We aim to liberate the labor force of all citizens and unleash economic potential. Let us make Peter's domain the most harmonious and prosperous place in the entire kingdom of Avesu. Polly's final words were delivered with a fervent shout. A profound silence enveloped the crowd, a silence filled with astonishment. The reality of the situation was unmistakable. Everything announced by Polly was indeed true. Now, shall we not cheer? Su Lian prompted. The crowd glanced at Su Lian, then at Polly and Isha, who were nodding with smiles. Oh. Someone began to shout, "Long live Prince Isha! Long live Lord Polly! Long live Lord Lionel! Fantastic! Oh! The crowd erupted into cheers, their voices resounding throughout Peter's city, even reaching the ears of soldiers patrolling the city walls. That was the voice of the people, the voice of the citizens of Peter. Everyone was a beneficiary. Uka! Then someone shouted again. The battle cry typically reserved for the military was now being chanted, fueled by an overwhelming surge of emotion. The 3 generations of Su Lian smiled as they watched the jubilant crowd, showing no intention of interrupting. Their goal was simple, to ensure everyone's satisfaction. With nationwide magical vehicle transportation rights in their grasp, they held the capital. At this moment, perhaps only Na Lin in the carriage felt out of place. She looked at the sea of jubilant cheers around her, fully convinced that she was not dreaming, witnessing the onset of an incredible reform. She glanced back at Su Lian, who wore a calm smile. And in that moment, she completely realized that Su Lian was no ordinary 12-year-old noble. Just as Su Lian had once told Isha and the others, those destined for greatness often display extraordinary qualities from a young age. What Su Lian exhibited at this moment was precisely that. After a considerable time, the emotions of the crowd gradually settled, with the surrounding populace completely filling the streets of the square. They had been summoned by other residents spreading the news, and the announcements made just moments ago would soon reach the entire city. Has everyone calmed down? Then let us continue, Isha said with a gentle smile. There's more? Don't be surprised. There are still many documents in my father's hands. Su Lian added. The crowd quickly quieted, fearing they might miss what Polly was about to announce next. Noticing this, Polly smiled faintly. Following the agricultural reforms, we are certain to witness significant changes in the economy. And I trust that soon, you will have ample wealth to manage. Now, I shall announce 3 additional matters concerning economic affairs. Chapter 47. 3 Financial Initiatives Economic Affairs? Na Lin in the carriage was astonished to learn there was more. The magical vehicle transportation benefits granted to the landowners and nobles didn't count as part of the economic measures. First, we will establish the Lionel Gold Bank. Anyone depositing funds at the bank will enjoy flexible withdrawal and deposit terms. With an interest rate of 1 for demand deposits, 2 for 1-year fixed deposits, 2.5 for 2 years, 3.5 for 3 years, and 5 for 5 years. Any loans taken from the Gold Bank will have a minimum annual interest rate of just 3. Future fluctuations in the Gold Bank's interest rates will not affect the amounts already deposited or borrowed at the previous rates. More detailed information will be announced later and showcased at the upcoming Lionel Gold Bank within the city. Polly continued with the first item. If one were from Su Lian's original world, they would likely recognize what was to come next. The financial trifecta was about to be established, allowing for the rational and optimized management of the economy. Can one borrow and deposit? Is there a limit? How much can one borrow? Will early repayment result in lower interest? Questions began to arise from the landowners and nobles, while the rest of the populace remained somewhat bewildered. Yet the former quickly grasped the implications. Do not worry. Everything will be explained in due course, and we will ensure your satisfaction, Polly reassured. Apologies. Please continue, Lord Polly, someone interjected. Realizing they had overstepped, especially with the other nobles glaring at them, this was crucial information that should not be interrupted. Secondly, we will concurrently establish the Lionel insurance. You may wonder, what is insurance? Simply put, if you purchase an accident insurance policy valued at 1 gold coin, you will receive compensation ranging from 2 to 10 gold coins based on the severity of your injuries within a specified time frame. If you are a merchant who insures your goods for 100 gold coins, any losses incurred during transportation will yield compensation between 200 and 1,000 gold coins, depending on the extent of the loss. Insurance can cover illnesses, accidents, and property. The premiums you pay will not be refunded, but in the event of a claim, we will compensate you according to the stipulated amounts. In other words, we will shoulder your future risks related to illness, accidents, and property, Polly explained succinctly. The citizens began to grasp the concept. Spending 1 gold coin could yield a maximum of 10 gold coins in compensation for illness or accidents. The only caveat was that if no incidents occurred, their money would not be returned. You now have a general understanding, and detailed contracts will be made available at the forthcoming Lionel insurance office in the city, Polly added. The crowd nodded, recognizing the potential usefulness of this new offering. Thirdly, we will establish the Lyndal exchange. You may also have questions about this in simple terms. If Earl Virginia wishes to open a formal ware shop but lacks sufficient initial capital, we will provide him with a portion of the necessary funds, provided he guarantees a share of future profits to us. Naturally, if there are losses, we will share the burden as well. The exchange will serve as the venue to authenticate all such transactions. If one believes that Earl Virginia's shop is viable, they can invest in him. If they feel it is failing, they can sell their share of the contract to someone else, with the profits or losses falling to the new owner. Ordinary individuals can participate, and wealthy merchants can collaborate. The Lyndal exchange will oversee all relevant transaction documentation for you, Polly stated plainly. While the populace remained uncertain, the landowners and nobles quickly comprehended the implications. With the introduction of these three economic initiatives, they would be empowered to act more freely. Do you all have a general understanding of these three economic matters? Polly inquired. He felt a twinge of anxiety. As the weight of the information Su Lian had meticulously explained weighed heavily upon him, with the establishment of banks, insurance, and exchanges, Peter's domain would soon possess formidable financial circulation capabilities. They would maximize capital absorption and utilization. With an exchange in place, they would effectively hold first-hand trading data from all merchant guilds, enabling them to more accurately assess the economic landscape. Such individuals, even if they were to instigate a war thereafter, need not worry about financial matters in the slightest. In fact, should they expand their reach, they would subsequently possess even more formidable economic resources. Polly tends to lean towards political affairs. Having him handle this is indeed a source of inner pressure. Su Lian, however, remains entirely unperturbed. He continues to smile gently at everything before him, for he is acutely aware that such endeavors are merely challenging at the outset and will inevitably attract the involvement of related geniuses. Even if there arise issues during the process, they possess the authority of a prince over the entire territory. Minor problems are hardly worthy of concern. The three pillars of finance: banking, insurance, and securities. Su Lian's primary objective is to gain control over the economy of the entire Avisu kingdom. While he may not have previously been a financial expert, there is no issue in bringing forth these concepts and implementing them ahead of others. After that, he simply needs to accurately identify the talents drawn to them and cultivate them to stabilize the foundational aspects. After all, once they possess formidable military strength, no one will be able to shake their economic stability. Similarly, prior to this, he utilized agricultural machinery as a catalyst to liberate the labor force of the entire territory through agricultural reform. These laborers, once their basic needs are met, will undoubtedly seek to create greater value in various factories or industries. With a sufficient guarantee of labor force, the economy can operate more effectively, leading to maximized military development. Aside from his personal ambitions, he must also guard against the Avisu kingdom itself. Any normal king would not allow a prince to easily grasp the nation's economy. Before they can control the entire Avisu kingdom through the three pillars of finance, they must ensure their military power is sufficiently robust. Subsequently, Polly and Isha began to elaborate on agricultural reforms and land issues in detail, while also discussing the permissions for magical vehicle transportation. Naturally, the three pillars of finance were also emphasized, particularly in terms of savings and insurance purchases. It is essential to allow wealthy landowners and nobles to be the first to invest some money to test the waters. Only with their substantial initial capital can subsequent developments unfold more smoothly. What? You say they wouldn't dare invest directly? If you cannot rent the land, do you still wish to have permissions for magical vehicle transportation? Either you invest your money, or you can forget about the magical vehicle transportation rights. Chapter 48. Return to school in the evening. I am utterly exhausted. Su Lian stretched lazily in the carriage, having engaged in discussions from morning until afternoon without even a lunch break. There is far too much to reform, and detailed discussions are quite cumbersome, especially regarding the new concepts of the three pillars of finance in this world. It is not something that can be explained in a mere few sentences, and whenever the landowners and nobles could not reach Polly or Isha, they would inevitably come to him with their inquiries. At this moment, he had changed back into the attire of Polaris Academy, preparing to return to school with Nali and, as for Mei Wei Si, she likely needed to take the last magical vehicle back later, as she was still at the Military Research Institute. However, to maintain secrecy and avoid drawing attention, she had already instructed Uncle Cam to send her off at the right time. Were all these matters conceived by you? Na Lin inquired. Yes, how does it feel? Su Lian acknowledged. Although he did not wish to admit it insincerely, these ideas were not entirely his own. With such audacious reforms and the national operating rights of magical vehicles, you possess the confidence to proceed in this manner. Not only do you completely allocate land to the commoners, but if they do not farm, you even pay them, ensuring the satisfaction of all commoners while fully utilizing magical agricultural machinery to liberate them. The surplus labor will be absorbed by various industries, including those related to your military. Simultaneously, the establishment of the 3 financial sectors, with your absolute authority over the territory and the operating rights of magical vehicles, will allow wealthy landowners and nobles to willingly join you, effectively alleviating the conflicts arising from land ownership. Liberation of labor, enhancement of productivity, economic openness, collection of wealth, regulation of trade. Ultimately, the developed military will become your capital for stabilizing everything. To a great extent, you will become the most powerful entity in the Avisu kingdom before the kingdom itself realizes it. Lin comprehended this entirely. It is a reform that satisfies everyone in the territory. Prince Isha's prestige will reach unprecedented heights. Lin even foresaw that if the kingdom sought to reclaim the Peter Holy Land in the future, all the commoners in the territory would be the first to object. For Prince Isha has provided them with the most basic essentials, to reclaim the territory and allow others to continue exploiting them. To have them labor as potential wage-deprived workers, groveling before landowners and nobles? Absolutely not. It seems you have grasped the concept well. Then enjoy your campus life, and leave the rest to your father and grandfather. Su Lian, if you conquer other nations, will you still grant land to the commoners in this manner? Lin couldn't help but ask. Why not? Allowing the continuous exploitation by those landowners and nobles would maximize the utility of the precious land. Those despicable individuals, rather than letting them continue to exploit the populace with their nefarious schemes. It is better to assign them to other tasks, at least in this way. Regardless of whether they become exceedingly wealthy or end up in ruin, the basic guarantees for the populace will remain untouched. However, considering that most nobles are already ineffectual, it is the landowners who know how to generate profit that are somewhat useful. The nobles of conquered nations will essentially be relegated to the status of commoners. Su Lian stated plainly, even though both he and Lin are nobles. Lin gazed at Su Lian. What is it? Su Lian queried, puzzled that I am beginning to suspect that, like me, you might have actually lived for over 30 years. Lin stated earnestly, age revealed. Su Lian. Oh, that was a slip. I can only use blood magic to compel you to forget. Lin conjured her blood scythe once more. Asked the beautiful and dignified Miss Lin. Shouldn't you be a bit more forgiving towards the adorable youthful child? Su Lian released a plea for mercy. That is true. I forgive you. Lin sheathed her blood scythe. But speaking of which, I may actually be a bit older than you. I feel like I am nearing 40. Su Lian chuckled. Oh? Then it seems you truly are a lowly loving uncle, huh? Lin, I certainly do not wish to be labeled as a Shota-loving aunt by you. Su Lian. Lin manifested her blood scythe. Su Lian. Indeed, one should never suggest that a woman is aging. 18. Returning to the academy, Su Lian entered the academy gates with a slightly cautious demeanor. While Lin looked somewhat puzzled. What's wrong, Lin? The absence of sycophants guarding the entrance suggests that Connie's intellect is rather lacking, Su Lian stated bluntly. How can you be so certain he will trouble you? Lin asked out of curiosity. Today, there was no one guarding my return to school. He likely did not anticipate that I would take the magical vehicle home. After all, it is quite expensive for commoners. Tomorrow afternoon after class, I expect it will become bothersome. You best keep your distance from me. Su Lian expressed mild concern. Oh, all right. Lin. Keeping her distance was not out of worry for being affected, but rather because her presence would inevitably lead to trouble. Thus, the moment class begins, I in the classroom. Su Lian wore a look of exasperation. He once again sat in the center of the front row to avoid having Zhuang Di sit next to him, and Lin had also agreed to keep her distance. However, in the spacious front row, to his left sat Zhuang Di, feigning a desire to study while coincidentally sitting in the front row. And to his right sat Lin, who seemed to only know him. The unusual gazes from various corners of the classroom converged upon Su Lian. What the hell? Zhuang Di is still somewhat normal. But Lin, you little lowly ant, are toxic, aren't you? Feeling the murderous glare from Connie behind him, Su Lian knew that troublesome matters were inevitably on the horizon. The other boys' gazes were hardly any better. They were filled with envy or jealousy, and of course, it was not solely directed at Su Lian. Among the girls, there were indeed some who were displeased with Zhuangdi and Na Lin, as the handsome Su Lian had consistently held the highest attractiveness among the boys in their class. Yet, while it was acceptable for Zhuangdi to coincidentally approach him, why was Na Lin also encroaching? It evoked a feeling of irritation, akin to a situation where a girl who had seldom interacted with them was effortlessly snatched away. Just like how the boys would feel when a nice girl they had barely spoken to suddenly sat beside two other boys. Zhuangdi, are you not sitting in the back today? Su Lian asked helplessly, wanting to ascertain the reason first so he could find a way to avoid it. Didn't I just say? I want to pay attention in this class. Zhuangdi replied, avoiding Su Lian's gaze, clearly feeling shy. Forget it. This girl is unavoidable, Su Lian had come to understand. What about you? Do you also enjoy studying? Su Lian inquired of Na Lin, subtly hinting that she ought to adhere to their agreement from yesterday. Zhuangdi also perked up her ears, curious about the intentions of this unexpected rival. Yes, what about it? Na Lin responded with an innocent expression. Well, as long as you are happy, Su Lian conceded. Oh, I hope I am not interrupting you too. Na Lin feigned realization. No, I just happened to be sitting here. Zhuangdi quickly explained, her face slightly flushed. Oh, is that so? Na Lin smiled. Zhuangdi's face turned even redder. Su Lian's heart swelled with certainty. Na Lin, this lowly matron, was indeed a pure embodiment of cunning. She was truly toxic. Chapter 49. The Duel. The first lesson concluded without incident, and as expected, trouble had already arisen. Do you wish to witness the spectacle? Or shall you remain indifferent? Su Lian inquired directly. Beside him, Zhuangdi appeared perplexed, yet Na Lin undoubtedly grasped the situation. He had discerned that Na Lin's personality was profoundly devious, one who would seek amusement even in the absence of conflict. Furthermore, she possessed an exceptional ability to gauge limits, staying well within the realm that Su Lian could tolerate. It is worth noting that Su Lian himself harbored a strong disdain for nobles like Kong and I. Thus the forthcoming actions hinged entirely upon Na Lin's response. A simple thrashing will suffice. Na Lin replied succinctly. Very well, Su Lian acquiesced. At that moment, Kong and I had arrived, flanked by two sycophants. Hey, you must be Su Lian, right? Be wise and keep your distance from Miss Na Lin. Sit at the far corner in the next class. Kong and I bellowed, slamming his palms against the table before Su Lian. Zhuangdi was instantly startled. Momentarily at a loss for what to do, I must head to the library for my next class. Farewell, Su Lian stated as he stowed away his textbooks, a familiar truant. Wait a moment, Kong and I. What else do you want? Su Lian queried. What is this attitude? Do you know who I am? How dare you sit beside Miss Na Lin on 2 occasions without my consent? Kong and I raged, firing a barrage of furious questions. Why is he so incensed? You didn't say anything to him after I left last week, did you? Su Lian inquired, casting a glance at Na Lin. He knows nothing at all. Na Lin feigned innocence. Well, it matters not. We shall deal with him regardless, Su Lian replied dismissively. Hey, I am speaking to you. Are you listening, you peasant? Kong and I spat. The attention of the other students was entirely drawn to this confrontation. Rex had even discreetly slipped away to fetch a teacher. The gazes directed at Su Lian now brimmed with pity, for Kong and I was indeed a notorious scion of privilege. Oh, I heard you loud and clear. You lack even a modicum of noble decorum. How can you speak so loudly at such proximity? Even the beggars on the streets know to be polite. What sort of etiquette have you learned? Su Lian retorted without reservation. Kong and I was momentarily rendered speechless with rage. Lack of noble etiquette? You dare to compare yourself to a beggar? And did you seek my consent? Must you speak with a modicum of intelligence? How can you, a mage studying magic, be so dim-witted? Na Lin likely hasn't even remembered your name. Your audacity is truly remarkable. Su Lian continued to deride him. Peasant, you, mind your words. I am a formal student of Polaris Academy. How dare you refer to students here as peasants? Are you belittling Polaris Academy, one of the 3 esteemed institutions of the Avisu Kingdom? Su Lian emphatically struck the table 3 times. The 2 sycophants behind him were visibly shaken. What is going on with this guy? Wasn't he just the quiet one in class? Why is he so fierce? He has rendered Kong and I speechless. Bang bang. Su Lian pounded the table again. Apologize at once. or I shall submit a dual application to the academy and have you kneeling on the playground in repentance. Su Lian pressed on. Just then, teacher, it's Kong and I and his entourage, Rex, who had just brought the teacher over, was taken aback upon hearing Su Lian's words, leaving both him and the teacher in a state of shock. Not just them, the entire class was stunned. What on earth was happening? Wasn't he Kong and I the one seeking trouble? How had it turned into Su Lian demanding an apology from Kong and I and applying for a duel? You a duel. I want to duel you right now. Kong and I was utterly enraged. Setting aside the disparity in their status, how could Su Lian, a high-ranking warrior, dare to propose a duel to him, a powerful mage, in front of the entire class? The audacity was astounding, and the reason was to demand an apology. Very well. Both parties agree. Teacher, please bear witness. Let us meet on the playground in 10 minutes. Su Lian addressed the teacher Rex had just brought. Oh, all right. The teacher was somewhat taken aback. Wasn't he Su Lian supposed to be bullied by Kong and I? This scion of privilege? How had it come to this? Aside from the onlooking Na Lin, not a single person could comprehend this bewildering turn of events. Surely, once they regained their senses, only one thought would occupy their minds. How extraordinarily brave Su Lian was. Polaris Academy, or rather, most academies within the Avisu Kingdom, adhered to similar dual regulations. If certain conflicts reached an impasse, they could be resolved through combat. Typically, one party would submit a request. If circumstances allowed, the school would even facilitate the duel. Unless the disparity in power was vast, in which case the other party would rarely refuse. If both parties consented, they could bypass the usual complications and commence directly. Of course, this consent must not be coerced in any clandestine manner. And the current situation was evidently not such, as Su Lian had forcefully initiated it. Kong and I, the other party involved, was equally bewildered, his fury leading him to agree on impulse. 10 minutes later, at the academy's playground, a considerable number of students had gathered to witness the unfolding drama. Some were fortunate enough to have no classes afterward, while others, like Su Lian, were free to study, and others were merely taking advantage of the 20-minute break to catch a glimpse. What is happening? I only heard about Kong Ni's duel. Who is audacious enough to challenge him? I don't know. Probably some reckless hothead. We're just here for the spectacle. I heard it's Su Lian, who was praised last week for protecting classmates during the magical disaster. A high-ranking warrior against a powerful mage. Sounds precarious. The scattered murmurs from the audience confirmed that most had merely come to witness the commotion. I hope Lian will be all right, Chwasangdi fretted. Rest assured, instead of worrying about his safety, why not speculate on what weapon he might use to take that guy down? But Kong and I is a powerful mage, a highly influential noble. If his magic is too potent and injures Lian, no one would come to his aid. Chwasangdi remained anxious. You're genuinely concerned for him, Na Lin observed with keen interest. This little girl seemed to genuinely harbor feelings for that lad, and of course, I'm worried about him. After all, he saved me during the magical disaster. Chwasangdi's face flushed as she hastily sought a justification. I see. Na Lin grasped the situation. The feeling of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress? For a girl of her age, that was entirely reasonable. Where's that scoundrel? On the playground, Kong and I, brandishing an ornate magical staff, had arrived, donning a robe that enhanced magical potency. Eager to be thrashed, are we? Such a rude noble brat, Su Lian ambled over leisurely. The aura he exuded was reminiscent of a formidable and proud adventurer. You merely a high-ranking warrior. Just wait until I make short work of you. Kong and I seethed. Ha! Su Lian scoffed dismissively, tilting his head away. Kong and I's rage surged, veins bulging at his temples. Chapter 50. The branch strikes to break. Whereas the teacher officiating this duel? Su Lian disregarded Kong and I and glanced around. I'll do it. A familiar voice rang out from the audience. A young woman's voice. Could it be? Teacher Mei Wei Si. Instantly, students gasped. Mei Wei Si was renowned as one of the two most beautiful teachers at Polaris Academy, even lauded as a genius mage. At just 27, she was a powerful sorceress with remarkable achievements in potion making and mechanics. Why was she here? Almost everyone shared this thought, for Mei Wei Si was known for her notorious disinterest in matters beyond teaching and her professional obligations. My next class is mechanical studies. You two better hurry back to class after your duel, Mei Wei Si remarked. So their next class happens to be with teacher Mei Wei Si. That essay relief. While Mei Wei Si held a professorial rank, she occasionally taught foundational courses for lower years, even stepping in for colleagues when their own capabilities were undergoing a breakthrough or during critical research periods. Thus, it was not uncommon for her to substitute teached, "I am indifferent to the outcome," Su Lian replied nonchalantly. Mei Wei C's expression subtly shifted. Faced with unavoidable trouble, he chose to present himself as a strong adventurer's offspring? A clever decision indeed. And you? What will you use? Mei Wei Si inquired, looking at Su Lian quizzically. "Oh, I forgot. I shall use this branch I casually plucked from the garden. It has good resilience and should sting quite a bit," Su Lian stated, producing a branch from his magical ring. It indeed appeared fresh, a flexible and resilient plant stem, one of the flora from the Academy's garden. Casually? If you truly were so casual, how could you have traversed to the other side of the Academy to specifically break off such a branch? You recording death, Kong and I fumed further. A lad who hasn't learned etiquette deserves a good thrashing, Su Lian said, lightly tapping the branch against his palm. The magical elements around Kong and I were already in a state of wild turbulence. Wow, that guy is intense. Indeed, if he were utilizing martial arts, I'd wager that bare-handed combat against a mage is more reliable than that branch. It appeared his father must be an adventurer. His nonchalant demeanor was textbook perfect. The surrounding students continued their discussions. The choice of weapons is yours, and you are undoubtedly familiar with the rules of the duel. The moment this stone touches the ground shall signal the commencement. Mavis, unfazed by the situation, held a stone temporarily congealed from elemental earth in her hand. It was about to begin. The students in the audience were instantly electrified, eager to uncover the source of Su Lian's audacity in confronting the formidable archmage. Connie, with nothing but a mere twig, despite many favoring Connie in this contest. Yet, Su Lian's demeanor had begun to sway the initial predictions. Thus, Mavis cast the stone, the moment it struck the ground. It began. "Watch as I cleave you in twain." Connie readied to chant a high-tier spell. "O proud and powerful elemental thunder, grant me." Just as Connie commenced his incantation, Su Lian charged forth with full vigor. What a fool! Mavis was equally at a loss. Even if one were a wastrel, how could one lack the most basic knowledge of combat? Who attempts to chant a fourth-tier spell at the onset of a confrontation against a warrior? Fearing that the opponent might close the distance during the incantation? Particularly foolish was it to utter a meaningless phrase before beginning the chant, wasting precious time. And to make matters worse, even as he saw Su Lian rushing towards him, he faltered and interrupted his chant. "Are you trying to bolster your own spirits?" Su Lian mocked. "Combat technique, explosive step, a rather ordinary yet practical assault technique." Su Lian closed the distance and found himself face to face with Connie. "Wait, thunder magic." Connie hastily attempted to unleash a second-tier thunder spell with a brief chant to strike at Su Lian. Too slow. As Su Lian closed in, Connie, in sheer terror, raised his staff to shield his eyes. So frightened that he shut them tightly. With a cold smirk, Su Lian swung the twig with great force, landing a resounding smack across Connie's hand. In an instant, a shriek escaped Connie's lips as pain caused him to release his staff. Su Lian, not hesitating, delivered a powerful kick. After sending Connie flying, he flicked his heel, sending the fallen staff skidding away. "It's over." Everyone realized the inevitable conclusion. Is this your ability, an archmage? Where is your incantation-free second-tier spell? Surely, you do not require a brief incantation to cast a second-tier spell. Not only lacking in manners, but pathetically weak as well. Su Lian strode forward, flicking the twig in his hand with a grin that bore a hint of menace. You stay back. I am an archmage, a grandson of a duke." Connie quivered in fear. Tossing aside his staff, he suddenly found himself unable to recall any spells, even the basic thunderball or fireball that could be cast instantaneously. Crack! Su Lian lashed out with the twig. "How dare you strike me?" Connie shrieked, attempting to threaten his assailant. "An archmage, you say?" Su Lian struck again. It hurts. Stop hitting me. A duke, you say?" Su Lian continued to lash out. Please, no more strikes to the face. It hurts. A noble, you say? More strikes. For your lack of decorum. For your failure to apologize. Do you not wish to learn a lesson? Su Lian relentlessly continued to strike, leaving Connie rolling on the ground in agony, reduced to mere screams, incapable of even begging for mercy. There was no sign of him relenting, utterly indifferent to Connie's noble status. The surrounding students, who had gathered to witness the spectacle, were left in stunned silence. The conclusion had arrived too swiftly, the aftermath far too dramatic, leaving them momentarily dazed. As they began to process the scene, witnessing Connie rolling on the ground in pain. Their minds spun with disbelief. That was a Duke's nobleman. Was it truly acceptable to publicly humiliate him in such a manner? Was Su Lian's audacity beyond measure? An apology, perhaps? Su Lian continued to strike, declaring, no more, I concede, I concede. In the midst of his agony, Connie finally gained a sliver of clarity, realizing that if he did not concede, Su Lian would continue his onslaught. Concede? I ask you, will you apologize or not? Su Lian persisted in striking. Connie's cries intensified. Have you forgotten why we are dueling? If you do not apologize, this will not conclude. Su Lian struck once more with great force. With a crack, the twig snapped. Oh dear, quite fragile. Indeed, Su Lian expressed a hint of regret. Connie seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope. Without the twig, perhaps. Speak quickly, will you apologize? If not, I shall go and break another twig to continue. Su Lian inquired. Connie was momentarily struck dumb. The students in the audience were equally taken aback. Goodness, is he truly going to fetch another twig to continue this? Not speaking. Then I shall take my leave. Su Lian began to turn away. I apologize. I apologize. It was my fault, Su Lian. I should not have called you a commoner. I am sorry. I am sorry. Connie hastily exclaimed. Huh? This attitude? Su Lian regarded the prostrate Connie, poised as if to return and procure another twig, causing Connie to tremble in terror, all the pain he had felt flooding back. My lord Su Lian, I beg your forgiveness. I was wrong. I shall never again refer to you as a commoner. Connie quickly rose to his knees before Su Lian, enduring the pain as he did so. Well, very well, I forgive you. Now, return to your classes. Su Lian nodded with satisfaction. Huh? Is that all? Connie could hardly believe he was being let off so easily. By the way, do remember to diligently practice. It is truly embarrassing for an archmage to be reduced to pleading for mercy by a high-tier warrior wielding a broken twig. Su Lian could not resist a final jab. With that, he turned and strode away from the arena, leaving Connie and the surrounding onlookers in stunned silence. Su Lian, indeed, possessed great courage. After Su Lian's departure, the crowd seemed to awaken from their stupor. He won. He had effortlessly triumphed over the archmage Connie with the strength of a high-tier warrior, and he had done so wielding nothing but a twig, only needing a single explosive step to close the distance before reducing his opponent to a rolling, pleading mess. Was this not a humiliation of the highest order? Although the duel's rules prohibited lethal or crippling attacks, this was clearly an act of mockery, was it not? Did Mavis, the instructor, not intervene at all? Or did she secretly harbor disdain for the nobility? Yet, under such circumstances, one would expect her to at least symbolically declare the duel over, allowing Su Lian a few more strikes at most. The duel concluded, and yet no one returned to class. Mavis shouted magically, startling everyone back to their senses. Just as the class bell rang, those who were meant to attend hurriedly slipped back to their lessons. Zwasandi had initially considered following Su Lian to check on him, but given that he had spent the entire time striking Connie, it seemed unnecessary. Nalin was quite pleased with the outcome. Witnessing Su Lian deliver a thorough thrashing to a wastrel noble was most satisfying. Back to class, then. Ultimately, the once low-profile Su Lian within the academy had left behind a legendary tale that spread like wildfire. His reputation was that of true courage. He was mockingly dubbed the Twig Hero. Conversely, Connie's standing had plummeted to the depths. His already unpopular noble demeanor was further tarnished by being reduced to a pleading mess by a high-tier warrior, ultimately kneeling to apologize to Su Lian while addressing him as my lord. Such disgrace was unparalleled. Although he had only suffered minor physical injuries, the blow to his reputation and psyche was far more severe. Curiosity began to brew among the onlookers. Subsequently, how would Su Lian handle the troubles stemming from the Duke's noble lineage, seeking to salvage their dignity? Chapter 51. Cooperation and exploitation. Is this outcome to your satisfaction? In a restaurant outside the academy that night, Su Lian and Nalin dined together. This establishment occupied the top of a towering building, with the open-air area requiring a hefty sum to enjoy. granting diners a sweeping view of much of the city where Polaris Academy was situated. Did you not find it quite enjoyable? Nalin retorted. If I am to learn blood magic from you, I must naturally endure the troubles that arise from your exquisite appearance. Otherwise, you would deliberately distance yourself from me, and I would be forced to endure that fellow's incessant harassment, which would weigh on my conscience. Su Lian remained remarkably composed. He understood that once he entered into a partnership with Na Lin, certain challenges would inevitably arise. Regardless of whether Na Lin had actively brought about trouble with Connie, the likes of Connie, a noble whose thoughts were limited to carnal desires, would eventually seek him out. Therefore, from the moment he requested her to teach him blood magic, he had already prepared himself to confront Connie. This was why he had sought Na Lin's opinion before taking action today. If she was willing to treat him as if he did not exist and handle Connie's subsequent harassment herself, he would naturally take a step back. If she was unwilling, he would deal with it in the same decisive manner as today. However, this will cause your low-profile approach within the academy to vanish. You will not be upset, will you? Na Lin inquired with a smile. That is of little concern, as long as my true strength remains unknown. Instead, I can observe how Duke Alfred will handle this matter. He will undoubtedly uncover my identity. As one of the 3 major dukes of the kingdom, how shall he decide when faced with the weakest prince? Su Lian had additional intentions. What if he chooses to confront me directly? Na Lin. My grandfather is in need of a figure to establish authority. While he may not be the ideal candidate, if he is willing to approach, that would be splendid, Su Lian spoke candidly. Not only will it accumulate the highest prestige within the territory, but it also prepares one to establish authority throughout the kingdom, does it not? You certainly approach matters comprehensively. Na Lin expressed mild surprise. 5 years ago, my grandfather and father recognized my talent and ambition, and they have been paving the way for me ever since. Do you still think I am jesting when I speak of such matters? Su Lian. Very well, then what if Duke Alfred chooses to act as if nothing has occurred? Na Lin inquired once more. The father, naturally seizing this opportunity, would clandestinely pay a visit under the guise of an apology, leveraging the convenience of magical transportation to entice him into collaboration. By that time, we shall have an additional duke as an ally, complemented by a formidable individual, thereby enhancing our prestige within the kingdom. Su Lian was acutely aware of the subsequent outcomes. Once such a course of action is undertaken, it must never be devoid of significance. Na Lin scrutinized Su Lian once more. Very well. I concede that I underestimated you again, Na Lin admitted candidly. Therefore, do refrain from these tests of my character to satisfy your curiosity. I can unequivocally assure you that you may regard me as an uncle nearing his 40s. Su Lian, too, spoke frankly, though not be so serious, for did you not yearn to reprimand that fellow following the demise of our classmate? Na Lin was surprisingly aware of this matter. Upon reflection, it was indeed true. The vacancy in their class was precisely due to the death of Abel Marcus during the magical disaster. It did evoke a slight sense of guilt. Had I not desired to maintain a low profile and proactively invited him to join our ranks, he would not have ended up as a servant for Khainra, ultimately leading to his probable demise at their hands. Su Lian did not conceal his feelings. Although it was never your obligation, today's duel could be seen as a means of atonement, could it not? Na Lin responded with a smile. Your method of offering consolation is quite unique. Su Lian replied with a chuckle, Am I truly providing you solace? Do not flatter yourself, you lowly obsessed uncle. Na Lin feigned confusion. Su Lian merely smiled, having grown accustomed to her peculiar humor after becoming familiar with her. Following a brief silence, Na Lin discerned that Su Lian seemed poised to speak. You must possess considerable magical talent. After 30 years, merely achieving the rank of Grand Magus suggests there are other areas of study, or perhaps the limitations imposed by the longevity-enhancing magic that hinders physical growth? Su Lian inquired. A bit of both, I suppose. Firstly, I am not of pure blood. Furthermore, each time we experience a breakthrough, we must seek a safe place to slumber for a period. Na Lin elucidated it. So, the advancement of magical prowess is indeed subject to certain constraints based on one's appearance? Coupled with the requirement to enter slumber, it seems Na Lin has wasted a considerable amount of time. And what, pray tell, do you study during your free time? Su Lian asked. Perhaps a decade of alchemy and potion making. Though I have never formally assessed my proficiency, I merely occupy my time researching using the tomes from my home or the library. Na Lin, would you be interested in accompanying me to the Alpha Empire for further studies next year? I will focus on mechanics and magical formations, while you continue to enhance your alchemical and potion-making skills, Sulian proposed. The Alpha Empire? Nalin inquired, puzzled. Where is that? Were it not for its imperial designation, the people of the Avisu Kingdom might not even be aware of its existence. Why? Because the Avisu Kingdom is situated at the northwestern tip of the Holy Continent, while the Alpha Empire lies in the southeastern corner of the largest peninsula. Beyond that lies another continent. Is it truly necessary to travel such a distance for education? Among the four great empires of the Holy Continent, the Orlon's Empire undoubtedly stands as the mightiest and has maintained a stable truce in the Garberlay Sea region for the past decade. However, they are quite stringent regarding foreign exchanges and learning opportunities. Those who achieve notable success often find it difficult to return to their homeland for various reasons. Conversely, those deemed unsuccessful or lacking talent struggle to acquire genuine knowledge. The Kenrom Empire is more straightforward, being too close. Should they perceive that I have gleaned something useful for their military, they would act immediately. The Saibwa Empire may be appealing, yet they are currently embroiled in a fierce conflict with the Castino military state to the south, while the Fokoidlo United Kingdom to the north and the Nushing military state to the west are in utter disarray, making it perilous to pursue exchanges there. Although the Alpha Empire is distant, traveling at full speed on a tamed flying beast would take no more than 3 days, and under normal circumstances, 5 days is entirely acceptable, Sulian rationally analyzed. Is this one of the topics you discussed with your grandfather and the others the night before last? While I was asleep? Nalin asked. Indeed, but they did not trust you, and inviting you along was a consideration I made only recently. Sulian did not withhold it. Oh? What is the reason? Do not tell me it is simply because you desire my company? Nalin inquired with curiosity. Firstly, I believe blood magic is quite useful, but I am already aware that it is not easily mastered, even though I possess the bloodline of a werewolf. Thus, it would be best for you to remain by my side long-term. And conversely, the blood combat techniques you wish to learn as well. Secondly, I require a more comprehensive knowledge base, yet one's energy is ultimately limited. Your recent response aligns perfectly with the topics I currently lack the energy to delve into. Thirdly, I have plans beyond mere research, and I do not possess the experience to venture out alone for an extended period. With your formidable blood magic, you could prove invaluable in many situations, especially since Uncle Ryan will be occupied with protecting Sevilla and cannot accompany me. Sulian laid out his reasoning. Theo put it plainly, a significant portion of this is motivated by a desire for a bodyguard or assistant. What about the matter of trust? How can you be certain of my reliability? Moreover, how can you ascertain that I will depend on you for my future livelihood? I am a vampire, after all, and I can maintain a good life elsewhere utilizing blood magic. Nalin probed, her gaze fixed intently on Sulian's eyes. The two pairs of blue-toned eyes locked in a gaze, as if each sought to unveil the deeper thoughts hidden within the other. Truth or sincerity, how much of either? I would not presume to claim that I fully understand you. However, I am acutely aware that you have no reason to harm me, and I can assist you with the expenses and identity required for your subsequent studies. This is the most fundamental benefit you can obtain for the future. Consider it a gamble on my part. Should you achieve success and choose to depart, my loss would merely be the tuition I advanced for you. I shall continue my own studies without any impact, will I not? Sulian did not provide a direct answer. He certainly would not divulge that your background and experiences bear a striking resemblance to my past life, evoking a sense of shared sympathy. At least this response is not entirely inadequate, is it? Nalin drawled, gazing earnestly into Sulian's eyes. You cannot possibly have developed feelings for me, or for the future me. Can you? Are you gambling on winning me over, thus securing the knowledge I acquire for yourself? Nalin jested. Such a notion seems to carry an air of romance, does it not? I concede that your current beauty permits you such confidence in your future. Yet, do you not think that for one capable of ruling the world, your beauty may not suffice to impress me, beautiful Miss Nalin? Sulian retorted. Huh? The arrogant, lowly obsessed uncle. My beauty is evident to the naked eye. And your arrogance is limited to mere appearances? Nalin exclaimed. Sulian chuckled, not in a hurry to retort, aside from addressing the lowly obsessed moniker. Nevertheless, your proposal genuinely intrigues me, Nalin. Thus, Miss Nalin, it is my honor to invite you to join me. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Sulian raised a glass of beverage in a gesture of invitation. As long as it is interesting, Nalin reciprocated with her own toast. The two once again solidified their collaboration. Even though both were acutely aware that their partnership extended beyond superficial benefits. For instance, Sulian understood that she sought to forge a deeper connection with the formidable beings of his bloodline, namely his grandmother. Moreover, it was a gamble for Nalin, as Sulian truly possessed the capability to stand upon the grand stage of the world, presenting no loss to her. Nalin was equally cognizant that he desired greater opportunities to engage with bloodline vampires, particularly his father, Auguste. She could also employ this to navigate or resolve certain unique troubles. Utilization is a remarkably straightforward endeavor. Chapter 52. Rex's speculation. The following day, the Academy released the verdict regarding the duel between Sulian and Connie. After deliberation, it was determined that Sulian's unilateral display of aggression was excessive. However, given that the altercation stemmed from a battle beyond his rank and concluded with Sulian employing merely a single explosive combat technique, his notably frail combat capabilities were deemed the primary reason. Furthermore, the incident was precipitated by Connie's provocation, and Sulian's application for the duel was deemed reasonable, with Connie also consenting in the process. Consequently, Sulian received only a verbal warning, cautioning against future infractions. The Academy's stance could essentially be interpreted as, once the duel is over, everything returns to normal, classes resume as usual. Within the classroom, the gaze of surrounding classmates towards Sulian had entirely transformed. Today, he deliberately chose to occupy a seat at the back corner, while Zhuangdi felt embarrassed to approach him, and Nalin naturally opted not to sit beside him continuously, instead choosing to sit by the window with Zhuangdi. Sulian sensed the attention he garnered, but paid it little mind. In fact, today Connie had taken a leave of absence, and the absence of that irritating presence slightly lifted his spirits, with hopes that he would not return in the future. Hey, do you think Sulian might be the child of some powerful adventurer? He seems utterly unconcerned about any retaliation from Connie. I have no idea. He rarely spoke to anyone before and was hardly seen around. I heard he usually spends his time in the library or the research lab, a complete study addict. Then how come he skipped so many magic classes? Who knows? In any case, it seems he performed quite well on the previous assessments. The discussions among the classmates have predominantly begun to revolve around Su Lian, and it seems this trend will persist for some time. Su Lian felt a stir within. Has he already become a rumored adventurer? It appears that yesterday's performance was quite impressive. The Polaris Academy truly lives up to its reputation as one of the 3 premier academies of the kingdom, treating a noble in such a manner as to conduct a duel between 2 individuals of equal standing. He had thought it would require some intervention from Uncle Ryan, but it turned out to be considerably less troublesome. There should be no issues on the Academy's side. Now, they merely await news from his grandfather regarding Duke Alfred. Whether to collaborate or to confront will depend on the stance of the other party. Lian, Rex approached at that moment. What is it? Su Lian inquired. Are you from a powerful family of adventurers? Rex asked, seemingly a bit anxious. There's something of great importance? Su Lian countered. He could easily sense Rex's tension. Clearly, his inquiry stemmed from something beyond mere curiosity. Rex glanced around, confirming their secluded position in the semicircular tiered classroom, where sitting a distance away would render their conversation inaudible. Are you a noble? Rex ventured. Su Lian's interest was piqued. How did you discern that? After the events of yesterday, Su Lian had noted the rampant speculation among nearly everyone regarding whether he was the offspring of that formidable adventurer. Yet Rex seemed to harbor a different notion. Perhaps my thoughts are somewhat peculiar, but during the last practical exercise, it felt as though you adapted quite well to real combat. I have encountered many adventurers, as our family often hires them for transporting goods, yet your style in the forest seemed distinct from theirs, Rex elaborated. Continue, Su Lian prompted. Wind element, beginner-level magic, sound disturbance, he stated, initiating a subtle wave of basic magic. As Su Lian actively released the spell without incantation, Rex was momentarily startled, then his eyes brightened. You've skipped nearly all magic-related courses, yet your previous test scores were remarkably stable, almost as if you intentionally passed just enough to get by. Thus, I felt you hadn't studied everything before. I observed your duel yesterday. I was attempting to learn the spell that Connie wanted to cast in advance, and it seemed you were quite knowledgeable about the timing and conditions required for casting. When you disrupted his staff, you also interrupted the magic he was channeling through his arm to the staff, correct? Rex queried, though uncertainty lingered in his tone. Indeed, I am proficient in all of it. Su Lian stated with a faint smile. You guessed correctly, Rex exclaimed, his confidence visibly bolstered. Furthermore, regarding the magical catastrophe, you adeptly neutralized the chaotic elemental magic wreaking havoc, displaying a clear understanding of how to dismantle it. Such knowledge can only be possessed by a highly experienced warrior or mage. Yet you do not resemble the former, Rex continued. So you surmise that I have indeed studied and am a formidable mage? Su Lian pressed. It is typically the case that those who learn magic from a young age belong to the noble class, but being an adventurer is also a possibility, correct? Can one determine such solely based on my performance in the forest? Rex sighed. I can only speculate. He seemed somewhat deflated. Having reached the limits of his deductions, Su Lian regarded Rex, who, despite appearing to be of similar age, seemed merely a 12-year-old child in his eyes. It was quite impressive that he had pieced together so much. What is it you wish to ask? Su Lian prompted. You. Rex hesitated. Just ask directly. Su Lian encouraged. Is your surname Su Man? Rex inquired in a hushed and anxious tone. Oh? Su Lian was genuinely taken aback. This little fellow is rather astute. Should I commend him for being taciturn yet possessing a nimble mind, or for his inherent business acumen? I had only made an appearance in Peter's Holy Land 2 days prior. In a world devoid of the internet, even with the rapid spread of information regarding Prince Isha's reforms, Rex should not have been able to hear of Su Man Liendel so soon. Moreover, with so many royal children and my prior reclusiveness, it is unlikely my cousins even remember my name, let alone him. Did he merely connect the single syllable Su with Su Man? That's sufficient, Su Lian chuckled. Huh, what do you mean by sufficient? Rex appeared puzzled. Your family's trading company is the Blur Company in Kexfuno City, correct? Specializing in apparel, accessories, and cosmetics, Su Lian recalled. Yes, Rex nodded, astonished. How could he possibly know what my family does? Our business is quite small. This Saturday at 3 in the afternoon, instruct your father to meet me at table 7 on the open terrace of Inai Hotel. Just tell him Su Man Liendel wishes to discuss a business transaction. Su Lian produced a handmade metallic business card from his magical ring. Su Man Liendel? He is truly of royal descent. Rex's heart raced as he struggled to recall the significance of the name. Alas, Su Lian had been almost invisible in noble circles. Calm yourself and return to your seat. Class is about to begin, Su Lian advised, patting Rex on the shoulder. Yes, Rex nodded. Although he could not recall the origin of the name, he understood that the weight of the card he now held far exceeded that of mere metal. As Su Lian observed him return to his seat, he began to formulate new plans. Money is certainly something one can never have too much of. The concept of luxury in this world remains rudimentary. Though I have consulted my grandfather about businesses in this realm, he did not provide particularly favorable assessments. Thus I have set it aside for the moment. Rex, though introverted, is also quite clever. Perhaps I can have his family experiment. Once established, he would be the one to take the reins. Let us see if my superficial understanding of luxury in the past world can translate into substantial wealth in this one. Soon, this brief interlude faded as class commenced. Today is Tuesday, and the Polaris Academy has arranged for the new students to consult with faculty about topics of interest in the afternoon. In simpler terms, it is a self-study period, albeit with teachers available in their offices to await student inquiries. However, such situations are generally rare. Most students of this age tend to abandon any notion of study in favor of play. Of course, this does not apply to Su Lian. Professor Bunyan, is there a moment? Su Lian gently knocked at the door of the alchemy department. Is there a problem? Please hold on a moment, Bunyan replied. Currently purifying a piece of alchemical metal with magic, likely a recent research endeavor. Su Lian found a seat and waited until Bunyan completed his task. Is it an alchemy-related question or something else? Bunyan asked, recognizing Su Lian. After all, he was a student previously deemed missing and possibly deceased during the magical catastrophe, who had also posed inquiries about perilous ideas in class. What is your query? I wish to know what the highest quality, hardness, and strength metals that can be produced by alchemy currently exist in the world. I am referring to both the highest grade that can be mass-produced and those requiring particularly formidable methods to manufacture. Su Lian inquired. In my previous life, it was tungsten alloy. However, such materials do not exist in this world, where the basic metal elements are limited to gold, silver, copper, and iron, among others. Are you looking to forge a weapon? Weapon forging is not merely about metal strength. it must also incorporate attributes, compatibility with fighting spirit, and even magic adaptability. Purely physical hardness is merely a tougher iron block, Bunyan stated candidly. You may consider my curiosity innocent. I do not intend to change my weapon anytime soon, Su Lian replied, and Bunyan pondered. In terms of conventional mass production, the highest quality, strength, and hardness that can be simultaneously achieved should be the metals invented by dwarven alchemists, on-time metal, knowledge metal, and Zizhao black gold. As for those that require specialized techniques to obtain. It would likely be the metal known as Vileb, which was accidentally discovered by the Goblin race while developing knight armor. Referred to by them as the utterly useless iron block, Vileb metal. After a few additional inquiries, Su Lian left Bunyan's office with satisfaction, having gained clarity on the existence of on-time metal, knowledge metal, and Zizhao black gold within the Academy's alchemical warehouse. It was evident that students or teachers had experimented with their production. Creating such pure, high-strength metals is not overly challenging in this magical world. Once Su Lian learned the methods of production, he felt confident that, provided he had sufficient materials, he could also forge them. However, he preferred not to go through that hassle. Simply redeeming some from the warehouse would suffice. As for Vileb metal, that would be more complicated. Bunyan had only heard of it. The precise methods of production remain known solely to the Goblin race. After all, the reason why this object is referred to as the ultimate useless iron block by the Goblins is not without merit. Aside from its extraordinary hardness, strength, and quality, it possesses no other advantages. When employed in weapon forging, its compatibility with fighting spirit is exceedingly poor, and it is equally inadequate for the development of magical artifacts due to its unsatisfactory magical affinity. In this world, it is indeed the epitome of iron, yet utterly devoid of utility. Its production necessitates specialized techniques, rendering it a sheer waste of time, effort, and materials, if there is a need for such metal. The three conventional types invented by the dwarves are more than sufficient. It seems that my studies in the Alpha Empire will also require me to acquire the methods for refining Vileb metal from the neighboring Goblin realm. Su Lian has already come to this decision. As for what he intends to create with this metal, the inhabitants of this world would likely find it difficult to fathom in a realm dominated by powerful magic and martial prowess. Pure physical strength is often overlooked. The heavenly kinetic energy weapon system, the staff of God. In this world, where all matter is composed of elements, it is impossible to directly develop atomic weapons, as atomic molecules do not exist here. So, what kind of superlative weapon can be created under these conditions? One that reaches the level of nuclear arms? Indeed, it is based on kinetic energy, the heavenly kinetic energy weapon system, the staff of God. Although this world lacks atoms, the fundamental physical laws remain consistent, allowing for the utilization of kinetic energy, a force neglected by this realm. Therefore, Vileb metal is indispensable in the dormitory. However, before proceeding, it would be prudent to experiment with those three types of metal first. There happens to be an uninhabited island approximately 50 kilometers northwest of the military port. I wonder if it will yield the desired results. Su Lian has made his calculations. He himself is not entirely certain. The most potent magic he has encountered thus far is merely 7th-tier magic, and its power is a truncated version. Without a place to conduct experiments, he cannot ascertain whether kinetic weapons can rival the formidable magic of this world. As for satellite systems, while communication magic has developed remarkably due to the war, it invariably suffers from diminished efficacy over distances, impairing transmission. Since it is a heavenly kinetic energy weapon, it would be excessively cumbersome if a mage had to operate it at close range each time, making intercontinental strikes and strategic deterrence impossible. Currently, the only solution considered by various nations is the deployment of relay magic devices, which are discreetly embedded in the earth to ensure that specific communication spells can be transmitted remotely. However, employing such a method for satellite systems is challenging. Su Lian shakes his head. This world does not exist on a singular planet. At least, according to all the historical records he has reviewed, there is no mention of returning to the starting point after journeying far east. What lies beyond is nothing but an endless ocean, along with inexplicable elemental currents that will pull everything back. In other words, this world is akin to being trapped in an enormous cage, with no means of escape. Much like the planets of the original world, the only feasible action is to linger in the surrounding space, unable to truly explore further. Similarly, there is no atmosphere at high altitudes. Regardless of how one ascends, they merely encounter the sky. Whether one is a powerful mage or warrior, soaring upwards only leads to an unreachable expanse, be it 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 kilometers. The increasingly sparse elements may also lead to insufficient magical and fighting spirit concentration, ultimately forcing one to halt their ascent. Legend has it that those who can break through the sky will reach the realm of the gods. To arrive at the shores of the sea is to enter another world. This implies that the high altitudes lack elements, making it exceedingly difficult to maintain a satellite network suspended in the sky for extended periods without being easily detected. Perhaps the only option is to seek contact with the elven race. Sulian feels a headache coming on in this world. Elves naturally possess the ability to fly, not merely relying on translucent wings or any special magic, but rather a unique capability to hover in the air. Currently, no external race has been able to decipher this ability through various magical means. It remains a unique skill exclusive to the elves. Yet, even if he were to engage with the elves, it is improbable that he could acquire their technological prowess. Requesting them to construct satellites, that would only invite trouble. Perhaps, Sulian quickly thinks of a particular entity, akin to himself and Na Lin, yet scorned by the elves and viewed with prejudice by other races, the half-elves. The agenda is about to become more complicated. Sulian scratches his head and murmurs to himself. Indeed, the path to unifying this world is fraught with challenges. Upon reflection, perhaps the simplest aspiration would be to develop a magnificent mech to indulge in that dream. Alas, having traversed into such a world, is he truly content to settle for past aspirations? Clearly, the answer is no. Development of the heavenly kinetic energy weapon system. Target nations and races. Metal, goblins, levitation, half-elves, communication, Alpha Empire. How he wishes for a fully trustworthy companion to engage in prolonged discussions on these matters. Attempting to realize foundational concepts across different worlds is indeed arduous. Sulian cannot help but it turns out that creating items from the original world in a foreign realm is not as straightforward as he had imagined. For instance, the notion of using lightning magic to attack water magic and electrolyzing hydrogen to generate a more potent explosive fire magic simply does not work. In a world composed entirely of elements, hydrogen and oxygen are of no significance. Perhaps the only commonality is that the conventional water bodies in this world can indeed conduct electricity. However, there is literally nothing in this world that is non-conductive. Once lightning elements coalesce, it does not matter if the entity is wood or stone. The attack will still propagate. Electric current is not merely the movement of free charges requiring conductors. It is the genuine spread of lightning elements. In simpler terms, different worlds may connect, yet they cannot be identical. Never mind. Let us first produce the firearm blueprints for Uncle Cam and the others. If this item is completed first, even if other nations attempt to replicate it, they will only optimize it for increased range and power, which is entirely feasible, and merely equipping ordinary soldiers remains within manageable limits. Designs for heavy artillery like rocket launchers will have to wait. Just like jet aircraft, one cannot unveil all advanced concepts before becoming powerful. Sulian begins to immerse himself in drafting the blueprints. The initial technologies for tanks and airplanes in this world have already been stabilized by the Military Research Institute, making them ready for practical application, pending only the final soldier training. Consequently, firearm development cannot lag behind. At the very least, every soldier must be equipped with a portable handgun for close combat. Prioritizing handguns is advantageous due to their low cost and element of surprise. They may even be dismissed by other nations as mere concealed weapons, especially since their effective range is inferior to that of bows. Subsequently, when other nations replicate the handguns, he can provide rifle blueprints. Then, when rifles are being replicated, he will provide blueprints for automatic rifles and machine guns. All weapons must be developed from the most basic level, ensuring that the most formidable means remain firmly in his hands. Otherwise, it would mean crafting garments for other powerful empires. Sulian's college life essentially follows this rhythm. He attends classes during the day, using any opportunity to skip courses to delve into weapon-related studies. During his free time, or in places like the library, he strives to connect with various talents that align with his objectives, preparing to draw them in. The aftermath of the duel incident gradually subsides due to Sulian's subsequent low-profile demeanor. However, two other matters have become the focal point of much discussion. The first is the magical disaster incident. Why did the 17th Army arrive so swiftly to support Onglai Town? The second concerns the reforms initiated by Prince Isha, which involved distributing land to commoners. a practice previously undertaken by other lords but typically resulting in conflicts with local farmers and nobles. Yet, this time appears different. The urgent transport via magical vehicles was not disclosed to the general populace. When Isha issued the order at the station, he specifically included a directive to remain within the station and prohibit any information from circulating in or out. Naturally, the military would also enforce a temporary ban on the dissemination of this information in Onglai town, striving to keep the news contained for a while. However, it would only be for a limited time. Inevitably, there will always be loose-tongued individuals or others who witness the magical vehicles along the way. The kingdom is also suppressing this news. It is essential that other nations do not grasp the terrifying transportation capabilities of magical vehicles for war mobilization. Even if they do, it is better that they understand as late as possible, ideally after they have comprehended it themselves. As for the second matter, the fervor of discussion is unprecedentedly high. Chapter 54. Shopping on a Friday night in Sulian's dormitory. Can you hear me? Uncle Ryan's voice crackles through the communication device. Yes. Sulian dons the magical communication artifact. The matter has been handled. We are currently discussing cooperation. Uncle Ryan, is that so? That's good to hear. It seems that old fellow has keenly sensed something. Sulian. The subject of their conversation pertained to Connery's grandfather, Duke Hodge Alfred. It was evident that he was inclined to protect his ineffectual grandson, as well as to preserve the family's somewhat tarnished reputation. Duke Alfred was more concerned with the benefits of collaborating with Prince Essa, matters such as the magical vehicles, reforms within their territory, and the complexities of the financial trifecta that remained somewhat unclear to them. Duke Alfred had already made a decisive choice regarding his affiliations. As for concerns about whether Essa might rebel in the future, that was of no concern to him. He was merely engaged in a financial partnership with Essa. What issue could arise from a pursuit of profit? Furthermore, considering the potential outcomes of their collaboration, Duke Alfred even began to suspect that Sulian had intentionally set out to confront Connery, seeking an opportunity for mutual cooperation. After all, he was merely a worthless grandson. Shall we proceed as planned? Sulian inquired. Indeed, replied Uncle Ryan. The specifics of their original plan were known only to them. Very well, then. Tomorrow, Uncle, accompany me on an errand. There are matters to attend to. Certainly, Sulian. Their conversation was both straightforward and shrouded in ambiguity. The reason for this was simple. They could not ascertain whether their magical communication devices were vulnerable to interception. Should they inadvertently discuss matters that could hint at rebellion, it would spell disaster. After all, they were within the hallowed halls of Polaris Academy, where formidable wizards were plentiful. Prudence was of the essence. As for what Sulian referenced, it naturally pertained to collaborations with the Rex Family's trading company. Thus, following the original plan for Saturday, they intended to procure certain materials in the city in the morning and, after lunch, proceed to the Aina Hotel for afternoon tea and discussions. However, on Saturday, are you quite idle? Sulian remarked, gazing at Nalin, who was dressed in casual attire. What a coincidence. Are you out shopping as well? Nalin feigned surprise. Why, headband suppresses and conceals my magical power, but it does not restrain my mental acuity. Did you think I was unaware of your departure from the dormitory and subsequent following? Sulian retorted. You narcissistic uncle, how conceited of you to assume that such an adorable little girl would be following you. Nalin teased, her expression tinged with mock fear. Enough of that, Sulian sighed. If any classmates were to see us shopping together and misconstrue the situation, do not blame me. He was too weary to engage further. Let this lowly ant do as she pleased. Are you afraid of being seen by Zhao Sandy? Nalin jested. That little girl will likely abandon her pursuit if I ignore her for a while. It was merely a fleeting emotional illusion caused by a typical hero saving a damsel in distress, Sulian mused, unperturbed. He had always treated Zhao Sandy with casual indifference. His assistance during the magical disaster had been nothing more than a matter of a responsible adult protecting a child. How callous you are, Nalin commented, but Sulian chose to disregard her remarks. Let it be clear, my appointment is for the afternoon, and I still need to procure some items, Sulian stated. Then I shall accompany you and indulge in some shopping. Nalin replied. Clearly, you are the more self-absorbed one, Sulian remarked. I call it confidence, Nalin declared, puffing her chest. Indeed, the lovely Miss Nalin. May I have the honor of inviting you to accompany me on a shopping excursion? Sulian responded, playing along. Let us be off, Nalin chirped, skipping ahead. Sulian followed, shaking his head in mild exasperation. He wondered how such a person could be perceptive enough to notice his casual exchange with Rex during class breaks and accurately deduce that he had an appointment with Rex's family. Oh well, I might as well accompany her for a while. As they traversed the bustling streets of the city over the weekend, a pair of enviable youths wove through various stalls and magical shops, evoking memories of their own pasts. Hey, what is this food? Is it delicious? Nalin exclaimed. You won't know until you buy it, Sulian replied. Then hurry and pay. Thus, a certain beautiful girl joyfully indulged in snacks while a handsome youth awaited his change. Wow, these magical stones are stunning. How are they made? Nalin inquired. They likely used alchemy to alter the colors. They are indeed quite lovely, Sulian replied. Can you do that? I cannot, so pay up. And so, the beautiful girl gleefully held a string of vibrant magical stones while the handsome youth paid with gold coins. Oh, what kind of fur is this clothing made from? It feels so pleasant, Nalin observed. It is probably made from a white snow ferret, Sulian answered. Then I shall pay. Huh. But summer is approaching. What use do I have for it? Thus, the beautiful girl giggled as she watched the handsome youth receive the autumn attire she had purchased in advance from the shopkeeper. The spring sunlight of Avisu cast its warm glow. Amidst the lively streets, Nalin, adorned with a newly purchased flower crown, strode joyfully, holding food in one hand and drink in the other, while Sulian followed behind, burdened with an assortment of uneaten snacks she had acquired. Is there anywhere else you wish to explore? Sulian inquired. Huh? Weren't you the one wanting to shop? Just go to any store you fancy, Nalin replied, puzzled. Thank you for remembering that it was I who wanted. Sulian coughed awkwardly. But Nalin's gaze drifted elsewhere. Since the moment they began shopping, Nalin had been captivated by the various stalls, and Sulian found himself swept along in her enthusiasm. He barely had time to visit the shops he wished to explore. As Nalin was quick to urge him to pay for her purchases, it matters little. After all, items can be acquired at any time. Is there anywhere else you wish to visit? The western part of the city seems to be favored by girls. And we are nearing our appointed time, Sulian suggested. Huh? Is that permissible? Nalin asked, her eyes bright with excitement. Then let us go, Sulian said, stepping forward. Hee, Nalin giggled. This time, she did not call him the lowly obsessed uncle. By the way, would you like to try this? I think it's the most delicious among all, Nalin offered, pulling out a treat from the assortment Sulian was carrying. Is that so? Sulian prepared to use magic to bring it to his mouth. Oh, aren't you going to let me feed you? Nalin teased with a mischievous smile. I fear you might shove the stick into my mouth along with the food, Sulian replied. Teach, if you don't want it. Then forget it, Nalin retorted. Sulian sighed internally. Miss Beautiful Nalin, my hands are currently full. Would it be possible for you to feed me a taste of that delectable treat? He inquired. This is truly scrumptious. Nalin quickly obliged, feeding him. Enjoying the simple pleasure of being fed by a beautiful girl, Sulian couldn't help but internally critique. This girl, although her mental age is mature, sometimes still behaves like a child. Nevertheless, the flavor was indeed delightful, and he resolved to bring some back for Saiwia next time. This is quite tasty. What about this meat? What is it made from? Sulian asked as he savored the treat. This? It's also quite good. Did you not eat earlier? Nalin wondered. The circumstance was that I was unable to eat at that moment. Sulian gestured to his full hands. Hee, Nalin smirked. Are you hoping for me to feed you again? Sulian inquired. Well, I must admit, being fed by a beautiful girl is indeed a pleasant experience, despite the apparent disparity between her external appearance and her mental age. However, I seem to be in a similar predicament. So, they remained peers in age. Wow, Mommy, look, an older sister, a cute little boy exclaimed, tugging at his mother and pointing at Nalin as she fed Sulian snacks. The two instantly stiffened. You mustn't speak too loudly and disturb others. The mother gently admonished. Yes, okay, the adorable little one nodded. The mother offered a slight apology to Sulian and Nalin before leading her child away. As soon as they departed, Nalin hurriedly withdrew her feeding hand. And Sulian swallowed the morsel he had yet to chew with a hint of embarrassment. It was a tad awkward, especially considering that in their hearts, they viewed each other as a lowly and a Shoda. Let us proceed to the western city, Nalin declared first. Sure, Sulian agreed. What on earth am I doing with someone over 20 years my junior? What a disaster. Why am I enjoying the experience of being fed by someone who appears like a lowly? The two shared a remarkably similar sense of embarrassment. Even upon arriving in the western city, their internal awkwardness remained unrelieved, perhaps even intensified. Consequently, lowly obsessed uncle, Na Lin once more employed the moniker, "I merely heard that there are many girls here." "I know nothing else," Sulian defended himself. The western side of the city, with its abundant flora and beautiful environment, housed numerous shops favored by women, which led many boys to bring girls here for dates. The streets were filled with either women walking in pairs or couples strolling together, prompting Na Lin to suspect that Sulian had suggested this outing with romantic intentions. However, now that they had arrived, they exchanged glances. And it didn't seem like such a significant issue after all. "Shall we continue browsing?" "Let us continue to explore in the city of Dekang." Where Polaris Academy was situated, the western district was known as the Street of Love. It was said that inviting someone of the opposite gender here signified mutual consent. Yet, it was evident that not everyone was aware of this sentiment, nor did they seem to care. Chapter 55. The symbol of male nobility at last. The appointed hour arrived in the afternoon. Skipping lunch, the street snack served as a sufficient meal. At Table 7 of the outdoor terrace of Ainu Hotel, Su Lian had previously accompanied Na Lin here for dinner. Yet this occasion was dedicated to afternoon tea. At this moment, Rex approached, accompanied by a rather portly gentleman adorned in luxurious attire. His shrewd eyes, however, contradicted his outward appearance. Upon spotting Su Lian, Rex raised his hand in greeting, a smile adorning his face. "Greetings, Lord Liondeard. I am Aaron Bloor, the president of the Bloomer Commercial Association and Rex's father." Aaron prepared to bow, mindful of the Su Man lineage, not daring to show any disrespect. "No need for formalities. Please take a seat, as should you." Rex, Su Lian gently prevented Aaron from bowing with a flicker of his magic, signaling for the attendant to approach. "Thank you, Lord Liondear." Aaron smiled as he settled down with Rex. "Shall we order some refreshments?" Su Lian offered the menu. "2 cups of black tea will suffice," replied Aaron. The attendant confirmed and departed. "Are you not surprised to see me here?" Na Lin inquired curiously of Rex. "I was indeed a bit surprised at first, but it hardly seems worth the astonishment." Rex scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. "What an amusing little fellow," Na Lin remarked with a smile. Her azure irises swiftly shifting to a deep crimson. The eerie pulse of dark magic seemed to probe Rex's essence. Aaron was taken aback. "Is this blood magic? The transformation of blood into eyes? Could it be that she is of the bloodline? Should I intervene? But what is her relationship with Lord Liondear?" Aaron hesitated momentarily. "Ena Lin." Su Lian called out with a hint of displeasure. Ena Lin averted her gaze, clearly displeased with Su Lian's interruption, yet reluctant to defy him. Aaron observed this interaction with astonishment. What was the true nature of Lord Liondear from the Isha princely family? To have tamed a vampire of the bloodline with control over blood magic at such a young age, was he perhaps a pureblood? Even if not a pureblood, he was perilously close. This Liondear, who was of the same age as Rex, was far more formidable than Aaron had anticipated. At that moment, the freshly brewed black tea was served by the attendant. With their departure, the table was left as the sole occupant in this corner, shielded by sound-dampening magic from the start. "Let us introduce ourselves briefly. I am Su Man Liondear, and Su Man Isha is my grandfather. This is Na Lin Sethit. You may have guessed, she is a vampire of the bloodline, albeit a relatively weaker archmagus." Su Lian introduced succinctly. "Greetings, Lord Sethit," Aaron promptly replied. "Relatively weaker archmagus?" He was taken aback. "She is a 6th-tier vampire. One capable of blood magic, and you consider her weak? Let us speak plainly." Su Lian cut straight to the chase. "Please, go ahead." Aaron straightened up, as did Rex. "I find Rex to be quite promising, though somewhat introverted. He possesses intelligence and keen observational skills. We have certain commercial ideas but lack suitable partners. I believe the Bloomer Commercial Association could be viable. Would you be interested in exploring a collaboration?" Su Lian proposed. Such directness? Aaron quickly composed himself. "Our modest association would indeed be eager to accept a business collaboration from your highness. May I inquire about the specifics?" Well articulated, yet no direct consent. "What if Su Lian requests illicit goods? You deal in apparel and cosmetics. How do you find the market for women's makeup and accessories? Is it profitable?" Su Lian posed a question instead. "The situation in our kingdom is satisfactory, particularly when a high-ranking noblewoman endorses certain cosmetics or accessories. sales soar swiftly. Thus, it relies heavily on interpersonal connections and intelligence within the noble class. We typically cater to mid-tier family products. Aaron replied candidly, and what of male cosmetics and accessories? Su Lian continued. Aaron faltered. Men require such things? Surely, ties and hair gel suffice. Perfumes are generally standard, lacking flamboyance. Rings? Many nobles wear wedding bands and magic rings. Too many become unattractive. Men are severely lacking in this regard. Hence, we have contemplated seizing and monopolizing this market. Both Aaron and Rex were taken aback, while Na Lin was intrigued by Su Lian's line of thought. Of course, I do not suggest you sell male cosmetics. In fact, given our kingdom's male perceptions, only effeminate men would use such products. Therefore, we intend to approach it from a decorative angle, crafting an essential adornment that all men of status must possess. An essential adornment for all men of status. If it is unique, Aaron mused, it could indeed be highly lucrative. If Your Highness and Lord Liondeer have such a vision and a clear plan, the Bloomer Commercial Association would certainly strive to facilitate this collaboration. Aaron was willing to take the risk, recognizing the potential of partnering with the rising star of the Isha princely family, who held the latest magical vehicle transport rights. Even if the collaboration were to fail, leveraging that connection could yield other opportunities. Did it matter that 12-year-old Su Lian wielded influence? Wasn't it evident from the bloodline girl beside him? She was a 6th-tier archmagus, after all. To claim he lacked influence was ludicrous. With a snap of his fingers, Uncle Ryan appeared by their side. Aaron and Rex jumped in surprise. The ability to appear silently at their side suggested a presence of 7th-tier warrior caliber. Perhaps even a rogue or assassin. How many individuals were covertly protecting this lion deer? It was utterly terrifying. Mr. Aaron, please take a look at this. Uncle Ryan produced an exquisite gift box, placing it before him. What is this? Both Aaron and Rex expressed their curiosity. At Su Lian's subtle nod, Aaron opened the box. Within lay a mechanical watch adorned with golden edges and amethyst embellishments, showcasing an elegant and luxurious design. It was evident that all the metals were custom-crafted alchemical materials, signifying opulence beyond measure. This was clearly not a creation of an ordinary mechanic, nor intended for common wearers. Noble women possess necklaces, bracelets, earrings, hair accessories, even anklets among their adornments, and cosmetics require no elaboration. What do men possess? The only representations of noble status seem to be tailored suits and the same mundane hairstyles, or a singular, unchanging magical ring. Do nobles, wealthy merchants, and generals not require a valuable item that reflects their status? This, precisely, could enable them to manage precious time seamlessly while subtly displaying their worth when they casually glance at their wrist. Su Lian raised his right hand, revealing a watch he had long worn. Aaron's eyes sparkled with realization. In that instant, he envisioned the potential of this idea through the discerning gaze of a merchant. Even the young Rex sensed the feasibility of this concept. Adorned with precious gemstones and magical stones, crafted by the finest gnome artisans, utilizing unique alchemical techniques, elegance, luxury, prestige. At this moment, the watch would no longer merely serve the purpose of telling time. It would signify one's status and identity. Do you understand now, Mr. Bloor? Su Lian inquired, his tone increasingly respectful. I am wearing. Aaron comprehended entirely. The emblem of male nobility. His eyes gleamed with pride. The very expression Su Lian sought to evoke. Success. Uncle Ryan elegantly closed the exquisite gift box and gestured for Aaron to take it. Mr. Aaron, please arrange your schedule. 3 days hence, wear this watch and take the magical vehicle to the Liondeer Trading Post in Peter Holy City to meet with Emerson of the Lontong Commercial Association. Su Lian smiled. Lontong Commercial Association? In an instant, Aaron comprehended the significance of the situation. It was one of the renowned merchant guilds of Avisu. A pleasant collaboration, Mr. Aaron, Su Lian remarked as he rose to extend his hand. A delightful partnership, Lord Liondeer, Aaron reciprocated, standing to shake hands. Even if he were to seek others to continue discussions afterward, he felt no trepidation whatsoever. Why? The very name Liondeer Exchange spoke volumes. This collaboration belonged to Liondeer. Su Man Liondeer. Such a monumental opportunity must be seized. Chapter 56. Emotions and Reason. After a brief discussion regarding subsequent matters, Aaron and the father-son duo of Lex departed, while Uncle Ryan had mysteriously vanished. Now, only Su Lian and Na Lin remained. Thank you for this, Su Lian suddenly said. I didn't expect you to arrange for Uncle Ryan to come over. Had I known, I wouldn't have pressured you. And poor Lex must think I'm secretly your bodyguard. And Lin expressed a hint of regret. The reason she had just showcased her blood magic and altered the color of her pupils was to reveal to Aaron her identity as a vampire of the blood clan. After all, Su Lian was still merely a 12-year-old child, and discussing business collaborations often left him feeling somewhat disadvantaged. Even if Aaron intended to curry favor with the royal powers, he would undoubtedly underestimate Su Lian, leading to minor complications down the line. Lin's pressure naturally made Aaron wary. However, it could not be labeled as excessive, merely an embellishment of pressure. Isn't it natural for a teacher to protect their student? Su Lian replied with a smile. Then why don't you call me teacher and let me hear it? I've yet to hear that. Na Lin quickly recalled. So, is beautiful teacher Na Lin an acceptable title? Su Lian inquired. Not bad, but it would be even better with a few more extravagant prefixes. Na Lin waved her hand playfully. If you fancy something like super-duper adorably cute, I wouldn't mind. After all, it's not me who feel awkward. Su Lian shrugged. How about we try it out privately? Na Lin seemed intrigued. Suit yourself, Su Lian replied with a giggle. One must admit, at times Na Lin did exhibit a certain childishness, which suited her current appearance. Yet soon, her smile softened. What is it? Do you want to hear it now? Su Lian asked, and Lin shook her head slightly, leaving Su Lian somewhat puzzled. Thank you for accompanying me on such a whimsical shopping spree today. I didn't even buy anything for myself, Na Lin said in a surprisingly gentle tone. Wow, so you can actually thank others? I thought you only enjoyed watching others have fun with your pure cunning nature, Su Lian remarked, taken aback. Do I strike you as that kind of person? Na Lin countered. Not like that. You absolutely do, Su Lian replied. Humph. Na Lin puffed up with pride, reveling in the compliment. But shopping was my invitation to you. Wasn't it? So no need for thanks. If you enjoyed it, just invite me next time to buy some magical materials. Su Lian chuckled. Oh ho, already thinking about our next date, are we? Quite bold, Na Lin teased. I must admit, I do hope it's one where you cover the expenses, Su Lian hinted. Today, it was all on you, she retorted. Deske, what a miser, Na Lin scoffed. Then I shall invite the beautiful teacher Na Lin to teach me how to be more generous. Su Lian quipped, but I'm not good at that either, Na Lin replied, her eyes twinkling. Feigning cuteness and ignorance is a shameful act. I disdain it, Su Lian remarked. Yet it is quite effective, Na Lin retorted. Standing her ground, they exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Having grown up surrounded by disdain and exclusion in a noble family, with a mother who was hopelessly infatuated, as she matured, she faced the further suspicion of those she was told were family. The subsequent blood magic only muddied her family's understanding of her. Her entire existence felt translucent. Studying potions and alchemy for a decade clearly stemmed from something beyond mere interest. Perhaps IT was the only means for her to pass the time and soothe her inner turmoil in such a household. Su Lian could envision such a life, for he had once endured a similar fate, living within a so-called family. Engaging in his passion for mechanics and tinkering with potentially hazardous gadgets was merely a diversion from that existence. In this life, he enjoyed a nurturing family environment, while she had nothing. Just as she now found herself on a weekend in a foreign land, he was evidently the only familiar person with whom she could interact. Accompanying her shopping and indulging her whims, perhaps it was merely a small satisfaction derived from her presence, reflecting on his own past. In Lin, Su Lian suddenly called out. What is it? She replied, if you find yourself free on weekends. Would you consider accompanying me to visit Saiwaya? Su Lian inquired. Humph? And you claim to have no ulterior motives? Trying to use your sister to lure me to your home more often? Na Lin feigned a look of disdain. If you don't want to go, then so be it, Su Lian shrugged. For the sake of your adorable sister, I'll reluctantly indulge your wicked scheme. Na Lin conceded. But you'll cover the ticket, Su Lian added. Huh. Don't you have that annual pass? Na Lin retorted. Unfortunately, no one taught me how to be generous. Why would I lend it to someone else? Afterward, Su Lian had his own study plans, and Na Lin chose not to disturb him further as she returned to school, having borrowed someone's magical vehicle annual pass, with no intention of returning it anytime soon. However, this self-study session did not proceed smoothly, as he had failed to procure the necessary materials for his anticipated experiments that morning. He would have to wait until later, when Uncle Ryan could bring them back. Consequently, he relocated his study space from the academy dormitory to Uncle Ryan's residence in Kong City, a modest 3-story building, accompanied by 2 special basement levels. Is there anything else, Uncle Ryan? Su Lian asked, while purifying and shaping a piece of metal, attempting to assemble a handgun based on his own drawn schematics. Having previously dismantled such weapons abroad through special channels, he was no stranger to this process. This morning, Commander Tartel had taken advantage of a day off to visit Peter Saint and returned in high spirits. Indeed, you have played a significant role, little Su Lian. According to Lord Isha, Tartel has spoken highly of you. Uncle Ryan remarked. However, one person alone is insufficient. The military requires more individuals who can collaborate. Otherwise, once we take action, the meddling intermediaries will pose a considerable problem, and regrettably, my ability to assist in that regard is limited. Su Lian expressed some disappointment. That's already quite commendable, Uncle Ryan replied. Is there anything else? Any updates on the reforms? Su Lian inquired. That aspect is progressing smoothly. The voices within the territory have never been louder, and the landowners and nobles are eager to cooperate with the initial funding required. Coincidentally, the kingdom is seeking a hot topic to overshadow the magical vehicle's capabilities displayed during the magical disaster. And the nationwide publicity has been unexpectedly favorable. Uncle Ryan succinctly outlined that what you wanted to ask about Na Lin. Su Lian deduced. Indeed, little Su Lian, you are indeed overly concerned about her. Uncle Ryan stated directly. Her appearance and other values are of considerable importance to me in the future. Are these reasons sufficient? Su Lian articulated bluntly. Sufficient, but our understanding of her remains limited. Allowing her unrestricted access to your home may be somewhat inappropriate. Uncle Ryan cautioned. Can she detect your covert presence? Su Lian countered. No, Uncle Ryan replied confidently. Then isn't that precisely the opportunity to observe her discreetly and assess her trustworthiness? Su Lian chuckled. Understood, Uncle Ryan nodded. When she returns, I will remain in the academy to study, and I can even have Teacher Mavis protect me, so safety is no concern. You should focus on secretly safeguarding Saiwei instead. After all, next year, your responsibility will shift to protecting her rather than me. Once we ascertain whether Na Lin poses a threat, it will bring greater peace of mind regarding her accompanying me to the Alpha Empire. I may act on my emotions, but I will never lose my rational judgment so easily. Su Lian laid out his meticulous plans, his final words clearly indicating his stance to Uncle Ryan. I must admit my oversight. Indeed, after you brought Teacher Mavis into the fold, she will serve as a capable protector for you, Uncle Ryan acknowledged. Su Lian, fully cognizant of the strength and beauty of such a teacher, would certainly not forget her and would seize the opportunity. With a decisive click, Su Lian completed the assembly of the handgun. He retrieved a bullet filled with alchemical magic powder that he had prepared earlier, chambering it while casting a wind-based soundproofing spell, and aimed at the metal plate on the wall. Pulling the trigger, resounding bang echoed. The bullet struck the metal plate with precision, embedding itself in a distorted manner. The power was adequate. Upon returning, he would present this along with the schematics to Uncle Cam and the others, optimizing it for mass production for the territory's private military. Loading the magazine, he handed the handgun and the schematics to Uncle Ryan. Aside from heavily armored soldiers, I doubt any soldier could effectively handle this mechanical weapon at close range. Your invention never ceases to amaze, little Su Lian, Uncle Ryan couldn't help but praise, accepting the handgun and schematics. As a warlord-level powerhouse, Uncle Ryan could deduce the actual power and long-range attenuation based on the bullet's velocity and current performance. Just aim for the armored head. Can the helmet be thicker than this metal plate? Even if it doesn't penetrate, the impact alone would surely leave a headache. Su Lian understood the weapon's potential. Indeed, Uncle Ryan concurred. Su Lian tidied up the table where he had crafted the handgun. Ensuring that nothing had been overlooked. Is there anything else? He inquired once more. Not for the time being, Uncle Ryan, came the reply. Then I shall return to school. Contact me if you need anything, Su Lian. As Su Lian departed, Uncle Ryan discreetly followed him through the entrance of the academy. At this juncture, both business and the current stage of new weapon development had reached a temporary standstill. Thus, he needed to earnestly resume his studies and maintain relationships with the academy's talent. As for the management of his territory, it was best left to Isha and his associates for the time being. Conquering the world could wait. Chapter 57. A steady development in the days that followed. Life at the academy felt somewhat monotonous for Su Lian. As an older individual at heart, he clearly struggled to integrate with the surrounding students, and even casual conversations were imbued with a distinct purpose. However, this very circumstance allowed him to discreetly cultivate relationships with over a dozen promising talents. Presently, Prince Isha was rising to prominence within the kingdom of Avisu. And with the continuous operation of the magical vehicles, the influx of trade revenues was steadily returning to the St. Peter territory, much to the delight of the kingdom, which was reaping benefits without effort. The military's practical drills were progressing smoothly. Each major legion had successfully completed the practical loading processes, resulting in a significant enhancement of the kingdom's wartime transportation capabilities. Isha's people had seamlessly integrated into the 17th Army. From their initial practical drills to later guidance of other legions and the formulation of more detailed processes, they were actively involved. All the invaluable relevant experience was effortlessly acquired by Isha, who also gathered intelligence from various legions, in terms of prestige. With the cooperation of Duke Alfred, Isha successfully undermined the momentum of another duke among the three major dukes, Duke Leslie Theodore. This Duke Theodore was originally the wealthiest noble in the entire kingdom of Avisu, controlling several large commercial guilds. However, with the advent of magical vehicle transport, those guilds associated with him were unable to obtain approval for magical vehicle transport, quickly widening the gap with other guilds. Consequently, a small number of guild leaders had secretly approached Isha's associates to request leniency, but all such requests were uniformly denied. Ultimately, with Duke Alfred's involvement, their combined guild forces significantly encroached upon the business of the Theodore Guild, which was already suffering due to its outdated transportation capabilities, thereby incurring heavy losses. Additionally, due to Isha's Lindale goldsmith and trading post, the guilds aligned with Isha and Alfred possessed substantial capital, allowing them to explore new markets that Duke Theodore could not contend with. Ultimately, Duke Theodore was compelled to publicly concede to Isha at a banquet, expressing his willingness to allow his guilds to join the Lindale trading post and participate in their collaboration. Essentially, Isha had directly absorbed a portion of Theodore's guild power in exchange for ensuring that those guilds could smoothly obtain approval for magical vehicle transport, thereby securing their survival. The Lindale goldsmith and trading post simultaneously gained control over an even larger flow of capital. Such significant changes naturally drew the kingdom's attention to the situation in the St. Peter territory. However, thus far, while Isha had doubled the treatment of his private army amidst the new reforms, it was evident that in a peaceful and stable nation, many liberated young laborers would opt for more lucrative occupations rather than enlist. Thus, the expansion of Isha's private army remained well within the kingdom's acceptable parameters. As long as there were no soldiers, no matter how much wealth and prestige were amassed, there would be little issue. Isha continued to pay taxes to the kingdom and consistently benefited from the dual-layer magical vehicle transport revenues without the need to engage in the intricate struggles with commercial guilds, a comfortable existence indeed. After all, the kingdom of Avisu had been resting on its geographical advantages for centuries. Nonetheless, certain matters warranted the kingdom's attention, i.e. the ongoing war between the two small nations to the south. The Lanku kingdom had established an overwhelming advantage, and Nalin's original nation, Yaminik, was unlikely to survive the winter. Avisu naturally wished to prevent Yaminik's annexation, as allowing another nation to grow stronger while losing one that could be utilized for leverage did not align with Avisu's interests. Consequently, following discussions between Su Lian and Isha, it was discreetly proposed that Tatel of the 17th Army, under military identity, suggest that Avisu covertly support Yaminik. Additionally, due to the magical vehicles, Isha also attended the meeting and proactively proposed that the military supplies offered for covert assistance included the commonly used weaponry of their territorial private army. This proposal genuinely astonished most attendees. At a time when Prince Isha's influence was rapidly surging, he was willing to deliberately weaken his private army to secure benefits for the kingdom of Avisu. It was indeed commendable, as he was the most beloved and trusted brother of His Majesty the King, always thinking of his brother even when profiting. Observers noted that while Isha was reaping profits, he had no thoughts of rebellion. Rather, he was assisting the kingdom while voluntarily reducing his private army's strength. Isha's proposal garnered praise from numerous military leaders. After all, the magical vehicles had already bestowed immense advantages upon them, and voluntarily reducing the strength of the private army alleviated significant pressure. Ultimately, if Isha truly desired rebellion, it would be the kingdom's military forces that would need to be suppressed. Unbeknownst to them, the proposed reduction of commonly used weaponry by Isha was, in fact, a reference to arms that were on the verge of being phased out. Both the armor and conventional weapons were slated for significant obsolescence in the near future, and thus, their disposal now would serve to diminish vigilance against the kingdom and military. As time flowed steadily onward, Su Lian found himself nearing the end of the first term. Su Lian sat in a corner, yawning with boredom. The reason was simple. This lesson was related to magic, and he had originally intended to skip it. However, due to the overall poor performance of the class in preparation for the upcoming exam, the irate teacher Jay had mandated that no one was permitted to take leave or skip class before the final test. How many times must I reiterate this? The rocks generated by earth magic, the water produced by water magic, are they consumable or drinkable? They are all merely elements temporarily coalesced through magic. Without the maintenance of magical energy, they will swiftly dissipate and revert to their original elemental forms. How can you warriors make such mistakes? Teacher Jay exclaimed in frustration, slamming his palm on the lectern. This is one of the fundamental principles of magic in this world. All entities coalesced by magic will revert to their elemental forms over time without a continuous supply of magical energy. That scenario of a thirsty individual in the desert drinking magically conjured water may seem plausible at first, but eventually, that water will dissolve back into its elemental state, rendering it utterly ineffective. Only the magician themselves can sustain the existence of the water with their magical power. And this question about whether a magician can master all schools of magic, let's not even discuss the question itself. Can any of you recall seeing a powerful magician who has mastered every school of magic? Even our kingdom's esteemed archmage, aside from their 3 primary schools, has only achieved the level of a grand mage in the other 3. Human physiques and talents vary. No matter how intelligent a person may be, it is impossible for them to master alchemy, potion-making, mechanics, politics, history, geography, and the like simultaneously, is it? Can you all think carefully about this? If you make mistakes on such questions, I truly wish to bring in a senior mage to give you a reality check. Teacher Jay was genuinely exasperated. This was also one of the fundamental principles of magic in this world. Su Lian himself had a certain understanding. Although he had already mastered the 7 foundational elements along with the ice and wood elements at the high mage level, he could only proficiently wield 5th-tier offensive, defensive, and auxiliary magic in the 4 elements of wind, fire, water, and earth. However, Na Lin remarked that his proficiency was already rather exceptional, as even she, a 6th-tier grand sorceress, had only mastered blood magic as her sole offensive and defensive auxiliary magic. She had only achieved proficiency in the dark, wind, and water elements at the 5th tier. Consequently, Na Lin jokingly pointed out that Su Lian, with his bloodline as a werewolf, was more adept in magic than she. A vampire of the bloodline, Su Lian suggested that it might be attributed to the royal bloodline of Avisu, as indeed, every member of the Su-Man royal family was a magician. Next came the issue of magical incantations. The manner in which spells were chanted determined the school of magic and, consequently, its characteristics and power. The mainstream incantations in our kingdom are of the Elven school, with a small fraction utilizing the Dragon language school, which is also relatively common across the continent. This should be easily recognizable to you, as you have likely heard many of your fellow magician classmates chant them. However, you must also remember the other schools. This will determine whether you choose to engage in sustained combat or opt for a temporary retreat. The Word Magic School, the Oracle Magic School, and the Special Blood Curse School all represent extremely dangerous forms of magic. If you encounter a magician of any of these 3 schools, you must retreat immediately unless you are absolutely certain of victory. Teacher Jay stated with utmost seriousness, even amplifying his voice through magical means. The gravity of his words awakened all the students, simultaneously capturing the attention of Su Lian and Na Lin. The Blood Curse category he referred to encompasses the magical incantations utilized by the Blood Clan, and certain exceptionally perilous races also employ such spells. Moreover, blood magic is entirely guided by the incantations of the Blood Curse category, and some curse spells also utilize this particular school of magic. The classification of magical incantations is indeed a crucial criterion for assessing the degree of danger. However, teacher, only a select few perilous races possess the ability to wield spells from these 3 categories. Correct? Would they ever share their incantations and magic with others? A student raised their hand to inquire. The representative of the magic word category, a race of demons that has been nearly exterminated, now forced to survive in the remote eastern islands. The representative of the divine decree category, a nearly invisible race of witches residing in secretive places, the representative of the blood curse category, a blood clan that has become almost undetectable. Having faced numerous encirclements, what if you were to encounter them? Teacher J retorted. The inquiring student was momentarily taken aback. While the witch race that employs divine decree magic might be manageable, encountering demons and blood clan members wielding their bizarrely potent spells would likely result in their deadly silence to maintain secrecy. The classroom fell into a hush. Thus, it is imperative to remember the classification of magical incantations, as it stands as one of the best means to gauge the capabilities of others. Teacher J asserted while tapping on the blackboard. Chapter 58. The classification of magical incantations. What then are the chanting characteristics of these three categories? The textbook does not specify. Zhuang Sandy curiously raised a hand. That is to prevent you from haphazardly using the incantations from the textbook. Their spells are not the optimized versions suitable for humans passed down by the elf and dragon races. Without a specific bloodline or conditions, reckless usage may lead to injury or even death. Teacher J explained, how terrifying. Zhuang Sandy's expression turned fearful. Merely using them could result in death. What an eerie and dreadful category of spells. At this moment, Rex couldn't help but glance at Na Lin seated across the room. Here was someone capable of genuinely wielding blood curse category spells. So, blood magic is truly that fearsome. This is also a compulsory topic for every final examination, so I shall only recite it for you once. Remember the beginning and the end to avoid any attempts to try the complete incantation. Teacher J noted, to prevent students from misusing them, the complete and powerful incantations will not be included in the textbooks, nor will they be recited in full during oral instruction. The students earnestly took out their notebooks and pens. Make sure to remember this. It not only aids you in examinations, but also concerns your ability to retreat and preserve your lives when faced with danger. Teacher J emphasized once more. The students nodded in agreement. First, the magic word category, standard incantation format. By my magical power, I release. Incinerate all worldly things with the magic flame. Obey our commands, heed our summons. Teacher J began to chant with a faint magical energy, conjuring a weak, dark purple flame at his fingertip. Is this the flame condensed from the magical incantations of the demon race? Indeed, the color is distinctly different, and it appears quite unsettling. Quickly, remember the beginning and the end. All magical incantation categories share a characteristic. Regardless of how the middle portions may change, or even if the beginning and end are altered, the overall rhythm and manner of chanting remain unchanged. This is immutable. If everything is altered, it would indicate the ability to cast spells without chanting, and what is spoken would likely mislead the enemy with fabricated nonsense. Their incantation characteristics involve releasing magic through their own magical power and commands. Consequently, ordinary individuals cannot control the magic released under such conditions. Commanded magic is akin to a wild beast that cannot be tamed. It may annihilate enemies but could just as easily consume its wielder. Teacher J stated gravely, simultaneously dissipating the dark purple flame from his fingers. So, this is the magic word category. It certainly aligns with the tyrannical nature of the demons as described in legends. Sulian took heed. His previous tutor had merely mentioned it, but he had never been shown the true incantation. After all, demonstrating such a thing could lead to dire consequences. Teacher J must have performed this demonstration numerous times, and only by utilizing such faint magical energy was he able to dare to showcase it as a human. Did you all take note? Those who did not can refer to their classmates. Teacher J scanned the room. The students he observed nodded in response. Then let us proceed to the divine decree category. This category is one you must remember. Those capable of using divine decree magic are solely the legendary witch race. They are a lineage favored by the deities, and they are the only race capable of mastering all forms of magic without issues of talent or physical constitution. Their average lifespan far exceeds 1,000 years, purportedly beyond what even dragons can compare to. With their exceptional talents and ample time, they delve into the magical arts they wish to study. Teacher J added. What are their racial limitations? Sulian inquired directly. Powerful races often possess certain flaws, much like the dragon's poor reproductive capabilities. That is an excellent question. The greatest flaw of the witch race is that they are all witches, with no males among them, rendering their reproductive methods unknown. Teacher J replied. The students were taken aback. The witch race is indeed entirely composed of witches. There is not a single male. they certainly appear enigmatic and formidable. Sulian furrowed his brow. Is the concept of witches here so vastly different from that of my original world? Vampires and werewolves share commonalities, yet witches in this world are regarded as a race blessed by deities, and their magical incantations are distinctly classified under the divine decree category. It seems that if common races arise in the future, I must not judge them by the standards of my original world. However, a long-lived race proficient in all forms of magic, I truly wish to witness this. If there are no further questions. Teacher J again surveyed the room. Confirming that there were no issues, he stated, listen closely to the divine decree incantation. Fire, take form, descend. Teacher J recited it directly, this time without conjuring any flame in his hand. The students reacted, Is this truly the complete incantation? It seems so simple. This is the divine decree category, which can be said to release the desired magic as if summoned by a deity. The only drawback is that one must maintain a certain solemnity during the chanting. It cannot be recited in an overly rapid manner. Teacher J explained that it is indeed that simple. The straightforwardness of the chanting method seems to convey no sense of threat. However, they distinctly felt that Teacher J had summoned the same magical energy as when invoking the magic word category. Yet there was no reaction whatsoever. This means that casting this spell as a human is exceedingly challenging. The difficulty of successfully casting an incantation often determines the strength of the magic. Indeed, the divine decree category magic is rather fearsome. This simplicity should be easily remembered. So let us now move on to the final category, the blood curse category. Teacher J took a deep breath, seemingly preparing for something. Blood curse magic is highly perilous. Some curse spells may also apply, but I will refrain from using curse types here to avoid any unforeseen incidents among students, so I will employ blood magic based on myself. Teacher J was exceedingly cautious. Upon hearing this, some students nervously swallowed. Listen closely. Teacher J's voice resonated. Flame. I offer my life's blood, beseeching the release of the ultimate flame. Based on blood, unleash the grandeur of the fire's might. Incinerate. A small flame ignited at Teacher J's fingertips, quickly expanding and coalescing into a large mass of dark red flame. Immediately, Teacher J swiftly waved his arm, cutting the connection between his fingers and the magical flame with his magical energy, even employing ice magic to generate mist to extinguish the magical fire. Rex voiced his confusion. This is blood magic. Should an ordinary person dare to unleash fire magic based on their own blood? Without timely severing the magical connection, they would likely exhaust their own blood as fuel. Teacher J stated, somewhat unnerved. The reason he hastily severed the magic after releasing it was due to the fear of the magic continuously consuming his own blood. This is no joking matter. What a terrifying magical incantation. Rex was frightened. The other students nodded in agreement, clearly acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Even those magic students who might have considered experimenting privately now lacked the courage to pursue this. This is no longer mere magic. It is tantamount to self-destruction. This is also the reason why the Blood Clan has faced extermination throughout history, as both their blood combat techniques and blood magic consume their own blood. Consequently, they seek ways to reduce consumption, leading them to the idea of utilizing the blood of other races as substitutes. Vampires drink blood. Werewolves consume blood and flesh. Thus, they obtain a bizarrely amplified magical power, far exceeding that of other categories of spells. This is also very easy to remember. Should you hear of a magic that requires a blood offering, run, not merely retreat. I strongly advise you to flee. Teacher J emphasized once more, given the bloodthirsty and perilous nature of this magic, along with the temperament and condition of the practitioner, it is likely the most dangerous among the three categories of magical incantations. The students nodded in unison, indicating their understanding. Only in the corner, Sulian, along with Na Lin sitting by the window with Shuang Sandy, appeared quite indifferent. Teacher J noticed this and frowned slightly. It was difficult for him to directly address Na Lin. But, Sulian, have you remembered the dangers of blood magic? I specifically invited you to attend class today, so do not let anything slip your mind. Teacher J pointedly called out. Have I drawn attention due to my overly calm demeanor? Perhaps I should feign a bit next time. Remember, the perilous blood magic incantation, which demands a sacrifice of blood, is indeed a dangerous form of blood curse magic, akin to certain curses that require a sacrificial offering or catalyst. However, It is noteworthy that curses are generally cast in secrecy. After all, a mage attempting to openly invoke a curse is likely to be dispatched before their spell can even take effect. Su Lian humorously added this remark, eliciting laughter from his classmates' point. One can easily imagine that a curse that requires a gradual expression of power would likely result in the caster being slain by a warrior before they could finish chanting the incantation. To cast a curse openly is undeniably foolish. It seems you possess a comprehensive understanding of this subject, which is commendable, Jay instructed with a nod of approval. He evidently believed that Su Lian had studied relevant knowledge. Hence his lack of surprise or fear was entirely reasonable. The classroom atmosphere was significantly uplifted by Su Lian's words, and it was hoped that the students would remember these lessons even after their laughter subsided. Now, let us continue with the lesson and listen attentively. Jay clapped his hands on the lectern, bringing the class back on track. However, Su Lian soon found himself once again submerged in the rather tedious course content, struggling to suppress a yawn. Even the magical incantation schools that piqued his interest could, in his view, be likened to programming languages from his past life. The elven, draconic, beast worship, and earth-shattering schools, along with the magical speech, oracle, and blood curse schools, are but languages through which magic is realized. Language, in essence, serves to program and execute commands. The elven and draconic languages used by humans have been translated into more accessible forms, while the magical speech, oracle, and blood curse languages remain untranslatable for ordinary individuals due to incompatibility with their physical hardware. Chapter 59. The arrival of summer vacation class dismissed, marking the final lesson of the afternoon. Su Lian was just about to head to the library when Lian Zhaosandi called out to him. This young lady had shown no signs of giving up over the past semester, especially after that fellow, Connie, transferred abroad. Not only Zhaosandi, but all the female classmates gazed at Su Lian with newfound interest. Initially, Su Lian had considered feigning closeness with Na Lin to encourage Zhaosandi to relent. However, she was one to relish the drama and offered no assistance, thus he hesitated to approach Na Lin. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly turn around, creating a scene of him pursuing her, only to be gently rejected. "Is there something on your mind?" Su Lian inquired. Zhaosandi, adept at employing close approach tactics, inquired about academic matters, her intentions quite transparent, except for a certain lowly-like elder. It seems you have some knowledge about blood curse magic. "Could you enlighten me?" Zhaosandi asked. "I have a study session scheduled shortly, but I can share some insights on the way back," Su Lian replied, politely declining. "Oh, very well," Zhaosandi said, somewhat disappointed, yet she followed him out of the classroom. The distance from the classroom to the library required a leisurely stroll of over 3 minutes. During the walk, Zhaosandi earnestly questioned him about blood curse magic, but her focus waned as they progressed. Revealing that her original intent was not merely academic, Su Lian noticed, but chose not to address it. Lian Zhaosandi was still intent on speaking up. "What is it?" Su Lian asked. "You mentioned your home is in the Alef district. Do you have any plans to explore other places during the summer vacation?" Zhaosandi inquired, summoning her courage. The Alef district is home to the city of Peter, corresponding to the administrative divisions of the Avis Kingdom, which are districts, towns, and villages. The Alef district is situated centrally along the western coastal edge of the Avis Kingdom, facing the island of Cindy, also known as the Cindy district. Su Lian was aware that Zhaosandi hailed from the southern region of the Avis Kingdom, adjacent to the Lanso Kingdom and the Spy Kingdom, specifically the Bozio district. "I will be accompanying my uncle on adventures, so I won't have much time to relax," Su Lian regrettably stated. "I see. You should have a few days off at the end, right?" Zhaosandi pressed on. "That remains uncertain. I don't know if he will take me far away," Su Lian replied. "All right then, if you happen to visit Bozio, do come and find me for some fun," Zhaosandi ventured one last time. "Certainly," Su Lian smiled. Zhaosandi nodded happily. "I won't disturb your study session any longer. Goodbye." They had now reached the entrance of the library. "Goodbye," Su Lian replied. The young lady left with a semblance of joy, despite not achieving her desired outcome, yet she had managed to foster a hint of anticipation. Upon entering the library, a voice chimed in. "To think you would be toying with such an adorable girl, truly a scoundrel at heart." It was Na Lin's voice. "You, who hastily made your way to the library to eavesdrop on others' conversations, lack the authority to chastise me," Su Lian retorted. Having already noticed Na Lin, he and Zhaosandi walked at a slow pace, as she had been deliberately dragging her feet to spend more time with him. while Na Lin had swiftly arrived at the library ahead of them. Men always have excuses, Na Lin remarked in a mature tone. Cruelly rejecting a lovely girl can be quite a source of inner guilt. It is best to wear down her patience gradually, and she will eventually relent. Su Lian found himself agreeing with this perspective. He harbored thoughts for both himself and Zhao Sandy, acknowledging that there were indeed several nobles at the school, and the attention directed towards him was, in a way, quite safe. Wow, such a grandiloquent justification for being a scoundrel, Na Lin scoffed. If there's nothing else, let us discuss this inside. Su Lian dismissed her remarks, preferring to redirect the conversation. Na Lin did not press the issue further and followed him to the third floor of the library. The library of Polaris Academy boasts an extensive collection, encompassing a wide array of texts from the Avis Kingdom. Even if the original works are absent, there are often printed copies available. Therefore, unless one seeks particularly rare volumes, they are quite likely to find what they need here in the basement. There exists a category of forbidden books that require special permission to access, including tomes on blood curse magic. What are your plans for the summer? Na Lin asked, echoing the same question. Adventuring, Su Lian simply replied, placing the selected books on the table. Yuminic? Na Lin guessed correctly. Who knows, perhaps it will be the Lanso Kingdom instead. Su Lian, can you take me with you? Na Lin asked. No, Su Lian responded. Ugh, how dull, Na Lin replied. Clearly, Su Lian and his companions intended to covertly intervene in the conflict between the Lanso and Yuminic kingdoms, doing everything in their power to safeguard the Yuminic kingdom from being absorbed by the Lanso kingdom and thereby strengthening itself. The concept of summer vacation had essentially ceased to exist for Su Lian. From the moment he chose this path, he had no intention of turning back. Following the final examinations, Su Lian passed with unremarkable scores, both in practical and written assessments. Na Lin fared similarly, as they both maintained a low profile in their endeavors. Due to these various minor successes, the commendable Na Lin, little Su Lian, my beloved grandson, you finally brought your adorable granddaughter-in-law home from the academy. I have missed you dearly. Upon returning home, a silver-haired elderly lady, still somewhat unfamiliar to Su Lian, embraced him warmly. Beneath her seemingly frail exterior lies formidable strength, rendering Su Lian incapable of escaping her grasp. She is a pure-blood werewolf, Phenomena Lycong. Her aged appearance is a deliberate fade, designed to maintain a semblance of youth comparable to Isha. However, her personality is somewhat difficult to describe. For instance, she holds a profound affection for her grandson Su Lian and also cherishes her granddaughter Sevilla. Yet, her attitude towards her son Polly is rather indifferent, merely reflecting a standard mother-son dynamic. As for her daughter-in-law Avi, since the day Avi returned to the estate, Grandma Phenomena has yet to acknowledge her even once. Furthermore, she is an ardent shipper, having already decided that Na Lin is to be her granddaughter -Laud in essence. She is a relative whom Su Lian finds utterly perplexing. Grandma, I've told you countless times as a boy. I'm quite agreeable to beautiful girls, but you must also consider the feelings of the girls. Su Lian exclaimed as he finally wriggled free from his grandmother's embrace. Doesn't little Na Lin like our little Su Lian? Grandma Phenomena inquired. She likes him very much. He's definitely the boy she holds the highest regard for, Na Lin stated with utmost seriousness. See, even Na Lin says so. Grandma Phenomena became even more excited in her eyes. There simply are no high-regard males, right? Does being the tallest among the short ones count? Su Lian could only roll his eyes. Na Lin, meanwhile, chuckled softly, accustomed to her personality. You need to seize the moment, little Su Lian. How will you pursue girls in the future? Grandma Phenomena said earnestly. But I'm only 12 years old, Su Lian replied, exasperated. Perfect. It's the right age to start pursuing girls. When you reach adulthood, you can marry directly. Grandma Phenomena exclaimed, as long as you're happy, Su Lian conceded. Indeed, the older generation's marriage pressures seem consistent across any world. Have Grandpa and Father not returned yet? Su Lian shifted the topic. Humph, don't even mention those two. Little Su Lian just brought his granddaughter-in-law home today, yet they couldn't wrap up their business beforehand and are only returning tonight, Grandma Phenomena huffed. That's quite all right. Being busy indicates everything is going smoothly. If they had nothing to do, that would be far more troubling, Su Lian remarked approvingly. He had a fair idea of what his grandfather and father were preoccupied with. What about Sevilla? I returned with toys and delicious treats for her. Su Lian inquired. In truth, he wished to ask where his mother, Ai Wei, was. Yet he knew that grandmother did not favor Ai Wei, so he could only direct his question to Sai Weiya. She had been taken to play in the backyard. Grandmother Philomena's tone, as anticipated, had grown notably colder, particularly regarding Sai Weiya's mother, a sentiment she was unwilling to articulate. Well, I shall take my leave, Su Lian remarked, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. That moment, Na Lin also joined them, as she frequently returned each week to play with Sai Weiya, almost making Sai Weiya forget her brother. Su Lian, however, he did not mind overly much. As long as his sister was happy, that was sufficient. After all, he, as her brother, was preoccupied with studying and researching various matters, neglecting his duties as an elder sibling. So having Na Lin to assume the role of an elder sister was quite agreeable. Besides, Ai Wei had always been by Sai Weiya's side, and Uncle Ryan would be keeping a watchful eye in the shadows. Before long, night descended. This evening boasted both a full moon and a waning crescent, and with the summer sky already dazzling, the estate under the gentle glow of lights presented a charming vista. The family's delightful and bountiful dinner was indeed an enviable scene. It was only after the meal concluded that Su Lian, in a moment of exasperation, asked Na Lin, "Why did you come to spend the summer at my home?" In truth, he had long wished to voice this complaint. "Because I have nowhere else to go," Na Lin responded defiantly. Su Lian regarded her with a look of disdain. "Are you afraid that Swasang Di will discover you rejected her? Yet allowed me to stay at your house for the entire summer?" Na Lin teased. "I merely admire your audacity, Miss Na Lin. Your ability to behave as if you belong in someone else's home is truly remarkable." Su Lian remarked, "As long as you understand," Na Lin replied, puffing her chest with pride, unashamed. Su Lian felt a mix of resignation, but ultimately relented. He had initially intended to invite her to stay, as his studies in blood magic required continuity, yet she showed no semblance of a guest demeanor and had simply followed him home for the holidays. Grandmother Philomena's ability to serve as their matchmaker was largely attributed to Na Lin. "Are you planning to come along to observe?" Su Lian suddenly asked, somewhat inexplicably. "That of course, this is my first encounter," Na Lin said, her curiosity piqued. "Do as you wish. Grandmother will not refuse your company," Su Lian replied, aware that he had significant matters to attend to that night. Chapter 60. Awakening in the Aliev district, the kingdom's fifth largest prison, Duvalongsa. The legal system of the Ai Wei Su kingdom possesses a rather unique characteristic. Even though nobles within their fief possess legislative authority, the incarceration of any prisoners must be managed uniformly by the kingdom. The rationale is to ensure the ongoing supervision of the legal integrity across various territories, preventing excessive deviation from fundamental moral standards. Therefore, no territory may establish private prisons. That night, Isha brought Su Lian to this location, selecting his prey. As the heavy alchemical metal doors creaked open, they arrived at the area designated for death row inmates. The individuals here were all guilty of heinous crimes warranting their confinement, whether they were mages or warriors, and even nobles could be found among them. Generally, death sentences in the Ai Wei Su kingdom are not executed immediately, as sometimes these condemned individuals serve special purposes, even for experimental fatalities. In the eyes of this nation, once a death sentence is pronounced, the condemned has already forfeited their rights as a human being. For example, certain crimes, such as the murder of children, can result in an immediate death sentence. For such vile perpetrators who obliterate a child's future, even a torturous death is deemed lenient, thanks to this straightforward and brutal legal framework. The number of death row inmates in the Ai Wei Su kingdom is relatively low, yet many are kept for long-term confinement as potential reserves. "Choose one. This will be your prey," Isha said indifferently. He harbored no fondness for death row inmates, fully aware of the nature of those confined within. Someone younger would be preferable. "How about that man in that cell?" Su Lian suggested, pointing at a particular cell. At Isha's nod, the guard swiftly dragged the frail man from within. "Who are you? What do you want?" the man exclaimed in terror. "Good expression. You're the right choice," Su Lian affirmed with a nod. "Please, my lord, sign here and specify the intended use for the condemned." The guard presented a small booklet. "Understood," Isha replied, signing with a flourish. The man's fate was sealed. "Very well, please ensure that his remains are returned within the stipulated time frame to confirm the reasonableness of your intended use," the guard stated. "Understood," Isha replied, knowing that even nobles of his stature could not whimsically torture death row inmates for amusement. This was not truly about protecting the condemned, but rather about preventing the release of certain twisted desires harbored by nobles. "Wait, please don't kill me. I'll do anything you ask, just don't kill me," the man pleaded desperately, but a swift kick from the guard rendered him unconscious with practiced ease. "Let us depart," Su Lian instructed as they left Duvalongsa prison with the condemned. Outside the prison, Polly and grandmother Philomena awaited, accompanied by Na Lin, who had tagged along out of curiosity. "I said a man. I expected little Su Lian to select a more attractive female," grandmother Philomena remarked. Slightly surprised. "Does it make a difference?" Su Lian queried. "The effect is the same," she shrugged. "Then it matters not," Su Lian concluded, choosing not to elaborate further. Isha cast a spell, and the four of them, along with the death row inmate, soared back to the St. Peter's territory. They did not return to the estate, but instead arrived in the mountainous forests where their military research institute was located, positioned on the mountainside. They were perfectly aligned to bask in the light of the full moon, while the crescent moon was shrouded by the mountain. "Are you ready, young Su Lian? Let us hope you can follow through." Grandmother Philomena inquired. "I am prepared," Su Lian affirmed with a nod. Once confirmed, Isha awakened the bound death row inmate, who, upon regaining consciousness, looked around in terror at the eerie, desolate forest surrounding him. "What do you want from me?" "Please, don't kill me. I'll do anything you ask, just don't kill me," the condemned man begged, his fear palpable. When Isha signed the documents, Su Lian glanced at the reason for the man's death sentence. It was straightforward. During a burglary, he had murdered a woman and nearly killed her child, who was fortunately saved in time, resulting in his death sentence after 4 years of imprisonment. "All I need to do is kill you. It will be over soon," Su Lian stated coldly. "No. Please don't." The man continued to plead. Su Lian silenced him with a wave of his magic, coldly observing him while conjuring an icy blade that shimmered ominously in the moonlight. He aimed to instill profound fear of death in this condemned soul, a prerequisite for the complete awakening of his werewolf lineage. According to Isha and grandmother Philomena, Su Lian was undergoing a normal awakening process, evidenced by his self-healing abilities. Yet, he still lacked the final crucial element to become a true werewolf and to cultivate the blood combat techniques effectively. In ancient times, werewolf bloodlines would typically conduct their awakening ceremonies by capturing a human, orc, or dwarf to slay and consume their blood and flesh. Vampires employed similar methods, but today's bloodlines had long abandoned these rituals. Under constant persecution, they dared not employ such means that would incite enmity with other races. However, one fundamental requirement remained. A complete awakening necessitated blood, and not merely a simple offering of blood from others, but rather blood derived from one's own act of killing, infused with the terror of the slayer. Thus, the current bloodlines would actively seek their enemies, or as Isha had done, they would target condemned prisoners. Up until now, Su Lian had never taken a life. "If you're afraid, grandmother can assist you. If the effect is lacking, simply kill a few more," grandmother Philomena suggested at that moment. "Ts, not that. I was merely feeling a bit contemplative," Su Lian replied. "Contemplative?" Isha and the others expressed their confusion. Indeed, he was contemplative. As he reflected, the thought struck him. He intended to wage war, and had resolved to do so long ago, yet thus far, he had not killed a single soul, even during his previous adventures. He had only slain some magical beasts. He truly wondered from where he derived the courage to initiate a war. Was it due to his royal bloodline? The royal blood that lay dormant within him, yearning for conquest? Just like now. Despite knowing that the icy blade in his hand was about to extinguish the life of the man before him, he felt neither fear nor guilt regarding the act of killing. Was this the outcome of his werewolf lineage? Killing, it seemed, posed no issue for him now. In fact, he felt he could easily take a life, even if the individual before him was not someone destined for execution. He recalled that in his previous life, he had hesitated even to kill a chicken, feeling a pang of sympathy. When did I become this way? Was it from the day I crossed over into this new life? Or from the moment I inherited the royal and werewolf bloodlines? Or was I always like this in my original world? In a world that ostensibly champions peace, I find myself suffocated, my true emotions stifled. What is it that brings me a sense of comfort in such thoughts? I truly feel as if I am no longer a person of normalcy. The ice blade in my hand rises as I approach the condemned man before me, swinging the blade with a swift motion, because I whoosh, Blood erupts from the neck of the executioner, splattering onto Su Lian, who stands there, frozen in terror, his gaze fixed upon me. I in this desolate, shadowy forest, beneath the luminescence of the full moon. He seems to perceive a boundless intent for brutality and slaughter emanating from my eyes, alongside an incomprehensible yet profoundly intimidating fear. I shall become the ruler of this world. What he witnesses is not merely the awakening of a werewolf, but the emergence of a king. Su Man Lien Del, the awakening. At this moment, Su Lien bathes in the sanguine essence of fear and carnage. Under the moonlight, his body undergoes a violent transformation. First, the color of his pupils shifts. Once a dark blue, they now blaze crimson, exuding an eerie glow that reveals his brutal bloodlust. Su Lien lets out a primal roar. Ursha immediately unleashes her magical power, removing the corpse of the condemned while leveling the surrounding trees. The bright moonlight shines unimpeded upon Su Lien. His hair, body, and skin begin to transform rapidly. His silver hair shrinks, muscles swell, and his skeletal structure contorts into a hybrid of man and beast. His hands morph into claws, nails extending into sharp talons, while the blades on his feet rupture his shoes. The metamorphosis rends his clothing as his skin becomes cloaked in a dense, silvery fur, each hair sharp as a needle. Resilient as wire, his visage contorts into that of a wolf, fearsome fangs protruding from his mouth. The once diminutive Su Lien transforms into a towering beast, standing nearly 2 meters tall, a wu, accompanied by a terrifying howl. Su Lien completes his awakening. He becomes a werewolf. Meanwhile, in distant, mysterious realms across the world, in places endowed with foresight, the celestial panorama reveals a new star. The prophetic holy flame ignites anew. The trees that foresee the future bloom with buds. All are manifestations of one truth, the awakening of a new king in this world. The new sovereign of a chaotic era has emerged once more. From whence does he hail this time? Let us hope he is not yet another human king. They too have sensed the birth of the new monarch. Chapter 61. The awakening of Na Lin. Can you maintain your sanity, young Su Lien? Grandmother Philomena inquires. Su Lien retracts his sharp claws into a fist. Yes, I can control it. He nods slightly, realizing that his voice has transformed entirely, now resonating with a rough, cruel timbre. Moreover, there lingers a sense of disorientation regarding his current body and mental state, both feeling profoundly alien. How remarkable. I was prepared to knock you unconscious, yet you maintain your composure, even controlling your freshly awakened form. Philomena expresses her astonishment. What is the situation? Ursha queries, puzzled. In our clan, even pureblood werewolves typically lose their sanity during their first kill. Without control, they are likely to devour their victims, remaining in a state of savagery until dawn. Philomena elaborates. Is Su Lien's case uncommon? Polly inquires. Indeed, it is quite rare. There are few who retain their sanity, but to maintain it while also controlling their true form is something I have never witnessed. Philomena scrutinizes Su Lien earnestly. This initial transformation into a werewolf, accompanied by self-control, is astonishing for one with merely a quarter of werewolf blood. I apologize for the earlier error. Even if he possesses an innate strength that surpasses the mere quarter he inherited, it is indeed formidable. You have not encountered such a being? Surely, there must be many werewolves now? Ursha wonders. Although the Blood Clan has faced numerous purges, the number of werewolves and vampires lurking in the shadows remains significant. After all, with over 100 nations, both human and beast, there are bound to be many hiding places. Awakenings are monitored by higher bloodlines, and all outcomes are reported to the major clans. Those who awaken independently, without oversight, are often discovered due to their violent rampages and subsequently exterminated. Presently, among the werewolves of the past 2 centuries, there has been no one like young Su Lien. Perhaps in the last 500 years, there may have been, but our Lycaon clan has none. Conversely, I am aware that Na Lin's father, Augustus, was also able to retain his sanity and control his true form upon awakening as a vampire. Philomena states, her gaze shifting to the now approaching Na Lin. Su Lien also looks at her. Is Na Lin's father in a similar predicament? Oh, is my useless father truly that impressive? Na Lin responds with a tone devoid of emotion, clearly harboring no fondness for her father, regardless of his prowess. May I attempt an elementary blood combat technique? Su Lien asks, retracting his claws, feeling assured of his control. You may try. Aim at that rock over there. Philomena instructs. Very well. Su Lien turns to face the boulder. He attempts to harness the strength of his true form's legs, crouching slightly before launching himself with his claws extended. Blood combat technique. Blood claw. Su Lien dashes through the rock like a bolt of lightning, shattering the massive 6-meter boulder into countless fragments that scatter in all directions. To wield such power with an elementary technique at your level of mastery is impressive. Young Su Lien, this is indeed your first transformation into a werewolf. Philomena cannot help but commend him once more. This must be the prowess of a starlight warrior, no? Ursha remarks with a smile. At full strength, even an ordinary 5th-tier moonlight warrior would likely not stand a chance against young Su Lien. Polly adds with satisfaction, I suppose I can no longer contend with him. I must cease my bullying. Na Lin expresses her disappointment. Su Lien internally sighs, realizing she truly is a little feline, relishing in the opportunity to pounce upon him, her elder. That is because little Na Lin has yet to awaken, Philomena bluntly points out. Na Lin has not yet awakened? Su Lien inquires, somewhat taken aback. Even Ursha and Polly are surprised. Has she not already attained the level of a great mage in blood magic? How is she still unawakened? Is this truly surprising? Do you envision me as the type to heed my useless father's bidding and indulge in the cruel acts of bloodshed? Na Lin retorts, it appears that her years of remaining a great mage stem from not only a lack of focused research into potions and alchemy, but also from her unawakened state. Su Lien quickly connects the dots, realizing that her previous reasons were merely excuses. It seems her reluctance to awaken as a pure vampire stems from more than just her bloodline. She has consciously chosen not to embrace it. In other words, I never expected you to possess such kindness. I apologize for my previous subconscious misjudgment. Su Lien. Na Lin, until now, has never taken a life, perhaps even abstaining from blood consumption to aid her training. Ugh, please refrain from using that cruel tone to express such vile sentiments. It gives me goosebumps. Na Lin scoffs in disgust. Your shy demeanor is hardly endearing, Su Lien. You are the one who is shy. Na Lin responds, a hint of irritation creeping into her voice. Well, you appear somewhat cuter now. Su Lien nods in satisfaction. Humph. Na Lin crosses her arms, turning her head away. Indeed, even Na Lin possesses a side befitting her youth. Does little Na Lin require awakening? I could have Ursha find another condemned man. With my presence, I can manage any unforeseen circumstances and potential instability. Philomena suggests in fact, Philomena had arrived a month prior, but withheld Su Lien's awakening due to his schooling. If he could not control his werewolf powers, it would be disastrous should any incidents occur at school. Now that summer has arrived, he has ample time to manage subsequent situations, though it seems Su Lien has no need for such concerns. His control over his werewolf form appears to be quite exceptional. I will pass, as I can continue to train in blood magic normally. Na Lin asserts her refusal. Observing her demeanor, it is evident she still resents her father's bloodline. Despite understanding that awakening could render her significantly stronger, with years of accumulated potential, she could even ascend to the 7th tier of Great Mage. Yet, she remains ensnared by the influence of her wretched father. Unable to make the right choice, it is unbearable, truly intolerable. She resembles my former self, having forsaken the path of her father's legacy, despite possessing exceptional knowledge, choosing instead to immerse herself in her own pursuits rather than utilizing their resources to tread the same path they walked. Clearly, one could engage in the realm of mechanics, establishing a company and embarking on entrepreneurial ventures, thereby securing superior economic prospects and a more capable team to delve into personal interests, with ample funds, knowledge, and even connections at one's disposal. Yet, the former self refrained from taking action, merely out of a desire to avoid becoming akin to those one despises. Grandfather, Su Lien exclaimed. Isha inquired, puzzled. Bring another condemned prisoner for Na Lin. Preferably a young female, Su Lien stated directly. That is, of course, no issue, but Isha glanced at Na Lin. Please refrain from making decisions for others, all right? I have no desire to awaken any vampiric true form, judging by your appearance. It would surely be hideous post-awakening, Na Lin retorted, displaying her resistance. Is it the vampiric true form you detest? Or is it August? Su Lien asked coldly. Na Lin. Look at me and answer. Su Lien gazed intently at Na Lin. his current brutal werewolf visage accentuated by his terrifying crimson eyes. What on earth? Such a frightful appearance. How could anyone dare to look at you? Nalin averted her gaze, evasively. Even if you realize I am manipulating you, you willingly remain in my home, even going out of your way to create a favorable impression on grandmother, simply to leverage our formidable power for the opportunity to exact revenge on your father later. Am I wrong? Su Lian stated plainly. We may assist you, but are you truly willing to confine your aspirations to mere utilization of us? Answer my question. Do you loathe the vampiric true form, or August? That father you despise? Su Lian pressed once more. Why do you concern yourself with my affairs? I simply do not wish to awaken. Humph, Nalin declared, turning away without a backward glance. Su Lian made no attempt to pursue her. Merely calling out from a distance. 12 years is merely your exterior, not your essence. Contemplate your goals and resolve, Su Lian. Nalin continued onward, vanishing into the depths of the night-shrouded forest. Witnessing this, Isha shook his head with a hint of resignation. As did Polly. Honestly, young Su Lian, I believe your inner self is entirely unlike your exterior, Polly remarked earnestly. Indeed, to be so young yet know how to provoke girls. How long will it take before you find my granddaughter-in-law? Philomena stated with sincerity. Grandfather, please fetch Nalin. I shall await her here. Su Lian did not respond to them. Isha paused briefly, then nodded. Very well. Isha then proceeded to Davalansa prison to seek a suitable target for Nalin, while also retrieving the body of the condemned prisoner. Meanwhile, Su Lian reverted from his werewolf form and donned a new outfit, awaiting Nalin's return. Polly, concerned about the situation at home, opted to return rather than continue waiting. Shortly thereafter, Isha returned home after acquiring the new condemned prisoner, leaving only Su Lian and Philomena in the forest. Should Nalin return to the manor, they could inform Su Lian that waiting was unnecessary. Yet, with no sign of her return, then, hey, Aunt Philomena, what will I become after my true form awakens? Nalin's voice echoed from the depths of the forest. Chapter 62. The Three Generals. Awakening signifies slaughter. This is why. Despite numerous purges throughout history, the bloodline, which has seemingly vanished from the eyes of the world, continues to evade existence as an ordinary race. As a scion of the bloodline, Su Lian would not offer any excuses for his identity. Killing is killing, and he remains acutely aware of this. After all, the bloodshed he is destined to cause is far from negligible, so much so that it may become impossible for him to remember, or even become desensitized. If he cannot discern such matters, his future self may very well lose himself amidst the carnage. The first night of this summer vacation would undoubtedly leave a lasting impression on Su Lian and Nalin. The following day, is grandmother not coming? Su Lian inquired. At this moment, they had boarded the magical train heading towards the capital of the Avisu Kingdom, Smo. Your awakening is quite stable, and even mixing blood into your breakfast today did not trigger wolf transformation. Clearly, you are in the clear. Conversely, Nalin should exercise caution. Although she was conscious last night, she could not control her vampiric true form as you do. Isha. They were on their way to the capital's military department to discuss forthcoming assistance for the Yaminic Kingdom. Control, Su Lian murmured, repeating the word. What is it? Isha asked, puzzled. Nothing, merely lamenting my unexpected aptitude. Su Lian smiled. Just a reflection, perhaps it is not solely I who can maintain clarity and control during awakening. Right, Nalin? Do not be overly pleased. Today, we are headed to the military department, where those fearsome individuals will exert considerable pressure. Are you certain you wish to attempt this so early? I believe operating from the shadows would serve you well. Isha earnestly suggested. Our nation is quite stable, but that does not imply the absence of hawkish elements. If I do not showcase my value and qualifications in advance, it may prove challenging to garner their support. We must approach the matter of undermining the kingdom with utmost seriousness. Su Lian. Well then, young Su Lian, do your best. Isha chuckled, no longer dissuading him. They were not merely attending a meeting that evening. The capital of the kingdom. The Central Military Department of Smo. Those present for the meeting that night were primarily high-ranking officials from the military department, including General Monslow, who had previously contacted Isha regarding the magical disaster incident. In the Avisu Kingdom, military ranks and noble status are separate. Upon retirement from the military, one may be granted a title, but while in service, no titles or lands are bestowed. This serves as a safeguard to prevent commanders from gaining excessive power. Similar to the distinction between noble private armies and the kingdom's military authority. Among the military power of the kingdom, aside from the king, the highest authority is divided among 5 individuals. Of these, 3 stand out in terms of both prestige and real power. Internally, General Alva Monslow. Externally, General Field Caroling, hereditary, General Kyler Butler. These 3 were also present today. General Monslow is primarily responsible for commanding the kingdom's major military groups. Tasked with addressing various domestic natural disasters and potential rebellions, in simpler terms, he is in charge of internal stability. Conversely, Caroling possesses the most formidable command over military groups, always prepared to confront external warfare. He is a true hawk. As for Butler, he hails from the Butler family, which has held hereditary military power since the kingdom's founding 3 centuries ago, conferred by the inaugural king. This family has consistently produced capable individuals for this role, all of whom remain loyal to the kingdom, allowing their military groups to be restructured or replaced at any time. Tonight, he also represents the king at this meeting, and his stance reflects the military department's position. Prince Isha, we have stated that this meeting is of utmost importance. Why have you brought your grandson along? General Butler directly questioned. Due to his close ties with the royal family, he was the only one among the generals and army leaders present. Aside from Tatter, who was acquainted with Su Lian, I believe it necessary for Lyander to attend this meeting. Isha replied nonchalantly. What is your reasoning? Butler pressed, his imposing presence and pressure bearing down on Su Lian. Remarkably, without the use of fighting spirit, he could still exude such an intimidating aura in this time of relative stability. Truly, the only family with hereditary military power in the kingdom. Allow me to briefly introduce myself to the esteemed generals. Su Lian declared, enduring Butler's pressure and performing a standard noble greeting. The audience was momentarily taken aback. He withstood it. This sensation, was it from a magic sorcerer and a starlight warrior? The dual cultivation of magic and martial arts had enabled him to reach the 5th and 4th tiers at this age. Something they had never heard of before regarding Prince Isha's grandson, and a wonder, he could withstand the pressure. But this alone would not suffice to sway Butler. I am Suman Lyander, having graduated from the Ain's Military Academy at the age of 10 and completed my studies at the Knight Research Institute at 11. I am currently enrolled at the Polaris Academy, utilizing the Academy's resources to research mechanical matters. The bionic spider mechanical puppet previously submitted by grandfather Isha to the kingdom was designed and manufactured by me. Through the improvement of the magical puppet manufacturing concept, you should be able to comprehend the operational practicality of a reconnaissance mechanical puppet equipped with 8 mechanical legs in various complex terrains. Su Lian introduced himself succinctly, coupled with a recent noteworthy invention. Although it was actually produced with the assistance of Uncle Cam and others, here it was clearly presented as his own creation. Oh? Quite impressive, yet that does not suffice to grant you the right to remain here. Butler remained unyielding. His exceptionally assertive demeanor suggested that he deemed Su Lian's minor invention insufficient to warrant his presence in such a place. General Butler, I do not presume to claim superiority over anyone present in terms of qualifications to sit here. However, there must be a place for me in this assembly, Su Lian stated confidently. Looking directly at Butler.in, the face of Butler's 8th-tier holy warrior strength, and the unique aura of a military man, Su Lian's demeanor was entirely unlike that of a pampered 12-year-old noble. What is your qualification? Butler demanded. If you cannot articulate it, even before Isha, I shall have you thrown out. General Caroline has also spoken up. At this moment, Monslow remained silent, yet it was evident that he tacitly approved of Caroline's actions. With esteemed generals such as yourselves employing the magical vehicles I have invented, is that not sufficient qualification? Su Lian inquired. There was a subtle shift in the expressions of all present, and their gazes turned towards Isha, seemingly seeking his stance to validate the claims of his grandson. Oh? They did not ridicule me immediately. This truly took me by surprise, Su Lian remarked with a smile. We are soldiers, not those worthless noble politicians. You may not be aware, but your grandfather Isha is quite cognizant. He would not dare to jest about such matters lightly, Butler stated solemnly. Your Highness Isha, since you personally brought him here, can we assume that his words hold some truth? Monslow finally ventured to ask. Indeed, otherwise, why would I have personally sent him to Ain's when Liendel was merely 8 years old? From the moment he first demonstrated the magical vehicle to me and Polly, He made it clear that this could be utilized for military reform, regarding civilian use as merely a means of transport in peacetime. Isha replied. A proud smile graced his face, one that even evoked envy among those present who had children or grandchildren. Ah? I have indeed heard whispers regarding your grandson's time at Ein's Academy. Caroline chuckled, a hint of menace in his demeanor. It was clear that he relished the presence of those with a fervor for warfare. Truly a hawkish disposition. Regrettably, I am currently too young. Otherwise, I should have joined your command, General Caroline, alongside my contemporaries like Brother Walker upon graduation. Su Lian jested. At-12, you are still 2 years shy. There is no rush. Caroline laughed, an unusual glint flashing in his eyes. As a scion of royal blood, Su Lian could enter the military at the age of 14. If what you say is true, even I must respectfully acknowledge you as a genius. A genius of war. Butler regarded Su Lian with an indifferent gaze. Thank you, Su Lian replied. However, our kingdom currently has no plans for external warfare. Thus, following your graduation from Ein's Academy, would you be interested in serving as a logistics advisor in our military? Butler inquired. Hey! Caroline slammed his hands on the table twice. To send him to your moldy logistics? A talent such as this is to be squandered on you. Perhaps he would be better suited in my research department. Monslow suggested. That has nothing to do with you, Caroline retorted, visibly irked. The other army commanders discreetly sipped their water, having discerned that their respective superior generals were vying for Su Lian's allegiance. The ability to invent magical vehicles and subsequent war machinery. Along with entering the military academy at 8 and graduating smoothly 2 years later, while being lauded by his peers as a genius, none of the generals wished to let such a prospect slip away. Especially Caroline, who harbored a pronounced inclination towards warfare. As for why they could believe so readily, the reason was simple. They did not entirely accept that the magical vehicle was indeed Su Lian's invention. However, setting aside the vehicle, Su Lian's remarkable achievements and his calm demeanor in the presence of the 3 great generals already signified that he was worthy of their attention, meriting their efforts to recruit such a genius into their ranks. Yet, aside from Tatel, no one was aware that Su Lian, upon turning 14 or rather after graduating from Ein's Academy, had no intention of joining any military faction of the kingdom. He, along with Prince Isha, intended to wage their own war. Chapter 63. The necessity of concern. Although the 3 generals engaged in some disputes over Su Lian's allegiance, tranquility soon returned. Normal topics of discussion subsequently unfolded. Regarding assistance to Yeminik, the best and most traditional method they could conceive was to have their troops don the uniforms of the Yeminik army while participating in battle, thus coordinating with various supplies to balance the combat strengths of both sides. At least until the onset of winter. While Lanku and Yeminik were to their south, they remained situated in the northwestern part of the continent. Entering winter would essentially signify a ceasefire. Should they fail to secure victory this year, the kingdom of Lanku would find it exceedingly difficult to launch new military campaigns the following year. Supplies posed a significant challenge. Your Highness Isha, you previously proposed that aside from equipping your private army, you would also support a newly developed weapon to be included in this assistance, correct? Butler inquired. Precisely. It was also developed and realized by Lian delegate if necessary. We can experience its power right now. Isha replied, It sounds like a weapon of considerable lethality. You dare to manufacture such a thing? Caroline immediately became intrigued. This is it, Su Lian stated as he retrieved the item from his magical ring, gently placing it on the conference table using his magical energy. This action startled many, for it resembled an explosive bomb, utilizing a very antiquated design akin to that of Goblin explosives. The aura of threat emanating from it was palpable to the military personnel present. What is its power? Butler furrowed his brow, somewhat dissatisfied but choosing not to dwell on it excessively. It employs specially refined alchemical powder for loading, with a casing made of specially crafted alchemical metal, supplemented with explosive magical inscriptions on a brand new weapon. Even if deployed on the battlefield, the Kingdom of Lanku cannot accuse us of involvement. With subsequent iterations and upgrades, it can be used normally in the future. As for power, this device, which I have dubbed the Nostalgic One, guarantees an explosive force equivalent to a 6th-tier fire attribute area spell. This is currently the limit of what I can produce. The other Nostalgic Ones I can mass-produce possess only 5th-tier power. Su Lian succinctly explained. The army commanders present, all possessing a minimum of 7th-tier Battle King strength, naturally did not fear the possibility of an unexpected detonation. Instead, they observed with keen interest. What is its magical detection level? Caroline inquired. Magical detection level refers to a term related to reconnaissance radar. In the battlefield of this world, mages are quite common. While few can cultivate magic, and even fewer can reach the higher echelons of magic mastery, some indeed exist, especially area spells, which are devastating to soldiers predominantly composed of ordinary folk. To counter this, specialized magical devices are designed to detect incoming magical intensity based on magical fluctuations. The detected level is referred to as the magical detection level. It employs a third-tier explosive magical inscription, so its detection level is only third tier. Additionally, it can be airdropped from a height. By the time the enemy detects it, their formation would likely be too late to disperse. Su Lian stated. Indeed, let us use this. Caroline decisively slammed the table. A concentrated formation, even if hit by about 10 fifth-tier explosives, should result in casualties exceeding 1,000. If the quantity is sufficient, we may not even need to provide substantial military assistance. Butler nodded in agreement. His acknowledgement also represented the king's stance. Next, they began to devise a detailed plan. Originally, there should have been a need to allocate personnel from various corps, but it was now evident that only a small number of individuals would be required to assist in deploying the bombs. However, some were puzzled as to why Su Lian insisted on personally deploying the explosives. Do you wish to experience the battlefield in advance? After all, he is the sole grandson of Prince Isha, and he will undoubtedly ensure his safety. There is no need for the generals to intervene excessively. Once there, the location will be determined at the request of the Yemenic faction, so it suffices to send someone to confirm that Su Lian executes the plan as required. The day following the deliberations, Su Lian and Isha returned to the territory of St. Peter with the relevant materials provided by the military headquarters. The journey back to the estate was surprisingly smooth. Much to Su Lian's astonishment, did they agree to let you personally go to the battlefield, or did they not insist on you inventing something? Isha inquired. Perhaps both. Do they regard my youth as a reason for leniency? Or do they harbor other intentions? Su Lian speculated. Take a guess. Isha chuckled, not rushing to provide an answer. As your grandfather, your current image remains amiable. They trust you, and consequently, they trust that I will not act recklessly in such matters. Additionally, arrangements have been made for someone to accompany you, who can intervene should any unforeseen circumstances arise, so you need not worry. Moreover, they are already aware of this new weapon and can swiftly implement corresponding measures for defense. Thus, there is no urgency regarding the detailed production of such weaponry. Given that I have requested the materials, they merely need to monitor our territory's procurement of these materials to assess whether we are clandestinely producing them in large quantities. Therefore, everything remains within their controllable scope, which is why it is proceeding so smoothly. Su Lian articulated his thoughts. Very astute. That is indeed the case, Isha responded, visibly pleased. Almost? Where does it fall short? Su Lian pressed. Because you still do not comprehend their fondness for talent. They are curious to see to what extent you can excel, Isha explained. I see. Su Lian began to grasp the situation. Upon reflection, if he had a promising junior with considerable talent, even if there were some risks involved, it would be worthwhile to allow them to attempt it. Witnessing the growth of a protege and eventually bringing them under one's guidance is indeed a fulfilling endeavor. After all, everything remains within their control. However, they may soon experience a slight disappointment, for what I intend to experiment with is not this underdeveloped nostalgic device. This is my design intended for creating rocket artillery, not for use as grenades, Su Lian said with a smile. Shaking his head, then I shall preemptively wish you success in your experiments, little Su Lian, and I hope you will not bear any psychological burden as a result. Isha expressed a touch of concern. It must be acknowledged that what Su Lian is undertaking is, quite frankly, killing many people. Isha is also aware that having chosen this path, Su Lian will inevitably face more such outcomes in the future. Warfare is bound to involve casualties. Nevertheless, even now, Isha wrestles internally with whether to permit his 12-year-old grandson to engage in such actions. Grandfather, the blood coursing through my veins is that of the Suman royal family, established through conquest, as well as the bloodline of the bloodthirsty werewolves renowned for their slaughter. Do you truly believe such concerns are warranted? Su Lian countered. Isha gazed at his grandson, whose deep blue eyes concealed a thirst for bloodshed and ambition to conquer the world. This grandson, who time and again surprises him and sometimes even feels somewhat unfamiliar, seems indeed not to warrant such apprehension. Then I shall simply await your success, little Sulian, Isha said with a smile. Certainly, Sulian replied, also smiling. 3 days later, after returning from the capital's military headquarters, Sulian remained at the estate. Isha had informed him that there were individuals secretly monitoring him on behalf of the military, thus he could only feign working on the development of new weaponry at home. Consequently, during this period, he was unable to leave the estate for other pursuits. However, this was not entirely disadvantageous, as it allowed him to learn blood combat techniques under Philomena's guidance. Each night, Sulian and Na Lin would practice blood combat techniques together. And should any issues or emergencies arise, Philomena would intervene promptly. The latter part of their training involved Na Lin instructing Sulian in blood magic. It must be said that blood magic is indeed powerful, yet also perilous. The purest form of blood magic is guided entirely by one's own blood, yielding formidable blood attribute magical attacks, defenses, or enhancement effects. For instance, the blood scythe magic favored by Na Lin is a unique weapon magic. Similar to the formation of ice swords, lightning spears, or fire bows, the hallmark of such magic is the absence of fixed levels. It strengthens in accordance with the user's capabilities. If a god-level existence were to wield this type of weapon magic, even a 7th-tier spell cast without incantation would possess the power to obliterate most forged weapons. Conversely, the blood scythe weapon formed through blood magic necessitates a certain quantity of one's own blood as a catalyst. While it can be reclaimed after use, if the blood scythe is destroyed, the blood will become tainted and irretrievable. For those not of the bloodline, their control over their own blood would be feeble. Or they may lack any aptitude for blood attributes, which could lead to their demise should they exhaust their blood while utilizing this type of pure blood magic. Similarly, even the relatively less dangerous blood curse magic, often regarded as the common elemental magic employed by vampires, still relies on one's blood. Just as Professor J demonstrated previously. Within the estate under the night sky, Sulian appeared somewhat uncomfortable. The enhancement blood magic, conflicting with the blood combat techniques. It cannot be easily stacked like other enhancement-type combat skills and magic. Sulian inquired, feeling the blood within him roiling, akin to boiling water. Now you have a vivid impression, yes? In the future, do refrain from attempting such things, Philomena replied with a smile. She had not intervened when Sulian expressed his desire to do so, intending for him to endure the pain to ensure he would not misuse it thereafter. It seems that since both require the utilization of blood, when both fighting spirit and magical power are drawn from it, it leads to chaos within the blood. Even when used separately, the two enhancement forms, both guided by blood, may still conflict, Na Lin hypothesized. It is no wonder that vampires and werewolves do not prefer to intermingle. Even among bloodlines, their abilities can clash, Sulian seemed to understand. Yet you are progressing remarkably in your studies of magic. You have already mastered all the intermediate blood magic I taught you, and you can even unleash the weapon magic at a high tier without incantation. Your normal incantation can achieve up to the 5th tier. Na Lin expressed her astonishment. Sulian had begun studying blood magic when Philomena returned, yet it had only been a little over a month. Within such a brief period, he had acquired more than 10 intermediate magic spells and over 30 low-tier spells, prompting even Na Lin to concede the terrifying nature of his talent in this regard. Could it be that he is a magical prodigy? But he is only a 5th-tier mage. Peers of his age who are considered geniuses should have already reached the 6th tier, Sulian mused. The attribute magic of blood curses merely alters the activation conditions. Its essence remains the manipulation of elemental attributes and magical power, which I am already proficient in as a low-tier common magic user. So it is not difficult for me. Sulian maintained his confidence. That is indeed true, Na Lin conceded with a slight nod. Pure blood magic is truly challenging. I have only mastered this weapon magic at the 5th tier. And the formed longsword can last no longer than 5 minutes, Sulian admitted, feeling a tinge of disappointment. You have only been learning for a little over a month. What more do you expect? Na Lin retorted, rolling her eyes. Let us take a break. You have only recently awakened. Frequently tapping into the power of blood is not beneficial for your body, Philomena suggested at that moment. Sulian and Na Lin nodded in agreement, temporarily entering a state of rest. Seeing this, Philomena smiled with satisfaction. As she sensed Isha's presence outside the training grounds, she proceeded to approach him. How goes it? Isha inquired. Our grandson truly possesses remarkable talent. Not only has his werewolf bloodline awakened perfectly, but even without utilizing his true werewolf form, he is adept at grasping and learning blood combat techniques. Although he has only been formally learning for a few days, he has already made commendable progress with the basic stances and activation of fighting spirit. Philomena praised highly. Is there a chance he could attain your level? Isha asked with a smile, clearly pleased by the compliment. To reach the level of a war god, you understand that it cannot be achieved solely through talent. However, given his disposition, it seems merely a matter of time. It will depend on his prioritization of training. Philomena stated earnestly. Is it merely a matter of time to become a war god? Such a conjecture from someone of Philomena's stature, a werewolf war god, is nearly definitive, Isha remarked. What of Na Lin? He inquired further. Na Lin has average talent in blood combat techniques. However, reaching the rank of War King, 7th tier, is not an issue for her. Becoming a holy warrior may pose challenges, especially under the dual training of magic and combat. As for the war god rank in such a scenario, it can only be pursued based on her prolonged service. Nevertheless, her magical talent is indeed strong. She may soon break through to the rank of high mage. Philomena commented candidly. That is also commendable. Should her character withstand the trials, I would not object to her becoming my granddaughter-in-law. Isha expressed his satisfaction with Na Lin. Even though she outwardly appears to be the leader of the CP, and is quite willing for Na Lin to become her granddaughter-in-law, she is utterly uncertain whether this can actually come to fruition. This is precisely the essence of Xiao Sulian, which is why I hope he attends the academy to gain a deeper understanding of the emotional exchanges between individuals. Throughout his life, he has never truly made a friend, seemingly viewing all his peers as rather immature. As for Na Lin, I was already quite surprised by her existence, even if she is not a bloodline vampire. She is, thus far, the only peer with whom Xiao Sulian genuinely wishes to communicate, even if she does not strictly qualify as his contemporary. Ursha finds herself somewhat helpless regarding Sulian, in his past life. Sulian was much the same. Perhaps in his early years, when his parents fostered a warm family atmosphere, things were better, but once conflicts arose, his personality changed accordingly. In school, he was the child of a wealthy family, a reclusive academic zealot who only pursued his own interests, with little concept of friendship. After university, he became entirely engrossed in various bizarre mechanical modifications, unwilling to engage with others. Even when he did interact, it was purely out of necessity or to serve a utilitarian purpose. For instance, if he desired firearms, he would strategically befriend relevant individuals, and once his objectives were met, he would assess whether they still held any utility before deciding to maintain contact. His family's influence and the personality he cultivated destined him to become a peculiar individual who tinkered with machinery alone in his past life, ultimately leading to his own explosive demise. Now, in this lifetime, blessed with a loving family, he indeed cherishes his relatives, yet he still maintains a distant demeanor towards others. Is that why you have yet to inform him about her mother and grandparents? Philomena remarked with an indifferent expression. Perhaps we should wait until he truly comprehends emotions before addressing that, Ursha sighed. What if he inquires about it? Philomena interjected. He won't ask, for he is quite astute. Ursha replied, Is that so? Philomena gazed at Sulian, who was meditating opposite Na Lin in the moonlight. Intelligent, aware of boundaries, and possessing the fundamental traits of decency and etiquette, he seems to lack any significant flaws. However, after this month of interactions, you should have realized that Sulian, whether towards you, me, or even Polly and Ivy, and even the recently introduced Selena, regards us all as equals within his family. He exhibits the politeness, respect, and affection characteristic of ideal family members. Yet, he is merely maintaining the facade of this connection. Ursha's tone was tinged with resignation and a hint of helplessness. Deep within, despite being a grandson who could be deemed superior and a source of pride, he feels an inexplicable sense of estrangement. I can sense that, whether I am a werewolf, a warrior of great strength, or even an ordinary villager, our dear Sulian treats me with the requisite attitude one would expect towards a grandmother. It feels as though he acts this way out of obligation to family, rather than from genuine affection. Philomena has also sensed this. Sulian regards them as cherished family, but merely as those who should be cherished. There is a distinction between should and must. However, it matters little. Philomena suddenly smiled. This is merely a bittersweet form of happiness. Consider those young scions who only argue with their elders or cause trouble. Our little Sulian is truly exceptional. Indeed, Ursha chuckled. Conversely, I believe Na Lin's situation deserves more serious contemplation, especially considering the troublesome Augustus. Philomena's expression grew slightly grave as she spoke. Chapter 65. The matter of blood having concluded his meditation, Sulian was the first to open his eyes. Has it ended so soon? Ursha and Philomena quickly realized that Sulian must have contemplated something significant. Grandmother, I have a question, Sulian inquired. Did you think of it during meditation? Go ahead. Philomena and Ursha approached him together. The power of blood magic and blood combat skills lies in the potency of blood itself. Similarly, blood curse magic, which is also based on blood, benefits from this. Regardless of whether we are werewolves or vampires, our self-healing abilities are limited, which is why we once hunted other races to obtain blood power, correct? Sulian asked. Precisely, consuming blood and flesh is the swiftest method. Moreover, the stronger the target, the greater the blood power we can acquire. Philomena did not shy away from this topic. What about magical beasts? While I have no aversion to killing due to awakening my werewolf bloodline, I find it impossible to consume blood and flesh. However, I feel I could manage it if it were magical beasts, Sulian queried. Naturally, the blood and flesh of magical beasts are temporarily condensed, making them unsuitable for consumption. But theoretically, breeding magical beasts should be acceptable. It is possible, but you must heed one crucial point, Philomena cautioned. What is it? Sulian pressed. You should understand that magical beasts are called such because their core power stems from their condensed magic core. Consequently, their elemental power is exceedingly singular. Consuming too much blood or flesh from any one type of magical beast can lead to chaos in your internal elemental forces, Philomena explained. So, if I attempt to consume magical beast blood and flesh to gain blood power, I must prepare a variety of beasts to maintain elemental balance, Sulian grasped. Yes, thus if you find yourself in urgent need, you may use magical beast blood and flesh as a temporary measure. But not as a long-term power source. Of course, I also do not recommend you hunt other races, as this would undoubtedly invite persecution, and you have grown up with a human identity, which will weigh heavily on your conscience. The method by which you obtain blood power will gradually render you increasingly bloodthirsty and uncontrollable, Philomena elaborated. Understood, Sulian nodded. In other words, if I encounter an emergency or deplete my blood power, I can hunt magical beasts for supplementation. Although it is temporary, it is effective. If I feel it negatively impacts my health, I can subsequently hunt other attribute magical beasts. The notion struck him as oddly reminiscent of maintaining a balanced diet. However, if such a thought had occurred in his past life, it would have been utterly chilling. Speaking of which, Na Lin is truly remarkable. You have yet to consume blood, right? Even without fully awakening, you have managed to cultivate to the level of a grand sorcerer. Philomena praised. At that moment, Na Lin had also ceased her meditation and was attentively listening to their conversation. It's not too bad. After all, I began learning blood magic at the age of 7, even without fully awakening. I still possess a relatively pure bloodline, so normal cultivation poses no issue, and I can learn the other blood curse magic as well, Na Lin responded nonchalantly. To be honest, Na Lin, your situation suggests that you should begin consuming blood. Prolonged abstinence from blood power is not beneficial for a vampire. Ordinary blood will suffice. You can find someone to purchase it from through a normal transaction, Philomena advised. I'm not particularly keen on doing that. Na Lin replied reluctantly. My father is a scoundrel of a vampire. I shouldn't have to engage in such vampiric activities. Na Lin, Sulian frowned. He quickly understood that her reluctance stemmed from her father. I know. You re so annoying. Na Lin responded unhappily. Is blood from fellow vampires unacceptable? Sulian inquired. If a vampire gives their blood to another, it signifies making the recipient their dependent, thereby placing them under the control of blood power. This is an inherent ability of our kind, akin to how elves can naturally fly, Philomena explained. Oh? Na Lin regarded Sulian with a curious expression, seemingly questioning whether the older man wished for her to become his dependent. Can this control be enforced? Sulian continued without acknowledging Na Lin. Yes, if there is a significant disparity in strength between the two parties. However, do not undertake this lightly, as subsequent issues can be quite challenging to manage. Philomena cautioned. What do you mean? Sulian pressed. Firstly, the eye color of dependents will change. This can only be concealed through disguises. Additionally, dependents will experience a continual thirst for blood, leading them to potentially act out uncontrollably, necessitating more frequent access to blood power than us vampires. Therefore, we must regularly provide our blood to our dependents, colloquially known as feeding the dependents. In the past, we would utilize our dependents to assist in hunting, and when necessary, they would become our prey. This is one of the reasons other races regard us with trepidation, phenomena elucidated. Does this imply it becomes inconvenient to maintain disguises? Indeed, if one were to use such a power. Careful consideration is essential, Sulian pondered seriously. However, Phenomena suddenly chuckled. Sulian and Na Lin exchanged puzzled looks. What are you looking at? I warn you, do not bite me. Na Lin turned her head away defiantly. Such matters are futile if I simply bite you. Su Lian couldn't help but feel speechless. In any case, it is strictly prohibited. Na Lian. Su Lian shook his head helplessly, realizing that at times, Na Lin indeed retained a youthful aspect. Beside him, Phi Luomi Na shared his exasperation. But upon reflection, considering the lifespan of bloodline werewolves, it was not surprising that she still possessed such youthful thoughts and ideas. However, if blood is required, it would naturally be better to have someone stronger. Right? Su Lian inquired. Indeed, Phi Luomi Na. Teacher Mei Wei Si should have visited the military factory yesterday, right? She would likely agree to provide a bit of blood, Su Lian mused. Wow, so pampered. Phi Luomi Na. Enough, Granny. Su Lian. Clearly, an ordinary person would suffice. Yet, he deliberately chose a female powerhouse, which indeed gave the impression that Su Lian was overly indulgent towards Na Lin. Yet, Na Lin was aware that Su Lian's thoughts were merely focused on what was best for her. And by collaborating with her, he would also secure better benefits for himself. Coincidentally, I ought to visit the magical vehicle factory tomorrow as well. As a genius mechanic, I could stroll through my own factory during my leisure time. The military wouldn't suspect anything, would they? Su Lian. Yes, Cam had wanted you to go over yesterday. He has something for you to check out, Isha. Very well, let us go together tomorrow. Su Lian glanced at Na Lin. It matters not. Na Lin. The military personnel naturally recognize Na Lin, as she is an exchange student from Ines.as for why she stays at Prince Isha's residence during the summer break instead of returning to the Yaminic Kingdom. That is her own affair, especially since Prince Isha's grandson, Lian de Air, is her classmate at the Polaris Academy. What business do you have meddling in her family matters? The following day, as Su Lian and the others made their way to the magical vehicle manufacturing plant, Na Lin, under Phi Luomi Na's guidance, went to find Mei Wei Si, while he directly headed to the military factory to seek Uncle Cam. Little boss, you have finally arrived. Come see the self-propelled magical cannon improved from your original tank design. I still feel this cannon's power could be greater. Otherwise, it seems somewhat lacking. Uncle Cam immediately pulled Su Lian over upon his arrival. Reduce the attack range to increase power? Su Lian quickly discerned Uncle Cam's intention. The magical cannon is a magical projectile formed from pure elemental condensation, and like most magic, its power diminishes with distance as the magical energy weakens. Truly worthy of being the little boss. What do you think? Uncle Cam inquired. You can do as you please, Uncle Cam. Just keep the cannon structure separate from the vehicle structure, and I will provide you with a new cannon design later. Su Lian replied. New designs? Uncle Cam's eyes brightened instantly, and he leaned in closer. Come on, give me a hint? Not in a rush. Just follow my instructions and ensure the mobility exceeds that of a normal Dalita. Su Lian chuckled. TCH, boring. Then let us proceed with the cannon improvements as I suggest. Uncle Cam agreed. Also, those students you recruited from the academy seem rather eager. Are you sure they won't leak any information about what happens here? Uncle Cam questioned. Currently, our private military has reached 20,000. And how many tanks and planes are stored in the underground warehouse? Su Lian asked with a smile. Counting the operational ones, perhaps over 1,000? Maybe 2,000? Uncle Cam seemed unconcerned about this. How many kingdom troops and Dalita mechs are stationed across the strait in the Cindy district? Su Lian countered. Also a little over 20,000. Uncle Cam suddenly realized, wait, Cindy Island, right across from the Aliev district where Peter Saint is located. Although divided into districts, its area is not much larger than that of Peter Saint, so it means. Uncle Cam exclaimed as the realization dawned upon him. You all plan to have us build a warship there from the start, not just for securing sea transport and subsequent offensives against Yaminic or Lanku, huh? Uncle Cam exclaimed, realizing they had already devised an escape route. Once the kingdom notices their intentions and still perceives them as a threat after negotiations, they will directly seize Cindy Island. With absolute air superiority, Capturing Cindy Island within 3 days would likely pose no problem at all. Julian signaled. Uncle Cam immediately understood, smiling knowingly, as if to say that the big boss and little boss certainly enjoyed playing with fire. Chapter 66, Revelation. Continuing to address subsequent issues, including Senior Josh, who had agreed to join their ranks in the future, and they had negotiated his graduation salary and related matters. However, his research remained quite challenging to actualize. For instance, the most practical question was whether ice elements in frigid conditions could be easily transformed into fire elements. Transformation? It is possible, but it requires the consumption of magical energy for harmonization. Where does the magical energy come from? Magic cores, magic crystals, natural magic stones, and magical storage devices can suffice, but none of these are affordable for commoners. Moreover, the issue lies in the fact that if I already possess magical energy, why not simply generate fire elements directly? My current research focuses on creating magical artifacts to conserve the magical energy consumed in the transformation, ensuring that it is at least lower than the energy required to create fire elements directly. By combining this with devices that slowly store magical energy, it would facilitate better element transformation. In this manner, it could essentially meet civilian needs, allowing our kingdom's populace to keep warm in winter without resorting to firewood. Continuing to optimize, reducing costs, and increasing efficiency, I cannot guarantee sustained heating throughout the day, but at the very least, it should ensure warmth during the night. However, for junior students like you who desire rapid element transformation, that seems unfeasible. Either the efficiency would be negative or insufficient. Josh hesitantly stated his dilemma. Creating something for civilian use seemed plausible and, at present, quite successful. If he persevered in his research, he would undoubtedly produce excellent civilian element transformation methods, enabling winter heating and summer cooling, in simpler terms. He would be akin to the inventor of air conditioning and heating systems. He may not be the first to do so, nor the first to minimize costs while enhancing efficiency for the sake of civilians. However, he was indeed fortunate to encounter individuals like Su Lien who were willing to fund such seemingly trivial endeavors, because engaging in such matters requires a magician with alchemical and related knowledge. And in this world, noble magicians rarely concern themselves with issues pertinent to commoners. Even when there are those who do, the time and financial resources required for research are burdensome for most. In a world so vast, with over 100 nations and regions, there must be affluent magicians who share similar aspirations, right? However, once developed, who will popularize it? The production process still demands magicians, incurring labor costs. The magical artifacts themselves necessitate material costs. Even if they manage to create something amidst such expenses, how many commoners can afford to purchase it at the most economical price? Those with a bit of wealth can easily buy copious amounts of firewood or even directly use charging magical devices. Why would they opt for your complex new contrivance? To elevate the standard. That would be even more unnecessary. Those with greater wealth could likely hire someone to establish magical arrays in their homes. Or perhaps they can afford to support a magician themselves. Therefore, the magical element transformation holds little value in this world. Magicians have no need for it, commoners cannot afford it, the middle class disregards it, and the wealthy overlook it. Come this way. Su Lien did not directly respond to Josh, gesturing for him to follow. Josh, somewhat perplexed, complied and followed Su Lien to the cafeteria of the military factory. They entered the kitchen, and in response to Josh's bewildered gaze, Su Lien began boiling a pot of water. "What are you doing?" "Using fire elements to assist in the heating process," Su Lien replied. "Oh." Josh utilized fire magic to expedite the boiling process of the large pot of water. Su Lien then casually tossed a radish at Josh's arm. "Does it hurt?" Su Lien inquired a little. "If it were a stone, it would be more painful." Josh still did not quite grasp what Su Lien was trying to convey. "So why do you think it hurts?" "It is not an attack formed from elements or magical force. Yet it has the power to cause you pain?" Su Lien questioned. This caused Josh to pause, his fire magic momentarily wavering. "Focus on the heating." Su Lien tossed another radish. Oh. Josh quickly steadied himself. "Remember, Senior Josh, what I am about to tell you must not be shared with anyone else without my permission, including your research team." Su Lien pointed the radish at Josh. "Understood, Junior. I want to say a word." Josh nodded vigorously. His mind began to spin with numerous conjectures. Our world, due to the existence of elements, leads everyone to initially rely on condensed fighting spirit and magical power, especially since these two forces can reach apocalyptic levels at their peak. Thus, people often overlook another kind of power that has always been present in our lives, one that we continuously utilize yet disregard. Pure physical force. Su Lien moved the radish in his hand, preparing to throw it. Throwing objects, ordinary punches and kicks, the power of wielding weapons. Josh quickly comprehended. Correct. In terms of weaponry, what do you think is the best application of this power? Su Lien asked. Throwing weapons? Josh tentatively suggested. Indeed, the traditional catapult, alongside the archers that every army possesses, has been wielding such power for ages, yet why has it gone unnoticed? Su Lien inquired. It is because this is something that has become exceedingly commonplace in life. Akin to the necessity of eating and drinking, it is simply a routine application. The catapult and the bow merely expand upon this mode of utilization, Josh asserted promptly. One must admit, as a researcher, his thinking is impressively flexible and diverse. Precisely, it is a power so ordinary that it is overlooked. Su Lien mused with a hint of nostalgia. In my previous life, bows and catapults, at their core, are merely the most fundamental kinetic weapons. Long before, let alone in this world of magical energies, where elemental forces far surpass kinetic energy, who would pay heed to such minor kinetic applications? Thus, Su Lien comprehended why. Even in the present day, this world remains oblivious to the limits of kinetic energy. For magic and martial energy, elemental powers are undeniably formidable. These dynamic, physical forces, let us provisionally refer to them as physical energy or kinetic energy. Su Lien stated simply, kinetic energy. To put it plainly, Josh replied. Su Lien chuckled. Although he had deliberately offered another term, Josh still opted for kinetic energy. The water has boiled. Cover the pot. Su Lien abruptly shifted the topic. Oh, Josh responded, albeit uncertain of the reason. He complied. Thanks to his fire magic assisting in heating, a large pot of water quickly reached a boil. Even after the fire magic was withdrawn, the flames below continued to blaze, keeping it bubbling. Clang, clang, clang. The steam incessantly pressed against the pot lid, producing such metallic sounds. Josh glanced at Su Lien and then at the pot lid being lifted by the steam, as if beginning to grasp something profound. Observing this, Su Lien directly posed a question. Without anyone moving the lid, what force is bestowing it with kinetic energy at this moment? Su Lien queried. He understood that it should be referred to as mechanical energy. Yet this world lacked such a definition, so he used this term temporarily. It the flames burning below, the fire elemental energy. Josh's expression gradually clarified. It seemed as though he had glimpsed something. Was there a special magical artifact involved? Su Lien asked. No, Josh replied. Was there any additional magical energy employed? Su Lien continued. No, Josh reiterated. Then what was utilized? Su Lien inquired one final time. Firewood. Simply the fire elemental energy produced from burning firewood continuously converts and provides kinetic energy. Josh's tone grew increasingly animated. Su Lien smiled with satisfaction. This was precisely the outcome he desired. He put down the radish in his hand and, using magic, tossed the discarded radish tops into the refuse pile. Although I have not thoroughly delved into your research and am unclear about the specifics, I hope this insight proves beneficial to you. Return and continue your studies, future inventor of historical significance. I have high hopes for you. Su Lien gently patted Josh on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. Lord Lien, I shall return to my research right away, Josh declared solemnly before turning and excitedly dashing out of the kitchen. His mind was now brimming with a multitude of thoughts that he needed to experiment with and explore one by one. And do not address me in such a way again, Su Lien said, feeling a bit embarrassed as he touched his nose. Go be honest. Although he felt that he had prompted Josh, he still felt a tinge of guilt for having appropriated the wisdom of his predecessors from his past life. However, as for Lord Lien, I must admit, I prefer the title Lord Su a bit more, Su Lien mused to himself with a smile. Content. He departed the kitchen, leaving behind a pot of boiling water that would undoubtedly perplex the chefs who entered afterwards. Subsequently, he met with the senior students he had recruited from the academy, assisting them with various issues or simply engaging in idle chat to foster camaraderie before leaving the military factory with satisfaction, taking with him a portion of the nostalgic items. Although Uncle Cam wished for him to take all of them, feeling that these unstable items resembled ticking time bombs, it was evident that retrieving so many from the battlefield would raise suspicions within the military. Thus, the remainder would likely be left for the bored individuals at the Military Research Institute, who might later find an opportunity to use them for fireworks or perhaps even fish bombing. In any case, he would leave it to Uncle Cam and the others to manage, as long as no one got hurt. Chapter 67. The contents of the note on the continent of Shangzhou. In the year 3250 of the Vieira calendar. In the summer, on August 19th. This world shares many similarities with the original world, such as the division of time into hours, minutes, and seconds. However, a year consists of 16 months, effectively extending each quarter by an additional month. Given that the average lifespan of humans is slightly over 70 years, individuals in this world tend to live longer than those in the original world. Moreover, the nights here are graced by two moons. The larger one is blue, while the smaller one is red. Consequently, on certain nights, if the blue moon appears severely waned and dim, the night sky may take on a reddish hue. This evening has already begun to exhibit such a phenomenon. Perhaps the nights in the coming days will be even more pronounced under the influence of the red moon in the command center of the eastern front of the Yemenic kingdom. Welcome, everyone. I am Prince Turt North, the second prince of the Yemenic kingdom, here to greet you all. A young man clad in ornate dark armor approached to welcome the secret reinforcements from the Avisu kingdom. Greetings, Prince Turt. I am Angus Marcellus, the commander of the 9th Army Corps of the Avisu kingdom, and these are my subordinates, Angus introduced succinctly. The 9th Army Corps is part of the Avisu kingdom's external forces, stationed year-round in the southern region of the Khazir area, bordering both the Lanka kingdom and the Yemenic kingdom. Wonderful. I have long heard of the esteemed 9th Army Corps, and I cannot believe it is you who have come to our aid. I am immensely grateful, Prince Turt exclaimed with excitement. Regarding this matter, I must first correct you, Prince Turt. I have not brought a large-scale army to assist, nor should you prepare to meet at the Hidaliu Mountains. This is all the support we can provide, Angus sternly clarified. Prince Turt's expression instantly stiffened. Just this handful of individuals, one of whom is merely a 12-year-old child? Yet, true to his noble upbringing, the prince quickly regained his composure and maintained his smile. May I inquire what assistance your country has prepared? Prince Turt asked. Here? Angus countered. I apologize for my abruptness. Please, follow me. Turt immediately understood. If it is not military aid, then it must be magical artifacts, potent magical tools, or alchemical weapons conveyed through magic rings. Soon, under Turt's guidance, they entered a tightly guarded tent, accompanied only by Angus's aide and Su Lian. This tent was fortified with numerous anti-eavesdropping magical arrays, and there were several concealed specialized magical artifacts. Might I request you to elucidate what assistance your country is providing? Turt directly inquired. A newly developed specialized weapon, with a magical detection level of 3 and a power equivalent to a 5th-tier fire magic area spell. We have brought a total of 50 with us, Angus stated plainly. Turt and those beside him fell into a brief contemplation. 55th-tier spells represent the maximum potential of a mage battalion. It is worth noting that even in a world of magic and martial energy, mages are a rare breed. Even if they exist, it is challenging for them to reach formidable levels. Thus, the typical mage battalions of most nations are predominantly composed of high-tier mages, whose most potent spells seldom exceed the 3rd tier. Only through combined magical efforts can they unleash more powerful 4th, 5th, or even 6th-tier area spells. Moreover, while referred to as mage battalions, in a small nation like Yemenic, the maximum number of high-tier mages in a battalion is merely 200, with the total number of mid-tier mages reaching only about 500. In contrast, an army corps can consist of thousands of soldiers, rendering the mage battalion's numbers rather scant. Providing firepower equivalent to that of a nearly guaranteed mage battalion is more than sufficient. Turt nodded seriously after reflecting on the matter. With a reconnaissance level of only 3, it is indeed quite easy to succeed, and they would undoubtedly lack defenses against this new weapon. If luck is on our side, we could potentially inflict casualties exceeding 3,000. Those nearby also made rough estimates. This outcome aligns closely with General Caroline's calculations, and given that Su Lian has provided 50 units, the estimate surpasses 3,000 casualties. You will determine the attack position, and we shall handle the personnel for the release. Angus reiterated directly, if there are casualties. Turt felt it necessary to clarify this point. We will bear the responsibility ourselves. None of us are carrying any identification, Angus assured him. That is reassuring. I appreciate your efforts. Turt said, feeling entirely at ease. Such assistance is ample. They also understood that as long as they could inflict substantial damage on the invading forces of the Lanka kingdom, it would become evident that this was not solely the capability of the Yaminic kingdom. Reflecting on the Avisu kingdom, along with the pressures from the Spy kingdom and the Finkan military alliance, they would undoubtedly retreat and refrain from further incursions for the time being. Additionally, they recognized that this was the least costly form of assistance for the Avisu kingdom. As for the battlefield becoming a testing ground for the kingdom of Avisu, there is little left to complain about. Instead, having the opportunity to witness such new weaponry in advance allows one to know how to defend against it. Inflicting such high casualties once more would be impossible. Subsequently, Su Lian and his companions were arranged to rest. Turt, showing no particular curiosity towards the young Su Lian, treated him as the child of a certain legion commander or general, sent to experience the battlefield early on. Furthermore, due to his youth, he was granted a measure of leniency in moving about the military camp. "May I go over there to take a look?" Su Lian inquired of the accompanying soldier, a high-ranking warrior assigned by Turt for protection or surveillance. The soldier glanced at the area Su Lian indicated, which was merely a resting place for ordinary soldiers. "You may, but do not stray from my line of sight," he replied with a nod. "Thank you," Su Lian smiled. Indeed, being a child proved advantageous. It seemed that within the realm of vampire blood magic, there existed a potent transformation spell at the 6th tier, which he might be able to utilize in the future. While pondering this, Su Lian had already arrived at the soldiers' resting area. The soldiers here were far less spirited than those of the kingdom of Avisu. Ordinarily, upon seeing a child like him approach, they might have begun contemplating how to bully such a cute human cub. However, the atmosphere here was entirely different, dreary and lifeless. Every day, they could be summoned to the battlefield at any moment. Facing the imminent threat of death while remaining in an utterly disadvantaged position, it was no wonder that the kingdom of Yamani had been compelled to seek assistance from the kingdom of Avisu. They truly had no chance of victory. Su Lian surveyed them with curious eyes, akin to an ordinary noble child, while the soldier trailing behind continued to observe him, now standing still and smoking a cigarette. All these actions seemed quite normal, without raising any suspicions. Yet beneath Su Lian's gaze lay an intense scrutiny. Which one of them would be suitable as my target? Ideally, someone younger, appearing clever, and preferably one who had cultivated fighting energy. Just then, a young man with long, curly brown hair, seated somewhat in the corner and idly polishing his sword, caught Su Lian's attention. Young, with a spark of vitality in his eyes, he exuded a cleverness reminiscent of a cunning rogue. Particularly as he was a mid-tier warrior, seemingly on the verge of advancing to a higher tier. Judging by the insignia on his arm, he was a squad leader. "You shall be the one." Su Lian had chosen his target. Casually strolling past him, he subtly released a faint wave of magical energy, utilizing spatial magic to send a note beneath the young squad leader's seated leg. Unnoticed by anyone. Typically, a note appearing in such a position would go undetected. However, being a mid-tier warrior, he could sense the spatial magic's proximity. The young man pondered, but quickly feigned ignorance, resuming his sword polishing. Su Lian was quite pleased with this outcome. Clever individuals are easier to manipulate. Had it been a dim-witted fellow, he might have shouted, "Who goes there?" Soon, Su Lian feigned disinterest, returned to the soldier accompanying him, and continued to explore other areas, raising no suspicions. Shortly after their departure, the young man discreetly tucked away the note, seeking a secluded spot to read it. The note, inscribed in the script of Yamani, had been composed by Su Lian with the assistance of Uncle Ryan under Na Lin's guidance. Even if discovered, the handwriting would not reveal its origin. The note read, Your ancestors possessed a divine warrior who left behind a special magical artifact that is said to unleash at least 7th tier area damage in a single blow. However, it must be placed at a specific location in advance and can only be activated at the hour of the blood moon. This is your opportunity to exchange for military merit and nobility. The magical artifact is within your backpack. This revelation struck him. Hastily, he rummaged through his backpack, and indeed, he found a crystal of unknown material, resembling a magical sealing artifact. Could this be the arrival of my fortune? Ha-di Han-sa? Great elemental god, bless me, Ha-di exclaimed, filled with excitement and speaking softly. He was indeed clever, quickly realizing that someone wished for him to experiment with a powerful magic and observe its destructive potential on the battlefield. Yet, he likely wouldn't be able to act personally. hence the need for a fortunate soul to assist him. Thus, selecting a lucky soldier for such a task was entirely reasonable. What if I am sold? Well, sorry, but I am currently a miserable soul on the battlefield, facing death at any moment. Sold? Used? Spare me such talk. This is a chance to rise in rank and wealth, to gain nobility, and perhaps even avoid future battles. This is a gamble worth taking. Chapter 68. The outbreak of war on the continent of Shangzhou. In the year 3250 of the Vale calendar, summer, August 30. In this world, where there are no distinctions of large and small moons, August 30th is simply the last day of the month. Due to the heavy rains a few days prior, the armies of the Lanka kingdom did not rush to launch their full-scale assault, thus delaying the anticipated decisive battle until today. Moreover, both yesterday and today saw clear, sunny weather, with the muddy ground nearly vanished. Whether for the soldiers' advance or for the unique night mechas of the Lanka kingdom, mobility was well assured. Tonight could very well be the moment of reckoning. Unsurprisingly, scouts from the Yamani kingdom had detected the movements of the Lanka kingdom. As evening approached, the second and third armies of the Lanka kingdom's western front, along with the second army of the northern front, comprising 153rd tier night mechas, 282nd tier night mechas, and 671st tier night mechas, were already on standby. Their powerful magical elemental energy cores palpable even from a distance. A massive force had entered the brush-covered hilly terrain, with various troop types positioned in their designated spots. A total of 23,000 soldiers were poised to attack at any moment. The pressure immediately fell upon the Yamani kingdom. Even though they were separated by a small river and had constructed a 10-meter-high defensive fortification along the riverbank, with a fortress built against a great mountain in the rear, their entire nation boasted only a little over 50,000 troops, and due to previous battle losses, they currently had only 27,000 soldiers fit for duty. Only 12,000 could be dispatched to this primary battlefield. Among them, there were merely 96 operational third-tier night mechas, and when combined, the second and first-tier night mechas totaled only 375. Even as defenders, they were at an absolute disadvantage. Should they retreat to the fortress, they would face isolation without reinforcements, effectively sealing their fate within its walls. Thus, they had to hold their ground at this narrow river, which was no more than 20 meters wide. The magical horn of the Lanka kingdom sounded at sunset, signaling the full-scale assault. Warriors of the Lanku kingdom, capture the forward positions, and the Yamani kingdom shall be ours. Before the reinforcements from the kingdom arrive, the wealth and beauty of the cities behind us will be your spoils. For the glory of the Lanka kingdom, for the honor of our warriors, kill. As the commanding officer's rallying cry echoed, soldiers across the hilltop began their offensive towards their designated targets, propelled by the night mechas leading the charge. Kill, charge, slaughter these weak swine of the Yamani kingdom. The soldiers' morale surged to its peak. Meanwhile, behind them, the mage corps were chanting inspiring morale-enhancing spells. This magic was a collective release aimed at large armies, designed to diminish the soldiers' fear and bolster their fighting spirit. Once the first wave of morale spells succeeded, they would swiftly follow up with various enhancement spells until their magical energy was depleted. The slaughter was about to commence. Soldiers, the villains of the Lanka kingdom are before us. Behind us lies our homeland, the place where our families reside. Seize your weapons and repel these vile invaders. For the homeland and family, Prince Turt himself stepped forward, raising the overall morale. Their mages were engaged in similar efforts, though their aim was not to primarily boost morale but to alleviate fear as much as possible. The soldiers harbored not only the dread of impending defeat and death, but also the fear of failing to protect their families back home. They could not foresee whether they could hold their ground. Even if they did, how many would survive? Would the soldiers remaining in the kingdom, led by the king himself, be able to maintain the final defense of the capital? They knew nothing and dared not think too deeply. All that remained was to confront the enemy before them. Boom, boom, boom. The magical cannons of the third-tier mechas unleashed their ferocious magical elements, releasing devastating destruction. The specially crafted 4th and 5th-tier night mechas of both sides had already engaged in a fierce battle. In the rear, on the highest platform of the fortress, Su Lian and his companions, clad in the military garb of the Armenian kingdom and wearing masks, silently observed the unfolding chaos before them, a war that was alarmingly close at hand. Su Lian, his eyes augmented with the magic of the eagle's gaze, intently scrutinized every blade of grass and tree upon the battlefield. The terrain was characterized by rolling hills, with elevation differences reaching up to 100 meters. Even with a numerical advantage of 2-1, the defensive position made it impossible to determine a victor in the short term. Angus calmly analyzed the situation as he surveyed the battlefield. His remarks were clearly intended for the ears of others, as he had no need to voice such thoughts aloud. The audacity of Prince Tult was remarkable. Su Lien fixed his gaze on the central defensive structure. Where Tult stood, a position deemed forward in an effort to concentrate enemy forces for maximum lethality against them, this was the optimal baiting tactic he could employ, drawing the enemy to target him. Their commander, Angus, continued his dispassionate narration, presenting himself as a cold, unfeeling observer. To him, the events transpiring were no more than ants clashing. Yet, in their view, the scene indeed resembled that of mere insects, beneath the fading hues of twilight. Amidst the dazzling magical assaults, the combatants appeared as ants from a distance. Yet they were life forms engaged in a deadly struggle. General Angus, Su Lien suddenly called out, "Do you ever feel that we must absolutely prevent war from occurring in our own homeland?" He inquired. The others shifted slightly, for this was a sentiment that resonated within each of them. Witnessing such a scene, they could not wish for their own country to experience the same fate. However, Su Lien's tone was far from typical for a 12-year-old child. It evoked an inexplicable sense of dread among them. "Are we not engaged in such actions ourselves?" Angus retorted. They had come to balance the warring factions, ensuring that the conflicts around their nation would not engender a threat to their existence. "This is merely a defensive strategy," Su Lien asserted. "What are you attempting to express?" Angus began to grasp the underlying implications. To maintain equilibrium among neighboring states, with enemies only to the east and south, they could rely on their geographical advantages to enjoy stability. This stability had persisted for centuries and could potentially continue, lasting until their kingdom eventually crumbled due to internal strife, or until an invincible empire arose from the outside. "Will such a future exist if we remain solely defensive?" Su Lien questioned. "No. When do you believe it might come to pass?" He inquired with a composure that belied his youth. "Am I to interpret your words as treasonous? As a noble prince, how could you even contemplate such a future?" Angus posed, his voice devoid of warmth. The others around them tensed instantly. Why had their conversation veered into such territory? "It is precisely because my surname is Suman that I must consider these matters, is it not?" "General Angus?" Su Lien turned to face him once more, reiterating his inquiry with the same formal address. He seemed to be asking, "Do you wish to become a general?" "My response is that we may only face an end when a powerful empire emerges from the outside." "And please refer to me as Commander Angus," Angus corrected him solemnly. Had he failed? Su Lien felt a flicker of movement within. What solution could there be? None. Nor is it my concern to ponder. Angus replied with unwavering seriousness. Behind them, Angus's true subordinates dared not even breathe. The dialogue between the two had created a palpable tension. At a moment when two nations were at war, they found themselves discussing such topics. The solution is simple, singular in nature. Defense is merely a passive waiting for annihilation or an act of cowardice, casting the burden upon the shoulders of future generations. Only through offense can we ensure the best defense. Su Lien's voice now bore an unmistakable edge of lethal intent, causing those behind him to tense up. Yet Angus remained as immovable as a mountain, revealing no reaction. However, it seemed that Commander Angus did not share the same sentiments as the immature child before him. Truly, he was deserving of the praise often bestowed upon him by Su Lien's grandfather, possessing unique and mature insights. How impressive! Su Lien's tone abruptly shifted, returning to that of an innocent child, filled with admiration for the formidable adult before him. Yet everyone understood that this was merely Su Lien's faade. Since Angus was not aligned with his grandfather, Prince Isha's faction, all he had previously articulated was merely the playful banter of a child. This grandson of Prince Isha is quite formidable. They collectively mused. A 12-year-old child. What a jest! Such cunning and eloquence could not be attributed to one so young. Even if he were thrice their age, it would still seem insufficient, terrifying. At that moment, Su Lien's gaze returned to the battlefield, as if nothing had transpired. Angus's subordinates finally relaxed. Yet some found their backs dampened with sweat. Su Lien felt a twinge of disappointment. Tsk.it seemed that Angus could not be easily swayed into his camp like Tartel. He was indeed one of the least favorable candidates, as his grandfather had assessed. However, General Caroline must have had a reason for sending this commander along with him, rather than merely wishing to keep him at arm's length. After all, until now, his appearance had been that of a mere 12-year-old child with a penchant for research. He mused with narrowed eyes. Chapter 69. The divine punishment is ready. The conflict between both sides intensified, with casualties steadily increasing. It was evident that the Armenian kingdom, despite its defensive posture, was on the brink of collapse. Particularly at the central military position, where the small river served as the primary defensive line, numerous eager factions sought to capitalize on the opportunity presented by Tult's presence. Whoever managed to behead this second prince of Armenia would surely find themselves rewarded with promotions. This state of affairs persisted into the deep night. Under the continued illumination of magical lights in the sky, the fierce slaughter raged on. Lives were lost, and the wounded were carried back to the rear for ministrations, with the atmosphere palpably charged as if a resolution would be reached that very night. However, both sides were acutely aware that if no conclusion was reached by midnight, the morale and stamina of their soldiers would reach their limits. Even if the Lanka kingdom yearned for victory, they would announce a temporary withdrawal to regroup. As it stood, they had already gained a significant advantage, having nearly obliterated all lines of defense for approximately 1.5 kilometers before the small river. What remained was to see if they could seize the central military position and attempt to eliminate the second Prince Tult, who was their rallying morale and commanding from the front. And the opportunity was now at hand. Receiving Prince Tult's secret magical transmission, Angus adjusted his mechanical watch and began preparations for action 5 minutes later. His subordinates, as well as Su Lian, promptly followed suit. Regarding Su Lian's involvement in the operation, General Caroline had issued specific instructions, while Angus, possessing the mental acuity of a 7th-tier battle king, remained vigilant as they approached the designated battlefield position, ready to deploy the nostalgic Su Lian. Su Lian understood this well, but he was indifferent. For once they reached the battlefield, Angus, who was not a mage, would lose his ability to track him in the face of any unforeseen surge of magical energy. Moreover, it was entirely reasonable. Meanwhile, even with the battlefield illuminated by continuous magical light, the sky revealed the blue moon in its smallest remaining phase, while the red moon hung almost full, casting a crimson hue over the night sky. General Darkvins, please trust me. I truly possess a powerful magical artifact bequeathed by my ancestors. When I recently retreated from the front lines, I buried it in a pit. It can be unleashed under the blood moon to unleash the formidable power of 7th-tier magic. Please? You must believe me, truly. The fortunate Hadi, in a fervent attempt to persuade his superiors, recounted the legacy of his war god ancestor. For the sake of this war to protect their homeland, he was willing to present it, sacrificing it on the battlefield. Prior to this, he had described the artifact to all the high-ranking officers he could find, and of course, without exception, none believed him. After all, this fellow, in his eagerness to claim all the credit for himself, had not produced the magical artifact directly, instead claiming it was safely stowed away, to be revealed only in the heat of battle for maximum impact against the enemy. However, whether anyone believed him was one matter. He merely needed to ensure that the senior officers were aware that if a 7th-tier magical attack occurred, it would be his doing. It was the glory of Hadi Hansa's ancestors. For the sake of the crisis facing his homeland, he selflessly offered up the precious magical artifact of his lineage. Enough, I've heard enough. I have no time to indulge your nonsense. Hurry back to your own defensive sector and brace yourself against the final assault of those scoundrels. Dawkins paid no heed to this individual's nonsensical ramblings. Why do you doubt me? Hadi feigned disappointment as he departed. Yet, he had already accomplished his objective, to ensure that his superiors were informed of the impending magical assault. Even if it did not transpire, he would suffer no repercussions. Others would merely regard him as a fool, paralyzed by the horrors of war. However, should the event indeed occur, he, Hadi Hansa, would reap unparalleled rewards. Power, status, wealth, and beauty would all be his for the taking. At this moment, Su Lian was about to navigate through the ranks of the Yamani army to reach his designated position. However, his mind was entirely disengaged from the current operation. He was merely following protocol, disposing of the assigned nostalgic devices at the specified location to trigger an explosion that would unleash devastation equivalent to a 5th-tier fire magic spell. His mental acuity soared high above. Quite literally, to the stratosphere. More specifically, it soared thousands of meters into the sky. His thoughts raced, calculating furiously. Orbital kinetic weapon system. Initial model divine retribution is ready. Magical guidance crystal detected. It has been placed at the battlefield center. Over 1,000 meters away. It can be utilized without self-guidance. Then, the initial model divine retribution restriction device is disabled, and the propulsion magic and wind resistance magic are activated simultaneously. Divine retribution, descend, estimated impact in 7 minutes. Sulian silently computed, utilizing a faintly activated multiple levitation magic to disengage the suspended orbital kinetic weapon. Divine retribution, hovering above the battlefield. Divine retribution, crafted from Lalig metal, one of the 3 quantifiable metals provided by Professor Bunyan. Known for its exceptional strength, hardness, and mass, took the form of a 5-meter-long, half-meter-wide pure metal spear. At this altitude, where elemental energy was scarce, the Lalig metal spear had been kept aloft for an extended duration solely through the use of magical tools connected by 5 identical levitation spells. Sulian cancelled the stabilizing levitation magic and extended both the front and rear ends, employing wind magic to slice through air resistance, accelerating its descent toward the ground below. This was the divine retribution. Based on the weapon design system from his past life, the orbital kinetic weapon system, Goddess Staff, crafted specifically for this world. Based on the results of his experiments conducted on a remote island during weekends, he could easily deduce that the strike would occur in 7 minutes. This meant that, considering the time taken for him to launch the nostalgic device, the impact would happen 3 minutes after the device was thrown. Targeting the battlefield ahead, the estimated destructive radius would encompass 1 kilometer. Even amidst the scattered hillside forces, such a lethal range could obliterate nearly 10,000 soldiers. This power was equivalent to the might of a 7th-tier area of effect spell, capable of annihilating a small town. With a sharp sound, Sulian executed a ground-level halt, positioning himself within a crater. He retrieved 2 nostalgic devices from his magical ring, while the remaining 48 would be deployed by the other 24 individuals at their designated spots. Time. Sulian glanced at his mechanical watch. He merely needed to await the appointed moment to throw. However, his primary concern lay with the impending descent of divine retribution. Less than 5 minutes remained. Taking a deep breath, Sulian felt his heart racing, for he was acutely aware that he was about to cause the deaths of nearly 10,000 individuals, all of whom bore no connection to him, held no animosity towards him, and most had families of their own. They were about to perish beneath the weight of his experimental weapon, which was also the very goal he sought to achieve. This experimental weapon aimed to severely weaken the forces of the Lanka kingdom, paving the way for his subsequent assault, and now, with divine retribution, devoid of any self-destruction mechanism, plummeting toward them, the cataclysmic strike was unavoidable. Calm. He must remain calm. Just imagine oneself as a 7th-tier archmage, unleashing a wide-area spell that slaughters 10,000 foes on the battlefield. This was merely the nature of war, something he would inevitably encounter and must endure. Yet this magic would not be detected by the enemy due to its prolonged guidance time and the powerful magical fluctuations at the moment of activation, allowing them no chance to defend or disperse. This was a specially crafted low-detection level powerful magic. Thus, gulp. No psychological burden must linger. Sulian swallowed hard, preparing himself mentally for the final time. He had taken lives before, and during his awakening, he bore no psychological weight. But this time, it involved the deaths of thousands. There was no universal animosity that warranted such a fate. Stay calm, Sulian. You are destined to become a leader in this world. Do not falter. Even if millions perish, you must bear the weight of their demise. Sulian clenched his fists, channeling his magic to evaporate the beads of anxious sweat that had just formed on his brow, and inhaled deeply once more. He was ready. Time. There remained 1 minute and 36 seconds until he could throw the nostalgic devices, with a small contingent of Lanka troops occupying the designated area, alongside 5 varying levels of night matches. Target locked. Preparation for launch. Before that, he must first fulfill his own task. Time swiftly flowed amidst the tension. 1 minute, 30 seconds, 20 seconds, 10 seconds, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 2, thrown in succession. The magical guidance device disengaged, and the nostalgic devices, propelled by their inherent magic, were hurled forth as Sulian instinctively unleashed the strength of a werewolf amidst the night. Detecting a third-tier magical fluctuation, disperse. The third-tier night mechs of the Lanka Kingdom, equipped with their own magical detection devices, swiftly identified the danger and issued a warning. However, this was no mere third-tier magic. Rather, it was boom, boom. The alchemical magical devices wielding the power of fifth-tier fire magic engulfed the Lanku combat troops, led by the third-tier night mechs, completely consuming them in a torrent of explosive and searing magical elements. Their response to the third-tier magic came far too late for effective defense. The force was overwhelming. Chapter 70. Divine Retribution. Destruction, it's a new weapon. Scatter, scatter. Ah, my hand, damn it. How could the Yamani Kingdom possess such a thing? A cacophony of explosions erupted within the ranks of the Lanka Kingdom, as the troops, eager to seize glory in a final charge, found themselves concentrated in the central position. This latest round of explosions obliterated the soldiers at the forefront. Even those fortunate enough to survive would suffer grievous injuries from the specialized shrapnel created by the engraved metals. The devastation exceeded their expectations. The effective range of third-tier area spells typically spans 3 to 50 meters, with some sacrificing potency for coverage. The optimal coverage diameter is 10 meters. Fourth-tier area spells generally cover 10 to 100 meters, similarly prioritizing extensive coverage, which may diminish point damage. The ideal coverage diameter is 20 meters. Fifth-tier area spells can range from 20 to 300 meters, with an optimal coverage diameter of 50 meters. The nostalgic devices crafted by Sulian, combined with the explosive alchemical magic powder, could already achieve a coverage diameter of 30 meters, and the shrapnel from the alchemical inscribed metals could extend that to 50 meters. Even in the scattered hillside terrain, the Lanku forces, now relatively concentrated, could not withstand the bombardment of 50 nostalgic devices. 50, released in a calculated manner, could entirely cover a stretch of 1 kilometer, nearly 100 meters wide. All those near the central position, eager to press the assault on the riverbank, were nearly annihilated. Damn it. The frontline commander of the Lanka Kingdom was on the verge of exploding with rage. This single magical device bombardment had claimed the lives of at least 3,000 soldiers, particularly in the concentrated central position, where accurate casualty counts were currently impossible. That number could very well be higher. Retreat! Sound the retreat horn, retreat! The frontline commander gritted his teeth and shouted, "Woo!" The long, resonant sound of the magical horn echoed once more, but this time, its somber tones signified retreat. Quickly! We do not know if they possess more of those cursed devices. Immediately take the wounded and retreat. I saw them being thrown. The distance should not be too far. If we can just return to our original positions, we will surely be safe. Retreat. Fall back 800 mog, approximately 1,100 meters. Each small contingent, under the guidance of their respective squad leaders or other commanding officers, swiftly retreated, carrying any recoverable wounded along with them. Meanwhile, all the soldiers of the Yamani Kingdom erupted in joyous cheers. The enemy was retreating, though they remained unaware of the operational plans or the source of such devastating area magical assaults. Witnessing such horrific enemy casualties and successfully driving off the foe was reason enough for celebration. However, amidst the throng of jubilant soldiers, there was one individual who could not bring himself to rejoice. Behold, haughty, do not flee, none of you. My 7th-tier area spell has yet to be unleashed. My achievements are still unclaimed. Do not escape. How could this happen? How could this happen? How could this happen? Haughty gazed despondently, even despairingly, at the unfolding scene before him. Those enemies he once feared, the very foes who could have extinguished his life at any moment. Now he found himself inwardly beseeching their return. He was uncertain if the 7th-tier spell would indeed activate, yet all his hopes had become tethered to that possibility. He had envisioned a life of grandeur and wealth, but now it felt as if it were slipping through his fingers. His accomplishments, his accolades, his beauty. Would they all vanish? At the very least, do not abandon our original position. Do not depart. Please do not leave. Haughty prayed anxiously. He was scarcely aware of how tremulous and disjointed his words had become, rendering it impossible to discern whether he was gripped by fear or engulfed in despair. He was but a minor figure, having glimpsed the dawn of his ascent to greatness, only to have it slip away. 1 minute and 59 seconds until the divine punishment strikes. My 7th tier spell. Hadi had unknowingly knelt upon the ground, extending his hand towards the defense zone he had once guarded, now overrun. Useless Hadi, the enemy has retreated, yet you still cling to your ancestral 7th tier spell. Ha ha, pay him no heed. He has long been driven mad by fear. We have triumphed. As long as we have won, there is nothing left to worry about. The others embraced one another in exuberance, jubilantly cheering. Soldiers, rejoice, we have vanquished the enemy, safeguarding our homeland and families, Prince Turtle proclaimed with magical fervor. Even as he continued to command and lure the enemy, his spirit and strength had waned long ago. Oh, long live the kingdom of Yeminik. We have repelled the scoundrels of the Lanka kingdom. Ha ha ha, they cheered and reveled, oblivious to the countdown of destruction that loomed rapidly above them. 1 minute until the divine punishment strikes. Angus's subordinates, mingling with the Yeminik forces, also breathed a sigh of relief. They had completed their task unscathed. Upon returning to Ivizu, they would surely receive a reward. Observing the joy of those around them and contemplating their own rewards, a sense of happiness welled within them. Through the throngs of Yeminik soldiers, they exchanged knowing smiles under the flickering flames and illumination spells, seemingly already planning what fine wine they would enjoy upon their return. Among them was Sulian. He should have been undetectable. Sulian gazed towards the fortress. Following the violent chain explosions, the raging elemental forces had severed Angus's mental tether to him, just in case. Without incantation, he cast a high-level mental spell, Whirling Tempest. He disrupted the surrounding mental perception, a magic designed to elude the enemy's mental lock. As for whether Angus still had him targeted, and if this would raise suspicions, he no longer cared. This was a battlefield, even with the enemy in retreat. He had ample excuses to explain the sudden chaos in mental energy rendering him untraceable. Finally checking the time, he realized midnight had passed. It was already the next day. High-level enhancement spell, Iron Wall. High-level enhancement spell, Iron Body. Defensive blood combat technique, Blood Cocoon Shield. Earth-based high-level magic, Black Rock Shield. Ice-based high-level magic, Ice Spike Shield. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Sulian extinguished the torch beside him, suppressing his magical aura and presence to the utmost minimum, while unleashing various defensive measures before him as a precaution. 30 seconds until the divine punishment strikes. This time, I must witness the divine punishment with my own eyes. Werewolf transformation, initiate. Silver-white fur sprouted across Sulian's body. With subtle changes to his features and limbs, he fixed his gaze intensely on the battlefield, observing the Lanka soldiers, most of whom were retreating with the wounded, now at a distance of 300 meters. Barely 500 meters from the riverbank, that position was one of Yeminik's original defensive spots, where available fortifications lulled them into a false sense of security. What they did not realize was that the area originally spanning over 1,500 meters in width was the most perilous zone. The safest area was precisely where they had just been bombarded by the nostalgics. 15 seconds until the divine punishment strikes. The soldiers of the Lanka kingdom remained utterly unaware of the impending doom. Meanwhile, the soldiers of Yeminik were still engulfed in the jubilant victory of repelling the enemy. 10 seconds until the divine punishment strikes. Finally, at that moment, all present, those of 7th tier strength and above, detected the ominous aura through their honed instincts from years of battle. Even Sulian himself felt the hairs on his body stand on end, clearly sensing the encroaching danger. The sky, something threatening was descending from the heavens. Angus, Turtle, the capable commanders from both sides simultaneously sensed the overwhelming danger. 5 seconds until the divine punishment strikes. Get down! Prince Turtle shouted in terror. Take cover! The powerful commanders of the Lanka kingdom cried out in panic. Everyone heard the fear, dread, and despair in their voices. They instinctively obeyed the command, as if they too felt the looming threat, instinctively taking actions to shield themselves from the impending peril. Yet it was all too late. The divine punishment had arrived. 1 second until the divine punishment strikes. In that final moment, all eyes beheld a streak of light, akin to a shooting star, piercing through the clouds from above. It struck directly at the location where the Lanka kingdom's forces had paused. originally the Yemenic kingdom's defensive position. Boom! The blinding light seared their eyes, while the deafening roar reverberated through their eardrums. The cataclysmic divine punishment obliterated all life within its radius. Rocks, soil, flora, all was rendered to dust beneath this divine wrath. A spell of devastating power, nearly equivalent to 8th-tier might, annihilated the legion. The screams and wails were extinguished. A terrifying mushroom cloud ascended beneath the blood moon, with a searing shockwave radiating outward. Even those beyond the effective strike zone were swept away by the forceful and scorching shockwave, including soldiers of the Yemenic kingdom. Even Prince Turtle himself, though prone, was hurled over 10 meters by the dreadful shockwave. Only Sulian, in the midst of the shockwave, within his small pit, he withstood the onslaught with his defensive measures. His crimson eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty and frenzied madness, fixated on the devastation unfolding before him. It was destruction wrought by his own hand. Chapter 71. Slaughter, regret, fear, and ambition as the residual force dissipated. When the horrific scene before him materialized, he could scarcely grasp the reality of it, as if caught in a dream. In the dream, they had engaged in warfare, but suddenly, there was nothing left among the survivors. All that remained was a hill transformed into a vast chasm, with charred trees still burning within, their flickering flames illuminating the grim scene. The grotesque shadows were indistinguishable from the remnants of soldiers or the twisted parts of knights. The battlefield lay in a deathly silence. No, that was not silence. My foot. It hurts. Someone. Help me. No. I do not wish to die yet. Save me. The cries of agony echoed, seemingly resonating in their minds, but soon they realized. It was not merely in their minds. It was the harrowing cries of survivors, gradually regaining their hearing after being temporarily deafened by the shock. The first sound they heard was the agonized cries of those still alive. The desperate pleas for salvation. Save them, a familiar voice commanded with a powerful tone. Yet their ears still buzzed, their reactions sluggish, clearly still reeling from the horrific scene before them. Save them. Quickly save them. Prince Turtle staggered to his feet, bellowing orders instantly. All the soldiers of the Yemenic kingdom who could still hear were jolted awake, instinctively redirecting their gaze from the distance back to their surroundings. My hand is broken. It hurts. Priest, quickly save me. So much blood. They were not at the epicenter of the divine punishment strike, nor were they within the effective range, yet they could not withstand the powerful shockwave, which had hurled them at least 10 meters away. Those who stood higher or failed to heed Prince Turtle's command to take cover were flung even farther. Their injuries primarily stemmed from the impact of the shockwave. I demand you save them, Prince Turtle roared once more. Save them. Yes, save them. All those who can move, act swiftly. Lift up the injured from the impact and assess their wounds. In an instant, chaos ensued. Even though they quickly realized that the vast majority were merely wounded. With few fatalities, the terror instigated by the scene before them lingered in their hearts, rendering their hands, which were meant to render aid, uncontrollably trembling. Breaths came heavy, and heartbeats raced. Even those unscathed found it difficult to quell the fear within, for they understood. 10,000. At least 10,000 soldiers from the Langkao kingdom had just perished before their eyes in that unknown cataclysmic strike, and they, merely bearing the brunt of the shockwave, suffered numerous injuries and disabilities. One can only imagine the horrific scene at the very epicenter of that devastating blow. No, perhaps there was no scene of horror at all, for it was likely that not even remnants would remain. Even the night mechs would be obliterated. Haid Hansa, get out here, you scoundrel! At that moment, Daquin's, Haid's superior, bellowed while clutching his broken arm. He knew Haid was not far away and was certain he was still alive. For it was he who unleashed that 7th-tier magical assault. General Daquin's, I am here, Haid exclaimed, rolling and crawling towards him, dragging his broken arm along. He was exhilarated, as if he were witnessing his dreams of promotion becoming reality. Truly, the 7th-tier magic had indeed erupted. Right at the edge of his initial defensive line, approximately 1.2 kilometers from the riverbank, the magical artifact he had left behind had indeed unleashed such power. Beneath this blood moon. Ha, General Daquins, did you see? You saw it, didn't you? You must have seen it. It was the magical artifact passed down from my ancestors, mine. I obliterated that band of rogues, their army numbering at least in the thousands. Perhaps even 10,000. Ha ha ha. Hade laughed boisterously, feeling as though he might go mad from excitement. You fool. Daquins raised a fist and knocked him to the ground. General. Hade was momentarily stunned. Do not call me general. I have yet to attain that rank. You truly possess such a magical artifact. Why did you not present it to Prince Turt? Do you not realize that such an abrupt explosion could lead to our own casualties? To annihilate nearly the entire army of the Lankau kingdom in one fell swoop. What if they seek revenge? Can we withstand it? Have you thought of that, you imbecile? Daquins was nearly driven to madness. Already forgetting the pain from his broken arm, Hade was at a loss for words, utterly confused. Why did he hesitate to present it to the prince? Because its origins were uncertain, and its authenticity could not be guaranteed. But all these consequences, how could a mere foot soldier like him consider such matters? His eyes were solely fixed on the dream of advancement. Go now, go see Prince Turt, you fool. Daquin seized Hade's armor and roughly dragged him away. Hade had no idea what awaited him, but he could only follow, unable to resist. Nor could he fathom whether he would be rewarded or punished. However, amidst the turmoil, fear, and suffering that enveloped everyone, only one person's emotions were exceedingly complex to the point that he himself could not find the words to describe it. Su Lian stood within the crater, staring blankly at the vast pit still illuminated by flickering flames. The surrounding individuals had been hurled away. In this absence of light, he remained alone in the darkness. What should have been a small hillock was now completely reduced to a shallow basin, every tree around obliterated by the shockwave, laid bare before him. He could see those soldiers of the Lankau kingdom who had been abandoned in their injury, struggling for survival. He also beheld numerous severed limbs and the wreckage of knight mechs at the fringes. Death had vanished in an instant, as if it were mere numbers. Thousands? 10,000? He did not know. At this moment, he seemed disinclined to know. The air bore none of the anticipated scent of gunpowder, for it was the kinetic weaponry that wrought destruction purely through metallic force, devoid of any trace of smoke. Instead, a thick stench of blood, the pungent aroma mingled with the acrid scent of charred remains pervaded the atmosphere. Have killed them. For my own ambition, I have personally slain countless soldiers with whom I share no connection. Su Lian clasped his head with both hands, his fingers digging into his scalp. He felt the urge to vomit. Yet, his werewolf form seemed to revel in the carnage. The conflict within him intensified, exacerbating his complex feelings of guilt, remorse, and the terror that accompanied such horrific slaughter. Why has it come to this? Su Lian suddenly felt a recollection. I was merely a fool who loved tinkering with mechanical research, eventually blowing myself up by accident, fortunate enough to be reborn. Why must I engage in such acts? Am I not a lover of machinery, a devotee of mechs? Su Lian clutched his head, emitting a cacophony of anguished howls. Like a beast's cry. On this battlefield rife with screams, his sounds seemed out of place, yet went unnoticed at first. His werewolf form, uncontrolled amidst the grand slaughter, manifested beneath the blood moon. His garments were torn as his claws extended further. Piercing through his scalp, blood trickled down from his crown, streaming across his eyes. The dim world before him transformed into a crimson haze. No, not like this. I am killing, but I am not slaughtering innocents. I am targeting those legitimate soldiers. They are all threats to my current homeland, destabilizing factors that threaten peace. Thus, I must eliminate them. I must eradicate them. This is the world I cherish, the world that granted me a second life. This is also a world shrouded in war. Ugh. Ha. Ugh. Su Lian once again released a cacophony of painful cries, seemingly unable to restrain his werewolf form, standing at a towering height of nearly 2 meters. Even in the absence of any illumination, his crimson eyes, paired with his anguished screams, would inevitably draw attention. Yet at this moment, he remained entangled, struggling within himself. Su Lian, Su Man Lian de Air. In this world I inhabit. War reigns supreme everywhere, between nations and nations, between races and races. Some conflicts have persisted for centuries, seemingly ceaseless. What I must do is to exhaust my knowledge, merging the most advanced principles of both worlds. To forge a perfect and powerful nation that will crush all unstable factors of war, to quell the turmoil afflicting this world. Only I can accomplish this. It falls solely upon me. An empire shall not be permitted to exist. I crave slaughter. I need more killing. To slay one person, I may transform into a brutal werewolf. To kill hundreds, I may become a cruel fiend. To slay tens of thousands, only then do I qualify to become a formidable overlord of this world. And I, Su Lien, Su Man Lien de Air, shall undoubtedly become the ruler of this world. Ugh. Su Lien emitted a low growl, his werewolf eyes gradually regaining clarity. He released his grip from his own head, the terrifying regenerative abilities of the werewolf swiftly mending the wounds on his scalp. At this moment, he stood tall within the crater, his crimson eyes coldly surveying the carnage before him. Even as a Langkao Kingdom soldier, who was reduced to mere upper half, teetering on the brink of death, reached out toward him with a glimmer of hope. He remained unmoved. In his crimson gaze, only icy indifference lay. Hey, are you all right? A soldier from the Yaminic Kingdom approached, blood blade. Without turning, Su Lien swiftly dispatched him. Anyone who had glimpsed his true form must perish. On this brutal battlefield, beneath the blood-red moon, Su Lien, having truly grasped his own ambition amid the guilt and fear of slaughter. Thousands? Tens of thousands? Merely the necessary sacrifices on the path to world unification. Meanwhile, hidden in the high skies beneath the blood moon, Philomena observed the battlefield below, nodding in satisfaction. She turned and vanished into the sanguine moonlight. Chapter 72. Report: this war has reached a temporary conclusion. The Langkao Kingdom suffered over 13,000 casualties in one fell swoop, compounded by numerous losses during the 6-hour duration of the decisive battle, resulting in the complete obliteration of 2 armies. The surviving numbers of the 2nd and 3rd armies of Langkao's western front fell below 3,000, with all night mechs at the forefront destroyed. The northern 2nd Army's surviving numbers were under 5,000, as they were a support unit and managed to preserve a fraction of their forces by not engaging at the front lines. Among them, the commander of the 2nd Army was grievously injured due to proximity to the strike zone, and despite the priest's urgent healing efforts, he ultimately succumbed. The Langkao Kingdom announced a withdrawal and publicly declared that the Yaminic Kingdom had employed unknown forbidden magic. Due to the fact that all the sorcerers and formidable warriors alive at that time had not sensed any accumulation of magical energy, nor felt the tremors of any magic being unleashed. By the time they reacted, only a mere few seconds remained, leaving them no time to escape. In the meantime, the Yamini Kingdom urgently announced that the unknown 7th-tier magic, which was suspected to be on the brink of 8th tier, might have been caused by soldiers illicitly utilizing ancestral magical artifacts. The investigation into this incident is still ongoing. Our nation has not grasped any information regarding the existence of peculiar, forbidden, and large-scale magic. Although public opinion has been somewhat unfavorable towards them, it has inadvertently helped to obscure the aid provided by the Avisu Kingdom, rendering the 50 nostalgists inconsequential. Furthermore, the justification they provided holds a certain degree of plausibility. At the very least, in terms of credibility, it far surpasses that of the Yamini Kingdom's own control over such unknown magic. Otherwise, it would be uncertain who the true aggressors are if they were to secretly strike at the army stationed in the Lanka Kingdom. As for Hadi, he may indeed receive the rewards he desires, considering the tangible merits he has achieved, coupled with the fact that he has not inflicted significant casualties upon his own side. If punishment were to be enacted, it would be impossible to gain public support. Of course, a title of nobility is out of the question, as it is necessary to provide an explanation to the Lanka Kingdom. To avoid subsequent vengeful retaliation from them, it would be unwise to openly grant Hadi a title, lest he acquire a moniker akin to that of a mass murderer. Such a title would be a disgrace for the Lanka Kingdom. Is there any concern that Hadi might change his story, leading to a leak of information? There is no need for worry. He is a clever individual. If he were to use an unknown magical artifact provided by another, while still uncertain of its authenticity, no matter how many enemies he vanquishes, he would undoubtedly find himself on the guillotine. Only by steadfastly claiming it to be his ancestral heritage does he have a chance of survival, or even reward. Even if he were to act foolishly, it would bear no consequence, as there is no evidence pointing to who provided it to him. The note, too, was a product of specialized wood-type magic. It is likely that Hadi himself is unaware that the note he had left as a precautionary measure has dissipated into elemental form, leaving no trace behind in the Avesu kingdom. Angus, who had been dispatched for assistance, has returned with his subordinates, albeit with one less person, Sullivan. Where is that little fellow? Carolyn inquired. In Carolyn's office. A young man dressed in military attire, bearing a certain rank, stood beside him. General Carolyn, Suman Lyondell was personally taken back by Prince Isha during our crossing of the Hydalio Mountains. Angus replied. What is your perspective on this incident? Carolyn asked. Angus fell into a brief silence. If there are any questions, please feel free to speak. Carolyn seemed to perceive something. Then, allow me to speak candidly. My Lord Prince Isha may be unclear, but his grandson, Lyondell, harbors significant ambitions. He could very well pose a threat to the kingdom, Angus stated directly, convinced that Sullivan was no ordinary child. So, what do you mean? Carolyn inquired with curiosity. Thus, I believe that the unknown 7th tier, perhaps even the 8th tier area magic, is related to Lyondell, Angus deduced. Oh? Did he say anything strange to you? Related to that magic? Carolyn chuckled. There was nothing pertaining to magic, merely some sensitive remarks regarding war and the kingdom. I can recall his words if necessary, Angus responded truthfully. Haha, no need for that. It must be that little fellow trying to act grown up, spouting nonsense. Carolyn laughed heartily, seemingly considering Sullivan merely a child with delusions of grandeur. However, General Carolyn, Angus wished to say something more. At that moment, a young man standing beside Carolyn interjected, smiling respectfully. Sir Angus, I believe you may have misunderstood. Who is this? Angus queried in confusion. Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is my newly appointed secretary, Walker Halamos, who happens to be a classmate of that little fellow, Carolyn said with a smile, though for some reason, there seemed to be a hidden meaning behind his smile. Oh? Angus nodded slightly. Little Lyondell, back when he was just 10 years old, spoke of conquering nations. Does his childish phase of delusions not end? Walker shook his head in resignation. The individual once referred to as Brother Walker by Sullivan was now serving under the hawkish Carolyn, so, do not take a child's words too seriously. If that magic truly relates to that little fellow, then Prince Isha could have simply seized the opportunity at last month's banquet to eliminate the king and other princes with just one strike. Right? Ha ha ha. Carolyn laughed heartily, as if he were hearing a grand joke. If such a thing existed, it would surely annihilate the king and, indeed, my subordinate may have been overly sensitive. My apologies, General, Angus interjected. No need to apologize. You have been busy for quite some time. Go rest well. I shall arrange for a few days off for you, Carolyn continued to chuckle. Thank you, General. Angus replied before departing the office. As Angus left, Carolyn's laughter gradually ceased, and his demeanor turned cold. It was evident that everything that had just transpired had been a performance. Do you truly believe that the younger brother you are somewhat familiar with would be so indiscreet as to speak strangely before Angus? Carolyn asked. I do not believe so. Someone capable of concealing their true abilities in a military academy and continuing to act low-key thereafter would not be so imprudent. Walker replied. Oh, true abilities? Carolyn's eyes narrowed, exerting a sense of pressure upon Walker. Indeed, Walker nodded, his tone faltering as he evidently felt the weight of the moment. Due to his age, I was naturally curious, knowing that his grandfather is Prince Isha. I also intended to approach him, which led me to coincidentally discover that he had deliberately answered exam questions incorrectly on more than one occasion. Once could be a coincidence. After all, children do make mistakes. However, if a normally capable student repeatedly answers questions incorrectly during an exam, it raises suspicions that so, you mean to say he has indeed recognized my intentional sending of Angus? Carolyn couldn't help but grin. Walker was taken aback. The intention of intentionally sending Angus over was. Although Angus operates under my command, he is, in fact, a staunch royalist, advocating stability for the monarchy. Prince Isha should be well aware of this. And that clever little fellow should know it too. Clearly, his strange remarks to Angus were not mere indiscretion or attempts to gauge whether he could win him over, but rather a means for him to convey certain sentiments to me through Angus. Carolyn succinctly explained, shedding light on Walker's misunderstanding. But does little Lyondell not fear Sir Angus, that he would directly speak to General Butler and the others? Walker inquired, puzzled. And what of it? Carolyn countered. Walker fell silent, momentarily stunned. Although the remarks Lionel had made to Angus were indeed instigated by Carolyn, on the surface, he was ultimately just a 12-year-old child. Even the words of a prince at this age lack authority and credibility. Even if they were to suspect something, what could they do? Investigate a prince who brings convenience to the kingdom through magical vehicles, actively weakens their own military forces, and selflessly offers military research results. All based solely on the words of a child. And the catalyst was merely a child's utterance? Carolyn coldly retorted. I have been foolish, my lord, Walker conceded. Carolyn chose not to continue speaking, instead rummaging through documents on his desk. You mentioned before that he expressed a desire to conquer the Yamani kingdom? Carolyn inquired while searching for papers. Yes, on the day of our graduation, there was an exchange student from the Yamani kingdom. A rather special girl of Han origin. After initiating a conversation, she remarked, the army I command will eventually conquer her nation. Walker recalled vividly. Han origin? Is this the girl? Carolyn found the document. Military Academy confidential file, Nalin said hate. Yes, that's her, a beautiful girl with black hair, easily recognizable, Walker confirmed. She is now a classmate of Lionel at the Polaris Academy and has been living at Prince Isha's residence during the summer break. Carolyn noted. This? Walker was utterly perplexed. Did she not say she wanted to conquer her nation? Has she been conquered first? Is that surprising? There's even more to it, Carolyn chuckled. More? Chapter 73. Mutual Understanding. You have yet to leave our external army's garrison this year. You probably do not know that Prince Isha has already allied with Duke Alfred, significantly suppressing the Theodore Duke's commercial influence. Moreover, 2 months ago, Duke Isha enacted sweeping reforms in his territory, reclaiming all land and distributing it freely to the serfs. Paying them even if they do not farm. Peter, the saintly commoner, is not troubled by matters of sustenance, as he has heavily invested in the burgeoning trade initiated by Prince Esa's merchant guild, which boasts a workforce far exceeding that of other guilds. Simultaneously, he has reformed the economy, a complex model that eludes my understanding, resulting in an exceptionally robust capital for their guild. Remarkably, within just 2 months, Prince Esa and Duke Alfred have nearly seized control of half the economic power outside the royal family's grasp. It is estimated that they now surpass the wealth of the previously richest noble. Duke Theodore, caroling, with an amused expression, clearly harbors no concerns regarding the financial expansion of Prince Esa. Is it possible that land is being distributed to the commoners, with money being returned to them? Are the nobles and landowners within the territory not at odds? In fact, could it be that they are thriving even more? How is that conceivable? Walker's face was a portrait of shock. He had indeed been away from the army for quite some time, only maintaining simple correspondence with home, and was thus unaware of these significant developments, because of the magical vehicle. Caroling remarked, the magical vehicle? Walker inquired. He was familiar with the concept, as his regiment had participated in emergency transport drills involving the magical vehicle. It is common knowledge that all high-quality commercial transport in the nation will rely on the magical vehicle henceforth. Given that Prince Esa secured rights at the outset of its construction, he possesses absolute control over the trade of the magical vehicle, enabling him to adequately balance the tensions between the nobles and landowners. Once the labor force of the territory is effectively liberated, they will all flock into his commercial guild's sphere of influence. The overall commercial capabilities will soar and will continue to rise due to the existence of the magical vehicle. It is truly an enviable ability to generate wealth. Caroling exclaimed, unable to contain an expletive. Walker, not lacking in intellect as an earl, grasped the implications in essence. Prince Esa and his allies may well possess wealth that eclipses that of the kingdom itself. Moreover, they shall enjoy the unwavering support of the commoners, nobles, and landowners within the territory. Walker suddenly comprehended. Thus, returning to the earlier question, even if Lyndall were to remain silent, the kingdom is already on guard against Prince Esa. Caroling chuckled, a hint of menace lacing his words. He sensed a peculiar aura, one associated with war. What does the kingdom intend to convey at this juncture? Walker felt a twinge of anxiety. Rest assured. His Majesty the King is no fool. He will not recklessly act in a manner that undermines the people's trust. Prince Esa is, after all, his most beloved brother and the most sensible among them. Profits earned will be taxed as expected, perhaps even willingly increased. Feeling the weight of suspicion, he promptly surrendered part of his territory's private military forces to support the kingdom of Yaminik, which remains in our 11th Legion's warehouse. Furthermore, he declared that after 10 years, the original 20% of profits from the magical vehicle will be increased to 70%, essentially returning to the royal treasury in its entirety. What, then, is your impression of Prince ESA? Caroling countered. My subordinate believes. Perhaps Prince ESA harbors no intentions of rebellion. He truly seems to be quite reasonable, Walker replied uncertainly. Indeed, he is exceedingly sensible. Even that fellow butler holds Prince ESA in high regard. Caroling interjected. Yet, Walker was momentarily taken aback. However, ESA is not Lendl. Caroling scoffed. In that instant, Walker began to understand. You mentioned that you had been in contact with Lendl. He knows I have been assigned to your direct army corps. Indeed, Walker affirmed. So, do you think he is unaware of my curiosity to investigate him, thereby discovering your cordial relationship? Caroling inquired with a smile. He should know. Walker replied, though uncertainty lingered in his tone. No, he should have originally been uncertain. But now he felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Just as you once overheard his ambitious remarks, does he also know that you harbor aspirations of achieving significant accomplishments? Caroling pressed further. Yes. Walker swallowed hard. A sense of pressure causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. Indeed, he had previously spoken to Sulian about ambitions of achievement, in order to foster a connection with the sole grandson of Prince ESA. It was only natural to find common topics of conversation, and aspirations of success were undoubtedly among them. Moreover, for young Sulian, there was nothing particularly worthy of concealment. Thus, is it possible that he deliberately conveyed this to you, including intentionally providing incorrect answers to questions for you to uncover? Caroling's tone shifted, taking on a more somber note. Walker felt a shiver run through him, unable to refute this hypothesis. His desire for accomplishment would undoubtedly lead him to join the hawkish faction led by Caroling. And with his status as an earl, he could easily opt to join Caroling's direct army corps. In fact, he had done precisely that, and thus, he would certainly have the opportunity to engage with Caroling. Gulp, Walker swallowed again. When I draw attention, I will undoubtedly investigate you, and you will share with me information regarding him. Particularly unfortunate is the fact that during the previous meeting, he deliberately mentioned your name. Walker, when pieced together, can it be interpreted that he wishes to convey something to me? I had already resolved to send Angus to accompany him before I found you. He is indeed a commendable candidate. However, if during this process, that little fellow shares something with him, do you think Angus would report back to me? Caroling inquired. My subordinate does not know. Walker replied cautiously. Indeed, you do not know. He certainly cannot possess intricate knowledge of Angus. All he knows is that if he wishes to forge an alliance, it will be a formidable challenge. Yet I am aware, which is why I dispatched him. And that little fellow only needs to comprehend one thing, that I intentionally sent Angus. Do you understand? Caroling inquired once more. I do not understand. Walker could only respond, steeling himself. Excellent. Caroling appeared satisfied. The previous meeting, it was Sulian who proactively mentioned Walker's name. In the subsequent actions, Angus had been deliberately arranged by Caroling. Walker, Caroling understood. Angus, Sulian comprehended. I am the proactive general with intentions to engage externally, while he is the little fellow with special thoughts. Do you grasp the implications of this? Walker Echalamos, that moment, Caroling's expression was menacing. My subordinate does not comprehend what you are saying, General, Walker stammered, his voice trembling. Very well. Caroling patted his shoulder. In half a month, Prince ESA will travel to the Bosio region to deliver a public speech alongside Duke Alfred's merchant guild, explicitly stating that he will bring his grandson Lendl along. That day, I happen to be available. You are now my secretary. I shall take you along, and you will encounter contemporaneous friends. Is that acceptable? All arrangements appeared to align as if by mere coincidence. None whatsoever, General Caroling, Walker replied with fervor. Very well. You may leave. Caroling suddenly smiled, patting Walker's shoulder as if nothing had transpired. Yes, Walker exited the office. Yet, at that moment of departure, his spirit instantly waned, and his breathing grew heavier. He nearly collapsed before Caroling. The pressure exerted by this hawkish general was immense, and the topics discussed filled him, a newcomer to the army. With trepidation, after Walker's departure, Caroling remained alone in the office. He swiveled in his chair, gazing out at the nightscape. Deep in thought, his brow furrowed. Little fellow, You signaled to me with Walker, and I have found him and brought him close. You understand and utilize the messages I sent via Angus. Thus, you deliberately selected the timing of my speech during my leave. The content, do not let this rough man, who wishes to engage in foolish endeavors, downcast me. At this moment, Sulian, who had been escorted by ESA, had returned to their estate. I in the room. Only ESA, Polly, Philomena, and Sulian remained. You need not worry. I am in no way troubled, either physically or psychologically, Sulian stated plainly. ESA and the others still bore expressions tinged with concern. After all, Sulian had caused nearly 10,000 deaths. Could this 12-year-old child truly bear the weight of such guilt? As he had only recently awakened fully to his werewolf lineage, would he be consumed by the terror of such slaughter? Yet, fortunately, Sulian appeared to be in good condition. At least physically, he seemed untroubled. Philomena nodded. Be cautious, she had stealthily followed, fearing that excessive bloodshed would lead to a loss of control over his werewolf form. Evidently, after the celestial punishment fell, Sulian had indeed been unable to restrain his transformation into a werewolf. However, his subsequent control was swift. Little Sulian, are you truly unscathed? ESA inquired, still somewhat apprehensive. At this point, grandfather, do you still believe that my ambitions cannot withstand even this 10,000 slayings? I find it rather surprising that, even after all this, you have not questioned me about the weapon I employed, Sulian replied coolly. Such a calm demeanor suggested he was indeed fine. Could they finally feel reassured? ESA and Polly exchanged glances, sensing a slight easing of their tension. Did you employ forbidden techniques or magic that could yield severe consequences? ESA asked with a gentle smile. Not at all, Sulian replied. There is no issue, Polly replied with a gentle smile. They chose to trust Sulian, even though he had not divulged the details of divine punishment. Chapter 74. The Emperor. Sulian gazed at them, at his kin in this world. Perhaps his worries and defenses were indeed unnecessary. Whether it be Isha or Polly, or even Philomena, whom he had only recently come to recognize, none of them were the parents he had once despised. In this world, he might attempt to embrace familial bonds without harboring a hint of suspicion. The celestial kinetic weapon system, Sulian suddenly stated. Isha and the others were taken aback. That is the name of the weapon system I am utilizing, which is still in the experimental phase. I have only tested its potency a few times on weekends, piloting a plane to an uninhabited island, and refined the basic operational conditions. The amount used this time exceeds my previous experimental quantities, so I conservatively estimate it to be at the 7th tier range of magical power. I did not anticipate a slight miscalculation. It should indeed be classified as 8th tier, he continued. I am also immensely grateful to my grandfather and father for trusting me enough to allow me to carry such a dangerous experimental weapon into foreign battlefields. Sulian bowed, expressing what could be seen as gratitude, but more accurately, an apology. Is there anyone who could trace this back to you? Polly inquired. No outsider can, Sulian assured. Then there is no problem, Polly replied with a smile. They would not concern themselves with such matters, as long as Sulian's actions were not devoid of purpose, nor did they involve forbidden magic leading to perilous consequences. They would not intervene, for he was their pride, an esteemed grandson and son. They wished to witness him become a true king. And then Sulian rose slowly, straightening his posture to meet the gaze of the three seated before him. Grandfather, grandmother, father, may I trust that you will unconditionally support me on my path to conquering the world? Sulian asked. Why would we not support you? Isha replied with a gentle smile. That would be our pride, Polly echoed, wearing a similar expression. I have no reason to refuse a grandson destined to conquer the world. You shall also become the pride of our bloodline werewolves, Philomena added with a smile. Regardless of whether I succeed or fail, Sulian pressed. We are family, are we not? Isha countered. Sulian looked at them, at his closest kin in this world. Then, please allow me to inquire about something of utmost importance, predicated upon my ambition to conquer the world and become one of its rulers. Sulian stated earnestly. Ask away, Isha encouraged. Polly nodded slightly, while Philomena smiled kindly, evidently prepared for what Sulian was about to convey. Our plan is to conquer the kingdoms of Yaminik, Lankau, and the Spar Kingdom within 3 years. At that time, we will establish the Duchy of Isha in your name, grandfather, under the banner of the Avisu Kingdom. Subsequently, during the foreign wars, We will seek an opportune moment to abdicate, passing the throne to my father, while allowing the Duchy of Isha to sever ties with the Avisu kingdom. Thus declaring independence as the Kingdom of Isha, Sulian stated solemnly, "I anticipate this can be accomplished within 10 years. Is that acceptable?" This was their initial plan, and the reason Isha had proposed changes to the magical vehicle revenues after 10 years was precisely because they intended to separate from the Avisu kingdom at that time. Therefore, the magical vehicle revenues within the Avisu kingdom could no longer be retained, instead serving as a means to obfuscate the kingdom's judgment. Indeed, 10 years from now, you will be 20-2, as long as you achieve merit in the ensuing wars and ideally conquer 2 more nations. Pali will swiftly pass the throne to you, allowing you to declare a transformation of the kingdom into an empire. In this world, you shall ascend as the inaugural emperor of the empire. At that time, the world will be your stage, Isha stated gravely. Their aspirations were distant, and even now, they might be mocked by outsiders as delusions. Yet, they steadfastly believed in the possibility. The critical question, "Grandfather, father, do you wish for our imperial identity to be perpetuated through hereditary succession? Do you harbor the ambition for our dominion to last for millennia, with the world as our sovereign territory?" Sulian inquired with utmost seriousness, his gaze resolute. Isha and Pali were momentarily taken aback. Clearly unprepared for such a question from Sulian, Philomena, too, appeared surprised. "If possible, I would naturally hope so," Isha pondered before responding. "But the idea of eternal imperial succession." Pali shook his head. They understood well that even if Sulian were to conquer the entire world, it might only ensure a few centuries of stability under hereditary rule. Ultimately, the contradictions arising from accumulated interests would inevitably lead to conflict. At that point, the so-called imperial bloodline might merely represent the unfortunate souls led to the gallows. A lasting dynasty. How could that be possible? Then, may I propose the overthrow of the Isha Empire to establish a new order for the nation? Sulian finally asked. Overthrow the empire. This time, even Philomena, who typically did not concern herself with such matters, displayed a look of shock. Sulian straightened his posture, bending slightly forward, his left hand resting on his abdomen, fingers together with palms facing inward. His right hand extended forward, angled downward, fingers together with palms facing upward. "I shall establish a new national order. This new nation shall have no aristocrats or commoners, no distinctions between races, nor exalted rulers and humble citizens. This impractical ideal of a nation shall become my objective. I shall call myself the solitary one, yet wield no imperial authority. For I shall abolish all feudal systems in this world, all hereditary rights, and every form of imperial rule. I will create a magnificent nation for the wise beings of this world, fostering mutual progress. In due course, the very term nation shall be discarded." Sulian stood tall, chest out, his left hand unmoving while his right hand returned to form a fist, resting at the center of his chest. Thumb knuckle pressed against it, this gesture. Open hands, a sincere invitation, a clenched fist, a vow of friendship, it signified. "Let us advance together." Isha, Pali, and Philomena gazed in astonishment at the unfamiliar yet meaningful gesture Sulian had performed. The Sulian they thought they knew was now transformed, his declaration resonating with his unique ambitions. At that moment, a resolute thought emerged within their hearts. Sulian, he would undoubtedly become a king, not a monarch, nor a sovereign, nor an emperor, not a ruler, but rather, the guiding spirit and intellectual leader of all wise beings in the world, just as he stated. He would call himself the solitary one, yet wield no imperial authority. Ultimately, what he desired was to be known as the nation of progress, subverting the very notion of a nation. Then, Sulian resumed, beginning once more within. "Answer me, grandfather, father, are you willing to permit me to overthrow the empire we are destined to establish? In pursuit of that seemingly unattainable and impractical ambition?" Sulian asked earnestly, maintaining the ceremonial posture he had created. Isha and Pali did not respond immediately, instead falling into brief contemplation. They understood that an empire could not exist indefinitely. An aristocratic regime founded on feudal rewards would inevitably collapse due to various inequalities and conflicts, a fate that had indeed befallen many empires throughout history. They could not guarantee that their descendants would govern wisely for generations, ensuring eternal prosperity. Yet, Could they truly abandon the imperial legacy that everyone in this world envied? At that moment, Isha and Polly exchanged glances, grasping each other's thoughts, before looking at Philomena, who gently nodded. They took a deep breath, calming their minds. Go forth and pursue your path, child. The future is yours, Isha declared. Steadfastly pursue your course. We do not require an empire, Polly affirmed. They replied earnestly, each with their own convictions. Sulian smiled, joy radiating from him. He could not discern whether his elation stemmed from the support of his impractical ideals or from having truly loving family in this world. What he knew for certain was that his heart brimmed with delight and unwavering resolve. Then, let us take the first step and establish our own nation. Utilizing everything at our disposal, grandfather, in half a month, accompany me to meet General Carolyn, Sulian stated directly. Carolyn, in half a month, are we not scheduled to go to the Pozio region? Isha inquired, puzzled. Indeed, General Carolyn will also be there, Sulian confirmed. Did you request a leave of absence from me before you departed, selecting a specific date? Isha suddenly realized something. Sulian, you knew when Carolyn's leave was scheduled. So you deliberately arranged the speech for that day. But how did you ascertain that Carolyn would be present then? Carolyn was notoriously blunt among the military hierarchy, utterly uninterested in economic matters. It was perplexing at this juncture. Do you still believe that my desire to go to Ainz was merely to study military theory? Sulian remarked with a hint of sardonic amusement. The sacred ground of military theory in one's homeland, in his eyes, is merely a platform to engage with the influential figures of the military. Walker, in his misguided arrogance, seeks to approach him, the grandson of a prince, hoping to expand his network for the future. In reality, it is Su Lien who wishes to leverage the ambitious Walker as a pawn to pry into the upper echelons of the kingdom's military. Ambition has not merely burgeoned now, or just moments ago, but has been slowly germinating since the very moment he arrived in this world. You truly continue to astonish us at every turn. Ursha couldn't he help but shake his head with a smile. Chapter 75. The Azure Gale. The day after, Su Lien returned to his territory and headed straight to the military factory. He needed to ascertain the progress of a particular item. If it was not advancing swiftly enough, he might find himself residing at the military factory for the foreseeable future. That item was none other than his exclusive mech. Little boss, here is the exterior design along with the weapon systems and power systems you wish to incorporate. The preliminary performance data has been derived from initial tests, Uncle Cam stated, producing a unique crystal. This special crystal contained the mech's data, and activating it required a specific sequence of magical elements. Otherwise, the crystal would self-destruct. Have you not procured the magic core? Su Lien had already activated the crystal. What you desire, the Tiger Magic Core 7, has not appeared in the underground auction house of the Saibwa Empire for an entire year. The Imperial military maintains tight control over it.as for the Kinrumii Empire. Being a landlocked nation, there has been no opportunity to smuggle one over, so we can only settle for the Tiger 5 model from the Quexitano military state. Uncle Cam replied while puffing on his pipe. Well, it's not secondhand, is it? Su Lien inquired. Rest assured, the magic core I inspected is not secondhand. It has been tested a few times, Uncle Cam confidently asserted. Su Lien nodded slightly. Although the model differed somewhat, the disparity was not significant. The 5 model lacked the explosive combustion capability. It was the ability to rapidly intensify fire elements to achieve explosive power, speed, and fire elemental attack potency. Essentially, it served as a trump card, a highly practical capability. However, since it was unattainable, it would have to suffice. Besides, without that capability, even professionals would struggle to discern which type of magic core it was without dismantling the night mech. This model was sufficient to craft a mech that was uniquely his own, a 6th-tier mech, according to the mech classification of the Avisu Kingdom. 1st tier, Ajian, 2nd tier, Dawa, 3rd tier, Taili, 4th tier, Chiadili, 5th tier, Baiachi, 6th tier, Seishi-chi, 7th tier, Siemu, 8th tier, Waexian, 9th tier, Jelly-chi within the entire Avisu Kingdom. The highest tier mechs are the 8th tier Waexian class, of which there are only 2. These 2 were crafted with the full might of the nation a century ago, designated for the kingdom and the supreme commander, respectively, as magical and warrior mechs. According to the information provided by Ursha, these 2 mechs can sustain combat for about an hour under full power. If the energy magic crystals are abundant and of high quality, the limit for overload should be around 12 hours. This implies that charging for combat can last 1 to 2 hours, but for prolonged engagements, they would sustain damage from overload after approximately 12 hours. However, to be honest, if continuous combat for 12 hours were truly necessary, the mech itself would likely have long since been rendered inoperative. Can the weight of the mech be further reduced? Su Lian inquired. Su Lian observed the weight data of the mech, 7,191 tons. It is noteworthy that his mech was designed to stand 11 meters tall. A humanoid mech of this height weighs only 7 tons. One can imagine the quantity of specially crafted alchemical metals utilized. Do you wish to reduce it further? Are you aware of the scale of your design? Uncle Cam replied, somewhat exasperated. Though lighten your mech? The specially crafted alchemical metals we could scrounge from the underground auction houses of the two empires took an entire year to gather. If you truly wish to modify it, you must swiftly conquer those 3 southern nations. Their treasury is bound to contain superior materials. As long as the supplies are ample, I shall ensure your mech is perfected. Uncle Cam was evidently vexed. He too desired to achieve that, but where were the materials? If you cannot procure finished products, why not recruit a few professor-level alchemists to refine the special metals for you? The issue is, we have exhausted all available resources. There is simply no more to be had. If we have reached our limits, then so be it. Does this conflict with the compatibility of the fighting spirit and the magic core? Su Lian continued to inquire. Generally, there are no issues. The switching mode you designed is quite intriguing. The magical elemental power output from the magic core can indeed be guided and transformed into fighting spirit through your own intervention. You can serve as the converter, which should certainly be feasible. But it is likely only you who can withstand this approach, Uncle Cam explained. Su Lian's night mech operates on a dual drive of magic and martial prowess. Under circumstances where only one type of magical elemental power core is employed, the fighting spirit required for the warrior mech necessitates a complementary device to work alongside the magic core. Should a custom dual-switch elemental power core be tailored, the cost would skyrocket, and it would lack the stability of traditionally designed magical elemental power cores. His design circumvents this cumbersome process, conserving both space and cost by utilizing his own body for conversion. Only his werewolf physique, particularly under the dual mastery of magic and martial arts, could endure such a method. Well, the fundamentals appear sound. Let us see the finished product. Should any issues arise later, we can amend them during my stay here, Su Lian concluded, having reviewed the details. Now, over here, Uncle Cam had already procured a transport vehicle. By the way, little boss, when do you plan to establish a magic core manufacturing plant? Continuously purchasing is not a sustainable solution. Those unscrupulous merchants are aware that we are acquiring second-hand magic cores through private means, and they have serious suspicions about whether they have been mining them from the mines. Uncle Cam expressed his discontent. Low-tier night mechs can indeed be employed for mining, proving far more effective than human labor. Once the investment is recouped, the nearly obsolete magic cores can be dismantled and labeled as nearly new, selling them to Navi nobles. Eventually, those unscrupulous merchants will be dealt with for real labor violations. However, the production of magic cores requires a significant number of at least 5th-tier magical alchemists who must master sufficiently powerful inscription magic, mechanical principles, and relevant elemental theories. This is merely the foundational requirement for mass-producing military-grade magic cores. Even if we currently possess ample funds, we cannot sustain such a large number of these magicians. Nonetheless, a low-tier magic core manufacturing plant is indeed in the works. Once my grandfather and I conclude our discussions and collaborations in the Boju region, we will secretly establish one in the Hidaliu Mountains to the south of Boju, Su Lian outlined broadly. Boju region? Uncle Cam pondered momentarily before grasping the implications. If low-tier magic cores could be manufactured directly in the mountainous area bordering the Lanku and Spy Kingdoms, then by transporting sufficient steel via magical vehicles, rapid mass production of tanks and aircraft could be achieved. As for the magic core, its production process must maximize the condensation and storage of magical energy while ensuring stable output without transforming into a potential explosive elemental bomb. The entire manufacturing process cannot be streamlined and must involve magicians utilizing alchemy and inscription magic to create them meticulously. Even the most basic low-tier magic core, typically used for first-tier Ajin night mechs, requires advanced magicians for its creation. In simple terms, do you want a magic core manufacturing plant? Certainly, but first, you must nurture a group of magicians. Furthermore, this group must be proficient in alchemy, inscription magic, and possess a certain degree of knowledge in mechanics and relevant elemental theories. This is also a key reason why magic cores have not been popularized for civilian use in this world. Our nation gathers esteemed magicians to heartily produce mass quantities of magic cores for civilian applications? What? You suggest retired magicians might create some special low-tier magic cores for civilian use. Would those magicians be willing? Would the state even permit them? If the produced magic cores were to circulate somewhere and were tampered with by ill-intentioned parties, would that not pose a threat to the nation itself? These are, after all, the core of war weaponry. What about the special alchemical metal smelting plant required for night mechs? Uncle Cam inquired. Seize it? Su Lien replied flatly. As if I had not asked, Uncle Cam remarked. Evidently, to withstand magical bombardment and reduce its own weight, the body metal of the night mech must indeed be composed of specially crafted alchemical metals. The remaining materials, such as alchemical fibers, magical energy conduits, or pipelines, cannot be substituted with ordinary materials. This is also why tanks and aircraft are deemed more practical. They inherently possess greater mobility and a reduced risk of being hit at the same weight. Thus, even ordinary metals or mass-produced alchemical materials could suffice for their production. But do Su Lien and his companions require such materials? Certainly, they do. How to acquire them? By conquering Yamnik, Lanku, and the Spy Kingdom. Their alchemical metal smelting plants would become theirs. Here we are, Uncle Cam announced. They arrived at the core warehouse of the Night Mech manufacturing zone, where the facility was protected by specially crafted alchemical metals and intricate inscription magic arrays. Ah, little boss has come to see the precious treasure, brothers. Open the door and let the little boss see his cherished Dalida. A young goblin whistled. Get lost, mind your language in front of the little boss. Or else the big boss will dock your pay, Uncle Cam snorted dismissively. The young goblin showed no concern for such matters. The warehouse door swung open with the aid of a specially crafted key and a magical sequence, revealing an array of luminous magical artifacts within. Before their eyes stood a night mech, towering at an impressive 11 meters. Its body was cloaked in a deep blue hue, bearing two specially forged long swords of varying lengths on its back, while the left arm and chest featured embedded crystals designed to channel magic. The cockpit was situated at the rear, with a unique magic crystal embedded in the palm of the left arm. Intended for projecting a magical shield, at the center of its chest lay two alchemical metal plates emblazoned with the emblems of Prince Isha and the Kingdom of Avisu, their contents a mystery until activated. A supplementary arsenal was secured at the waist. The overall design was sharp and angular, yet the protruding sections employed a streamlined shape to minimize air resistance. This was Su Lien's first night mech, a 6th-tier Searchage-class night mech, codenamed Kanglin SK Song, denoting the color of the night mech, lawn, referring to the magic core of the black lawn magic tiger used in its construction, a whimsical abbreviation of Super Monarch. So, this is my first mech. Su Lien approached, his hand reaching out to touch the Kanglin SK's body, absorbing the allure emanating from the mech. Chapter 76. A new beginning. Do you need to pilot it now? Uncle Cam inquired. Generally, at this moment, one would certainly wish to take the controls, regardless of whether the mech had passed all tests, at the very least experiencing the cockpit. I do, but not at this moment. Su Lien replied with a smile. The others were momentarily taken aback. He is so composed. As Su Lien's hand brushed against the Kanglin SK, he enveloped it with his magical energy, in the language of dragons. He intoned, unfathomable and formless spatial forces, manifest here your dominion over the world. Bestow upon this object the ability to transmute space, and grant passage to the desired destination, spatial twisting. While reciting the spell, a translucent wave of magical energy enveloped and scanned the entire mech from bottom to top. He was employing spatial magic to ascertain whether there were any unstable alchemical metals within that could not be transported, while simultaneously preparing for the teleportation. Upon completion of the scan, spatial distortion occurred. The spell of unrestricted teleportation, spatial transfer, activated. The immense mech vanished from its original location, reappearing behind him. Within the distorted space, the original form of the mech emerged from below. Wow! The young boss's magical prowess is remarkable. Although it was a short-range transfer, moving such a large entity would typically require at least a 3rd-tier spatial transfer. The young goblin exclaimed in astonishment. I told you, the materials I selected would not impede your spatial transfer, Uncle Cam declared proudly. He had anticipated that Sulian would consider using spatial magic to transport his night mech in emergencies from the very beginning. However, this method could only be utilized by Sulian himself, as spatial magic consumed significant magical energy, and long-distance transfers would further exacerbate energy depletion, making it suitable only for urgent situations. Yet clearly, this mech could be transported safely. That is crucial, Uncle Cam. You followed my specifications during the manufacturing process, didn't you? Sulian asked. The other goblins exchanged puzzled glances. Was there an aspect they were unaware of? Rest assured, I have adhered to your requests. These little rascals are blissfully ignorant of the details, however. I still hope you refrain from trying it now. If something goes awry and it gets damaged, I cannot guarantee it will be repaired in time for your presentation. Uncle Cam cautioned. Wow, the young boss even has little secrets with Uncle Cam. But what could it possibly be? They wondered, deciding to steer clear of the matter, as it seemed to delve into confidential territory. All right, brothers, let us head to the other Dalida, the young goblin called out. They were all mercenaries, well aware of what was acceptable and what was not. Soon, they departed. As they left, a dark magic enveloped Sulian and Uncle Cam, shielding them from mental perception. This was a silent spell cast by Sulian himself, continuously infused with magical energy to enhance its potency. The soundproofing magic was simultaneously activated. That should suffice. Our strongest here is merely a 5th-tier mage like you. Uncle Cam remarked, at least for now. Night mechs dominate warfare. It's wise to exercise caution. Sulian then ceased infusing magical energy. They found themselves surrounded by complete darkness, illuminated only by faint elemental glows. At that moment, Sulian extended his hand once more. Yet this time, rather than directly touching the mech, his palm faced downwards. A drop of blood was forced from his fingertip by magical energy, falling to the ground. This is an elven incantation. Equality, kindness, compassion. Please allow me to forge a pact with you through sincere blood, binding us as the most steadfast of partners. Summoning, contract established. The drop of blood swiftly transformed into a thread of crimson, guiding the infused magical energy to construct a vast magic array upon the ground, centered around the Kanglin SK Night Mech. As the intricate sigils took form, peculiar magical energy began to envelop the entire mech, gradually merging into its structure. This process was the summoning magic used to bind a summoned beast. Uncle Cam's eyes narrowed. His mind raced with thoughts. Once, a goblin engineer had indeed attempted to create a summonable Dalida. And for mages skilled in summoning magic, the ability and cost alterations brought about by a Dalida would yield immense efficiency gains. However, all such attempts had ended in failure. One had succeeded in crafting summonable metals. To inscribe special summoning magic would occupy too much space on the inscriptions, leading to a decline in the overall capabilities of the Dalida, rendering it counterproductive. Could beast materials be employed instead? Clearly, the answer was no. Both beast materials and metal materials were ultimately lifeless, requiring special summoning magic to be inscribed. But did there exist a lifeless entity suitable for summoning that could still be used in Dalida manufacturing? Yes, the core of magical beasts, the magic core. Previous goblin engineers had attempted this as well. However, the magic core was simply too small. While it served well as a medium for summoning magic, utilizing it to create an entire Dalida would consume enough cores to fill a large magical teleportation array, entirely counterproductive. But now, the young boss's concept hinged on using a uniquely suited magic core, while leveraging the core's properties to embed it within the Dalida under conditions allowing for segmentation. Furthermore, by replicating the original magical energy flow circuit of the beast within the Dalida, Sulian aimed to alter the energy circulation of the Dalida to mimic that of the beast, effectively transforming the Dalida into an embodiment of that magical creature. The essential requirements for this beast were, first, it must possess. Second, the magic core must be suitable for puppet creation. Third, the core's placement must be in the cardiac region. The rationale for these conditions was straightforward. The limbs corresponded directly to the foundational form of the Dalida, the only distinction being upright posture versus crawling. The magic core's suitability for puppetry was imperative, as puppets are lifeless entities that can be summoned, thus enabling the possibility of creating a Dalida. Lastly, the core's location in the cardiac region was crucial for balance. Since a complete magic core requires segmentation, if the core resided in the head of the beast, adapting to the core's positioning would be challenging and could disrupt balance. Only a course situated in the heart could maintain equilibrium. Therefore, one of the most suitable beasts, the black lawn magic tiger. The success of this endeavor now hinged on the summoning ritual magic. At this moment, Su Lian's summoning magic had fully enveloped the colossal night mech. He could sense the ethereal call of the summoned entity. A smile crept onto his lips. The gate of summoning, open. A massive summoning portal materialized behind the night mech, drawing it in with powerful magic. This marked the first instance of capturing a summoned entity. If it could successfully enter the unique summoning space, Su Lian would thereafter be able to summon the mech from that space at will. This signified the successful birth of the summonable mech he had designed. The Kanglin SK Night Mech was successfully drawn inside. The summoning gate closed. Success. Uncle Cam, even more exhilarated than Su Lian, pumped his fist in triumph. His heart raced with excitement. While this was not the world's first summonable behemoth, it was undoubtedly crafted at the lowest cost. With just one magic core, Su Lian was the principal designer, while he handled the manufacturing. Not so fast, Su Lian replied with a calm smile. Summoning magic, activate. With the formation of the sigils once more, the summoning gate opened, and the massive Kanglin SK Night Mech re-emerged. Successfully summoned and captured, it was now. The Kanglin SK Night Mech was at last complete. Ha ha ha, now those old fogies in the clan won't dare to look down on me. I'll summon a Dalida right in front of them and astonish them with their scruffy beards. Uncle Cam laughed heartily. Uncle Cam, don't expose my secrets too soon, Su Lian chuckled. Ha ha, rest assured. Uncle Cam thumped his chest, but young boss, you truly remain composed. Successfully creating such a marvel while maintaining this demeanor is impressive. Because, compared to conquering the world, this is merely a small invention among many. Su Lian gently caressed the machine's body. Raising his head with a faint smile, Uncle Cam was taken aback. The little boss seems somewhat different now. It's as if I am experiencing that feeling I had when I first encountered a monarch. Let us proceed, Uncle Cam, to the military port for a test drive, Su Lian declared. All right, let us go, Uncle Cam nodded. He too sensed that he had slightly lost his composure, as he had momentarily perceived the young lad before him, merely 12 years of age, as embodying the presence of their goblin monarch, simply astounding. Subsequently, in the tank training area of the military port, Su Lian attempted to pilot what was originally intended to be a 5th-tier Paiachi combat night mecha. However, due to various reasons, it had gradually been upgraded and transformed into the 6th-tier Saiseki Magic Dual-Switch Night Mecha, known as the Kanglin SK. The reasons for the upgrade were primarily abundant finances, superior materials, and the complete awakening of his werewolf bloodline, which enhanced his physical endurance. Nonetheless, this Kanglin SK Night Mecha would publicly declare itself as a 5th-tier Paiachi combat mecha. The magic stones embedded in its left chest and left arm would subsequently be concealed beneath specially crafted alchemical armor, ensuring that its magical capabilities remained undisclosed. This night mecha, currently exclusively piloted by Su Lian, would soon make its appearance at the venue of his speech in the Boju district, serving as a testament to his status as the sole grandson of Prince Isha. It would symbolize the recent rise of the Isha prince's influence and the new power it showcases. This was also an important message to be conveyed to General Caroline, one of the 3 prominent generals of the Avisu Kingdom. A brand new night mecha, a brand new ambition. Chapter 77. The Boju district speech. The day of the speech had finally arrived. The magical vehicle transporting Su Lian's latest Kanglin SK Night Mecha set forth from the port of the Peter Saint territory in the early hours. This Night Mecha would be disguised as a newly custom-ordered machine from the Inying United Kingdom, presented as a birthday gift for Su Man Liendel, the 12-year-old grandson of Prince Isha. Should the kingdom become aware of Isha's capability to independently manufacture 5th-tier combat mechas, regardless of whether the primary magical core and alchemical materials were imported, it would be perceived as a significant threat. For the current Isha was exceedingly wealthy. The ability to create their first 5th-tier machine implied the potential for mass production of 1st-tier machines. The Boju district, the capital city, Boj Luo. This city is adjacent to the territory of Duke Alfred, Al. The Al territory is also situated close to the Hidaliu mountain range, characterized by a relatively flat landscape, with 2 small rivers formed by streams converging from the mountains, resulting in a region abundant in agriculture. The only minor headache is the occasional appearance of magical beasts from the mountains. The primary purpose of Isha and Su Lian's visit to this location was to introduce their agricultural reforms tillage machine technology. They also aim to attract the displaced peasants from the agricultural reform in the Al territory to work in the Peter Saint territory with high salaries and favorable conditions, thereby enhancing their own commercial operations. At this moment, amidst the elevated platform constructed in the square, accompanied by a subtle tremor of the earth, they arrived. Wow, what a handsome new knight! That sleek design and dual swords must be a combat mecha. Right? Your information is woefully inadequate. This is the 5th-tier combat knight mecha custom ordered for Prince Isha's only grandson, Liendel, from the distant United Kingdom. Isn't that extravagant? Ordering directly from abroad? Hey, isn't it because our kingdom has been too stable for too long that the Knight Research Institute's creations no longer satisfy Prince Isha? The United Kingdom is adjacent to the Goblin Kingdom. Their technology is top-notch. The crowd immediately gathered around to discuss the new Knight Mecha, which was precisely the outcome Su Lian and the others desired. This new machine represented the financial strength and renewed prestige of Prince Isha's influence, thus it was essential for Su Lian to pilot it for such a public address, especially since many factions were watching closely at this moment. From the various streets not far away, high-rise buildings, whether restaurants or clothing stores, offered a vantage point to observe the proceedings and hear the speech. Royal faction. What do you think of Prince Isha's new Knight Mecha? The roar of the magical core has been muffled, making it impossible to identify its model. Surprisingly, the outer armor is entirely composed of lightweight ingi metal. While it significantly reduces weight, it compromises defense considerably. Does it resemble a product of the United Kingdom? Uncertain. The United Kingdom is too distant, bordering the Alpha Empire. Besides trading caravans via sea routes, we have had no contact with them. Merchant faction. The alchemical metals consumed by this new Knight Mecha must be at least of Saiseki, 6th tier, grade, right? It truly aims to display prestige, to directly customize such a machine. It seems Prince Isha has grand ambitions for this public speech and subsequent collaborations. Noble faction, TSK. This Isha is quite audacious, to gift his grandson such an extravagant 12th birthday present. Why doesn't he procure a 7th tier Xiam, Magic Knight, for himself? He better get one. So we have a reason to approach the king. Many eyes were fixed on this scene. Even with deliberate concealment, the mental energies converging towards the square were distinctly captured by Isha, a formidable figure at the level of a divine mage. Isha maintained a smile, greeting the surrounding populace while swiftly discerning these mental energies. These familiar sensations, seems a number of old acquaintances have arrived, be they brothers or other noble factions. They have become increasingly sensitive to all our subsequent actions. And I fear they have already harbored various suspicions regarding my collaboration with Duke Alfred. However, it is fortuitous. After today, I will be able to discern more clearly which individuals are worth cultivating and which ones warrant suppression. Only by stabilizing the internal situation of the kingdom can I avoid hindrances to future plans. With this resolute thought in mind, Isha floated from the carriage to the high platform where Duke Alfred had long since taken his stand. Su Lian piloted the Kanglin SK, poised beside the platform, maintaining the roar of the magical core, ensuring that everyone would hear its unique background sound while listening to Isha's speech. Before this, he had already donned noble attire and donned an elegant pair of glasses. Emerging from the cockpit to stand upon the shoulder of the Kanglin SK, smiling and greeting the crowd. Wow! Is that truly Prince Isha's grandson? He looks so adorable. With silver hair, he appears so refined. It's such a pity he isn't a mage. At this age, if only he would take an interest in my daughter. The attention of the populace was evidently drawn to Su Lian, who had appeared on the shoulder of the Kanglin SK. Isha's renown, coupled with his sole grandson, would naturally attract immense interest. Unfortunately, the information available to the outside world seemed to be limited to the term unremarkable, merely a high-ranking warrior with a penchant for tinkering with machinery. Nevertheless, he remained a target of interest for many, with parents eager to present their daughters to him. You truly are quite popular. I wonder how many people are bringing their daughters to meet you at tonight's banquet. Inside the cockpit, Na Lin, intrigued by the operational interface before her, communicated with Su Lian through a special communication magic. Otherwise, why would I have taken the initiative to invite you? You wouldn't assist me with the Zwasandi issue at the academy. So at the very least, you must help me fend off some social obligations tonight. Su Lian maintained his smile for the crowd in response. Dealing with it for one evening is no problem. But remaining completely single would allow you to draw in numerous nobles, wouldn't it? Although we might part ways in less than 2 years, it should still prove quite beneficial in the meantime. Na Lin curiously inquired. Royalty and nobility in matters of diplomacy or alliances, a single heir is always an excellent bargaining chip and no need. I have already pre-screened nobles with suitable daughters worth cultivating. The rest are merely useless trash. Su Lian replied apathetically, Wow, as expected of a prince's scion. You've already filtered through the noble girls at just 12 years old, Na Lin remarked, beginning her teasing. Su Lian was already accustomed to such banter. Moreover, do you not think that for us, who will one day be a national-level power, the single status of my sole grandson is far more advantageous than engaging in the petty struggles of the current Avisu kingdom? Su Lian articulated the crux of his reasoning. Indeed, clever Art Su Lian, you are absolutely correct, Na Lin parroted in agreement. However, her tone soon turned serious. Shall we activate the mental scanning mode now? Na Lin inquired. Yes, it is certainly more reliable for grandfather to discern who those individuals are and relay the information to me than for me to know it directly. Besides, I am also curious to see their expressions upon sensing the mental scanning capabilities of my Kanglin SK. It should be quite amusing, Su Lian replied with a hint of jest. Then let us maximize the power and commence. Na Lin pressed the button before her. An immense mental scanning ability, imperceptible to ordinary individuals, radiated from the Kanglin SK Night Mecha. Instantly, those hidden figures in the vicinity revealed various expressions of astonishment. Their gazes swiftly converged upon Su Lian, who was perched on the shoulder of Tsang Lian. In response, Su Lian gestured with an open palm, subtly adjusting his glasses with his middle finger, concealing the smile that danced upon his lips. It seemed to convey a message. Conceal? I can still discern your presence. This was a provocation from the 12-year-old grandson of Prince Isha. Ha ha ha. This Liander is utterly fascinating. I adore him, chuckled Caroline, clad in ordinary attire, from a CAF by the street. Isn't he being a tad ostentatious? Walker expressed his concern. Isn't that even better? Caroline's laughter grew more exuberant. Walker paused for a moment, soon grasping the implication. If the majority perceived Su Lian as a flamboyant scion, flaunting his grandfather Prince Isha's power, then that was precisely the outcome Su Lian desired. The notion that the only heir's capabilities were questionable was what they most wished to witness. Was it not? Not only was he openly challenging them, but he also managed to avoid any unfavorable circumstances for himself. It felt immensely satisfying, akin to slapping those fellows while remaining entirely unscathed. Caroline flashed a toothy grin, exuding a rugged charm. Walker could only chuckle along, fully aware of the true purpose behind accompanying Caroline, who was on leave, to this place. He could only hope that it wouldn't lead to disastrous consequences. The speech proceeded smoothly. The 5 upgraded plowing machines, also transported via magical vehicles, received unanimous acclaim from the attending nobles and landowners. Henceforth, orders for plowing machines from the Isha Magical Vehicle Factory would undoubtedly pour in from various regions where AI Wei Su had ventured. At that time, Su Lian and his companions could seize the opportunity to procure more steel from abroad via maritime routes. Just as Isha had previously stated, their magical vehicle factory was merely larger in scale. Thus, consuming a bit more steel was hardly excessive, was it? As long as Isha refrained from making extensive purchases of the alchemical metals or raw materials needed for the creation of night mechs.